Atop Mount Huagua in Dongxing Shenzhou, clouds and mist swirled, while celestial vapors drifted through the air. A mystical stone with 9 apertures and 8 holes stood motionless, yet within its depths, a faint heartbeat stirred in profound silence. The darkness was solid as iron, with only thin wisps of spiritual energy seeping through the cracks, nourishing silently. In that moment, Sun Wukong opened his eyes in the suffocating gloom. Though his consciousness felt confined to mere inches, his fingertips powerless, his limbs unresponsive, for he had indeed become a stone. Memories surged like a tide, pressing heavily into his consciousness and lingering there. Through them, he learned his name and identity: the intelligent stone monkey of Mount Huagua and Water Curtain Cave. Future titles overlapped in the darkness: keeper of horses, great sage equal to heaven, victorious fighting Buddha. They seemed glorious but concealed sharp edges. He had read of these paths and knew this entire journey was orchestrated. The opportunity left by Nuwa after mending the heavens had been secretly arranged by the 2 Western saints. Though appearing magnificent on the surface, he was merely a pawn for Buddhism's rise, destined to have his fortune harvested and his fate manipulated. He was one of the 4 chaos monkeys, the intelligent stone monkey, born from the division of the Chaos Demon Ape. Though the Chaos Demon Ape couldn't match Pangu, it was truly a Chaos Demon God. After its fall, its body split into 4 parts, and he was 1/4 of that spiritual essence. Yet he understood clearly. The original path merely involved having his fortune gradually divided, ultimately stopping at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, then receiving the position of victorious fighting Buddha to endorse the greater scheme. Such an ending made his heart surge like waves, yet he could only sigh silently in this moment, knowing the path, but lacking a key, lacking that crucial advantage. Must he be manipulated by others, following the script to its end, ultimately becoming a mascot like victorious fighting Buddha? As his thoughts grew bitter, a familiar aura suddenly flowed from within. His spirit tensed, doubt weaving through him like needle and thread. The aura emerged from his body, transforming into a thin black thread that slowly moved through the stone's darkness, alive, breathing, conscious. As he focused his attention, the black thread seemed drawn by his gaze, actively approaching and drawing near before suddenly accelerating and entering his spiritual platform before he could react. With a thunderous crash, information flooded in like a torrent, his consciousness dragged into formless chaos. In the depths of chaos stood a pitch-black demon ape with crimson eyes, muscles like mountains, breath like thunder, tearing heaven and earth with every gesture, its roars shattering stars. This was the Chaos Demon Ape. The scene shifted to the battle of creation, where it fell, its body collapsing and dividing into 4 monkeys: the intelligent stone monkey, the red-buttocked horse monkey, the long-armed ape monkey, and the 6-eared macaque. The source of the black energy was precisely a trace of its original essence remaining after its fall. In an instant, he understood the truth. That wisp of black energy was the source power of the Chaos Demon Ape, its origin genuine. He made an immediate decision, following his instincts to absorb it and merge it with his being. Power surged from the depths, expanding violently. His gaze brightened in the darkness, a flash of black light crossing his pupils as his physical body and divine consciousness seemed reforged. His strength increased geometrically. Rather than celebrating wildly, he couldn't help but emit a low laugh from his heart. Heaven had not abandoned him. Fate had not sealed him. His laughter echoed silently against the stone's inner walls before he restrained it and let his thoughts pick up the thread again. The Chaos Demon Ape's source was not merely power, it brought a secret. By devouring the source essence of the other 3 monkeys, he could reassemble the complete form and divine abilities of the Chaos Demon Ape, thereby transcending the heavenly Tao and walking the path of the Chaos Demon God anew. More importantly, this source essence hadn't appeared from nowhere, it had always been within him, merely sealed. Only now that he had transmigrated here had this seal loosened by chance. As for who had placed the seal, it was most likely either the heavenly Tao or Jane and Juanti. He could think of no third possibility. He even suspected that the heavenly Tao constrained all 4 monkeys, not just him. Perhaps Chiyiri, Tongbi, and Luer were also secretly suppressed. He quickly returned to calm. Among the 4 monkeys, he would emerge latest, while the other 3 had cultivated for many years with unfathomable cultivation levels. He hadn't even been born, yet how could he speak of devouring them? The 6-eared macaque was already a Tai Golden Immortal during the true and false Monkey King tribulation, and this was under the heavy pressure of Hongjuan's decree that the Dharma is not transmitted to 6 ears. Without those words, given Luer's talent, he would be at least a Daluo Golden Immortal. He thought of the red-buttocked horse monkey, understanding yin and yang, knowing human affairs, skilled at coming and going, avoiding death and extending life, and the long-armed ape monkey grasping sun and moon, shrinking thousands of mountains, distinguishing fortune from misfortune, manipulating heaven and earth. These 2 were at least Tai Golden Immortals. The gap before him was too vast and steep. causing his heart to darken momentarily with a sense of powerlessness. Just then, subtle cracking sounds emerged from within the stone. Fissures spread quietly along the inner walls like spider webs, layer upon layer, accompanied by faint trembling on the stone's surface. His consciousness tightened as he immediately understood the cause. Absorbing the chaos source had caused his power to surge dramatically, and the spirit stone couldn't bear it, forcing his emergence to come early. What should have taken 100 years of slow nurturing by heaven and earth's spiritual energy was now being shattered by this domineering force. With things as they were, he could only move forward. Suppressing his anxiety, he quickly formulated a strategy. Since he couldn't prevent his emergence, he would absorb as much spiritual energy as possible before the stone shattered to stabilize his foundation. As soon as the thought arose, he circulated his source power and actively drew external spiritual energy into his body. Immediately, wind and clouds churned atop Mount Huagua, celestial vapors rolled through the sky, spiritual energy formed whirlpools and gathered frantically, all pointing toward the spirit stone. Cracks multiplied and interwove into a network as golden light burst from the fissures, illuminating the mountaintop and the sea of clouds. The moment the spirit stone exploded, heaven and earth shook. Atop Mount Huagua, a golden light pierced through the cloud layers, shooting straight through the 33 heavens. Shattered stone flew in all directions, and before the dust settled, a monkey leaped from the stone, standing on the peak with eyes like torches, two brilliant golden beams breaking through the sky and penetrating all illusions. In a flash of light and shadow, he suddenly remembered something, his expression immediately changing the truth-piercing golden eyes. This was the innate divine ability of the intelligent stone monkey, eyes that could pierce through illusions and see directly to the source. In the original story, he had mistakenly eaten mortal fruit, damaging this ability, which later degraded to fiery eyes and golden pupils in Lao Juan's pill furnace. Though the fiery eyes were strong, they ultimately couldn't match the power of truth-piercing vision. Now with the source essence integrated, he could master these pupils and need not repeat past mistakes. Thinking of this, he withdrew his gaze, steadied his spirit, and knew that this commotion wouldn't escape even the thousandly eyes and wind-following ears. Since they were within the heavenly court's sight, they had surely already sent word. A trace of coldness, composure, disdain, and heroic spirit rose in his eyes. If that's how it is, then let's put on a show for you all. Sun Wukong's golden pupils dimmed as the divine light of his true sight faded away, leaving his eyes looking ordinary, indistinguishable from those of a common monkey. Feigning innocence, he scratched behind his ear, his gaze darting back and forth between the mountain stream and the surrounding woods, pretending to be a curious young monkey seeing the world for the first time. Then, with a swift kick of his hind legs, he leapt gracefully onto a nearby peach tree branch. His fingers plucked a ripe, pink peach, its juice glistening in the sunlight. The sweet aroma wafted to his nose, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Yet, in the brief moment his gaze lowered, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. As the peach brushed his lips, the remnants of the chaotic essence of the demon ape within him stirred silently, channeling a trace of concealed spiritual energy into the fruit's flesh. A faint, soundless tremor followed, and the once plump peach disintegrated into fine powder, dispersing into specks of spiritual light in the air. Simultaneously, Wukong used his energy to conjure an illusion, making it appear as though he was still devouring the peach. The details were flawless, his fingers moved naturally, his throat bobbed as if swallowing, and even the illusion of peach juice dripping down his fingers was uncannily realistic. Above the clouds, 1,000-mile I peered through the mist and saw the stone monkey consuming the peach. He exhaled in relief and muttered to wind-following ear beside him. This monkey truly knows nothing. He's eaten a mortal fruit, and his innate divine powers are now diminished. He's of no concern. Wind-following ear tilted his head, listening to the sounds from the depths of Flower Fruit Mountain, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, his spiritual energy is chaotic. It's clear he hasn't yet adapted to his mortal form. The two deities exchanged a smile before a streak of light shot through the sky, returning to the heavenly court to report their findings. As the traces of their surveillance faded, a sharp glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. He toyed with the peach pit in his hand and sneered. Heaven's lapdog's pathetic as expected. He knew that while he had managed to deceive 1,000-mile eye and wind-following ear, the true danger was only beginning. The Western saints, the gods of the heavenly court, and even the Tao itself would never tolerate an uncontrollable anomaly. I need to grow stronger quickly, he reminded himself. For the next few days, Wukong continued to play the role of an innocent, carefree monkey. He leapt through the forests of Flower Fruit Mountain, picking fruits, splashing water, wrestling and tumbling with the other monkeys, all while appearing completely naive. Yet beneath the surface, his divine consciousness extended for miles, ensuring that no movement escaped his notice. One afternoon, under the blazing midday sun, Wukong lay atop a smooth, water-polished boulder by the stream, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the sound of excited chatter and laughter echoed from the depths of the forest. Opening his eyes and following the noise, he saw a group of monkeys gathered around an ancient, towering tree, jumping and climbing among its branches, which swayed under their weight. He rolled off the stone and, feigning curiosity, joined the crowd of monkeys. Amidst the chaotic swarm, one stood out, a snow-white monkey whose fur gleamed like frost under the sunlight, sharp as a blade reflecting the moon's glow. Wukong's gaze sharpened, his pupils contracting in an instant. At the same time, the chaotic essence of the demon ape within him trembled faintly, as if locked onto by an invisible force. What's going on? He muttered inwardly, though his expression remained calm. His steps were slow and deliberate as he approached, the tremors within his core growing stronger with each step. By the time he was just 3 paces away, the sensation had become almost unbearable, like a war drum pounding furiously in his chest. The white-furred monkey, meanwhile, continued to play innocently, wagging its tail and tussling with its companions over tender leaves from the tree. It exuded no aura of power, no trace of spiritual energy, no sense of threat, appearing entirely ordinary. Yet a Tongbei ape? Wukong thought, his mind racing with suspicion. Suppressing his unease, he concealed his own energy and focused inward, probing the chaotic essence within him. All things in the universe are bound by cause and effect. His essence wouldn't react without reason. This snow-white monkey was no ordinary creature. Wukong was certain of it. Drawing upon the memories of the Chaos Demon Ape, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Could this white-furred monkey actually be an avatar of the long-armed ape? In the original tale, it was precisely this white-furred monkey that guided Sun Wukong onto the path of seeking immortality and eternal life. Now it seemed the creature had been lurking beside him, most likely to siphon away his fortune. At this thought, Sun Wukong's nerves went taut. He understood well the weight of fortune in the journey to the West Tribulation. The rise of Buddhism hinged entirely on the struggle for fortune. As the intelligent stone monkey, he was born carrying immense fortune, and if his opponent managed to steal even a thread of it, it would equal tens of thousands of years of cultivation for countless beings. At this realization, a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. Without the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape within him, he likely would never have detected anything unusual about this white-furred monkey. On the surface, he continued dancing and cheering jubilantly like the other monkeys, but his heart churned like stormy seas. The white-furred monkey seemed stung by his gaze and suddenly turned around, flashing him a grin. Its snow-white fangs caught the dappled forest light, radiating an eerie chill. Sun Wukong's heart grew alert, but his face showed nothing as he feigned innocence, scratching his head and bouncing over playfully. "Hey, you monkey, why do you keep staring at me?" the white-furred monkey asked with a grin, its voice hoarse. Sun Wukong blinked, pretending curiosity. "I see your fur is snow-white, different from the other monkeys. It's quite remarkable." Hearing this, a flash of smugness crossed the white-furred monkey's eyes as it mysteriously lowered its voice. "I'm no ordinary monkey. I'm a monkey who has seen immortals." Immortals? Sun Wukong feigned shock. The immortals who live forever? What do they look like? Where do they live? Yet inwardly he chuckled. What a scheme. The temptation has already begun. Just as the white-furred monkey was about to continue its mysterious act, a gray-furred monkey burst from the forest, excitedly calling, "Everyone come look. I found a waterfall." The monkey troop immediately erupted, following the gray-furred monkey in a rushing stampede forward. Sun Wukong's heart tightened. The water curtain cave. The plot was indeed proceeding along its original trajectory. He gathered his thoughts and quickly followed. Moments later, the waterfall appeared before the monkey's eyes. A silver chain of water cascaded down from steep cliffs, its thunderous roar deafening, cold mist pervading the air. Behind the waterfall, a dark cave entrance was concealed by the water curtain, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. The monkey troop gathered around the pool's edge, some scratching their heads, others gazing about, their expressions mixing longing with fear. "Whoever can leap across shall be our monkey king," an elderly gray-furred monkey shouted loudly. As his words fell, the monkey troop erupted in excitement, eagerly flexing their muscles. But when they actually stood before the waterfall, the rushing current and bottomless pool filled them with trepidation. Several monkeys took running starts and leaped, only to be swept into the pool by the torrent, splashing water everywhere and drawing bursts of laughter. Sun Wukong stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing coldly. He clearly caught how, whenever a monkey failed, the surrounding gazes would intentionally or unintentionally fall upon him. Indeed, he had suspected the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain all along. In the original story, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were considered Sun Wukong's weakness. Now, as he stood before the roaring waterfall, his heart was as cold and sharp as a blade. These monkeys, he realized, were nothing more than chains forged by the Buddhist sect, a calculated tool to better control him. Sun Wukong had no interest in the title of Monkey King. The only thought consuming him was to devour the white-furred monkey. Only by advancing his strength could he escape their schemes. Otherwise, he was doomed to remain a pawn of Buddhism. The waterfall thundered, spraying mist into the air. The monkeys leapt and chattered among the rocks, their noise failing to mask the anxiety flickering in the white-furred monkey's eyes. If Sun Wukong refused to take the mantle of Monkey King, the hidden form of the white-furred monkey wouldn't be able to seize the mountain's fortune. A thought flashed in its mind, and it squeezed through the crowd, pretending to be friendly as it patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. In a hoarse voice, it urged, "Hey, why don't you give it a try? If you can leap through the waterfall, you'll be the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain." Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, but kept his expression simple and naive. Scratching his head, he replied, "That waterfall is too high. I'm afraid I won't make it." The white-furred monkey's eyes darted cunningly, and it leaned closer to whisper, "What's there to be afraid of? They'll jump with you. If you don't make it, I won't either. We'll both fall into the water together, no shame in that." That was the moment Sun Wukong had been waiting for. If both of them fell into the water at the same time, he'd have the chance to refine the white-furred monkey. Feigning hesitation, he nodded. "All right, let's jump together." The white-furred monkey was secretly delighted. This Lingming stone monkey is so easy to fool. As long as he jumps, the mountain's fortune will flow to my true form. It had no idea that Sun Wukong had been waiting for it to walk straight into his trap. The two monkeys stepped up to the edge of the waterfall, the deafening roar of water filling their ears and the spray soaking their fur. The crowd of monkeys cheered and waved their arms, their excitement echoing through the mountain. Sun Wukong and the white-furred monkey bent their knees, then leapt simultaneously, their figures cutting through the mist. Midair, Sun Wukong suddenly twisted his body, abandoning the trajectory toward the water-curtain cave and instead slamming directly into the white-furred monkey. The white-furred monkey barely had time to widen its eyes before it was sent tumbling. The two monkeys plunged into the deep pool below, the splash startling the monkeys perched on the rocky walls. None of them could see what was happening beneath the surface. The moment they hit the water, icy currents wrapped tightly around their limbs. Sun Wukong's fingers clamped onto the white-furred monkey's wrist like an iron vice. The white-furred monkey struggled desperately, its face contorted in fear. How is this possible? Even as a mere avatar, it should have been able to overpower the newborn Sun Wukong with ease. Yet Sun Wukong gave it no chance to think. The chaotic essence of the demon ape surged violently from his dantian. He knew he had been under the watchful eyes of the five directions revealing sages since his birth. If he missed this opportunity now, he might never be able to overturn his fate. Black energy, thick as ink, erupted from his palm. In an instant, the dark aura enveloped the white-furred monkey completely. No! The white-furred monkey let out a piercing shriek as its body visibly withered away before the naked eye, ultimately transforming into a stream of pure energy that Sun Wukong completely absorbed. A violent force surged through his meridians, instantly doubling the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape within him. That thread of essence, once dark and thin as a hair, swelled in the blink of an eye to the thickness of a pinky finger, multiplying its power several times over. Sun Wukong's heart leaped with wild joy. The clone of the long-armed ape monkey had indeed carried a trace of its original essence. As the power within him continued to expand, his cultivation directly broke through to the early stage of celestial immortal achieved, without any supporting cultivation techniques. What delighted him even more was that the expanded Chaos Demon Ape essence naturally possessed the ability to conceal his cultivation level. With the journey to the West Tribulation now beginning, the heavenly secrets were murky, and combined with his essence's concealment, this would allow him to accumulate power in the shadows. Without this concealment, the five direction guardians would surely detect him, and once the Buddha learned of it, his situation would only become more perilous. After devouring the clone, he naturally sensed the location of the long-armed ape monkey's true body also in the eastern divine continent, specifically at Mount Mei. A name surfaced in his mind, Yuan Hong. Though his suspicions were many, he had no intention of lingering. With this thought, Sun Wukong's form flickered as he suppressed all his aura and resumed his innocent appearance before surfacing from the water. With a splash, he deliberately appeared disheveled as he climbed onto the shore, coughing a few times to draw the monkey troop around him. "How did you fall into the water? Where's that white-furred monkey?" asked a gray-furred monkey suspiciously. Sun Wukong shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. When I jumped, I lost my footing and bumped into him, and we both fell into the water. The current was too strong, I couldn't find him anywhere." The deep pool beneath the waterfall had treacherous undercurrents that none dared venture into lightly. Several monkeys suggested searching, but quickly backed down. In the end, they could only conclude that the white-furred monkey had been swept away by the current. Sun Wukong watched coldly, his heart unmoved. As night fell with bright moon and sparse stars, the mountain forest grew quiet. After the monkey troop had fallen into deep sleep, Sun Wukong quietly rose, concealed his aura, and transformed into a dark shadow that swept toward the waterfall. During the day, he had pretended he couldn't make the leap, but he had long since detected the rich spiritual energy behind the waterfall's water curtain cavea, natural treasure ground for cultivation. Before the roaring water curtain, he leaped forward with ease, passing through and landing on the stone platform inside. The cavern was spacious and dry, with crystal stones embedded in the walls casting blue-white ethereal light that illuminated everything clearly. On the central stone table, several crystalline spiritual fruits emanated fragrant aromas, their skin smooth and lustrous, as if ready to be plucked and eaten. There's definitely something fishy here. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and quietly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes, revealing golden threads fine as ox hair wrapped around the spiritual fruits surfaces the very power of Buddhist conversion. His heart grew cold. The water curtain cave from the original story was supposed to be heaven-made and earth-set, yet now someone had laid traps in advance. The spiritual fruits were indeed treasures, but they contained hidden Buddhist restrictions if the monkey troop mistakenly consumed them. Their minds would be subtly influenced and guided. Sun Wukong stood before the stone table, his gaze icy cold. What a cunning Buddhism! What a scheming Buddhado calculate against me! They've truly gone to painstaking lengths. Sun Wukong gazed intently at the spiritual fruits, their golden threads clearly visible beneath his truth-piercing golden eyes. The threads coiled around the fruit skins like serpents, emanating a faint Buddhist aura. He let out a cold laugh, muttering to himself, "If not for these truth-piercing golden eyes, I would have already fallen into Buddhism's trap." He didn't rashly destroy the spiritual fruits, but instead used his fingertips to part the branches and carefully reposition them. Destroying them would only alert his enemies and make Buddhism aware of his discovery. What he lacked most now wasn't courage, but time. Having made his decision, he sat cross-legged on the stone platform behind the waterfall curtain, emptying his mind to quietly draw in the spiritual energy of Water Curtain Cave. Mount Huagua was naturally abundant with spiritual essence, and the cavern beneath the waterfall was where this essence concentrated most densely. The spiritual energy fell around him like gentle rain, then flowed like streams into his meridians. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, frustration flickering in their depths. Too slow. Without proper cultivation techniques, relying solely on instinct to absorb spiritual energy meant that of every 10 parts that entered his body, he could only refine one part while the rest dissipated. At this rate, forget about confronting Buddhism to be hard-pressed to even preserve his own life. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. I must obtain cultivation techniques. His thoughts churned as he recalled his original story. Crossing the seas to join the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars on Mount Lingtai, learning the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault. What seemed like fortunate encounters were actually Buddhism's carefully laid plans. Patriarch Subodhi's teachings were meant to cultivate a controllable pawn who would later wreak havoc in heaven, be subdued by Buddha, and ultimately embark on the journey to retrieve the scriptures. 200 years too short. His knuckles turned white. The Chaos Demon Ape's essence had allowed him to leap directly to the early celestial immortal stage. Yet before the Buddhist saint's machinations, he remained as insignificant as an ant. Worse still, without proper techniques, he could only crudely devour spiritual energy. Sun Wukong took a deep breath of the cool waterfall mist, his gaze sharp as a blade. Within 200 years, I must push my strength to its absolute limit. With his resolve set, he spent his days frolicking with the monkey tribe, climbing branches and picking fruits, using his innocent facade to conceal his true nature. When night fell, he would enter Water Curtain Cave alone to cultivate in bitter solitude. Time flowed on, and Mount Huagua's vegetation withered and flourished through countless seasonal cycles. On a moonlit night, Sun Wukong sat motionless as a mountain on the stone platform behind the waterfall, surrounded by wisps of pale black mist, the manifestation of the Chaos Demon Ape's essence, dramatically accelerating the flow of spiritual energy into his body. Sensing another breakthrough in his realm, he slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Peak of Celestial Immortal." Through instinctive absorption alone, he had actually reached the peak of the Celestial Immortal stage. Such talent would surely shake the 3 realms if it became known. After all, his original self had only briefly cultivated under Patriarch Subodhi before breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal, crossing 3 major stages: True Immortal, Mystic Immortal, and Golden Immortal. Even disciples of prestigious sects, with their masters' techniques and elders' support, would need hundreds of thousands of years to progress from nothing to Tai Golden Immortal. After the investiture of the god's calamity, spiritual energy had sharply declined, making cultivation exponentially more difficult. Yet still, it was too slow. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. 200 years might seem like an eternity, but for an immortal cultivator, it was merely a fleeting moment. The muscles on the back of his hands tensed slightly, and the stone floor beneath him cracked from the residual force, sending debris flying. He raised his head to stare at the cave's ceiling, his piercing gaze like a sharp sword cutting through the thick mountain rock, reaching all the way to the gray-white sky above. 5 direction revealers. You've been watching me for so long, have you discovered even the slightest clue? Atop Flower Fruit Mountain, clouds churned and rolled. 5 armored figures lurked within them, their golden helmets and armor reflecting cold light through gaps in the mist. These were the 5 direction revealers sent by the Buddhist sect to monitor him. They stood upon lotus clouds, each wielding their respective magical instruments, recording Sun Wukong's every move day after day, ensuring this monkey remained firmly within Buddhism's grasp. This monkey is quite well behaved. Day in and day out for 100 years. All he does is eat and sleep, not a trace of anything unusual. The golden-head revealer yawned lazily, nearly dropping the jade slip in his hand. For a spiritual being born of heaven and earth, such simple-mindedness is normal. The silver-headed revealer agreed verbally, though his gaze wandered through the deep mist, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Still, I can't shake the feeling that something's not right. What could be wrong? This is a task personally assigned by Buddha himself. How could there be any mistakes? The Mahakala revealer sneered coldly, the spiritual light within his armor's joints trembling slightly. In my opinion, this monkey can't stir up any real trouble. Through his truth-piercing golden eyes, Sun Wukong heard every word of their conversation crystal clear. Within his cave dwelling, he turned his palm over, lightning patterns flickering at his fingertips as a cold smile slowly spread across his lips. After 100 years of patient observation, he had thoroughly understood the 5 direction revealers' capabilities. Though they claimed to be Buddhist protectors, their cultivation was merely at the peak of true immortal level. Given proper techniques, he could match them within a century. Above in the clouds, the golden-head revealer organized his jade slip and suddenly whispered, "Isn't it time to let this monkey venture out to sea in search of immortal masters? The Tathagata Buddha specifically instructed us not to delay. Indeed, it should be soon, within the next few days." The silver-headed revealer nodded, though wariness still lingered in his heart. The golden-head revealer looked around at the others. "I'll make a trip to the underworld. Once that's handled, you all keep a close eye on this monkey and don't let him notice anything unusual. Don't worry, with us here, he won't be able to stir up any trouble." The silver-headed revealer promised solemnly, though his eyes couldn't hide their gravity. As his words faded, the golden-head revealer transformed into a golden light, tearing through the cloud layer as he fled toward the netherworld. The remaining 4 each concealed their auras and returned to hiding within the mist. Inside the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, golden light flashing in their profound depths as his shadow stretched grotesquely across the cave walls. He gently caressed the stone seat, the lightning patterns in his palm subsiding, yet a murderous intent lurked beneath the surface. Enhanced by his truth-piercing golden eyes, every word of the 5 direction revealers' conversation had reached his ears without exception. Seeking immortals overseas? The underworld? Sun Wukong let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself that indeed, the Buddhist sect's schemes had already begun. He rose from his stone seat and walked to the cave entrance, where the waterfall roared and mist splashed against his face. The cool water vapor, carrying the sweet earthiness of mountain vegetation, seeped through his fur into his skin, making his turbulent thoughts even more pronounced. "I haven't even claimed kingship yet, so what right does the Buddhist sect have to force me to seek immortals?" He lightly rubbed his knuckles, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "And why drag the underworld into this?" His brow furrowed slightly as various thoughts swirled, yet they all inevitably circled back to those 3 words, Book of Life and Death. In the original celestial trajectory, he had wreaked havoc in the netherworld and torn up the Book of Life and Death, appearing mighty and imposing. But in reality, he was merely being led step by step into a chess game that put him in complete opposition to the heavenly court. Now that the Buddhist sect was actively sending Jedi to the underworld, they were clearly planning to set up their pieces early. At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If they want to set up a game, then I'll play along with their scheme. The netherworld. Bone-chilling ghostly winds carried spectral energy, while the wails of 10,000 ghosts pierced like needles. Golden-head Jedi, draped in a dark gold kasaya, stepped through layers of ghost gates, heading straight for the Hall of Yama. Within the hall, black flames burned eternally, and the 10 kings of hell had already assembled. King Qingguang stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Jedi, what brings you here?" Jedi pressed his palms together and smiled faintly. "I come bearing a decree from Buddha Tathagata to discuss an important matter with you all." With a flick of his sleeve, he produced a golden talisman and handed it over. King Qingguang extended his divine consciousness to examine it, and his expression changed instantly. "Buddha actually wants us to alter the Book of Life and Death ahead of schedule? And for an ordinary stone monkey?" Jedi was equally puzzled, but maintained his composure. His true immortal rank wasn't particularly impressive before the 10 kings of hell. His ability to speak with them as equals was entirely due to the fact that during this cosmic tribulation, the underworld also needed to benefit from the Buddhist sect's fortune. This is Buddha's will. As for the specific reasons, I too am unaware. Upon hearing this, King Qingguang asked no further questions, merely saying, "If that's the case, we shall comply." The 10 kings of hell voiced their agreement in unison, and the dark hall returned to deathly silence, with only the rustling sound of pages being turned. Mount Huagua night. The night was ink-black and starlight dim. The forest waves of Mount Huagua swayed gently, with only the sound of the water curtain cave's waterfall continuing endlessly. Sun Wukong wasn't cultivating as usual, but instead lay in the center of the monkey troop with his eyes half closed. His steady breathing concealed his alertness, while his divine consciousness had long since enveloped the entire mountain range, capturing every movement in his heart. The Buddhist sect's plan will unfold in the next day or two. I must not reveal any flaws, he calculated silently, imperceptibly restraining all his magical power to avoid detection by the five-direction jetty. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from deep within the monkey troop. Grandpa Monkey! Grandpa Monkey, what's wrong with you? Several young monkeys held an old, gray-white monkey, crying in distress. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating through layers of monkey shadows. The old monkey lay flat on the ground, eyes tightly closed, his chest having long since stopped rising and falling was dead. So it begins, he thought, his mind racing as he immediately predicted the arrangements that would follow. After the monkey troop's funeral, there would surely be an opportunity to seek immortals overseas. On Mount Huagua, he was constantly under covert surveillance. Without proper techniques, his cultivation couldn't advance, so how could he devour the other 3 chaotic monkeys? How could he break free from the layers of schemes? Rather than remain trapped, it was better to take advantage of the situation and go to sea. Becoming a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, at least I can learn techniques. This step is much better than staying put. The monkeys' wailing grew louder and more distressed as they gathered around, some panicked, others grief-stricken. Sun Wukong pretended to have just woken up, rubbing his eyes as he squeezed into the monkey crowd and asked with feigned confusion, "What happened?" Grandpa Monkey is dead." A little monkey sobbed, tears soaking the fur on its cheeks. Sun Wukong's gaze darkened, and he sneered inwardly, "Just as I expected. If the Buddhist sect wants to force me to seek immortals across the seas, they must first target the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain." In the original story, he ventured across the ocean precisely because he feared death. Now that he refuses to budge, the Buddhist sect has torn away this thin veil, using life and death to coerce him. What a cunning scheme. Yet his face showed only grief as he crouched down, his fingertips gently stroking the old monkey's withered fur. How could Grandpa Monkey suddenly? Before he could finish, a sinister wind howled forth. The delicate vines on the mountain wall swayed, and the temperature plummeted abruptly. The monkey troop shivered in unison, looking around in panic. What's happening? Why is it suddenly so cold? Several young monkeys huddled together. A golden flash flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he quietly activated his truth-seeing golden eyes. Faint black mist rose from the ground, and 2 ghostly figures slowly emerged, one black, one white, wearing tall hats and carrying iron chains, their faces pale as paper, the black and white impermanence. He immediately concealed his aura, pretending not to see them, and continued to mourn with his head bowed. Black impermanence floated to the corpse's side and laughed coldly with his ghostly voice. "Your mortal life has ended. Time to return to the underworld." White impermanence shook his wrist, and with a clang, the chains rattled. With a gentle flick, he extracted the old monkey's soul from its shell. The soul's eyes were vacant, seemingly unaware of its own death. Sun Wukong snorted coldly to himself. The monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain have been nourished by spiritual energy for years, their lifespans far exceeding ordinary beasts. This old monkey should never have died so suddenly at this time. The black and white impermanence arrived so quickly they were clearly lying in ambush. Moreover, without even opening his golden eyes or channeling his power, he could directly see the ghost messengers. They obviously wanted him to witness this. After the soul was dragged away, the cold, sinister atmosphere quickly dissipated. The monkey troops surrounded the corpse, their eyes helpless, with soft weeping rising and falling. At this moment, a brown-furred monkey pushed its way to Sun Wukong's side, lowering its voice but deliberately speaking loud enough for all the monkeys to hear. Only by becoming an immortal can one achieve eternal life. Otherwise, everyone will die eventually. As it spoke, it kept glancing at Sun Wukong from the corner of its eye. Sun Wukong turned his back to it and activated his truth-seeing golden eyes once more. He saw several golden threads wrapped around the brown monkey's body, clearly sharing the same origin as the enlightening power within the spiritual fruits of Water Curtain Cave, moving like living creatures and controlling its words and actions. Indeed, another Buddhist scheme. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, but showed no emotion on his face. He simply yawned, stretched, and lay down on the spot, closing his eyes and pretending to doze. The brown monkey showed a hint of anxiety, moving even closer and raising its voice. "I heard there are immortals in the West who can ride clouds and achieve eternal life. This outburst drew the attention of several nearby monkeys. Sun Wukong remained perfectly still, his breathing gradually becoming steady as if he had truly fallen asleep. Yet his mind was turning. The West? That would be the western continent of Cattle Gift, wouldn't it? After all, the Cave of the Slanted Moon and 3 Stars was located in the western continent of Cattle Gift. Reading between the lines, wasn't this all hinting at him? The brown-furred monkey jumped up and down on the stone platform, and seeing Sun Wukong sitting with closed eyes in silence, it grew frantic, scratching its ears and cheeks. Its voice immediately rose to a shrill pitch. Don't you want to live forever? A few young monkeys who had just learned to climb branches were drawn over, flicking their tails as they scampered closer, staring with round eyes, and asking curiously, really? Where are the immortals? Just cross the ocean, and you can find immortals and learn the art of eternal life. The brown-furred monkey seized the opportunity to thump its chest with loud slapping sounds, putting on an air of complete confidence. Though Sun Wukong still leaned against the giant rock with his eyes tightly closed, he observed this entire scene clearly with his divine consciousness, chuckling inwardly. The Buddhist sect, seeing that I won't take the bait, has switched to inciting the other monkeys. If all the monkeys clamor to go to sea, as their king, I can hardly stay behind alone. With this thought, another idea struck him. Unfortunately, they've miscalculated. I was already planning to go to sea. Though Flower Fruit Mountain is rich in spiritual energy, it lacks superior cultivation methods, making progress inevitably slow. Patriarch Bodhi of the Cave of the Slanted Moon and 3 Stars on Mount Lingtai may be a Buddhist plant, but the 72 transformations and cloud somersault he teaches are genuine great divine powers. Though I may not necessarily learn those 2 arts, I must borrow those techniques to rapidly grow stronger, preparing for the future absorption of the other 3 chaos monkeys. However, since the Buddhist sect is so eager, why not make them expend even more effort? His thoughts raced like lightning, and suddenly he rolled over, deliberately stretching his throat to produce thunderous snores. Hearing this, the brown-furred monkey stamped its feet in frustration, sending dust flying everywhere. It had no choice but to raise its voice again, enticing the monkey crowd. Look at Grandfather Monkey, just up and left. If we don't seek immortals and ask about the way, sooner or later. Enough. An elderly gray-furred monkey leaning on a vine staff jumped onto the rock, panting heavily as it interrupted. Life and death are fated. This old monkey has lived over 300 years. That's already a long life. This talk of immortals and eternal life is nothing but empty fantasy. The brown-furred monkey, left speechless, flashed a trace of anger in its eyes. Just as it was about to retort, thunder suddenly rumbled across the sky, shaking the mountain forest. The monkey troop instantly scattered in panic, fleeing to treetops and rock crevices. Sun Wukong slightly narrowed his eyes, peering through his fingers toward the sky deep within the cloud layers. The 5-direction revealers were pacing back and forth, their brows tightly furrowed, clearly extremely displeased with the obstruction of their plan. Getting anxious? He sneered inwardly. Then let me make you even more anxious. The next moment, he pretended to be startled awake by the thunder, rubbing his eyes as he slowly sat up, feigning confusion. What's happening? What's going on? The brown-furred monkey immediately rushed forward. You're awake? Did you hear what I was saying just now? Only by becoming an immortal can one achieve eternal life. Sun Wukong lazily stretched, letting out a loud yawn. I heard you, but what does that have to do with me? The brown-furred monkey never expected Sun Wukong to be so utterly unmoved. Originally, that immortal had patted his chest and assured him that as long as he kept mentioning sailing the seas to seek immortals, this stone monkey would obediently comply, and he would receive his reward. But now Sun Wukong wouldn't even spare him a glance, making his heart sink with uncertainty. Just as he was pondering what mix of coaxing and threatening words to say next, Sun Wukong suddenly raised his hand, his 5 fingers clamping around the monkey's furry head. The sound of shattering bones rang out abruptly. The skull was crushed like overripe fruit, blood spraying out in hot waves. Terrified screams exploded through the valley as the monkey troop scattered and leaped about, their feet rustling through grass and loose stones. In the blink of an eye, all the mountain's clamor was reduced to a headless corpse and Sun Wukong with blood-stained hands. He flicked the blood from between his fingers and coldly spat out 2 words, annoying. A cold gleam flashed in the depths of those golden eyes. The enlightening power within the brown-furred monkey had exposed his identity, clearly marking him as a chess piece planted by Buddhism among the monkey troop. Now that the piece was destroyed, Buddhism would surely use more drastic methods to force his compliance. If that was the case, he might as well take the initiative. Since they wanted him to sail the seas, he would grant their wish. However, would choose the route. Above the thick clouds, the 5-direction guardians had been secretly watching. The moment blood mist rose, they all changed color. This monkey dares to be so ruthlessly cruel. Silver-head guardian stared with disbelieving eyes. How dare he? Gold-head guardian's voice trembled. Wait. Mahakala guardian lowered his voice, his brow furrowed tightly. That grab just now was incredibly fast, nothing like an ordinary monkey. Upon hearing this, the other four guardians' gazes immediately turned strange. The intelligent stone monkey was one of the four spiritual primates of chaos. If he were truly an ordinary monkey, why would they be keeping watch here? Only then did Mahakala Guardian realize his mistake, coughing awkwardly before saying, "This monkey is indeed ruthlessly cruel." With that, he looked down at Flower Fruit Mountain again, thinking to himself, no wonder Buddha regards him so highly. The guardians collected themselves, no longer dwelling on Sun Wukong's killing of the monkey, and began planning how to lure him to see. Since hints are useless, why not manifest divine signs? Silver-Head Guardian's eyes flashed with cunning. Impossible. Gold-Head Guardian shook his head repeatedly. Manifesting divine signs would only make him more alert. This monkey's mind is sharp. Ordinary methods may not work. As the five were at their wits' end, Mahakala Guardian suddenly pointed downward. Look, that monkey is heading to the seaside himself. They quickly leaned forward to see Sun Wukong striding purposefully, crushing stones underfoot as he headed straight for the coast, muttering under his breath. He's actually going to sea on his own? Silver-Head Guardian looked bewildered. Something's not right. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Could he have sensed something? Gold-Head Guardian's brow creased with worry. Mahakala Guardian said gravely, regardless, our mission is accomplished. Quickly report to Buddha, tell him Sun Wukong has set out to sea on his own. At the shore of Flower Fruit Mountain, the sound of waves was deafening. Sun Wukong stood on a protruding black reef, facing the wind as he gazed out at the boundless blue sea, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Buddhism, you think everything is under your control? Little do you know, I've long seen through your tricks. Golden light flickered and vanished in the depths of his pupils. His choice to set sail at this moment was precisely to catch Buddhism off guard. Since the Buddhist sect was determined to send him to the Crescent Moon and Three Stars Cave, he would go with the flow and seize the opportunity to obtain their cultivation techniques. However, he would never follow the Buddhist script. Instead, he planned to secretly lay his own groundwork along this path and break free from their chess game entirely. If his scheme succeeded, there would be no need to bow before Patriarch Subodhi. If they failed, he could always resort to becoming a disciple later. Before setting sail, preparations were still needed. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he noticed the auras of the five direction protectors retreating from the sky above. His form flickered, and he vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the water curtain cave. Spiritual energy swirled like mist within the cave, and the spiritual fruits arranged on the stone table emanated a refreshing fragrance. Sun Wukong approached the table, his truth-piercing golden eyes rotating as golden threads on the fruit's surfaces became clearly visible. These were the conversion powers the Buddhist sect had already planted. The spiritual energy is real, but unfortunately tainted by Buddhist hands, he muttered under his breath. Dark energy surged from his palms as he activated his chaotic demon ape essence, devouring every trace of the golden threads. The conversion power was erased by the dark energy, and the fruits were completely restored to their original state. After confirming they were safe, Wukong grabbed the fruits and took large bites. Surging spiritual energy rushed into his body as his chaotic demon ape essence spun wildly, instantly transforming into pure cultivation power. His aura climbed steadily, soon reaching the critical point of peak celestial immortal realm. Still not enough. Wukong's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he transformed into a golden shadow, darting toward the depths of Flower Fruit Mountain. As one of the premier blessed lands in the Eastern Divine Continent, Flower Fruit Mountain harbored countless heavenly treasures and earthly materials. Over the past 200 years, he had already used his truth-piercing golden eyes to locate several thousand-year spiritual herbs, but had refrained from taking them due to the five-direction protector's surveillance. Today presented the perfect opportunity. The thousand-year spiritual medicine dissolved upon entering his mouth, its medicinal power exploding within his body. With a muffled rumble, his cultivation barrier was completely shattered, and Wukong's realm advanced to early true immortal stage. Clenching his fists slightly, he felt the surging power coursing through his flesh and blood. With his chaotic demon ape essence combined with true immortal cultivation, he now possessed the strength to dominate the world. He looked up toward the western heaven, as if trying to pierce through layers of clouds. Tathagata, your chess piece may not obey your arrangements. After completing his cultivation preparations, Wukong came to the shore. He chopped down several thick tree trunks with his staff and bound them together with vines to form a simple raft. The remaining spiritual fruits and wild fruits he had gathered were wrapped in animal hide and neatly arranged. Once everything was ready, he leaped onto the raft, stood upon it, and shouted loudly, "Set sail." The raft rode the waves toward the distant horizon. At that moment in the clouds above, the five-direction protectors who had just returned witnessed this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Silverhead Protector smiled. He's finally set sail. We've completed half our mission. However, Goldhead Protector still frowned. This monkey's behavior is far too abnormal, nothing like an ignorant creature. Mahakala Protector waved dismissively. No matter. As long as he reaches Mount Lingtai Fongsuan, we can report our success. On the vast ocean, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the center of his raft with eyes slightly closed, though his divine consciousness vigilantly swept the surroundings. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt across his face, and the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore reached him steadily. The raft drifted slowly across the boundless sea, with waves gently striking its sides, creating rhythmic sounds. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the raft, eyes slightly closed, appearing to rest while his divine consciousness had already spread out, taking in everything around him. Just as he suspected, a subtle Buddhist force was guiding the raft like invisible threads, steadily locking their course toward the western continent of Cattle Gift. The force wasn't strong, but it was precise and persistent, exactly the kind of technique the Five Direction Guardians typically employed. A slight smirk played at the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, mockery flashing in his eyes, yet he made no move to interfere. Since the original route would also reach the western continent, why not let them exhaust themselves with their escort? This voyage was perfect for consolidating his cultivation and preparing for future plans. The sea breeze carried salt spray against his face. Sun Wukong took a deep breath as the chaotic demon ape essence within him slowly circulated, drawing the sparse spiritual energy into his meridians like silk threads. Though the spiritual energy over the ocean was thin, it was better than nothing. Despite having entered the early true immortal stage, his power still felt insufficient against the Buddhist schemes. Without proper cultivation methods, his progress remained frustratingly slow. Needed to find a master soon. Gazing toward the distant horizon, he had already identified a particular powerful being on the western continent. If that master wouldn't accept him, he could always try Mount Lingtai Fongsuan and Patriarch Bodhi. With the Buddhist sect and heavenly courts secretly conspiring, perhaps only that one would be willing to take him as a disciple. Having made up his mind, he simply lay back on the raft and rested. Several days passed as the raft rode the waves, finally bumping gently against the shore of the western continent. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, his truth-piercing golden pupils scanning the distance where a magnificent city stood by the coast, its gates towering high and banners fluttering, a place he had visited in his original journey. Finally arrived. He murmured to himself while glancing sideways at the clouds where the Five Direction Guardians' figures flickered in and out of view. They thought they controlled everything, unaware that he had seen through their intentions long ago. Sun Wukong feigned ignorance, stretching and scratching his head, looking around in apparent confusion as he leaped from the raft onto the soft sand. The sea breeze carried the scent of earth, and distant sounds of a bustling marketplace drifted over. He deliberately shook his head, acting like a wild monkey unsure of direction. In the clouds above, the golden-head guardian leaned close to the silver-headed guardian and whispered, "The monkey has finally arrived. We just need to guide him to Mount Lingtai Fongsuan, and our mission will be complete." The silver-headed guardian nodded. Indeed, Buddha's arrangements cannot fail. However, this monkey has been too quiet throughout the journey. I find it somewhat suspicious. The golden-head guardian dismissed the concern. What trouble could a newly born monkey cause? He's simply ignorant and naive. Just as they finished speaking, golden light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. The chaotic demon ape essence stirred quietly, and a wisp of dark energy escaped from within him, instantly enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, his silhouette merged with the shadows, his aura completely concealed. Only shallow footprints remained on the beach as he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the distance. Huh. The golden-head guardian's heart suddenly tightened. He quickly looked down to search, but the area below was already empty of any monkey. His expression changed instantly. Oh no, the monkey has disappeared. What? Upon hearing this, Intu Jeti and the others hurriedly bent down to examine the area, only to find the beach completely empty except for a solitary wooden raft. The Five Direction Jedis exchanged bewildered glances, terror surging from the depths of their eyes. Moh Jeti clenched his fists, his roar nearly tearing his throat. How is this possible? He's nothing but a newborn monkey. How could he escape our surveillance? Search immediately. Jintu Jeti's expression was so dark it seemed water could drip from it. We absolutely cannot let him slip from our control. As his words fell, 5 golden lights burst forth in all directions, their divine consciousness surging like a tide, instantly covering a 100-mile radius. Yet despite the sea breeze and rolling sand, they couldn't detect even a trace of familiar aura. Sun Wukong had vanished as completely as if he'd been erased. In truth, Sun Wukong had already escaped dozens of miles away. Deep within the dense forest, he suppressed all fluctuations as the dark energy of his Chaos Demon Ape origin coiled around him, making him seem hidden within shadows. Through layers of branches and leaves, his truth-piercing golden eyes watched the 5 Direction Jedis frantically searching the beach. A slight smirk played at his lips as he thought mockingly, With your abilities, you think you can break through the concealment of the Chaos Demon Ape origin? Mere true immortal realm, perhaps only a saint's personal arrival could see through this. After confirming his temporary safety, he lingered no longer. With a leap, he swept toward the heartland of Shinyo. His destination wasn't the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars, but Mount Lith's sacred ground of the old mother of Mount Li. That former direct disciple of the Jie school and quasi-saint powerhouse, the Holy Mother Wudong, had been the sole survivor of the Jie school during the investiture of the god's calamity. Now, with countless great powers of the primordial world eyeing Sun Wukong's fortune, if anyone was most likely to take him as a disciple, the old mother of Mount Li undoubtedly ranked first. As for whether the Jie school's methods would be inferior to Patriarch Bodhi's, Sun Wukong had his own judgment. The soil was moist, and the trees towering. Sun Wukong moved through the dense forest like lightning released from a bowstring, each step completely silent. The dark energy enveloped him entirely, even deflecting falling leaves with invisible force. His truth-piercing golden eyes traced the mountains and rivers, yet he couldn't locate the old mother of Mount Li's sacred ground, as if someone had concealed it with great arts. Where exactly is Mount Li? He paused, a hint of concentration flashing in his golden eyes. Shinyo was vast and boundless without coordinates. Even with his swift pace, searching for 100 years might not lead him there. Wisps of cooking smoke rose in the distance, and his eyes brightened. Why not ask for directions first? Looking down, he saw his golden-furred monkey claws still existed in reality, and he smiled bitterly. Though he had reached the true immortal realm, the heavenly Tao's calamity had already placed shackles upon him, was destined to be unable to transform, just as Marshal Tianping's reincarnation still bore a pig's head. Since this was the case, he simply tore off a large banana leaf to wrap around his waist and broke off a tree branch as a staff, appearing like a wandering monkey cultivator. Stepping out of the forest, he walked quickly toward the village, his thoughts turning. If he encountered mortals, he'd play the part of a mountain spirit. If he met cultivators, it would be perfect to test the Chaos Demon Ape's methods. At the village entrance, several farmers were returning home with hoes on their shoulders. Suddenly seeing a golden-furred monkey approaching with a staff, its eyes like lit lamps, some were so frightened they fell backward. Demon! Monster! Sun Wukong grinned and lowered his voice. Don't be afraid, old sir. This humble one is a wandering cultivator, merely asking for directions. He flicked his finger lightly, sending a wisp of spiritual energy as golden light into the farmer's brow. The man immediately felt refreshed throughout his body, his aching back of many years suddenly light, and he quickly knelt and kowtowed. Immortal master, forgive me. Where do you wish to go? Mount Li. Sun Wukong spoke these 2 words. The farmer's face turned pale as he waved his hands frantically. You cannot go there. That mountain has man-eating demons. 2 years ago, Hunter Zhang went in, and not even his bones remained. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was actually pleased. Such a fearsome reputation indeed confirmed the old mother of Mount Li's existence. He assumed a profound manner. No matter, you need only point the way. The farmer tremblingly pointed northwest. Cross 3 mountain peaks, and when you see purple mist that never disperses, that's it. Before he could finish speaking, a golden flash appeared before his eyes, and Sun Wukong had already become a fleeting shadow, vanishing without a trace. While Sun Wukong was rushing toward Mount Li, Spirit Mountain had already fallen into chaos. In the west, at Mount Ling, the great thunderclap temple blazed with Buddha's light, while Sanskrit chants echoed through the air. Yet at this moment, the hall seemed frozen in time, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Upon the 9-grade lotus throne, Buddha Tathagata sat in meditation, his face dark as iron. The usually compassionate Buddha's radiance now flickered with dark crimson, rolling with fury. Below the throne, the 5 directional guardians prostrated themselves on the ground, foreheads pressed against the cold stone, backs trembling like falling leaves in autumn, cold sweat having long soaked through their robes. A monkey with no cultivation whatsoever, and you managed to lose sight of him? Tathagata's voice was not loud, yet it thundered through the hall like lightning, causing the Buddha's light to quake and making all the bodhisattvas and arhats tremble in their souls. What use are you to me? The golden-head guardian tremblingly raised his head, his voice thin as a mosquito's buzz. Buddha, please forgive us. That monkey was extraordinarily strange, showing no cultivation fluctuations, yet able to vanish in an instant. Even divine consciousness could not detect him. Before he could finish, a beam of golden light shot from Tathagata's eyes, blasting him several yards away to crash into a pillar and cough up blood. Preposterous. A mere spirit monkey, and you claim he can escape the calculations of heaven itself? The hall fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Guanyin lowered her eyes and pressed her palms together, sighing inwardly. Buddha's rage today stems from more than just the monkey's escape. Indeed, Tathagata swept his gaze across the assembly and spoke coldly. The journey to the west is heaven's ordained destiny, the great flourishing of Buddhism that cannot fail. The intelligent stone monkey is key to this cosmic cycle. If he slips from our grasp, Buddhism's fortune will surely suffer. Maitreya Buddha chuckled as he tried to smooth things over. Buddha, please calm your anger. The monkey is still in Shinyo Hujo and cannot escape Buddhism's palm. Why not search for him secretly? We will surely find him. Tathagata snorted coldly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He knew well Sun Wukong's importance. This monkey was both a chess piece in their grand design and possessed merit from mending the heavens. How could he not be furious when plans went awry? After a moment, Tathagata spoke. Guanyin. Guanyin stepped forward with palms pressed together. This disciple is here. Descend to the mortal realm immediately and search for Sun Wukong in secret. Do not alert him to our intentions. If you find him, guide him to Mount Fongsuan. If he has already developed rebellious thoughts, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Subdue him by force and deliver him to the square-inch mountain of the slanted moon and 3 stars. Guanyin's heart trembled as she bowed and acknowledged the command. Tathagata then looked toward Manjusri and Samantabhadra. You two shall assist Guanyin in swiftly locating Sun Wukong. We respectfully obey your decree. The 2 bodhisattvas replied in unison. After the bodhisattvas departed with their orders, Tathagata's gaze fell heavily upon the 5 directional guardians, his voice sharp as a blade. Your incompetence demands action. Go and search as well. If you fail again. The 5 directional guardians' faces turned ashen as they could only kowtow in apology before retreating in disgrace. The great hall returned to silence. Upon the lotus throne, Tathagata closed his eyes and began calculating with his fingers, golden light flowing as he divined the heavenly secrets. In a moment, his brow furrowed sharply and his expression changed drastically. The heavenly mechanisms are in chaos. It cannot calculate that monkey's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in Shinyo Hujo, Sun Wukong moved through the vast dense forest like a phantom, each step completely silent. His truth-piercing golden eyes swept across the landscape, revealing every detail of the mountains and rivers. Yet Mount Li remained shrouded in mist like an elusive coordinate. Mount Li, where exactly is it? Sun Wukong's brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, his ears twitched as he heard a deep, thunderous roar echoing from the distance. The sound carried a savage fury that could tear through mountains, and no ordinary beast could produce such a terrifying cry. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light as his form became a blur, following the sound as he shot through the air. Within mere breaths, he had positioned himself atop a towering ancient tree, its dense foliage swaying beneath his feet. Gazing down into the forest, he saw a massive black beast rampaging through the woods. It had the powerful frame of a tiger, wings sprouting from its back, and fangs sharp as blades. With each pounce, it snapped thick ancient trees in half, leaving spiderweb cracks across the ground. Cheongchi. Sun Wukong's heart jolted. An ancient fierce beast had actually appeared in this place. Fortunately, its cultivation was only at the early true immortal stage, otherwise, he would have had to retreat immediately. The fierce beast seemed to sense the gaze from above and suddenly looked up, its blood-red eyes locking onto Sun Wukong. In the next moment, its wings spread wide with a thunderous crack as it launched itself upward with a piercing shriek. Seeking death, Sun Wukong snorted coldly. The chaotic demon ape essence within him erupted violently, and a strand of dark demonic energy instantly solidified around his right fist. He met the attack heat-in with a devastating punch. Boom. Fist met claw, and violent shockwaves swept through the surroundings. Trees within 100 zhang radius snapped in unison as dust filled the air. Cheongchi let out a piercing wail as its massive body was sent flying dozens of zhang backward, crashing into a deep crater while blood sprayed wildly. Sun Wukong hovered in midair, dark energy swirling around him as he looked down indifferently and spoke. A mere fierce beast dares to block my path. Cheongchi struggled to its feet, fear filling its bestial eyes. With a low growl, it turned and fled. Sun Wukong didn't immediately pursue, his brow furrowing slightly. Fierce beasts had low intelligence. Why would one appear here? Considering the mysterious nature of this terrain, his heart actually filled with joy. Could it be? His gaze sharpened as he followed Cheongchi's fleeing shadow. Breaking through the dense forest, the world suddenly opened up before him. Ahead stood a mountain peak shrouded in pale purple mist, with a weathered stone tablet erected at its base. 2 characters on the tablet's surface caught his eye, and Sun Wukong's face lit up with delight. Li Mountain. So that's it, he murmured to himself. Cheongchi was actually a spiritual beast of Li Mountain, which explained why it would drive away intruders. The moment his foot crossed the mountain's boundary, a vast and profound pressure descended from above, directly enveloping Sun Wukong. That aura was like heavenly might itself, seemingly capable of penetrating all illusions and falsehoods. The concealment of his chaotic demon ape essence proved utterly useless at this moment, and Sun Wukong's heart shook violently. A quasi-saint can actually see through my essence. Then doubt arose if a quasi-saint could truly perceive it. He should have been tracked down by the Buddha long ago. yet his journey had been peaceful. There must be another reason. Could it be a formation? He thought of the three pure ones, among whom Tongtian was most proficient in formations. Since this journey was originally to seek a master, he simply calmed his thoughts and stopped hiding. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew the dark energy around him and revealed his true appearance. His golden fur gleamed in the sunlight, and golden light flowed in his eyes. He bowed respectfully toward the depths of Li Mountain. This junior, the spiritual stone monkey, has come specifically to pay respects to Senior Wudong Holy Mother. His voice echoed through the mountains, but no one responded, only the mountain wind rustling through the leaves. Sun Wukong maintained his bow, motionless. He understood clearly that with a quasi-saint's divine abilities, none of his actions could escape their perception. Since they hadn't immediately driven him away, it meant there was still hope. The most crucial point was that he hadn't called out to Senior Lishan Laomo, but to Senior Wudong Xingmu. With this single form of address, Sun Wukong was certain that Wudong Xingmu would find it impossible to remain unmoved. Time passed slowly as the mountain sunlight shifted from overhead to the western side. The blazing sunset cast its glow upon his upright figure, the monkey fur trembling slightly in the evening breeze, yet he maintained his respectful bowing posture without moving an inch. Suddenly, purple mist rolled ahead, as if swept aside by an invisible giant hand, and a grand yet restrained female voice emerged from within the fog. "You monkey, how interesting. Since you know my identity, why do you still dare to come and disturb my tranquility?" Though the voice wasn't loud, it resonated like great bronze bells, causing Sun Wukong's ears to ring. His heart tightened. Understanding this was Wudong Xingmu testing him, and he immediately bowed deeper, responding, "Senior, please forgive me. This junior has come seeking the way. I have long heard that you are a distinguished disciple of the GS sect with divine powers reaching the heavens, and I have come specifically to seek apprenticeship." "Oh." The voice from the mist carried a hint of amusement. "You, a spiritual monkey born of heaven and earth, don't seek opportunities with the Western Buddhist sect, but instead come looking for me, a remnant of the GS sect?" Hearing this, Sun Wukong detected the probing and coldness in her words. Throwing caution to the wind, he declared loudly, "The Buddhist sect is hypocritical and secretly schemes against me. This junior refuses to be a chess piece manipulated by others, and only seeks to enter your tutelage, learn true methods, and protect myself." Before his words had fully faded, the purple mist suddenly parted, revealing a bluestone mountain path that curved upward. The voice came again, carrying barely concealed amusement. "How interesting indeed." Sun Wukong's heart filled with great joy as he bowed in gratitude before stepping onto the path. The mountain road wasn't wide, but it was clean as if washed, with spiritual energy almost forming ribbons that wound through the gaps between the bluestone slabs. On both sides, exotic flowers and rare plants displayed brilliant colors, their petals adorned with spiritual dew. Immortal cranes soared overhead, while spiritual deer grazed on tender leaves below, a scene of refined immortal elegance. Halfway up the mountain, an ancient stone gate was embedded in the cliff face. Though the cave dwelling's plaque bore no inscription, it emanated an understated sense of authority. Just as Sun Wukong was secretly admiring it, the cave door opened silently, and an elderly woman in plain white Taoist robes emerged slowly. Her hair was gray at the temples, yet her spirit was vigorous. "Wudong Xingmu." Sun Wukong's heart trembled as he immediately restrained his aura, prostrating himself with hands to the ground in perfect ceremony. This was indeed one of the four direct disciples of the Jie sect during the investiture of the God's Tribulation, now known as Lishan Laomo. Wudong Xingmu raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over Sun Wukong's entire body, as if to penetrate flesh and bone. She softly exclaimed, "Interesting, most interesting." Yet inwardly, she was secretly amazed. Had her formation not warned her first, she would have barely detected Sun Wukong's presence. Now, examining him with her quasi-saint realm cultivation, she found his body completely empty. Without any flaws, this monkey clearly possessed extremely sophisticated concealment methods that even the five-direction revealer deities had failed to detect. This junior is currently being schemed against by all parties and only wishes to secure a thread of survival for myself. I implore you, senior, to accept me." Sun Wukong raised his head, looking directly at Wudong Xingmu. "Secure a thread of survival." Wudong Xingmu's form paused slightly, her expression becoming distant. How many eons had it been since anyone had spoken these four words to her face? Ever since Master Tongtian was taken away by Ancestor Hongjun and the Jie sect was nearly destroyed, the Celestial Saints dared not eliminate her completely, fearing they might sever the Jie sect's lineage entirely, yet also worried about Tongtian's dying counterattack. Thus, she was allowed to survive. Now, a heaven-born spiritual monkey stood before her, speaking of securing a thread of survival. Wudong Xingmu gazed toward the horizon at the mountain path's end, as if returning to the moment before the 10,000 Immortals formation, when Master Tongtian had set up the Immortal Slaying Sword formation and faced 4 saints alone with resolute determination. The Great Way has 50 paths, heaven manifests 49, with one escaping. These were the final words Master had left for the GS sect disciples before his departure. Sun Wukong keenly caught the emotional fluctuation in Wudong Shengmu and secretly clenched his fists. Knowing he had gambled correctly, the core doctrine of the GS sect was indeed to secure that one thread of survival. These words struck the softest part of Wudong Shengmu's heart. She snapped back to reality, her gaze sharp as lightning as it locked onto Sun Wukong. How do you know the true teachings of Jiejiao? Sun Wukong, neither servile nor arrogant, bowed once more. Though I was born of a spiritual stone, I was fortunate enough to glimpse heavenly secrets. I know that you are a direct disciple of Jiejiao, and I understand that its core principle is to seize a thread of life for all beings. Now that the calamity is upon us, I, too, wish to seize a thread of life for myself. As his words fell, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wudong Shengmu's eyes. She raised her hand, and a streak of azure light shot out from her palm, wrapping around Sun Wukong's entire body. In an instant, he was swept into her sanctuary. Inside the sanctuary was a world unto itself. Clouds swirled around the eaves, pavilions and towers stood in harmonious arrangement, and spiritual springs trickled gently. Wudong Shengmu sat on a cloud bed, her pale green robe billowing despite the still air. The oppressive aura of a quasi-saint permeated the space like waves, though she deliberately restrained it to a level Sun Wukong could withstand. She stared at him for a long moment before suddenly speaking. Your body carries traces of chaotic energy. Have you inherited the legacy of the Chaos Demon Ape? Her words struck the deepest secret in Sun Wukong's heart. His chest tightened, but he took a deep breath and answered truthfully. Your insight is unparalleled, Senior. I was fortunate enough to obtain a sliver of the Chaos Demon Ape's essence. Wudong Shengmu's eyes flickered with surprise before returning to calm. No wonder you were able to evade the detection of the 5 directions revealing sages. The essence of a Chaos Demon God is truly extraordinary. Her tone shifted. Do you know why I was able to see through your concealment? Sun Wukong, puzzled, immediately asked for guidance. The mountains of Lishan are filled with remnants of the Wanxian Formation. Wudong Shengmu's voice was low and steady. When the Wanxian Formation was broken, I took a fragment of its diagram. This formation was created by my master using chaotic sword energy, which is particularly sensitive to traces of chaos. The moment you stepped through the mountain gate, your true nature was revealed. Sun Wukong suddenly understood, though an icy dread crept into his heart. Wudong Shengmu's gaze grew complicated. The chaotic essence within you can obscure heavenly secrets, but it cannot deceive the Tao itself. Your karmic ties with Buddhism are already set. Even if I were to take you as my disciple, it would not change the fact that you are destined to enter their game. Her words landed like thunder. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted, and his golden eyes flashed with defiance. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms until blood dripped through his fingers unnoticed. The Chaos Demon Ape's essence surged within him, and wisps of black energy seeped through his pores. Are you saying, Senior, that I am destined to become a pawn of Buddhism? His voice was hoarse and strained. The calamity is an inevitable decree of the Tao. The rise of Buddhism cannot be stopped. Wudong Shengmu sighed softly. You were born of the heaven-mending stone, blessed with immense fortune. How could the 2 saints of the West allow you to escape their control? Even if I were to take you as my disciple, I would not be able to sever this karmic tie. The air in the sanctuary seemed to freeze. Sun Wukong felt as though a heavy mountain pressed against his chest, making each breath difficult. He had thought that by becoming her disciple, he could seize a sliver of life for himself. Yet now he realized that even a quasi-saint could not break the cycle. The Chaos Demon Ape's essence within him roared, resisting the chains of fate. Senior, is there truly no other way? He suddenly raised his head, his piercing golden eyes blazing with determination as he stared at Wudong Shengmu, desperately searching for a glimmer of hope. Wudong Shengmu fell silent for a moment before her tone shifted unexpectedly. However, Sun Wukong trembled all over and hastily inquired. Please enlighten me, Senior. The Holy Mother Wudong stood beneath the eaves, her long hair flowing in the breeze, her gaze as profound as an ancient well. Though I cannot take you as my disciple, seeing your sincere heart and your destined connection with our GS sect, I shall impart a cultivation method to you. Thank you for your benevolence, Senior. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, golden light flashing in his eyes as he immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The Holy Mother pointed with her fingertip, and a wisp of azure light spiraled out from her sleeve, condensing into an ancient bamboo scroll that hovered before Sun Wukong. The supreme pure spiritual treasure formula is the fundamental cultivation method of our GS sect, capable of helping you cultivate all the way to the Daluo golden immortal realm. Remember, cultivation lies in seizing that thread of vitalitato, not disgrace the name of our GS sect. Before the bamboo scroll even touched his hands, its vast aura already rushed toward him, as if countless mystical symbols were swirling in Wukong's mind. He steadied his spirit and solemnly received it, saying, "This junior will certainly not fail your teachings, senior." The Holy Mother Wudong nodded slightly. "You may comprehend it here. If you encounter anything unclear, you may come ask me." Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately sat cross-legged and unrolled the bamboo scroll. The text on the scroll was not written in ink, but rather Tao patterns inscribed by divine consciousness, each stroke flickering with subtle light. He cleared his mind of distractions and, using his Chaos Demon Ape origin as a guide, slowly began to deduce the cultivation method. After a moment, he felt the azure light from the bamboo scroll merge with his own dark chi, the Tao patterns seeming to come alive as they flowed into his limbs and bones. What an excellent GS sect cultivation method, he rejoiced inwardly. This formula harmonized with the origin within his body, making its circulation incredibly smooth and efficient. The Holy Mother Wudong observed quietly, seeing the dark chi and azure light intertwining around Wukong's body with signs of breakthrough emerging. She nodded approvingly to herself. This child's talent is indeed extraordinary. Time flowed by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wukong remained immersed throughout, his cultivation advancing at a visibly rapid pace. After stabilizing at the early true immortal stage, his aura continued to rise steadily. On the evening of the 3rd day, he suddenly opened his eyes, golden light flashing like lightning in his pupils as a powerful aura exploded outward. Mid-stage true immortal. Wukong clenched his fist, spiritual power surging within his body, filled with excitement. With the cultivation method's assistance, progress is indeed twice as effective with half the effort, especially with the spiritual chi here. Thinking of this, his respect for the Holy Mother Wudong deepened even further. Suddenly, the Holy Mother's brow furrowed slightly as she gazed toward the horizon, her voice low. "The Buddhist sect has found this place." Wukong's heart tightened. "Senior, could it be the 5 direction revealers?" The Holy Mother shook her head. "No, it is the 3 bodhisattvas, Guanyin, Manjusri, and Samantabhadra. 3 quasi-saints." Wukong's expression changed slightly. He could still maneuver around the 5 direction revealers, but these 3 were beyond his ability to oppose. The Holy Mother said no more. With a wave of her sleeve, azure light formed a protective barrier that enveloped Wukong completely. "Since you have received my cultivation method, you are destined to be connected with our GS sect. Today, I shall send you on your way." In the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted. Wukong's feet touched the ground, and he found himself in a dense forest outside Mount Li. Wind howled around him as he hurriedly looked in all directions, only to see Mount Li in the distance shrouded in thick purple mist, the world silent, as if no one had ever set foot there since ancient times. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? Wukong was shaken to his core, while his gratitude toward the Holy Mother Wudong grew even deeper. He bowed deeply toward Mount Li. Senior's kindness shall forever remain in this junior's heart. After paying his respects, he immediately concealed his entire aura and vanished from the spot, like a fleeting shadow. Though he had obtained the cultivation method and was safe for now, being at the center of the Great Tribulation, Sun Wukong knew he could not escape his destiny. Every moment of delay counted. If he could first devour one of the other chaos monkeys before entering the tribulation, that would be the safest approach. Therefore, his immediate priority was to find an absolutely secret place to enter seclusion and break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Only then would he dare venture to Maishan to seek the long-armed ape. With this thought, wind rose beneath his feet as he raced several miles in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp divine consciousness swept across the mountains like a vast net. Not good. Sun Wukong's heart tightened as he immediately activated his Chaos Demon Ape essence, his aura instantly sinking into nothingness, his breathing nearly stopping. Yet he wondered, logically, Guanyin, Manjusri, and Samantabhadra bodhisattvas were already at Mount Liho's divine consciousness. Could these be? Before his confusion cleared, 5 figures broke through the sky, the 5 direction guardians. The golden-head guardian leading them frowned deeply, his hawk-like gaze searching through the forest as he said gravely, "Strange, I clearly sensed a disturbance just now. Why did it suddenly disappear?" The silver-headed guardian shook his head. Perhaps it was mountain spirits causing trouble. The Buddha said the saints have calculated that the stone monkey is within Mount Li, and the 3 bodhisattvas have already entered to search. We need only guard the perimeter. The Mahakala guardian remained uneasy, lowering his voice. But that monkey is exceptionally cunning. What if he has already escaped Mount Li? Absolutely impossible. The golden-head guardian cut him off. Mount Li is the sacred ground of the old mother of Mount Li, with strict formations. Even the 3 bodhisattvas must proceed carefully. A mere monkey, no matter how skilled at concealment, could never escape silently. Hidden in the shadows, Sun Wukong eavesdropped and sneered coldly. The 5 direction guardians are truly foolish, not knowing I have already left Mount Li. He felt grateful that the Holy Mother Wudong's methods were divine. able to transport him directly out of Mount Li without even the three bodhisattvas noticing. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, purple mist began churning in the distance at Mount Li, with Buddhist light piercing through the clouds. That is, the bodhisattvas and Holy Mother Wudong have begun fighting? Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. When quasi-saints clashed, even the aftershocks could shake mountains and rivers. The dramatic change also alarmed the five direction guardians, who all turned toward Mount Li. The silver-headed guardian's voice trembled. Not good. The three bodhisattvas must have come into conflict with the old mother of Mount Li. The golden-head guardian's expression darkened. I've long heard that the old mother of Mount Li is a remnant of the Jie school, harboring hostility toward our Buddhist sect. Before he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion erupted from the depths of Mount Li. A streak of azure light collided with three golden lights, terrifying pressure rolling outward. Even Sun Wukong, far on the outer perimeter, was shaken until his blood and qi churned. He quickly circulated the supreme purity spiritual treasure formula to steady his mind, secretly awed. This is the might of quasi-saints? Truly terrifying. In the heart of Mount Li, before a cave dwelling shrouded in purple mist, tension filled the air. Holy Mother Wudong held her long sword, its blade pointing directly at the three bodhisattvas opposite her, her voice cold as ice. Guanyin, you dare trespass on my Mount Lido? You truly think I dare not strike you down? Guanyin Bodhisattva stood upon her lotus platform, surrounded by Buddhist light, her tone remaining peaceful. Holy Mother, please calm your anger. We have been commanded by Buddha to track down the whereabouts of that spirit stone monkey. This monkey is crucial to the great prosperity of our Buddhist sect, so please grant us passage. The Buddhist divine general spoke aloud, his voice echoing among the clouds and mist atop the mountain peak. Manjusri Bodhisattva hovered in midair, his wisdom sword held across his chest, its blade gleaming with threatening cold light. Wudong, he sneered, the Jie sect has long been destroyed. Why must you make an enemy of Buddhism over a mere monkey? How dare you? Holy Mother Wudong's robes billowed as murderous intent blazed in her eyes. She raised her hand, and the phantom of the Qingping sword surged forth, 10,000 zhang of azure light tearing through the night-like sky. Crisscrossing sword qi carving dense black fissures in the void. If any of you take one more step today, don't blame this old woman for disregarding the dignity of the saints. Seeing her anger, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva quickly stepped aside to mediate. Holy Mother, why be so enraged? That monkey is at the center of the Great Tribulation. If we allow him to escape our control, the three realms will surely fall into chaos. Great Tribulation? Holy Mother Wudong scoffed lightly, her gaze cold as ice. Nothing more than a stepping stone for Buddhism's rise. This old woman will protect him today. What will you do about it? Before her words finished, the Qingping sword phantom slashed down fiercely. Like the Milky Way cascading down, a sword qi that tore heaven and earth struck directly at the three bodhisattvas. Guanyin's expression changed slightly as she swiftly raised her pure jade vase, its mouth pouring forth endless sweet dew that instantly formed a crystalline barrier. Boom! The sword qi collided with the sweet dew, violent energy overturning mountain rocks, the entire Mount Li shaking with tremors as dust and stones fell like rain. In the distant dense forest, Sun Wukong hid in the treetops, quietly taking in everything. The thunderous sound shook his eardrums as he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Holy Mother Wudong is confronting Buddhism hidden for my sake. If I flee now, wouldn't that be ungrateful? His thoughts raced, yet he understood his current cultivation was insufficient. If I stay, I'll only become a burden and might even be suppressed by Buddhism. Strength. It was still a matter of insufficient strength. He gritted his teeth, golden light flashing in his pupils as his form darted swiftly through the forest. Even from dozens of li away, the overwhelming pressure from the three bodhisattvas and Holy Mother Wudong made his spine run cold. Getting involved would mean certain death. Suddenly inspiration struck, and he stopped abruptly. Mount Lingtai Fongsuan. A slight smile curved his lips. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Buddhism would never imagine he would dare to lurk near Patriarch Bodhi's sacred ground to cultivate. Moreover, bearing the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape, he could obscure heavenly secrets. As long as he didn't expose himself, even quasi-saints would find him difficult to detect. What perfect concealment in plain sight. With his mind made up, he changed direction, riding the wind through the sky, racing toward Mount Lingtai Fongsuan. In Xinyo Hezhou, Mount Lingtai Fongsuan was wreathed in mist and clouds, with cranes flying in pairs, dense spiritual energy clinging to the mountain forest like thin fog. The crescent 3 stars cave atop the mountain was hidden deep in clouds and mist, layers of restrictions flowing like water waves ordinary cultivators couldn't even approach, let alone break in. Sun Wukong gathered intelligence while following a mysterious guidance in his heart, soon locating this mountain. He infiltrated a hidden cave at the mountain's base, where stone walls were moist and moss stains mottled. Sitting cross-legged, he quietly activated his truth-breaking golden eyes, taking in every blade of grass and insect sound within 100 li. Indeed, the safest place. He rejoiced inwardly. The spiritual energy here rivaled Mount Li, perhaps even surpassing it. Mount Lingtai Fengsuan truly deserved to be Patriarch Bodhi's sacred ground even at the mountain's base. The spiritual energy was no less than Holy Mother Li's cultivation site. What surprised him even more was that aside from the Crescent 3 Stars cave at the peak, the entire mountain had no external protective barriers. Patriarch Bodhi was the benevolent corpse of Saint Juanti, with cultivation at the peak of Quasi Saint level. Few in the 3 realms dared provoke him, so having no defenses was reasonable. This certainly benefits me. With his thoughts settled, Sun Wukong hesitated no more and activated the supreme pure spiritual treasure technique. Spiritual energy within his body surged like rushing rivers, causing thunderous roars to echo through his meridians. As the technique unfolded, the surrounding spiritual chi was forcibly drawn in, breaking through the forest like a misty tide and flowing toward him. He deliberately restrained the pace of absorption to avoid creating too grand a spectacle that might expose his whereabouts. Yet even so, the gathering speed was several times faster than when he had been at Flower Fruit Mountain. At this rate, he would break through to the late true immortal stage within just a month or two. The excitement lasted only a moment before Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure. He knew that while he was temporarily hiding in these desolate mountains, the Buddhist sect would not give up. After the battle at Mount Li, where Guanyin, Manjusri, and Samantabhadra had returned empty-handed, the Tathagata would surely be furious, and the subsequent searches would only become more thorough, and ruthless time had become the only bargaining chip he could fight for. With this thought, he focused his mind on his dantian and concentrated on circulating the technique. The chaotic demon ape essence resonated with the supreme pure spiritual treasure technique, and with each complete circulation, the golden spiritual energy in his meridians grew stronger, his cultivation advancing at a visibly rapid pace. Meanwhile, atop Spirit Mountain, the Buddha light in the great Thunder Sound Temple had dimmed, and an invisible oppressive atmosphere shrouded the halls. The Tathagata sat high upon his 9-grade lotus throne, his gaze cold and sharp. Guanyin, Manjusri, and Samantabhadra stood with bowed heads in solemn attention, while the 5 direction revealers prostrated themselves on the jade steps, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone tiles, their robes already soaked with cold sweat. How dare Wudong obstruct the affairs of our Buddhist sect? The Tathagata's voice rang like cold iron striking a bell, causing the pillars of the hall to hum and vibrate. Guanyin stepped forward, pressing her palms together in report. Buddha, the Holy Mother Wudong was unyielding in her attitude, stubbornly protecting that monkey. We were mindful of old grievances with the Jie sect and dared not force a search, fearing it might provoke an even greater conflict. Manjusri snorted coldly and added, that unruly monkey is extremely cunning, likely took advantage of the chaos to escape Mount Li long ago. The Holy Mother Wudong was merely buying him time. Hearing the 2 bodhisattvas' account, golden light churned in the Tathagata's eyes as he fell into brief contemplation. When he had entered the Buddhist sect years ago, Wudong had still been his junior sister, yet now she stood as a shield for the monkey. From the side of the hall, Maitreya Buddha cheerfully tried to smooth things over. Buddha need not be anxious. The monkey is in the western continent of Cattlegift, cannot escape the palm of Buddhism. Why not spread our eyes and ears widely to investigate in secret? The Tathagata pondered for a moment before making his decision, his golden gaze sweeping across the faces of those present. Enough. I shall personally make a trip to Mount Li. At these words, the hall erupted in astonishment. Guanyin's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly stepped forward. Buddha, please reconsider. You are the master of Buddhism. If you personally descend upon Mount Li, it will surely cause waves throughout the 3 realms. Indeed, Buddha, Manjusri chimed in. The Holy Mother Wudong has a fierce temperament. If you descend, she may become even more agitated. The Tathagata's eyes flashed like lightning as he swept his gaze over all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the hall. You need not say more. The spirit stone monkey concerns the great flourishing of Buddhism and cannot be allowed to fail. At this point, a trace of complexity flickered in his eyes. Moreover, Wudong and I are, after all, fellow disciples. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats exchanged glances but dared not remonstrate further. Everyone knew that before entering Buddhism, the Tathagata had been Duobao Taoist, a chief disciple of the Jie sect, sharing the same master's teachings with the Holy Mother Wudong under the Tontian sect leader. Maitreya maintained his beaming smile. Since Buddha has decided, we shall naturally comply. However, his eyes flashed. What if the monkey is not at Mount Li? I have my own considerations. The Tathagata's tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. As his words fell, Buddha light suddenly blazed forth, and the 9-grade lotus throne carried him through the temple roof, transforming into a golden rainbow that shot straight toward the heavens. The Bodhisattvas and Arhats bowed in unison, seeing off the distant Buddha light, and only then did low murmurs begin to rise in the hall. Buddha personally descending upon Mount Litis is the first time since the investiture of the god's tribulation that he will meet with the Holy Mother Wudong. Will their former fellowship as disciples resolve this crisis? Amid the discussions, Guanyin gently fingered her prayer beads, her brow deeply furrowed as she pondered silently. Buddha's journey there is probably not just for that monkey. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Lingtai Fangsuan, in a hidden cave, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in meditation, dark energy swirling around him as the spiritual power of the Shangqing Lingbao formula surged through his meridians like a startled dragon. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and his fiery eyes of truth blazed with golden light, instantly locking onto Mount Li thousands of miles away. The overwhelming Buddhist power that came rushing toward him was like a deep sea pouring in, causing heaven and earth to lose their color and all things to bow their heads to Tathagata. Sun Wukong's heart shook violently, his fingernails unconsciously digging into his palms. This power made him feel suffocated even from thousands of miles away, and thoughts of Master Wudong's safety immediately flooded his mind. Though he had not known the Holy Mother Wudong for long, he deeply remembered her kindness in teaching him the Shangqing Lingbao formula and helping him escape his predicament. No, I must go and see. He suddenly stood up, but his steps halted just as he reached the cave entrance. With his current cultivation level, facing a quasi-saint directly would only be walking into a trap. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly, sat back down, forcibly suppressed his restlessness, and resumed his cultivation. Only by rapidly improving his strength could he live up to the Holy Mother Wudong's expectations. Atop Mount Li, purple mist churned. The Holy Mother Wudong stood at the peak, the phantom of the Qingping sword in her hand, its cold light flickering. She gazed toward the western sky, where a beam of Buddhist light was breaking through the air. The pressure of a quasi-saint poured forth from within her, confronting that Buddhist power. The Buddhist light dimmed, and Tathagata sat upon his 9-grade lotus throne, his expression compassionate and his voice gentle, as if merely visiting an old friend. Junior sister, I trust you have been well. Duobao, now that you are honored as Buddha, do you still acknowledge me as your junior sister from the Jie school? The Holy Mother Wudong snorted coldly. Tathagata sighed softly. Though the Jie school has scattered, the bond between fellow disciples remains. Bond between fellow disciples? The coldness in her eyes intensified. When you betrayed our school to join Buddhism before the 10,000 Immortals formation, did you think of your fellow disciples then? Tathagata's expression remained unchanged. The heavenly way is impermanent, and the destruction of the Jie school was destined. I merely followed heaven's will. How can this be called betrayal? The Holy Mother Wudong laughed in extreme anger. Following heaven's will? Then why have you come to Mount Li today? Do you also wish to extinguish the remaining incense of our Jie school? Tathagata shook his head. Junior sister misunderstands. I have come only for that stone monkey. He is key to the Great Tribulation, and the rise of Buddhism cannot afford any mishaps. The Holy Mother Wudong threw back her head and laughed, her voice full of mockery. In the end, it's still for your Buddhist prosperity. Duobao, you speak constantly of following heaven's will, but it's nothing more than your own selfish desires. Tathagata's expression darkened slightly. Junior sister, watch your words. That monkey bears the merit of mending the heavens and should rightfully enter our Buddhist sect to achieve enlightenment. Your forceful interference has already violated the heavenly way. The heavenly way? The Holy Mother Wudong responded coldly. The doctrine of our Jie school is to intercept the thread of hope for all living beings. That monkey refuses to be a chess piece for your Buddhism, and I help him escape his predicament. This is precisely practicing the way of our Jie school. With those words, the Holy Mother Wudong's expression turned icy cold. The phantom of the Qingping sword hummed and resonated in her hand, its blade pointing directly at the Tathagata. A traitor to the faith, how dare you call me your junior sister? Her words fell like frost, chilling to the bone. From the day you betrayed the Jie sect, all bonds between us were severed. The Tathagata remained seated on his lotus throne, his Buddha light gentle and unchanged, though the golden Buddha seal on his forehead flickered slightly. He sighed softly. Wudong, your obsession runs too deep. The fall of the Jie sect was ordained by the heavenly Tao. Why must you? Silence. Before he could finish, Wudong roared, azure light surging wildly from within her body. Behind her, the phantoms of the 4 immortal slaying swords suddenly materialized, their fierce sword chi tearing through the sky. Back then, before the Bo Palace, our master treated you with great kindness. Yet in the 10,000 Immortals formation, you turned traitor, causing senior sister Jinling's soul to scatter and allowing that mosquito demon to drain senior sister Guiling's life essence. With each accusation came a surge of sword chi, instantly shredding the purple mist above Mount Li. The Buddha's expression finally darkened. The 12-grade golden lotus throne blazed with light, blocking the oncoming sword chi, his voice turning cold. Wudong, do you truly wish to fight this seat? Nothing would please me more. Wudong's long hair whipped about as she transformed into a streak of azure light. shooting skyward in an instant, piercing through the 33 heavens straight into the outer chaos. The Tathagata sighed helplessly. His 9-grade lotus throne radiated brilliant Buddha light as he followed closely behind. Two streams of light tore across the firmament, clouds collapsed, and stars trembled. Terrifying pressure enveloped the three realms, striking fear into the hearts of all beings. If these two fought in the lower realms, countless millions would be reduced to ash, and they themselves would bear unbearable karmic consequences. At the foot of Mount Lingtai Fangsuan, Sun Wukong gazed up at the traces left in the sky, golden light flickering in his eyes, his heart unsettled. Why help me like this? He murmured to himself. He understood that the Holy Mother Wudong was using her peak quasi-saint cultivation to lure the Tathagata away, buying him precious breathing room. As the last disciple of the Jie sect wielding the Qingping sword, who in the world would dare provoke her rashly? If she were to fall, no one would dare gamble on whether Sage Tongtian would emerge in fury. Even with the saint-destroying pill as constraint, Tongtian remained one of the three pure ones. Neither the heavenly Tao nor Hanjun would permit his death, the pill being merely a means of restraint. Now, with two peak quasi-saints battling in the outer heavens, unable to determine victory quickly, this was his only window to increase his strength. I still need to grow stronger. Wukong clenched his fists in determination. Meanwhile, beyond the 33 heavens, in the chaotic void, the Holy Mother Wudong wielded the phantom of the Qingping sword, azure light blazing forth. The phantoms of the four immortal slaying swords rotated around her body, their edges tearing through the chaos. Her cold gaze locked onto her opponent. Duo Bao, today let me see if your title of Buddha can match your ambition. The Tathagata remained seated on his lotus throne, still appearing benevolent, though the Buddha seal on his forehead flashed with cold light. Wudong, your obsession runs too deep. You will never achieve enlightenment this way. Why make an enemy of Buddhism for the sake of a mere monkey? A mere monkey? The Holy Mother Wudong sneered coldly. So Buddhism flourishes by scheming against all living beings, not even sparing a newborn spirit monkey. Before her words faded, she raised her hand and pressed down. The phantom of the Qingping sword descended swiftly, and a streak of chaotic rending azure sword chi shot straight toward the Tathagata. Wherever the sword chi passed, the void collapsed. Rolling chaos was split in two, and even time seemed to freeze. The Tathagata remained calm, gently waving his palm as the 9-grade lotus platform rose with countless layers of Buddha light, forming a golden barrier. With a resounding crash, the Buddha light was torn open, and the immortal slaying sword intent contained within the blade's edge sliced through the light, stabbing toward his forehead. Immortal slaying sword intent. For the first time, the Tathagata's expression changed drastically. He tapped the lotus platform with his toe and flashed backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. Did you think I spent these 10,000 years merely surviving on Mount Li? The Holy Mother Wudong replied coldly, her figure exploding into 10,000 streaks of azure sword light. Each carried the immortal slaying sword intent, sealing off the Tathagata from all directions with such ferocity that even the chaos fragments were ground to powder. The Tathagata dared not be careless. Pressing his palms together, he chanted a Buddha's name that echoed forth. Amit Ba. Immeasurable Buddha light erupted as he transformed into a 10th Sanshang golden body, wielding a demon-subduing pestle that swept horizontally to clash against the countless sword lights. Boom. Golden Buddha light collided with azure sword radiance, causing the chaotic void to tremble violently. The shockwaves spread across billions of miles, instantly shattering nearby stars to dust. The confrontation between two peak quasi-saints possessed power that struck terror into hearts and souls. At the foot of Mount Lingtai Fangsuan, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged at the cave entrance. Despite being in the lower realm, he still sensed the heaven-rending turbulence from beyond the sky. He suddenly opened his truth-piercing golden eyes, penetrating the boundary walls to glimpse the golden and azure light tides crashing like waves in the chaos. This is the power of peak quasi-saints. He was shaken to his core, yet his determination to grow stronger only intensified. He knew clearly that although the Holy Mother Wudong was powerful, Buddhism's foundation ran deeper, and in a prolonged battle, she would ultimately be unable to match them. He had to seize this precious opportunity to advance rapidly. Chaotic demon ape essence, refine for me. Wukong growled low, black chi surging wildly within his body as the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly devoured. The bottleneck of the mid-true immortal stage was torn apart layer by layer, his cultivation visibly ascending. 10 years passed in a flash. Within the cave dwelling on Mount Fangsuan, black chi rolled like tides. Suddenly, two blazing golden lights shot from Wukong's pupils, carving deep scorch marks into the stone wall. Latestage true immortal. He clenched his fist, feeling surging power roaring through his muscles and bones. 10 years of bitter cultivation had brought the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula to minor completion, and his chaotic demon ape essence had advanced another level. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, his brow furrowed even tighter. Still too slow. Wukong looked up toward the cave's ceiling, his divine consciousness seeming to penetrate the thick mountain body to see the azure light and Buddha light still churning beyond the 33rd heaven. 10 years had passed, yet the battle between the Holy Mother Wudong and the Tathagata remained deadlocked, with terrifying aftershocks periodically shaking the three realms. If not for my concern about Patriarch Bodhi, how could I be so restrained? Wukong sighed inwardly. Throughout these 10 years, he had never dared to absorb spiritual energy at full capacity, fearing he might attract the attention of that existence atop the mountain. Though the spiritual energy at Mount Lingtai Fongsuan was abundant, Sun Wukong's absorption rate wasn't much faster than it had been at Mount Li. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he circulated and refined the energy, yet still struggled to achieve a breakthrough. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end as an unprecedented sense of crisis surged toward him. Acting on pure instinct, he fully activated his Chaos Demon Ape essence, black mist erupting from his pores to completely seal away his aura. In the next instant, a divine consciousness as vast as an abyss enveloped the entire Mount Fongsuan. That overwhelming presence seemed capable of penetrating any disguise in the world, causing even the Chaos Demon Ape's concealment to tremble slightly. Sun Wukong held his breath, suppressed his heartbeat, and dared not move a muscle. Through the cave's crevices, he saw an elderly man with white hair standing atop the mountain peak, his lightning-like gaze slowly sweeping in all directions. The old man seemed to merge with heaven and earth itself, as if he were the embodiment of the Tao and Dharma. Patriarch Bodhi. Sun Wukong's heart shook violently. This was the benevolent corpse of Saint Juandi, a powerhouse at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. If discovered, there would be no chance of survival. The patriarch's gaze lingered in the direction of the cave, his brow furrowing slightly. Sun Wukong silently cursed his misfortune and was about to intensify his concealment when a thunderous roar came from beyond the heavens. The immortal-slaying sword Qi of Holy Mother Wudong clashed violently with Tathagata's Buddha light. The rumbling shook the clouds as Buddhist, demonic, and sword energies intertwined, tearing through the void. Patriarch Bodhi snorted coldly, transforming into a white light that shot skyward toward the battlefield beyond the 33rd heaven. The terrifying residual divine consciousness finally dissipated, and only then did Sun Wukong dare to breathe heavily, his back soaked with cold sweat. That was close. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, still shaken. If not for that sudden battle drawing the patriarch away, he would likely have been exposed. With this thought, he decisively stood up, quickly gathered his belongings, and prepared to leave Mount Fongsuan. Just then, the Chaos Demon Ape essence within him suddenly trembled violently, and a strange pull came from afar. Sun Wukong's heart raced as he followed the sensation, pinpointing its source to Mount Mei, the long-armed ape monkey. He remembered devouring one of its avatars 100 years ago. The previously weak connection had suddenly become crystal clear, obviously because the long-armed ape monkey's main body had fallen into some kind of uncontrolled state, causing its aura to leak out. A heaven-sent opportunity. If he could devour its essence, his cultivation might directly reach the mysterious immortal realm, or even golden immortal. Once the thought arose, he hesitated no longer and rushed out of the cave. Before departing, Sun Wukong looked back toward the 33rd heaven, his expression complex. Senior Wudong, take care. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a golden light and streaked toward Mount Mei. Along the way, he deliberately avoided Buddhist surveillance, choosing desolate mountain ridges for his covert journey. Under the concealment of his Chaos Demon Ape essence, no one detected him. After several days, he reached the Mount Mei region. The terrain here was rugged, with clouds and mist that never dispersed year-round, and demonic energy faintly swirling about. Sun Wukong suppressed his aura and infiltrated the deep mountains. The deeper he went, the stronger his essence trembled, the pulling force almost tearing at his chest. Finally, behind the mist, he spotted a hidden cave entrance covered by formations. Without the essence connection, ordinary cultivators would never have noticed it. The outer layer of the formation was damaged, clearly indicating recent fierce combat. Strange, the long-armed ape monkey is a Tai golden immortal-level demon. Who would dare provoke it here? The puzzling thought flashed through his mind as he seized the gap to slip into the cave. Inside was a different world entirely, with pavilions and towers built into the mountainside. Once magnificent, they now lay in ruins with rubble everywhere and bloodstains scattered about. The traces of fierce battle were shocking to behold. Following the essence's pull, he came to a secret chamber. The stone door had been blasted apart, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of golden blood. Sun Wukong held his breath and stepped inside. In the center of the chamber, on a stone platform, lay a massive snow-white ape with a gaping, gruesome wound in its chest that continuously oozed golden blood, its breath barely perceptible. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. Yuan Hong, leader of the 7 monsters of Mount Mei, the long-armed ape monkey. Yuan Hong seemed to sense something and struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse yet filled with shock. Ling Ming stone monkey? Yuan Hong's heart jolted with shock, yet his gaze remained sharp and piercing. Why have you come here? He stared at the spiritual stone monkey before him, his voice slightly hoarse. Sun Wukong didn't answer directly, instead scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Who wounded you so severely? Yuan Hong let out a bitter laugh, his voice as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. I don't know what cursed luck this is. 12 mighty beings clashed beyond the 33rd heaven, and their aftershock somehow struck my Mount May with perfect precision. He struggled to lift his arm, pointing to his chest where a ghastly wound gaped open, golden blood still seeping out slowly. That residual sword energy pierced straight through the 33rd heaven and through my chest. If not for my robust long-armed ape body, my soul would have scattered long ago. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. Mighty beings beyond the 33rd heaven? This was clearly the confrontation between Holy Mother Wudong and Buddha Tathagata. A clash at the peak of quasi-saint level had actually affected Yuan Hong in the mortal realm mirror. Perhaps Holy Mother Wudong had done this intentionally? Seeing his silence, Yuan Hong assumed he was frightened by the injury and forced a smile. Little monkey, don't be afraid. We both belong to the four spiritual monkeys, sharing the same origin and bloodline. Though I'm gravely wounded, I won't die. As he spoke, his gaze carried an elder's affection, completely unguarded after all. In his eyes, Sun Wukong was merely a true immortal, posing no threat to himself as a Tai golden immortal. Yet deep in those eyes, a cold gleam flashed briefly. If not for his current severe injuries, he would have already captured Sun Wukong and delivered him to the Buddhist sect to exploit his fortune. Hadn't he sent his avatar to Mount May precisely for this purpose? Now, ironically wounded by sword energy instead, the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. As long as he could stabilize this little monkey and recover slightly, how could the other possibly escape Mount May? Sun Wukong's mind raced as the chaotic demon ape essence within him surged, instantly forming a plan. He stepped forward slowly, feigning concern. Senior, with such grave injuries, is there anything I can help with? Yuan Hong shook his head, gasping. No need, I just need to meditate for a few days and… Before he could finish, he coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood. It's just that the sword intent within that sword energy is so domineering, still devouring my life force. It will take at least 1,000 years to fully heal. Sword intent. Immortal slaying sword intent. Sun Wukong's heart trembled. No wonder a Tai golden immortal body was wounded so severely. He secretly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes and saw cyan sword energy coiling around the wound, continuously gnawing at Yuan Hong's essence. Senior, I might be able to help you remove this sword energy. His voice was sincere, yet his palms secretly condensed a wisp of pitch-black energy. Hope flickered in Yuan Hong's eyes. You have a way? The immortal slaying sword intent was threatening his life, and he was already at the end of his rope. Dragging this out would take far too long. Sun Wukong nodded, revealing an innocent smile. I was born with some special abilities and can try to absorb this sword energy. As he spoke, Sun Wukong gently placed his palm on the wound on Yuan Hong's chest. Senior, please relax your mind and don't resist. Yuan Hong believed him and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. He was confident in his heart. This intelligent stone monkey before him was one of the four chaos monkeys like himself, sharing the same origin. Moreover, although he was severely injured, if there were truly any hostile moves, with his Tai golden immortal cultivation, trapping a mere true immortal would be no difficult task. Furthermore, Sun Wukong was the protagonist of this great tribulation, bearing the mandate of heaven. Who would dare kill him casually? By all calculations, this action carried no risk whatsoever. But the moment Yuan Hong let down his last guard, a cold gleam exploded in Sun Wukong's eyes. Boom black energy erupted from his palm, transforming into hundreds of demonic patterns thin as hair, frantically drilling into Yuan Hong's body. Yuan Hong opened his eyes and roared in fury, but his limbs were bound by chains of black energy, unable to move. He felt his source power being forcibly drained like a bursting dam. What are you doing? My apologies, Senior Yuan Hong. Sun Wukong's voice was cold and hard, showing none of his previous innocence. I need your source power to forge my Chaos Demon Ape body. Chaos Demon Ape. You actually obtained the Chaos Demon Ape inheritance. Yuan Hong was horrified. Sun Wukong couldn't be bothered to speak further and fully activated the Chaos Demon Ape source within his body. Black energy surged violently, instantly devouring Yuan Hong's Dantian, life spirit platform, and every part of his body until they were torn apart. Yuan Hong howled as he mobilized his remaining Tai golden immortal cultivation to break free from his bonds, only to be crushed by Sun Wukong's cold laugh. The immortal slaying sword intent has already severely damaged your source. Your struggles are useless. As the black energy swept through, Yuan Hong's aura rapidly declined. He stared fixedly at Sun Wukong, his voice hoarse and vicious. Intelligent stone monkey, devouring blood of the same origin will surely bring divine retribution. Divine retribution? Sun Wukong laughed maniacally, his face twisted and fierce. I'm already a pawn of the heavenly Tao. What divine retribution should I fear? When you sent your avatar to ambush me, did you ever consider our shared origin? As his words fell, Yuan Hong's last trace of source power was devoured, his body collapsed, and he transformed into points of golden light that scattered with the wind. The leader of the 7 monsters of Meishan, the once mighty through-armed ape monkey, had fallen. Inside the cave dwelling, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged as the Chaos Demon Ape's source surged and flowed. Yuan Hong's vast life essence poured in like a torrent, driving his cultivation to soar madly peak true immortal, early mysterious immortal. Boom. Powerful aura exploded as he stepped directly into midstage mysterious immortal. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ape's source within him, originally as thick as an arm, had grown as thick as a thigh. Within the rolling black energy, the phantom of a black gold demon ape roared toward the heavens, shaking stone debris from the walls. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, golden light interweaving with black radiance. As he lightly clenched his fists, the surging power within seemed ready to burst from his body. A cold smile played at the corner of his mouth. The through-armed ape monkey's source power is indeed extraordinary. Refining just half has already produced such results. However, in the next instant, his brow furrowed tightly beyond Meishan. Several powerful Buddhist auras were rapidly approaching. Not good, the Buddhist sect has come. Thinking of this, he immediately restrained all his external energy, circulated the Chaos Demon Ape source, and suppressed his presence to the extreme. Then he flashed to the cave entrance, using his truth-piercing golden eyes to see through the thick mountain. In the sky, 5 golden lights tore through the clouds, heading straight for Meishan. The 5 direction revealer spirits? How did they find this place? Sun Wukong felt puzzled at the beginning, but soon realized that Yuan Hong's fall must have sent ripples through the heavens and the earth. The Buddhist sect had been secretly searching for his whereabouts, and upon noticing the unusual movements in Mount Mei, they would undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate. With this thought, he let out a cold snort and murmured to himself, "It's just right to use you to test my newly acquired powers." At the summit of Mount Mei, the clouds swirled tumultuously. The 5 directions revealer descended through the clouds, his golden head form holding a golden bowl, looking grave. Strange, I distinctly sensed the fluctuation of the Tai golden immortal's fall just now. Why has it suddenly disappeared? The silver-headed revealer surveyed the surrounding mountains, his gaze sharp. Yuan Hong, the leader of the 7 monsters of Mount Mei, is a capable monkey and a Tai golden immortal. Who in the world could have killed him? Before the doubts could disperse, a black shadow suddenly shot out from a crevice in the rocks, moving with the speed of lightning. The Awoke revealer hadn't even gathered his Buddhist light when his chest was pierced by a dark claw. Ah! A shrill scream pierced the sky as he looked down at his bloody chest, disbelief written all over his face. "It's you." The shadow stood atop the rocks, revealing the spirit stone monkey, Sun Wukong. He grinned, his white teeth gleaming in the bloodlight. "Long time no see, 5 directions revealer." The golden head revealer's expression changed dramatically. "Spirit stone monkey? How did you end up here?" The shock he felt from the slaughter before him was overshadowed by the realization that in just 10 years, Sun Wukong's aura had already reached the level of a profound immortal. Sun Wukong was too lazy to explain. With a flicker of his body, he lunged at the silver-headed revealer. The silver-headed revealer summoned his silver ring, its cold light spinning, but it was shattered by Sun Wukong's punch. Immediately after, his claws slashed through the air, obliterating the silver-headed revealer's head like a ripe watermelon. "Damn it! Attack together!" The golden head revealer roared, as the remaining 2 revealers joined the fray. The golden bowl, staff, and treasure pearl burst forth with Buddhist light, forming 3 forces to suppress Sun Wukong. He did not dodge. The chaotic magic ape essence within him erupted, and behind him appeared a towering phantom of a magic ape, letting out a skyward roar. The deafening sound wave sent the 3 magical artifacts flying, causing the 3 revealers to stumble back, spattered in blood. The golden head revealer's heart sank. What kind of power is this? "The spirit stone monkey has transformed. Quickly report to Buddha Tathagata." Before he could finish, Sun Wukong shot forward, slamming his palm down. Thud! The golden head revealer's head was crushed into his chest cavity, his golden bowl losing its luster as he died on the spot. The remaining 2 revealers, terrified, turned to flee. Sun Wukong stretched out his arms, and 2 strands of dark magic energy wrapped around their bodies like dragons. "Buddha, save me!" Their cries for help abruptly ceased as their bodies rapidly withered, instantly turning to 2 skeletons, becoming dust in the wind. As the black energy returned to his palm, Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. Even the essence of the 5 directions revealer can be consumed. Though the effect is somewhat lacking, it's still useful. He then looked up at the sky, his eyes cold and piercing. Tathagata, this is just the beginning. Once I devour the six-eared macaque and the red-butt monkey and reunite the essence of the chaotic magic ape, it will be the day of your sect's downfall. As the black energy dissipated, the remnants of the five directions revealer had turned to ashes in the wind. Sun Wukong withdrew his hand and looked up at the sky, his golden eyes penetrating the clouds, as if he could see the enormous figure seated on the lotus throne atop Ling Mountain. The Buddhist lackeys have been eliminated, but greater trouble will soon arrive. Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes. He understood that although the five directional guardians were merely minor true immortals, they served as the Buddhist sect's spies planted by his side. Now that all five were dead, the Tathagata would immediately sense something amiss and use his great divine powers to calculate his whereabouts. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, his form flickering as he transformed into a streak of golden light with thick arms and legs, sweeping out of the Maishan territory. The escaping light tore through the sky as mountains and rivers flashed by in reverse. While speeding along, Sun Wukong quickly weighed his options for refuge. With his mid-stage mystic immortal cultivation gained from devouring the essence of Yuan Hong, the three-armed ape, he was still insufficient to contend with the Buddhist sect's great golden immortals or even quasi-saints. The truly safe place would be somewhere others wouldn't expect, a dangerous location like Mount Lingtai Fongsuan, playing it right under their noses, all the way. He smiled slightly, cunning flashing in his eyes. Beyond the 33rd heaven, the clash between Holy Mother Wudong and the Tathagata had long since quieted. None of the remaining disciples of the intercepting teaching dared provoke her lightly, so Holy Mother Wudong must be unharmed. Most likely, Patriarch Bodhi had also returned to the mountain and searched for traces at his former cultivation site. Returning to Mount Fongsuan now would actually be the safest course. Moreover, he currently had no need for external spiritual energy, only needed to peacefully refine the three-armed ape's essence. Several days later, a dim streak of golden light swept low through the air, silently landing at the foot of Mount Fongsuan. Sun Wukong immediately restrained all his outward aura as black mist churned around him, the chaotic demon ape essence suppressing his presence to the extreme. Standing at the forest's edge, his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the branches and leaves, looking toward his former cave cultivation site. Indeed, someone had been there. A faint wisp of ethereal energy lingered at the cave entrance, like smoke and mist, yet containing unfathomable Tao essence traces left by Patriarch Bodhi. Sun Wukong narrowed his golden eyes, but didn't advance rashly, instead holding his breath and investigating the surrounding area. Mountain winds swept through the treetops, insects chirped, and birds called. Everything seemed normal. However, he noticed the spiritual energy flow was more active than usual. Restrictions have been set up? The thought flashed through his mind as he activated the chaotic demon ape essence, sending a wisp of black energy creeping along the earth's veins. Sure enough, he discovered golden threads crisscrossing underground in layers, enveloping the entire mountain range. These were warning restrictions formed by Buddhist magical power that would alert the Patriarch on the peak at the slightest touch. Sun Wukong withdrew the black energy and smiled coldly. With his current cultivation, as long as he didn't trigger the lines, he could come and go without a trace. But to be cautious, he circled to the other side of the mountain and found a natural stone crevice to hide in. The crevice was narrow and damp, but sufficient for him. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged and produced the unrefined three-armed ape essentia mass of thick golden light, like a miniature sun, pulsing with violent power. Yuan Hong's essence is truly substantial. The three-armed ape was one of the four chaotic monkeys, naturally possessing great divine powers like grasping the sun and moon and shrinking thousands of mountains. Its essence was several times more robust than that of ordinary great golden immortals. Had Yuan Hong not been severely wounded by the immortal slaying sword energy first, he would never have been able to easily extract its blood and vital essence. Taking a deep breath, he circulated the chaotic demon ape essence as wisps of black mist coiled around his palm, tightly enveloping the golden light. The two powers shared the same origin and merged with each other, producing a low humming sound. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and looked inward, seeing his meridians surging like rivers and seas while the bottleneck of mid-stage mystic immortal cultivation trembled on the verge of collapse. At most 3 days, and I can step into latest stage mystic immortal. The thought flashed like lightning as he fully immersed himself in cultivation. In cultivation, time passes unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Boom. Deep within the stone crevice, a fierce aura suddenly erupted before being forcibly suppressed back into the black mist. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, golden light and black radiance alternating like a demon emperor descending to the world. He slowly clenched his fist as the surging power within crackled at his joints, a slight smile curving his lips. Latest stage mystic immortal. With this realm combined with the chaotic demon ape essence, he could now wrestle even with peak mystic immortals. What a pity having only cultivation techniques, but still lacking offensive methods. Beyond the 33rd heaven, the aftershocks of battle in the chaotic void gradually subsided. The Holy Mother Wudong, wreathed in azure light, hovered in the sky with the phantom of the Qingping sword still humming softly at her fingertips, yet crimson blood had begun to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Her once brilliant divine radiance had dimmed considerably as she gazed toward the direction where Tathagata and Patriarch Bodhi had departed, her eyes flickering with exhaustion, helplessness, and a trace of unwillingness. With the saint's benevolent corpse intervening, there can be no further delay, she murmured hoarsely, as if speaking to herself. Wiping away the blood with her hand, she cast her gaze downward toward the vast mortal realm below. Little monkey, the rest depends on your fortune. With these words, her form transformed into a streak of azure light, sweeping toward Mount Li. This battle had yielded no true victor, and the Holy Mother Wudong understood this well. Tathagata's retreat was not due to insufficient strength, but because Patriarch Bodhi's sudden appearance had interrupted their confrontation. As the benevolent corpse of Saint Juanti, Patriarch Bodhi held a special position within Buddhism that even Tathagata had to respect. Duobao. She silently recited that familiar yet distant name, her expression growing increasingly complex. The tragic destruction of the Jie school remained vivid in her memory, yet now the former eldest disciple of Jie school had become today's Buddha. The righteousness of Jie school was to intercept a thread of hope for all living beings, she sighed, alighting atop Mount Li. Her cave dwelling had been half destroyed by the battle's aftermath, with scorch marks crisscrossing the mountain walls. The Holy Mother Wudong surveyed the damage and shook her head gently. I hope that monkey can understand my good intentions. Meanwhile, at the great Thunderclap Temple on Spirit Mountain, Buddha's light blazed magnificently as Sanskrit chants echoed through the air. Upon the 9-grade lotus platform, Tathagata sat in meditation with downcast eyes and serene countenance, though the golden Buddha seal at his brow flickered incessantly, revealing the turmoil within his heart. Throughout the hall, bodhisattvas and arhats bowed their heads in respectful formation, holding their breath. Guanyin Bodhisattva stood at the forefront, eyes lowered in reverence, yet her heart churned with emotion. She had witnessed that great battle firsthand, and the moment when Patriarch Bodhi appeared to mediate had left her deeply troubled. Why had the saint's benevolent corpse intervened? The void resonated with a gentle hum as the white-haired, white-bearded Patriarch Bodhi materialized within the hall. He held a fly whisk in his hand, his face bearing a kind expression, though his aura remained unfathomably deep. Fellow Taoist, Tathagata nodded slightly, his gentle voice carrying natural authority. Might I request the saint's intervention to divine the location of the stone monkey? If we cannot find him soon, I fear it may jeopardize Buddhism's great flourishing. Patriarch Bodhi waved his fly whisk lightly, causing ripples of Tao essence to spread. Fellow Taoist, please be at ease. This old Taoist shall now journey to the pure land of ultimate bliss to request the saint's divination of that monkey's whereabouts. With these words, a 12-grade golden lotus rose beneath his feet. As the lotus petals unfurled, layers of golden radiance pierced through the silent void, and his figure transformed into a beam of golden light, penetrating the 33rd heaven and heading straight toward the western Pure Land. The bodhisattvas and arhats in the hall bowed deeply in farewell, their faces showing reverence and awe. Guanyin's gaze lingered for a moment where the lotus light had vanished, her eyes reflecting complex emotions after the investiture of the god's calamity. The saints had withdrawn from the world, yet now a single stone monkey had prompted a saint's divination, demonstrating Buddhism's grave concern for this impending calamity. Tathagata watched the golden light fade into the distance, and only then did the Buddha seal at his brow gradually calm. He surveyed the assembled monks, his voice resonating like a great bronze bell. The calamity is ordained by the heavenly Tao, and Buddhism's great flourishing must not fail. Manjusri, Samantabhadra, you two shall immediately proceed to Mount May to investigate the shattering of the 5-direction revealer's life tablets surely indicates something amiss. Wanshu and Puxian, the two bodhisattvas, stepped forward immediately upon hearing these words. Tathagata nodded slightly, and the 9-eared lotus throne beneath him radiated boundless Buddha light. Golden halos spread outward, illuminating the walls of the great hall. His voice was calm as he announced, since Bodhi has already gone to the western paradise, once the saints deduce the whereabouts of that monkey, he will be brought back to Fonsuan Mountain. All you need to do is uncover who killed the 5 directions revealing sages. The two bodhisattvas respectfully accepted the command, pressing their palms together before retreating from the hall. As the doors closed, a faint trace of killing intent seeped through the depths of the Buddha light. Tathagata's gaze shifted to the center of the hall, where Jin Chanzi stood with his head lowered. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. Inside the great Thunderclap Temple, the sound of chanting echoed, and the light of 10,000 lotus lamps quivered faintly in rhythm, yet it could not conceal the subtle, looming pressure. Jin Chanzi. His voice, clear and resonant like a great bell, caused the glass lamp covers to hum in response. Jin Chanzi raised his head. His face was as pale as jade, with a crimson mark between his brows resembling a drop of blood. His eyes were deep as pools, and a faint, enigmatic smile lingered on his lips. Even the wide monk's robes could not entirely suppress his innate, otherworldly aura. "Disciple is here," he replied coolly, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. The golden Buddha seal at Tathagata's brow shimmered faintly as he spoke with sharp precision. "Do you know why I have summoned you?" Jin Chanzi's smile deepened, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Does the Buddha wish to test my knowledge of the Dharma?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the hall erupted in shock. The bodhisattvas and arhats exchanged uneasy glances. Guanyin raised her eyes and sighed softly, thinking, this Jin Chanzi truly does not know his place. Tathagata remained unmoved, but the radiance from his 90-eared lotus throne grew stronger. "I have heard that you recently claimed to have founded the Mahayana Dharma. Is this true?" "Indeed," Jin Chanzi responded boldly, his voice ringing like thunder. "I have observed the suffering of the world and the plight of all beings, and I have come to realize the flaws in the Dharma. The lesser vehicle seeks only self-liberation, while the greater vehicle aims to save others. The teachings passed down by the Buddha merely guide practitioners to seek personal salvation. How, then, can they deliver all beings from suffering?" The hall fell into an uproar. It was clear to everyone that he was openly declaring the Buddha's teachings inadequate. Outrageous. An arhat glared at him, his hand gripping a ritual implement, ready to act at Tathagata's command. The Buddha raised his hand, and silence instantly fell over the hall. His gaze remained fixed on Jin Chanzi's face. "If you speak of the greater vehicle, then explain its principles." Jin Chanzi adjusted his robes, his eyes gleaming with determination. "The lesser vehicle seeks self-liberation. The greater vehicle seeks universal salvation. To achieve the greater vehicle, one must personally endure hardship and suffering before they can guide others. It is not about sitting high upon a lotus throne, chanting scriptures, meditating, and speaking of compassion in empty words." A chilling aura descended upon the hall. The bodhisattvas and arhats turned pale, their expressions shifting between anger and unease. Yet none dared to refute his words. Tathagata suddenly chuckled softly. "What an ambitious Mahayana Dharma. Jin Chanzi, do you know what your true nature is?" "I am well aware," Jin Chanzi replied, his brow twitching slightly. "I was born a demon, one who slaughtered countless beings and carried heavy sins. Precisely because of this, I understand the suffering of all living creatures." The Buddha nodded faintly, his tone ethereal. "If that is the case, would you be willing to endure tribulations yourself to spread the Dharma to the East?" Jin Chanzi froze for a moment before throwing his head back in laughter, his voice echoing throughout the temple. "Why would I not dare? If it means delivering all beings from suffering, even if my soul is scattered to the winds, I will gladly accept." A flash of triumph gleamed in the Buddha's eyes as his voice suddenly turned cold. "Very well. Since this is your choice, in 1,000 years, I shall condemn you to 10 cycles of reincarnation, to endure all the sufferings of the mortal world. Only after 10 lifetimes may you return to Buddhism, and then I shall teach you the so-called Mahayana teachings." His words still echoed through the great hall as he raised his hand and waved. The 9-grade lotus platform blazed with golden radiance, and a beam of solid golden light shot forth, binding Jin Chanzi firmly in place. "What?" Jin Chanzi's expression changed drastically as demonic energy surged skyward like a tide, attempting to break free. But the golden light contained the power of a sage, pressing down so heavily that he could not move. "Buddha, you!" His furious roar was cut short as the golden light sealed his voice, and his form rapidly stiffened. The bodhisattvas and arhats in the hall exchanged glances, their shock evident on their faces. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed softly and stepped forward, her brow showing reluctance. "Buddha, though Jin Chanzi is arrogant, he is still." The Buddha raised his palm to cut off her words. "This is heaven's will. After 10 lifetimes, he will naturally assist in Buddhism's great flourishing and complete the sacred mission of spreading the Dharma eastward." With that, his gaze pierced through the palace walls, reaching toward the eastern void. "When that time comes, someone will naturally help him return to Buddhism." Guanyin nodded slightly, understanding in her heart, and spoke no more. The Buddha withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharp. What transpired today must not be spoken of outside. The bodhisattvas and arhats quickly pressed their palms together in acknowledgement. Outside the hall doors, Buddha light flickered as Patriarch Bodhi drifted in. His white beard was like snow, his whisks swaying gently, his smile subtle and restrained. "Fellow Taoist, this old monk has asked the sages to divine the whereabouts of that monkey." "Oh, where is he?" The Buddha's expression grew stern. The whisk swayed lightly as Patriarch Bodhi said calmly, "Right beneath this old monk's Mount Lingtai Fongsuan." At these words, the hall erupted in commotion once more. The Buddha's brow furrowed slightly, Then he laughed heartily. What perfect concealment in plain sight. In that case, I trouble you, fellow Taoist, to take him as your disciple and proceed according to our original plan. Naturally, Patriarch Bodhi nodded slightly, his form transforming into white light and vanishing in an instant. Watching the white light fade into the distance, a trace of complexity flickered in the Buddha's eyes. He then turned to the assembled bodhisattvas. Manjusri and Samantabhadra have already gone to Mount May and will report back soon. Guanyin, prepare yourself quickly to watch over Jean Shanzi's reincarnation in 1,000 years. Guanyin pressed her palms together. I respectfully obey your decree. The 9-grade lotus platform slowly ascended, carrying the Buddha into the golden radiance of the rear hall. As the Buddha light in the hall dispersed, the bodhisattvas and arhats finally breathed a sigh of relief, whispering among themselves. Jean Shanzi knows not the height of heaven or the thickness of earth. 10 cycles of reincarnation isn't that too severe? Shoo, the murmurs quickly died down. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Lingtai Fengsuan, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in a rocky crevice, his breathing like thunder. Black energy seeped from his pores, resembling countless tiny black dragons swimming across his body's surface. With eyes tightly closed and brow deeply furrowed, he circulated the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula to its utmost limit, spiritual power surging through his meridians as he continuously assaulted the golden immortal bottleneck. Just 20% more to go. In his inner vision, he saw that most of the Tongbi Gibbon's essence in his dantian had been refined, with only 30% remaining. After advancing to the late stage of Mystic Immortal, his refinement speed had increased several-fold. At this pace, within 3 days he could completely absorb Yuan Hong's essence and step into the golden immortal realm. The Chaos Demon Ape essence within his body rejoiced and celebrated, like a ravenous beast greedily devouring the power of the Tongbi Gibbon's essence. With each fragment he devoured, Sun Wukong felt his power surging dramatically, his perception of heaven and earth becoming increasingly acute. The essence of the long-armed ape monkey was indeed formidable. Yuan Hong, as the leader of the 7 monsters of Meishan and Atai Golden Immortal, possessed concentrated essence as vast as ocean tides. Had he not been severely wounded earlier by the immortal-slaying sword Qi of the Holy Mother Wudong, this essence would never have fallen into Sun Wukong's hands. At this thought, a surge of satisfaction rose in his heart, and his devouring pace unconsciously quickened. Suddenly, the chaotic demon ape essence within him trembled violently, agitated as if scorched by fierce flames. An unprecedented sense of crisis crept up his spine. Sun Wukong's eyes snapped open, his truth-piercing golden eyes shooting forth golden light that penetrated through the stone crevice to probe the outside world. Trouble. Above Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, a white light pierced through the clouds from the horizon. Though not dazzling, it was heavy as a mountain, and wherever it passed, the sea of clouds parted automatically, as if making way for a supreme being. Sun Wukong's heart grew cold. Patriarch Bodhi. He immediately suppressed all his qi, the chaotic demon ape essence operating at full power. The churning black qi compressed instantly, and his entire presence was forcibly reduced to its minimum. But why had Patriarch Bodhi suddenly returned to the mountain? Had his whereabouts been exposed? This thought sent chills down his spine. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the stone wall once more, revealing the white light stopping at the mountain peak as Patriarch Bodhi's figure materialized in the clouds. The old man's white hair and beard swayed in the wind, his countenance benevolent, yet his eyes were as still as stars and unfathomably deep. At this moment, his divine consciousness had already covered the entire Fengsuan Mountain, slowly tightening like an invisible celestial net. Sun Wukong had just reached the late stage of mystic immortal cultivation and was at the crucial moment of breaking through to the peak. In another half hour, the bottleneck would shatter completely. However, that boundless divine consciousness pressed down like an iron curtain, and the chaotic demon ape essence within him trembled incessantly, warning like thunder. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead as a flash of ruthlessness crossed his mind. All or nothing. He abruptly reversed the supreme purity spiritual treasure formula, forcibly severing his spiritual power circulation. The surging magical force, suddenly blocked, rampaged through his meridians. Puff a golden thread of blood spurted from his mouth, his aura instantly plummeting. Yet he couldn't spare time to regulate his breathing. Sun Wukong sank his consciousness deep, burying the chaotic demon ape essence in the deepest layer of his sea of consciousness, leaving only a trace of the school of interception's true intent on his surface, as if he had been cultivating nothing more than the ordinary supreme purity spiritual treasure formula. Having completed this, he wiped away the blood traces and curled up in the corner of the stone crevice, pretending to be an ordinary spirit monkey seeking shelter from rain. Though his heart pounded like drums, he forcibly steadied it, keeping his breathing long and gentle. "Little monkey, what are you doing hiding here?" A gentle voice suddenly rang in his ear. Every hair on Sun Wukong's body stood on end. Looking up, he saw a woodcutter standing outside the stone crevice, carrying a bundle of firewood on his shoulder, his clothes stained with mountain dust. The woodcutter's smile was warm, as if making casual conversation, yet it seemed he had seen through everything. Sun Wukong secretly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes and indeed saw a faint, ethereal chi surrounding the woodcutter identical to Patriarch Bodhi's aura. So it's you, old Taoist, playing your mystical tricks. Sun Wukong spoke with mockery as soon as he opened his mouth, but then immediately feigned innocence, scratching the back of his head and putting on a sheepish expression. I was just passing through and saw this hidden crevice in the rocks. Thought I'd rest for a moment. The woodcutter laughed heartily, casually setting down the bundle of dry wood from his shoulder and seating himself on a blue stone beside the rocky crevice, his expression kind and gentle. You're quite a clever monkey. But this Mount Lingtai Fongsuan is a blessed land of immortals ordinary wild beasts wouldn't dare approach. Since you've managed to come here, you must have some connection to this mountain. A blessed land of immortals? Could it be that you're an immortal, old sir? Sun Wukong's eyes widened, seeming both surprised and delighted. The woodcutter quickly waved his hands. I'm merely a woodcutter making a living. How could I dare call myself an immortal? It's just that I've been here for many years and know that an old immortal lives atop this mountain. Upon hearing old immortal, Sun Wukong's eyes immediately blazed with fervent light. An old immortal? Might I ask you to enlighten me, old sir? The woodcutter stroked his graying beard and gave Sun Wukong a meaningful look. That old immortal dwells in the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars atop the mountain. His divine powers are vast moving mountains and filling seas. Turning stone to gold are all child's play to him, and he possesses the art of immortality. Immortality. Sun Wukong leaped from the rocky crevice as if struck by lightning, scratching his ears and cheeks, his face full of joy. This old sun seeks precisely that path. Please, old sir, guide me. Seeing his urgency, the woodcutter rose and brushed the dust from his clothes. If you truly seek the way, I'll lead you up the mountain. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly, and so the two proceeded one after the other, climbing along the narrow mountain path. Along the way, the woodcutter pointed to springs and pine groves, seemingly making casual observations. Mountain springs are gentle, yet can pierce stone. Green pines grow more upright after enduring wind and frost. Sun Wukong listened with a respectful expression, but inwardly remained cautious, knew clearly that Patriarch Bodhi was using the scenery to test his comprehension. High or low comprehension mattered little to him. What he wanted was powerful divine abilities, so he concealed nothing. Halfway up the mountain, a waterfall thundered like rolling thunder, its mist swirling in the air. The woodcutter stopped and raised his hand to indicate. Beyond this waterfall, not far away, lies the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars, where the old immortal is currently preaching. This waterfall's current is fierce. How does one cross it? Sun Wukong feigned hesitation. The woodcutter calmly offered a single phrase. Sincerity opens all doors. With that, he only smiled without further words. Sun Wukong snorted coldly in his heart, but his expression showed sudden understanding. I understand. As his words fell, he had already leaped up and plunged into the water curtain. The icy torrent struck his face, yet he steadily passed through the waterfall and landed on the stone platform beyond. Behind the waterfall lay a spacious, secluded path, with the cave entrance bearing a stone tablet inscribed with the 5 characters, Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars, in ancient, elegant script. Sun Wukong looked back to see the woodcutter's figure quickly fading in the mist until it became nothing. That old fellow and his theatrical performance, he muttered quietly, a flash of mockery passing through his golden eyes. Patriarch Bodhi, the good corpse of Zhuanti, a mighty quasi-saint at his peak, yet still putting on shows like a mortal. He shrugged his shoulders. Since he had entered the game, he might as well go with the flow. He had come here originally to seek teachings. This was merely playing his part in their script. With this thought, he strode toward the cave dwelling. Before he could get close, he heard commotion from within the cave. Senior brother, why do you think Master suddenly wants us to clean the cave dwelling? Who knows? However, I heard from Senior brother Qingfeng that Master went to Mount Ling a few days ago, which might be related to this. In the courtyard, a cultivator was sweeping with a broom, his tone carrying a hint of speculation. Could it be that some Buddhist master is coming? Hidden behind the rocks, Sun Wukong's steps paused slightly. The golden eyes of truth quietly bloomed in his pupils as he gazed through layers of stone walls, seeing 3 cultivators in blue Taoist robes standing in the clearing before the cave dwelling. All 3 were at the mystic immortal realm, currently sweeping fallen leaves while chatting casually. Hey look, the tall, thin cultivator suddenly froze, pointing toward the mountain path. What's that? A monkey. As his words fell, all 3 looked up simultaneously, 6 gazes pinning on Sun Wukong in the distance, as if trying to see through this stone monkey inch by inch. Sun Wukong feigned innocence, scratching his disheveled monkey fur and hopping forward in a few bounds, his voice crisp. Greetings, immortal masters. I've come to learn the arts. Learn the arts. The three exchanged glances, and the tall one sneered. Where did this wild monkey come from? Thinking it's worthy of entering our cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars. The square-faced cultivator slammed his broom down heavily, saying coldly, our cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars is Patriarch Bodhi's sacred ground. Every disciple we accept is a prodigy. When has it ever been a monkey's turn? Sun Wukong sneered inwardly but maintained his innocent expression. Immortal masters, though I am a monkey, my heart is sincere toward the Tao. Just now at the foot of the mountain, I met a woodcutter who said there's an old immortal in this cave who can teach the arts of immortality. A woodcutter? All 3 changed expressions. There was no woodcutter on Mount Fonsuan at all. If the monkey wasn't lying, that woodcutter was likely the patriarch in disguise. The tall one put away his contempt and hurriedly waved his hands. If that's the case, then wait here while I go report. With that, he turned and rushed into the cave, his robes billowing in the wind on the stone steps. The remaining 2 cultivators looked at Sun Wukong with lingering disdain in their eyes, yet dared not be too presumptuous, only muttering quietly as they continued sweeping. Moments later, the tall cultivator hurried back, his tone now much more respectful. The patriarch will see you. Sun Wukong nodded and followed the 3 through the dark stone corridor. Night pearls embedded in the stone walls cast pale light all along the way. Suddenly, the view opened up to reveal a blessed cave paradise. Pavilions and towers built into the mountainside, with blue tiles and flying eaves appearing and disappearing in the mist. Immortal cranes soared across the lake's surface, spirit deer grazed on tender leaves and flower beds, and spiritual energy was so dense it seemed one could breathe it directly. What a wonderful place! Sun Wukong praised silently, far superior to Water Curtain Cave by 1,000-fold. They walked to the central hall. On a meditation cushion before the hall sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, holding a whisk, his expression benevolent. Around him, dozens of disciples sat cross-legged listening to his teachings, each with different auras. So that's Patriarch Bodhi? Sun Wukong squinted, activating his golden eyes of truth again, trying to see through the old man's depths. But as soon as his gaze touched within 3 zhang of the elder's body, it was gently but irresistibly deflected by a gentle yet unstoppable force. So powerful. His heart trembled slightly as he quickly restrained his divine ability, bowing respectfully while maintaining the appearance of an ordinary monkey. Patriarch Bodhi slowly opened his eyes, deep as an ancient well, gazing calmly at Sun Wukong. You monkey, what brings you here? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, his eyes flashing with fervent light. I've traveled across mountains and rivers to come here, hoping to learn immortal arts, especially those great divine powers that can move mountains and fill seas, reach heaven and penetrate earth. As he spoke, Sun Wukong deliberately let a trace of his supreme, pure Lingbao formula's aura leak out, yet controlled it to seem barely perceptible, creating the illusion of someone who had accidentally obtained a cultivation method but failed to master it. A wisp of the unique pure energy of the GS sect quietly seeped from his pores, forming a faint bluish aura in the air. Patriarch Bodhi's previously benevolent smile suddenly froze, though only for an instant. It was clearly caught by Sun Wukong, who had been secretly observing. The patriarch's fingers unconsciously tightened around his whisk, causing the snow-white strands to tremble slightly, while a barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes. Oh, Patriarch Bodhi's tone remained gentle, yet carried a probing quality. You monkey, where did you learn these cultivation methods? Sun Wukong snorted coldly to himself. How could Bodhi not know he had been to Mount Li? This was clearly an attempt to extract information, yet his face showed only confusion. Cultivation methods? This old monkey doesn't understand. I just ate some fruits and took some naps in the mountains, and when I woke up, I had endless strength. As his words fell, Patriarch Bodhi's heart sank, and his whisk trembled almost imperceptibly. His gaze grew profound, as if trying to see through every hair on the monkey's body. That Wudong has actually disrupted our Buddhist schemes, the patriarch fumed silently. He clearly sensed the aura of the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula, flowing within Sun Wukong, that unique pure energy of the Jie sect. What surprised him even more was that Sun Wukong had not established a master-disciple karmic bond with Holy Mother Wudong. In the primordial world, transmitting teachings without establishing a master-disciple relationship was tantamount to carelessly tossing precious treasures to strangers. Holy Mother Wudong's actions were almost absurd. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Bodhi's mind. Had Wudong already seen through the Buddhist scheme? As this thought arose, his whisk trembled again slightly. If this were true, this stone-born monkey might have already glimpsed part of the truth, and this discipleship would certainly not proceed smoothly. The great hall fell silent as a tomb, with all disciples holding their breath and watching. Sun Wukong still maintained his naive appearance, though a hint of cunning flickered in his golden eyes. You monkey are quite interesting. Patriarch Bodhi quickly composed himself, his tone like a spring breeze. Since you already have a cultivation foundation, Why do you still come to my cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars? Sun Wukong scratched behind his ear, feigning innocence. Though I have some strength, I don't know divine powers and magical arts. I heard that the patriarch possesses vast supernatural abilities and can teach people immortality, so I came specially to seek instruction. With that, he respectfully performed a bow. I hope the patriarch will teach me immortal methods and divine powers. His series of movements were clean and efficient, leaving the disciples in the hall dumbstruck. A gleam flashed in Bodhi's eyes as he sneered inwardly. What a clever monkey. Outwardly respectful, but actually not performing the formal discipleship ceremony. Unwilling to establish karmic bonds, all just an act. Logically speaking, since this monkey had already cultivated GS-sect techniques, taking him as a disciple wouldn't be profitable. However, with the journey to the West tribulation approaching, letting this monkey roam free would create even greater variables. After weighing his options for a moment, Bodhi thought to himself, first take him as a disciple, then plan gradually. He stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Though the monkey seeks the way, he is wild and difficult to tame. My disciples must strictly observe the pure rules and precepts. Can you do this? Sun Wukong's eyes darted about as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever master asks me to do, I'll do it. Patriarch Bodhi nodded slightly, his whisks swaying gently. In that case, I'll accept you as a nominal disciple. Once you pass the trials, you'll be formally admitted into our sect. Before his words finished, he formed hand seals, and a brilliant golden light shot from his fingertips, instantly striking Sun Wukong's forehead. As the golden light approached, alarm bells thundered in Sun Wukong's mind, and the chaotic demon ape essence within him churned violently. He almost instinctively dodged, but at the critical moment suppressed the urge. Resisting forcefully would only make things worse. The golden light entered his body, its gentle yet irresistible power flowing through his meridians before settling outside his dantian, cleverly avoiding the chaotic demon ape essence. Sensing that his essence could refine this restriction at any time, Sun Wukong secretly rejoiced. Indeed had a backup plan. Patriarch Bodhi withdrew his hand, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. This spell is called Clear Mind. It will help you cultivate with a tranquil heart and dispel distracting thoughts. Thank you, Master. Sun Wukong feigned simplicity, but inwardly sneered. What a clear mind spell. It's clearly for surveillance. Patriarch Bodhi turned his head. Qingfeng, take your junior brother to get settled. The green-robed Taoist stepped forward and bowed. I obey Master's command. Passing through several courtyards, Sun Wukong appeared to look around curiously while secretly observing the crescent moon 3 stars cave's gates, spiritual vein directions, and restriction patterns. Qingfeng opened a bamboo hut. This will be your dwelling. Morning lessons begin at the hour of the dragon. Each day don't be late. Thank you, senior brother. Sun Wukong grinned, but his smile vanished the moment Qingfeng left. He sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed, his divine consciousness turning inward. Outside his dantian, that golden light writhed like a living thing, its threads intertwining and connecting directly to Patriarch Bodhi's consciousness. Any unusual movement would trigger an immediate alert. Sun Wukong snorted coldly as his chaotic demon ape essence extended a wisp of black energy, but stopped just before touching the restriction. The time wasn't right. He withdrew the black energy and instead circulated the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula. Clear energy flowed, and the restriction showed no reaction. Having confirmed this, he decided to cultivate in secret while investigating the cave's secrets. The next morning, the lecture hall was packed. Patriarch Bodhi sat on the high platform, his voice resonating like a great bell, while dozens of disciples below listened in rapture, their highest cultivation barely reaching early golden immortal stage. Sun Wukong sat in a corner, appearing respectful while his divine consciousness swept over them. These people were mostly decoys. How could a peak quasi-saint master have such mediocre disciples? After the lecture ended, Patriarch Bodhi suddenly said, Wukong, you stay behind. The other disciples left enviously. Bodhi waved his sleeve, creating a soundproof barrier. The cultivation method within you, where did you obtain it? Sun Wukong scratched his head. I don't know either. One day I woke up and just knew it. The patriarch's eyes flashed with golden light, his pressure crashing down like an abyss collapsing. Sun Wukong's chest felt heavy, his chaotic demon ape essence surging violently, ready to retaliate. At the critical moment, the pressure withdrew, and Bodhi resumed his benevolent appearance. Very well, if you're unwilling to say, this master won't force you. Starting this afternoon, come to my meditation chamber. I'll personally guide you. Thank you, master. Sun Wukong appeared ecstatic outwardly, but sneered inwardly. It's just closer surveillance. In the following days, he attended morning lectures and afternoon sessions in the meditation chamber. Bodhi's seemingly instructive oral teachings were actually probing attempts. Not a shred of real knowledge was imparted. Fortunately, the chaotic demon ape essence provided cover, allowing him to continue advancing secretly. On this particular day, Patriarch Bodhi suddenly asked, You monkey, What type of cultivation method would you like to learn? Upon hearing that Patriarch Bodhi was about to teach him martial arts, Sun Wukong immediately grinned and scratched his head, a glint of cunning flashing in his golden pupils. Master, I want to learn the kind of technique that can defeat you. As soon as the words fell, the air in the quiet chamber seemed to freeze. Patriarch Bodhi's originally benevolent face suddenly turned rigid. The silk threads of his whisk trembled slightly, and cold light flashed from his eyes beneath snow-white eyebrows. Insolence! Came a low roar, like thunder. The overwhelming pressure of a peak quasi-saint crashed down. Sun Wukong's shoulder and backbones cracked audibly. Candle flames danced wildly, and the calligraphy and paintings on the walls rolled up without wind, as if they might be torn apart at any moment. He gritted his teeth and held firm, the chaotic demon ape essence within him spinning frantically, forcibly withstanding this mountain-like pressure while pretending to be terrified and waving his hands repeatedly. Master, please calm your anger. I was just asking casually. Patriarch Bodhi's blazing golden gaze fixed on this stone monkey. A mere being without cultivation dared to dream of surpassing a quasi-saint? In his countless eons of cultivation, he had never encountered such an arrogant little creature. If this monkey truly learned such divine powers, who could control him when Buddhism spread eastward in the future? You monkey, how audacious! Do you know what level of cultivation I have achieved? With your meager abilities, you dare speak so brazenly? Sun Wukong sneered inwardly but put on a bewildered expression. I figured since I'm going to learn, naturally, I should learn the most powerful techniques. The patriarch laughed in extreme anger and swiftly waved his whisk. Instantly, the room temperature plummeted, and even the air seemed to freeze into frost. Sun Wukong could hear his own heartbeat pounding against his eardrums, the tremor of being targeted by a giant beast. At this tense moment, Patriarch Bodhi suddenly withdrew all his pressure, his expression returning to calm. He looked deeply at Sun Wukong, as if weighing something. Very well. His voice became gentle again, as if the previous thunder had never existed. Since you have such ambition, I shall teach you 2 great divine powers. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up with timely delight. Really? Master is willing to teach me. Patriarch Bodhi stroked his beard and stood. The 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Disha both contain the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. The 36 transformations of Tiangang can manipulate creation, reverse yin and yang, move stars and change constellations, and turn back the sun. The 72 transformations of Disha can communicate with spirits, carry mountains and control waters, summon wind and spread mist, pray for clear skies and rain. As his words fell, countless golden runes appeared at the top of the quiet chamber, floating down like stars, each containing profound mystical essence. Sun Wukong secretly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes, taking all the runes into his heart. If cultivated to perfection, they could indeed reach heaven and penetrate earth. Patriarch Bodhi added meaningfully. However, with your talent, you can only choose one to cultivate. Sun Wukong rejoiced inwardly but put on a stern face and declared, Master, don't underestimate me. I, Sun Wukong, am exceptionally gifted and will definitely master them all. The patriarch remained non-committal, lightly flicking his whisk. The silk threads fell back down, his tone calm. If that's the case, starting tomorrow, you shall come here to practice every day at noon. How much you can learn depends entirely on your own fortune. With these words, Patriarch Bodhi swept his sleeve, and golden light transformed into a gentle force that carried Sun Wukong out of the meditation chamber. Sun Wukong's figure flickered and vanished beyond the doorway, while inside the chamber, the kindly smile faded instantly. Patriarch Bodhi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his fingers rapidly calculating. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper as he muttered, Strange indeed, the heavenly secrets grow ever more chaotic. Golden light churned in his eyes as he wondered silently. What else could this monkey be hiding? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong returned to his bamboo hut and raised his hand to set up a simple sound barrier formation. A pale blue membrane enveloped the entire wooden dwelling. He sat cross-legged, his eyes flickering between dark gleams and golden radiance, no longer showing any trace of simple-mindedness. He murmured to himself, the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Dishaith Old Bodhi is quite generous indeed. He certainly understood the power of these 2 divine arts in his original fate. It was precisely with the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault that he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. Yet at this moment, he felt no joy whatsoever, only curling his lips in a smile. It appears to be a gift of techniques, but in reality, he wants to use this to replace the Supreme Purity Spiritual Treasure formula within my body. The Supreme Purity Spiritual Treasure formula was the orthodox teaching of the intercepting sect, completely incompatible with Buddhist methods. If Bodhi were to secretly manipulate it, he could gradually erode his foundation in the future. Too bad he doesn't know that I still possess the primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape within meal methods can be merged. With this thought, Sun Wukong opened his palm, and the golden runes he had memorized today materialized in the void. He first circulated his true essence using the spiritual treasure formula, attempting to comprehend them, but felt his chi flow sluggish at every turn. The two systems were indeed difficult to reconcile. Just as I expected, he sneered coldly, his mind stirring as wisps of pitch-black, demonic chi surged from the depths of his consciousness, wrapping around and corroding each golden symbol. The golden runes quickly darkened, ultimately transforming into strange patterns of intermingled blue and black that preserved the essence of Tiangang and Disha while perfectly integrating with the spiritual treasure formula. He hungrily refined these transformed runes into his body, his cultivation visibly ascending as the spiritual damage from his previous force suppression was rapidly healed. The bottleneck of the late profound immortal stage loosened, requiring only one final push. Just then, the golden light of the clear mind mantra deep within his dantian suddenly trembled. Sun Wukong's heart tightened in alarm. Patriarch Bodhi was using the restriction to spy on him. He immediately restrained his power and ceased his practice, flopping onto the wooden bed and deliberately turning over, snoring thunderously. The golden light probed for a moment, detected nothing unusual, and retreated back into hiding. Sun Wukong silently breathed a sigh of relief. The primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape concealed the heavenly secrets, preventing his exposure. The next day at noon, he arrived at the meditation chamber on time. Patriarch Bodhi was already seated on his meditation cushion and merely nodded slightly upon seeing him enter. Today I shall teach you the manipulation of creation from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. As Patriarch Bodhi began his explanation, more golden runes appeared floating within the meditation chamber. Sun Wukong focused intently, memorizing every detail as his truth-piercing golden eyes operated silently, missing not a trace of the profound mysteries. Under Patriarch Bodhi's personal guidance, he chanted at dawn and cultivated at dusk, day after day tempering his divine soul. The primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence already implanted in his meridians continuously circulated, gradually fusing the elementary techniques of the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of Disha with the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula, slowly forging a cultivation system uniquely his own. On this day, Patriarch Bodhi stood with hands clasped behind his back among the pine winds and suddenly spoke. "How has your cultivation progressed these days?" Sun Wukong quickly bowed, feigning distress. "Master, the Tiangang transformations are too profound. I can only learn the simple ones." A flash of satisfaction gleamed in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes. This was exactly what he wanted, for the monkey to retreat from difficulty and abandon the Jie school techniques to focus on Buddhist cultivation. He spoke earnestly. "The path of cultivation values dedication above all. Though the Taoist techniques within you are mysterious, they make it difficult to attain the great Tao." Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, but showed sudden understanding on his face. "Master means for me to abandon my original techniques and focus solely on the Tiangang and Disha transformations?" "Precisely." Patriarch Bodhi nodded slightly. Seeing his disciple still scratching his ears and cheeks, his tone suddenly turned cold. "There are no buts. If you truly wish to enter my sect, you must make a choice." The spiritual energy in the quiet chamber grew heavy, pressure mounting like a mountain. Sun Wukong understood this was forcing him to take a stance, and could only bow his head. I understand. From today forward, I will wholeheartedly cultivate the techniques Master has taught." Only then did Patriarch Bodhi withdraw his imposing aura, saying coolly, "Good." After Sun Wukong departed, Patriarch Bodhi's kindly expression vanished completely. He performed divination calculations, but the more he calculated, the more chaotic they became. Strange, this monkey has already cultivated Tiangang and Disha, so why are the heavenly secrets even more muddled? After pondering briefly, he transformed into a golden light and headed straight for the Western Paradise, intending to request the saint to personally divine the truth. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong returned to his bamboo hut, casually set up a sound-blocking barrier, and sat cross-legged in meditation. Golden light and black radiance intertwined in his pupils as he showed no hesitation. Old Bodhi finally couldn't contain himself, must be going to request the saint's intervention. He knew his current cultivation couldn't contend with the saint, but he had long prepared for this. With a slight mental command, a wisp of golden light rose from his dantianth, last trace of the long-armed ape essence left by Yuan Hong. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong fused it into his primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence. Instantly, the shared origin energy of the four chaos-bringing monkeys spread forth, combined with the Chaos Demon Ape's natural ability to obscure heavenly secrets, sufficient to block a saint's divination for a short time. With arrangements complete, he focused all his power on breaking through the peak mystic immortal bottleneck. The magical power accumulated over many days had long reached its critical point, and now stimulated by the long-armed ape essence, the bottleneck shattered. Boom. A violent spiritual energy storm erupted within his body, only to be swiftly suppressed by the primordial chaos demon ape essence. His cultivation officially stepped into the peak of mystic immortal realm, only one step away from golden immortal. Not enough, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body. He needed to reach at least the golden immortal realm to have any chance of self-preservation. He understood that once Patriarch Bodhi truly summoned a sage for divination, his situation would only become more perilous. Therefore, he had to rapidly enhance his cultivation before his opponent could make a move. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, sitting cross-legged in the bamboo hut to focus on comprehending the 36 heavenly transformations and 72 earthly transformations he had learned during this time. Unlike before, he now completely unleashed himself, allowing the chaos demon ape essence within him to surge freely. No longer concerned about the golden light of the mind-clearing spell used for surveillance after all, Patriarch Bodhi had left the mountain, and that golden light had no one to control it, making it merely an empty shell. In the Western paradise, Buddha's light flowed like tides, and Sanskrit chants thundered through the air. Patriarch Bodhi stepped upon a 12-petaled golden lotus, passing through layers of golden lotus seas until he reached a towering lotus platform. At the center of the platform sat a figure shrouded in chaotic aura, as if embodying the origin of heaven and earth, unified with all phenomena. This disciple pays respects to the sage. Patriarch Bodhi bowed deeply, his voice barely concealing his unease. Humph! A cold snort exploded thunderously, causing 10,000 golden lotuses throughout the paradise to tremble in unison. A mere stone monkey, and you dare disturb my tranquility repeatedly? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Patriarch Bodhi's forehead as he hastily explained. Sage, please calm your anger. That monkey behaves strangely, and this disciple always feels he harbors ulterior motives. Within his body, he can somehow practice both the intercepting sex techniques and the heavenly and earthly transformation arts simultaneously. Moreover, the heavenly secrets surrounding him are chaotic. This disciple cannot divine his fate. No need for more words. The sage directly interrupted, his tone full of impatience. I have already conducted divination. That monkey shows no abnormality-ish, has merely gained some fortuitous encounters. You shall teach him according to the original plan. Once he cultivates to the Tai golden immortal realm, have him descend the mountain to face his tribulation. Hearing this, Patriarch Bodhi finally breathed a sigh of relief and was about to withdraw when the sage spoke again. Wait. Since that monkey has entered your tutelage yet bears no proper name, this is inappropriate. Quickly bestow upon him a name, so you too may share in a strand of the heaven-mending fortune. This disciple obeys the sage's decree. A gleam flashed in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes as he silently noted he had nearly forgotten this matter, quickly bowing before departing. At the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars, in the quiet bamboo hut, demonic energy swirled around Sun Wukong, black mist coiling about him. In just a few days, he had broken through to the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. The chaos demon ape essence had grown stronger once more, and now he was assaulting the threshold of the golden immortal realm. Suddenly, his heart trembled slightly, and his eyes snapped open. Patriarch Bodhi has returned. In the next instant, a vast divine consciousness swept across Mount Lingtai, and the golden light of the mind-clearing spell quickly awakened. Sun Wukong immediately suppressed his aura, concealed his demonic energy, and pretended to focus on comprehending the techniques. Moments later, Patriarch Bodhi's voice came from outside the quiet chamber. Monkey, come see me at once. A golden gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he silently cursed. Indeed, he summoned a sage for divination, but his face still wore a simple smile as he pushed open the door. Master, you called for me? Beneath the ancient pine, Patriarch Bodhi's snow-white beard and hair swayed gently in the wind, his gaze profound. He studied Sun Wukong for a long while before suddenly smiling. You monkey have been under my tutelage for many days, yet you don't even have a proper name. Today, this old man shall bestow upon you a name. Sun Wukong instantly understood his intention had come for that strand of heaven-mending fortune. Feigning surprise while maintaining respectful demeanor, he replied, Master, I do have a name. Patriarch Bodhi's first reaction was that this couldn't be possible, but remembering the Holy Mother Wudong, he hesitated momentarily and secretly examined Sun Wukong's fortune. Indeed, the monkey's fortune had not been claimed by the Holy Mother Wudong, appearing instead complete and intact. How strange if the Holy Mother Wudong hadn't named him. Where did this name come from? Patriarch Bodhi raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. If you have a name, why didn't you mention it earlier? You never asked. Sun Wukong chuckled, then set aside his playfulness and spoke solemnly. Sun Wukong, that is my name. Patriarch Bodhi stood frozen in place. This name was exactly the same as what he had in mind. Patriarch Bodhi's pupils contracted sharply, and beneath his white eyebrows, his eyes flashed with a glimmer of disbelief. The silk threads of his whisk trembled between his fingers, his snow-white beard fluttered without wind, and the clear chi that had been as light as morning mist now churned like turbulent waves. He uttered the three syllables Sun Wukong in a low voice, the words seeming to grind through his clenched teeth. His fingertips moved swiftly in calculation, yet the heavenly secrets remained chaotic, offering not a single clue. What was even more terrifying was that this name matched exactly what he had originally envisioned in his heart. Good, very good. The low murmur of Rajaturn laughter crushed the last trace of benevolence. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of a peak quasi-saint crashed down, and the space within 100 li radius seemed to be kneaded by a giant hand. The bamboo hut's roof exploded away, with chips flying in all directions. Ancient trees around snapped at their trunks, fallen timber smashing and cracking mountain stones. The ground fractured into spider webs, dust, and smoke rolling straight up to the clouds. Sun Wukong was crushed heated by this overwhelming force. He could hear his bones crackling, his internal organs feeling as if seized by an invisible giant hand. He gritted his teeth as the chaotic demon ape essence within him surged like a black river in reverse, wisps of ink-colored mist seeping from his pores, barely managing to block that mountain of pressure. What is the meaning of this, Patriarch? He raised his head, his golden eyes reflecting the shattered sky, a flash of cold mockery passing through them. This old monkey merely has a name. Does that also offend you? Cold light blazed in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes. He never would have imagined that this seemingly naive monkey could see through his thoughts. What infuriated him even more was that Sun Wukong neither wished to become his disciple nor would allow him to divide his fortune through bestowing a name, clearly intending to freeload the techniques. What a sharp-tongued monkey. His voice was cold enough to form frost. Having entered my domain and learned my methods, yet refusing to acknowledge me as master, what reasoning is this? Before his words finished, he waved his whisk lightly, and a golden chain thick as an arm shot out like lightning, wrapping layer upon layer around Sun Wukong. The chain contained vast Buddhist power, directly penetrating the chaotic demon ape essence and binding his primordial spirit, causing his soul to tremble. Sun Wukong's heart sank, silently cursing this old Taoist's unfathomable depths, yet his face broke into a fang-bearing grin. The patriarch speaks too seriously. This old monkey never once mentioned becoming a disciple. It was you, venerable sir, who insisted on teaching. Besides, regarding those 36 transformations of Tiangang and 72 transformations of Disha, I've learned them only passably. How about something more powerful? This statement nearly made Patriarch Bodhi's 7 orifices smoke with rage. Since achieving enlightenment, this was the first time he had encountered such shameless audacity. Not content with freeloading techniques, the monkey still wanted to ask for more benefits. Insolence. His furious roar thundered across Mount Fangsuan, causing rocks to tumble from the peaks. The golden chain suddenly tightened, and Sun Wukong's bones cracked and popped once more. Patriarch Bodhi threatened coldly. If you do not become my disciple today, don't think of leaving the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars, even half a step. Pain surged through him, yet Sun Wukong's gaze remained cunning. He had long anticipated this situation and already had a plan in mind. Immediately adopting the attitude of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, he said, since the patriarch wants to kill me simply because I have a name, then go ahead. If you don't kill me, I won't survive anyway. Having spoken, he simply closed his eyes and stood among the howling wind and flying debris as if awaiting death. Sun Wukong's posture of closing his eyes and awaiting death instantly brought Patriarch Bodhi back to his senses. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the golden chain from his whisk quietly dissipated. This mischievous monkey was a crucial piece in the journey to the West Tribulation. If he truly died by his own hand, not only would the Buddhist sect's rise be hindered, but the backlash from heaven's way would be enough to obliterate his benevolent incarnation. It might even implicate Saint Juani himself. By then, forget about Buddhism's prosperity. He'd be fortunate not to meet the same fate as the Jia sect. Patriarch Bodhi's heart churned with turmoil as he forcibly suppressed his rage, his snow-white beard fluttering without wind. With a sweep of his sleeve, the bamboo hut's roof that had been blown away was restored to its original state in a halo of time-reversing light. Very well, since you have a name, I shall not insist. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong calculated inwardly. Such a golden opportunity would be too precious to waste. His eyes rolled, and suddenly he hung his head in dejection, feigning utter despair. If Master says so, then surely I've done wrong. I no longer seek immortality. I might as well die. Before his words finished, he raised his palm high, about to strike down hard upon his own crown. Though he used no spiritual power, in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes, it was tantamount to suicide. Stop! Patriarch Bodhi cried out in alarm, his whisks sweeping forth. A golden light arrived first despite starting later, freezing Sun Wukong's arm just as his palm was about to touch his crown. That gentle yet irresistible force bound the monkey's arm. Sun Wukong rejoiced inwardly while maintaining his expression of utter despair. Why does Master stop me? If I cannot become your disciple and learn the arts, what meaning is there in living? Fine beads of sweat appeared on Patriarch Bodhi's forehead, his heart filled with both shock and anger. Shocked that this monkey was so resolute, ready to end his life at the slightest disagreement. Angry that he, a mighty quasi-saint, was being manipulated by a mere monkey. You monkey. His voice trembled slightly. We can talk this through. I seek death? A flash of cunning flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes, vanishing instantly as he lowered his head and choked back tears. Master doesn't know, ever since I came into this world, I've been schemed against by others. Finally meeting a sage like Master, I thought I could learn some real skills, but unexpectedly. He deliberately paused here, stealing a glance at Patriarch Bodhi's reaction. Patriarch Bodhi's white eyebrows furrowed deeply, his whisk trembling. How could he not see that Sun Wukong was acting? But with the journey to the west tribulation imminent and the stone monkey being a key piece, if something truly went wrong. He sighed deeply and resumed his benevolent smile. Enough, enough. You monkeys certainly have a resolute nature. Since you're sincere in seeking the way, I shall make an exception this once. Master means. Sun Wukong's eyes immediately lit up. Patriarch Bodhi stroked his beard. I observe that you possess exceptional talent and are indeed good material for cultivation. How about this? Besides the 36 transformations of Tiangang and 72 transformations of Disha, I'll also teach you the divine ability of Cloud Somersault. How does that sound? Cloud Somersault? Sun Wukong feigned surprise, blinking. What kind of divine ability is that? Seeing Sun Wukong take the bait, Patriarch Bodhi felt somewhat relieved and explained, this is the art of riding clouds and mist. One somersault covers 108,000 life. You in the 3 realms can match it. Before he finished speaking, Sun Wukong shook his head and interrupted. I won't learn that. It's not as good as the golden light of earth travel from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Bodhi was stunned. This golden light of earth traversal was truly a divine technique, far superior to the cloud somersault. Patriarch Bodhi knew well that once this art fell into Sun Wukong's hands, it would disrupt his future plans. Yet seeing the monkey's dejected expression of utter despair, he finally relented with gritted teeth. In his heart, he groaned inwardly. This monkey was truly troublesome, and for now he could only appease him, leaving the Buddha to deal with the consequences. The golden light of earth traversal was among the most advanced escape techniques of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, taking a century just to grasp the basics. The patriarch stroked his beard, maintaining a composed expression while affecting an air of profound mystery. If you can achieve minor success within 1 month, this old master will teach you everything. A golden gleam flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he scoffed inwardly, clearly setting up obstacles. While ordinary people might not master this technique even after 100 years, he possessed the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape and the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula. Perhaps he could indeed achieve rapid mastery. He straightened his chest and patted his heart. Master, rest assured, this old son will not disappoint you. This confidence actually made Patriarch Bodhi's heart skip a beat, but having spoken, he could only wave his sleeve dismissively. Go then. If you encounter anything unclear, you may come ask me. No sooner had Sun Wukong left than the patriarch's face darkened like storm clouds. He calculated with his fingers, discovering that the heavenly secrets grew increasingly chaotic, even Wukong's current situation becoming unclear. What exactly is the mystery behind this monkey? He muttered to himself, a flash of worry crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong returned to his bamboo hut on the mountainside. With bamboo leaves rustling around him, he raised his hand to establish a sound barrier formation, sat cross-legged, and held a miniature golden light in his palm, with mystical runes rotating within precisely the cultivation method for the golden light of earth traversal. This old Taoist is quite generous after all, he smirked, his eyes carrying mockery. Without delay, he immediately closed his eyes to comprehend the technique. The Chaos Demon Ape essence within him surged, dark energy swirling as it collided with, devoured, and reshaped those golden runes. Unlike the Tiangang and Disha transformations, the golden light of earth traversal was purely a technique for ultimate escape speed. Though originally profound and obscure, with the demon ape essence's assistance, his progress was so rapid that even Wukong himself felt surprised. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and suddenly golden light blazed within the bamboo hut. Sun Wukong's entire form became a streak of flowing light, shuttling through the room at speeds barely visible to the naked eye, each flash covering several zhang. Success! He rejoiced in Wardlethaw only initially mastered. It already far surpassed ordinary escape techniques. With a mere thought, his form vanished from thin air, instantly appearing in the clearing outside, then flashing back to the hut. After several repetitions, his movements progressed from awkward to fluid, and he practiced with increasing delight. No wonder that old Bodhi guarded this so closely. This technique is truly remarkable. With this life-saving trump card, I'll have better odds when facing powerful enemies in the future. Suddenly, a vast divine consciousness swept over the bamboo hut like a tidal wave. Wukong's thoughts raced as he instantly concealed his aura, putting on the appearance of struggling fruitlessly in cultivation. The divine consciousness probed around the hut for a moment, finding nothing unusual, then slowly withdrew. Humph, indeed monitoring me. Sun Wukong snorted softly, his wariness toward Patriarch Bodhi deepening. In the following days, Sun Wukong pretended to struggle unsuccessfully during the day while secretly perfecting the golden light of earth traversal at night. With the aid of the chaotic demon ape's essence, his progress was nothing short of miraculous. In just 1 month, Sun Wukong had cultivated the golden light ground shrinking technique to the minor achievement level. With a single thought, golden light would flash beneath his feet, allowing him to traverse tens of thousands of miles. Compared to the somersault cloud's range of 108,000 li, this divine ability was incomparably more cunning and fierce. And this was merely the minor achievement level. If he reached great achievement, the somersault cloud wouldn't even be worthy of carrying its shoes. One morning, as mist rolled across Mount Fengsuan, Patriarch Bodhi pointed across the distance and summoned Sun Wukong to the meditation chamber. The stone walls were smooth as mirrors, sandalwood incense curled in the air, and the patriarch stroked his beard as he spoke. How goes your cultivation of the golden light ground shrinking technique? Sun Wukong scratched his head and grimaced in apparent distress. Master, this divine ability is far too difficult. I haven't even touched the threshold yet. A flash of satisfaction passed through Patriarch Bodhi's eyes, though he still offered gentle comfort. No matter, no matter. The golden light ground shrinking technique is inherently profound. That you have any comprehension at all is already remarkable. Sun Wukong laughed inwardly. The old Taoist indeed hopes I cannot learn it. Suddenly his eyes rolled, and he asked, Master, I've heard that when the golden light ground shrinking technique reaches its peak, one can travel 10,000 miles in an instant. Is this true? Correct. Patriarch Bodhi stood with hands clasped behind his back. This technique belongs to the 36 heavenly transformations. When cultivated to great achievement, few in the 3 realms can match it. Then could Master demonstrate it once? Let me broaden my horizons. Sun Wukong feigned an expression of longing. Under his disciple's eager gaze, Patriarch Bodhi could hardly refuse and nodded. Very well, watch carefully. Before his words finished, brilliant golden light surged around the patriarch, dazzling like a miniature sun. His entire form transformed into a streak of light that shot out of the meditation chamber with a whoosh. Sun Wukong immediately activated his truth-piercing golden eyes to their limit. That golden light flashed toward a barren mountain tens of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye, then suddenly returned. The entire process took less than a breath. What magnificent golden light ground shrinking! Sun Wukong praised sincerely. The patriarch's divine ability was at least 100, perhaps 1,000 times stronger than his own minor achievement level. The golden light faded as Patriarch Bodhi stood before the meditation cushion with hands clasped, saying indifferently, Well, do you comprehend anything? Sun Wukong feigned bewilderment. I don't understand. I truly don't understand. Seeing his disciple had made no progress, Patriarch Bodhi's expression relaxed slightly. He flicked his sleeve, indicating dismissal. 300 years passed leisurely by. During this time, Sun Wukong maintained his simple-minded facade on the surface, barely managing to master the great celestial immortal formula, occasionally going to the back mountain to chop wood and carry water, as if his natural talent were limited. In reality, using the mysteries of the chaotic demon ape's essence, he secretly integrated and refined the 8-9 mysterious arts, golden light ground shrinking, 36 heavenly transformations, and 72 earthly transformations that Patriarch Bodhi had taught him. Though not yet perfected, he could already wield considerable power at will. He could also see that the patriarch remained constantly vigilant, refusing to reveal even a word about core Buddhist teachings. Regarding this, Sun Wukong sneered inwardly. The more foolish I appear, the more at ease he becomes. Finally, it's about time. Sun Wukong opened his eyes in his stone dwelling, golden light flashing briefly in his pupils before vanishing. Over these 300 years, he had not only cultivated techniques, but also used the chaotic demon ape's essence to obscure heavenly secrets, causing Patriarch Bodhi's repeated divinations to conclude he had just entered the celestial immortal realm. In truth, his cultivation had long since broken through barriers in secret, stepping into the late golden immortal stage, just one step away from Tai. That crucial breakthrough had required him to mimic the somersault cloud and secretly leave Mount Fengsuan, completing it quietly among the sea of clouds. If he continued concealing his progress now, it might arouse suspicion. Dragging it out further would likely invite doubt. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and walked toward Patriarch Bodhi's meditation chamber. Bamboo shadows swayed beneath his steps as he ambled along, scratching the back of his head while maintaining perfect precision in his stride. Inside the meditation chamber, Patriarch Bodhi sat with his eyes slightly closed, his whisk resting beside his knee, his entire being as still as distant mountains. Sensing the approach of that lively demonic aura, he slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a gentle yet scrutinizing tone. Wukong, what brings you here today? Have you made progress in your cultivation? Sun Wukong bounded through the doorway, first bowing respectfully to his master, then scratching his head with feigned distress. Master, I have practiced the great celestial immortal formula for 300 years, yet I remain stuck at the celestial immortal realm, unable to break through. I have come today to seek your guidance. Patriarch Bodhi nodded slightly, his gaze examining Sun Wukong up and down while secretly weighing matters in his heart. Over these 300 years, this monkey's performance had been mediocre, not stupid, but hardly remarkable either. He had initially been impressed by the spiritual stone monkey's natural endowments, expecting rapid progress, yet now the creature hadn't even mastered the great celestial immortal formula. The path of cultivation values perseverance above all. Patriarch Bodhi stroked his beard and nodded. Circulate your cultivation method so your master can see where the problem lies. Sun Wukong complied, settling cross-legged on the meditation cushion. He pressed his palms together, quickly suppressing his aura to the early celestial immortal stage, while the surrounding spiritual energy moved like tangled threads, flowing sluggishly. He deliberately made his breathing unsteady and added a few wrinkles of confusion to his brow. Patriarch Bodhi swept out with his divine consciousness and frowned slightly. Wukong was indeed stuck at the early celestial immortal stage, and his spiritual energy circulation was chaotic, clearly showing he hadn't fully comprehended the cultivation method. Your mind is restless and impatient. You haven't quietly contemplated the true meaning of the technique, he said, his tone mild but reproachful. After speaking, the patriarch sighed inwardly. Over these 300 years, he had taught without reservation, imparting even the 36 transformations of Tiangang and Disha, and the golden light ground shrinking technique, great divine powers he had shared completely. Yet this monkey's realm remained utterly stagnant. At this rate, when the great tribulation arrived, this disciple would be far from storming the southern heavenly gate, let alone causing havoc in the heavenly palace. Could I have truly overestimated his talent? Patriarch Bodhi waved his whisk gently, his slender eyebrows furrowing slightly. By all logic, a spiritual stone monkey born with innate spiritual essence shouldn't be so sluggish in progress. He looked more intently at Sun Wukong, seeing the monkey still scratching his ears and head, his golden eyes filled with the bewilderment of desperate contemplation, looking exactly like a block of wood that refused to be enlightened. As his thoughts turned, the patriarch suddenly remembered something. His sleeves billowed, and a crystal-clear peach materialized in his palm. The peach was jade-like throughout, its surface adorned with 9 purple-gold patterns, its rich spiritual energy nearly condensed into substance, forming a ring of misty, celestial light around the fruit. A 9,000-year purple-striped peach of immortality. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted slightly as his truth-piercing golden eyes instinctively activated, instantly recognizing the true nature of this peach. A supreme treasure of the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool, blooming for 3,000 years, bearing fruit for another 3,000, and ripening only after yet another 3,000 years. Mortals who consumed it would instantly become immortals, while immortals who ate it would experience explosive growth in their cultivation. Patriarch Bodhi remained unaware of the monkey's reaction, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gently stroking his long beard as he spoke in a calm tone. Wukong, you've been stuck at the celestial immortal bottleneck, so your master shall bestow upon you this spiritual fruit to help you break through. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly but plastered his face with delight. Master, this is for me? He rubbed his hands together, feigning a drooling expression, though wariness flickered in the depths of his golden eyes. For 300 years, this old Taoist had been guarding against him at every turn, yet today he suddenly acted so generous there had to be a reason. Patriarch Bodhi flicked his sleeve and offered the peach, his voice gentle. This fruit contains the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Consume it, and you shall break through your bottleneck. The peach fell into the monkey's palm, its jade-like warmth quickly seeping through his pores as rich spiritual energy flowed up his arm, spreading throughout his body like warm spring water. Sun Wukong suppressed his wild joy while maintaining his anxious facade. Master, this spiritual fruit is too precious. This old monkey feels unworthy of such a gift. His white beard swaying slightly, a glint of calculation flashed in the depths of Patriarch Bodhi's eyes. No matter. Since you've entered my tutelage, your master naturally should assist your cultivation. This peach was gifted by the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. I bestow it upon you today in hopes you'll break through soon. The monkey quietly snorted to himself, The old Taoist clearly finds my progress too slow and can't wait for the Great Tribulation to begin. On the surface, he turned the peach over and over in his hands, examining it like a country monkey, seeing something exotic for the first time. Master, can this fruit really help me break through? Naturally. Patriarch Bodhi nodded with a hint of pride in his voice. A 9,000-year purple-striped peach of immortality mortals need only one bite to instantly become immortals. Though you're already a celestial immortal, you should at least advance to the peak of that realm. A flash of golden light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he feigned sudden understanding, then scratched his head. Then, Master, do you have any extras? I feel like one might not be enough. Before he finished speaking, the whisk in Patriarch Bodhi's hand nearly dropped to the ground as his eyes widened. You monkey, do you know how precious this peach is? The entire heavenly court produces only 36 of them every 9,000 years. Sun Wukong pouted and muttered under his breath. I saw Master casually pull one out, so I thought you had plenty. The old patriarch's snow-white beard trembled with anger, yet he thought to himself, the greedier this monkey acts about food, the simpler his mind must be. That's reassuring. He took a deep breath to suppress his fury. First consume this one. If you can break through to the mystic immortal realm, your master will find a way to get more. Really? The monkey's eyes lit up like a little monkey spotting bananas. Master, you mustn't lie to me. Patriarch Bodhi waved his hand with a bitter smile. When has your master ever deceived you? Consume it quickly. Only then did Sun Wukong reluctantly nod, cradling the peach in both hands and carefully taking a bite. The flesh instantly transformed into warm currents that surged into his limbs and bones. He immediately activated his chaotic demon ape essence, sealing away all the tremendous spiritual power and releasing only a thin layer to circulate on his body's surface, creating the illusion of absorption. Patriarch Bodhi's brow furrowed slightly as his divine consciousness swept over Sun Wukong, detecting that the monkey's aura was indeed slowly growing, but far less dramatically than expected. Logically speaking, the spiritual power contained within a 9,000-year purple-striped immortal peach should be enough to propel an early-stage celestial immortal directly to the mystic immortal realm, or even mid-stage mystic immortal. Yet after Sun Wukong swallowed an entire peach, his internal magical power only increased slightly, and the spiritual light in his dantian barely brightened by a thread. Compared to the soaring effects others would experience, it was utterly pathetic. Patriarch Bodhi frowned inwardly. The spirit stone monkey was one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, born of heaven and earth, so perhaps his spiritual power requirements far exceeded those of ordinary immortals. Incense smoke curled through the quiet chamber as Sun Wukong pretended to meditate with closed eyes, while secretly watching Patriarch Bodhi from the corner of his vision. When he noticed the patriarch's frown deepening, he rejoiced inwardly and immediately allowed his aura to slowly climb again, barely touching the mid-stage celestial immortal level. Then he displayed a pained expression and suddenly opened his eyes, clasping his hands. Master, this peach is too potent. I can barely handle it. Seeing this, Patriarch Bodhi felt somewhat relieved. So it wasn't that the peach was ineffective, but rather that the monkey had poor foundation and slow absorption. After a moment's consideration, he produced a second purple-striped immortal peach from his sleeve, its purple patterns shimmering and fragrance overflowing. Take another one. I'll help you refine it. Sun Wukong's eyebrows twitched, but his face showed panic as he waved his hands repeatedly. This is too precious. No matter. Your cultivation advancement makes it worthwhile. Patriarch Bodhi waved his whisk, signaling him to accept it. The monkey's eyes blazed with joy beneath, though he still acted humble and fearful. As the second peach entered his mouth, he secretly released his chaotic demon ape origin, allowing 90% of the spiritual power to be devoured by his origin, while leaving only 10% to circulate through his meridians. In an instant, his aura stretched like a drawn bowstring, humming as it soared mid-stage celestial immortal, latest stage, reaching the peak of celestial immortal. Bang! The tremendous spiritual pressure made the candle flames dance wildly. Sun Wukong's eyes flowed with golden light as he jumped up excitedly. Master, I've broken through. Patriarch Bodhi swept out with his divine consciousness, confirming that the monkey had indeed stabilized at the peak of celestial immortal, before nodding with satisfaction. Good. Those 2 peaches weren't wasted after all. Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks, still appearing unsatisfied. Master, I feel like I could eat a few more. Nonsense. The whisk shook, its threads exploding like snow. Patriarch Bodhi said sternly, do you think these are wild mountain fruits? Cultivation values gradual progress. The monkey shrank his neck, muttering quietly. I saw Master could easily produce 2 of them, so I thought. Patriarch Bodhi suppressed his anger. Wukong, you've reached the peak of celestial immortal. Next you should stabilize your realm and not be greedy. Sun Wukong immediately smiled apologetically. Master's teaching is correct. Then, after I stabilize my realm, could I perhaps? No. The patriarch cut him off directly. These two were already an exception. Don't push your luck. Sun Wukong pouted in apparent disappointment, but inwardly bloomed with joy. The spiritual power of two 9,000-year purple-striped immortal peaches was now completely in his possession, and he had successfully deceived his master into categorizing him as greedy and dull-witted, making future schemes more convenient. Go back and stabilize your realm. Patriarch Bodhi waved his whisk in dismissal. Sun Wukong bowed respectfully. Yes, master. As he turned to leave the quiet chamber, a cunning cold light flashed in his eyes. Returning to his bamboo hut, he immediately set up a sound-blocking barrier, sat cross-legged on his meditation cushion, and looked inward to his dantian. He saw two masses of purple-gold spiritual power tightly wrapped by his chaotic demon ape origin, pulsing like two beating hearts. With their tremendous potency, they were sufficient to push him to the peak of golden immortal, possibly even touching the Tai golden immortal realm. However, Sun Wukong didn't rush to absorb them. Absorbing them now would be too risky, Sun Wukong thought to himself. When breaking through to the golden immortal realm, one's aura would inevitably leak for a brief moment. Even with the Chaos Demon Ape's essence concealing it, there was no guarantee that Patriarch Bodhi wouldn't notice. Sun Wukong knew he was being secretly monitored by the Patriarch, so he gazed out the window. The night was ink black, starlight dim, and Mount Lingtai was so quiet that not even insects chirped, as if some invisible force had sealed away all sounds. I need to find a chance to slip away. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. With a subtle shift of thought, the Chaos Demon Ape's essence quietly circulated, sending a wisp of dark energy flowing through his meridians before gathering at his feet. The 72 Transformations Golden Light Technique. He had mastered this divine ability to a decent level. Though it couldn't match Patriarch Bodhi's ability to travel millions of miles in an instant, it was sufficient to escape Mount Lingtai undetected. But first, he needed to figure out the Patriarch's schedule. His truth-seeing golden eyes pierced through the bamboo hut's walls, focusing on the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars atop the mountain. Over these hundreds of years, he had memorized the Patriarch's habits perfectly. Every 100 years, he would leave the mountain for 3 days of doctrinal discussions. Tomorrow would mark exactly the 301st year precisely when the Patriarch was due to depart. Doctrinal discussions? Sun Wukong didn't buy it for a second. It seemed more like plotting the Great Tribulation with the Buddha. But that was none of his concern. Heaven is helping me. Joy flickered across his face as he drew the 2 masses of peach of immortality spiritual energy into his dantian, wrapping them layer by layer with the Chaos Demon Ape's essence to prevent any leakage. The next morning, he acted as if nothing had happened, joining his fellow disciples to listen to Patriarch Bodhi's sermon. On the high platform, the Patriarch held his whisk, his voice booming like a great bell as he expounded on the mysteries of pure non-action. Wukong appeared respectful on the surface, but his mind was elsewhere. Therefore, only when the heart is still as water can one see one's true nature and enlighten the mind. The Patriarch concluded, his gaze sweeping across the disciples and pausing slightly on Wukong. The monkey immediately began scratching his ears and cheeks. Master, I think I understand, but then again, maybe I don't. Patriarch Bodhi shook his head, seemingly accustomed to this foolish act. Today's sermon ends here. Contemplate on your own and do not slack off. With that, he transformed into golden light and departed. The moment the Patriarch left the mountain gate, Wukong returned to his bamboo hut to make preparations. First, he used the Supreme Pure Spiritual Treasure formula to set up an illusion array inside the room, making it appear from outside that he was constantly sitting in meditation. Then he separated a strand of his divine consciousness and attached it to the Clear Mind mantra's restriction, preventing the Patriarch from becoming suspicious during remote surveillance. Everything was ready, just had to wait for nightfall. Night descended. Thin mist shrouded the mountain forest, and moonlight flowed like water. Wukong opened his truth-seeing golden eyes, confirmed no one was watching, and with a flicker of his form, became a barely perceptible golden light that escaped the bamboo hut. Pushing his golden light technique to its limits, he instantly passed through the mountain's protective formation and leaped tens of thousands of miles in succession. This place will do. He selected a secluded mountain cave, raised his hand to cast several incantations, and laid down multiple restrictions to isolate his aura. He sat cross-legged, finally releasing his suppression over the spiritual energy of the Pan Tao. Boom! 2 surges of violet gold energy exploded within his body, flooding his meridians with a torrent of power. Sun Wukong let out a muffled groan as beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. The 9,000-year-old violet-veined Pan Tao contained far more energy than he had anticipated. Even with his current cultivation, absorbing it was an arduous task. The essence of the Chaos Demon Ape within him suddenly roared to life, its black energy surging like a ferocious beast. It tore through the pure energy, devouring it piece by piece. Sun Wukong's aura climbed rapidly. Latestage golden immortal, peak golden immortal until it finally stopped at the threshold of Tai golden immortal. Still not enough. He gritted his teeth and drew in the remaining spiritual energy, forcing it into his meridians. Instantly, the energy expanded to the point where his body creaked under the strain. A low, guttural roar erupted from his throat as his figure grew taller, his golden fur darkening to a deep metallic hue. The golden light in his eyes clashed and intertwined with streaks of black. Tai golden immortal achieved. A terrifying aura burst forth from his body, shaking the desolate mountain. Fortunately, the barriers he had set up earlier held firm, containing the shockwaves within the cave like an unyielding fortress. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Sun Wukong clenched his fist. He was now more than 10 times stronger than before. If he were to face the 5 directions revealing sages again, he could obliterate them with a single strike. Looking inward, he saw that the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape had grown as thick as an arm, shrouded in swirling black energy. Within it, the shadow of the demon ape howled toward the heavens. To his delight, his primal golden eyes and ground-shifting glow had also advanced to new heights, their power significantly enhanced. It's time to return. Sun Wukong calculated the time and guessed that Patriarch Bodhi was likely still debating the Tao at Ling Shan. He suppressed his aura and prepared to use ground-shifting glow to quietly return to his bamboo hut on Fengsuan Mountain. Just as he looked up to leave, he froze in place. The once clear night sky was now consumed by rolling black clouds, with violet lightning crackling within, like ferocious dragons writhing through the heavens. The oppressive pressure spread for thousands of miles, sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Tai Thunder Tribulation. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. While the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape could conceal him from heavenly scrutiny, the Thunder Tribulation was the will of the Tao itself. There was no escaping it. Having stepped into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he had no choice but to face this trial heat-in. Boom. The first bolt of lightning descended, a purple streak as thick as a barrel, tearing through the night sky as it struck directly at his crown. Its power was enough to flatten a mountain. Sun Wukong didn't dare to be careless. The essence of the Chaos Demon Ape surged within him, and black energy poured from his pores, forming a protective armor around his body. He clasped his fists together and punched upward to meet the lightning heat-in. Bang! Fist and lightning collided, the impact reverberating across the mountains. The ground beneath him cracked, and trees within 100 feet were uprooted and flung into the air. His arms throbbed with pain, but he had forcefully withstood the first bolt. So strong. He shook out his numb arms, his battle spirit igniting. The Tai Thunder Tribulation consisted of 9 bolts, each more powerful than the last. The first already carried the strength of an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, but Sun Wukong was born to fight. Boom, boom. The second and third bolts followed in rapid succession, their power doubling with each strike. Sun Wukong activated his ground-shifting glow, his figure flickering like lightning as he dodged through the storm. Yet the thunderbolts pursued him relentlessly. If I can't dodge, I'll shatter them. Activating his primal golden eyes to their fullest, he pinpointed the weakest points in the lightning structure. Wrapping his fists in the Chaos Demon Ape's black energy, he struck with precision. Crack! The third bolt shattered under his fist, its fragments scattering like silver snakes. Sun Wukong threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar, his dark gold fur standing on end as arcs of lightning danced across his body. Meanwhile, the Chaos Demon Ape essence devoured the energy of the tribulation, growing stronger with each bolt he endured. But the fourth bolt was already forming in the clouds. This time, the lightning was no longer violet. It was a deep black streaked with blood red, exuding an aura of death and punishment. Extinguishing soul lightning? Sun Wukong's expression darkened. This bolt targeted the soul directly, rendering physical defenses useless. He quickly calmed his mind, focusing the Chaos Demon Ape essence within his sea of consciousness to brace for the incoming strike. Boom. The moment the fourth soul-destroying thunder struck, Sun Wukong felt his spirit pierced by countless steel needles, and darkness engulfed his vision. Golden threads of blood quickly seeped from his 7 orifices as he let out a muffled groan, staggering backward several steps and nearly collapsing to his knees. The crimson-black lightning burrowed into his bones and coursed through his meridians, rushing straight toward his sea of consciousness, determined to tear his primordial spirit to shreds. A mere thunder tribulation dares to destroy me? He suddenly bit through the tip of his tongue, the metallic sweetness and sharp pain keeping his consciousness on the edge of clarity. The chaotic demon ape origin was pushed to its limit as black chi erupted violently, condensing into a roaring demon ape phantom within his sea of consciousness that clashed heat-in with the soul-destroying thunder. Crack! His sea of consciousness shattered like heaven and earth collapsing. His golden primordial spirit became covered in fine cracks, yet the demon ape phantom suddenly opened its maw wide and completely devoured the remaining thunder light. Black chi churned as the lightning was refined into a strand of pure energy that merged with his origin. Sun Wukong keenly noticed that the chaotic demon ape origin had grown slightly thicker than before. Though barely perceptible, it was unmistakably stronger. So it can actually devour thunder tribulations to grow. He looked up at the roiling tribulation clouds, the pain in his eyes replaced by burning intensity. If that's the case, then the remaining 5 thunder strikes shall become this old monkey's nourishment. High above, the 5th thunder tribulation was brewing, with dark purple lightning rolling like a giant dragon, its overwhelming pressure covering a 1,000-li radius and suffocating all living beings. Sun Wukong licked the corner of his mouth, madness flashing in his golden eyes. One by one is too slow better for this old monkey to take them directly. He stomped the earth fiercely and shot skyward like a cannonball. The chaotic demon ape within him roared as black chi gathered, outlining a 100-zhong demon ape phantom behind him with crimson eyes, chilling fangs, and hands that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. Roar! The deafening bellow made the tribulation clouds tremble. Sun Wukong thrust both palms forward, his origin boiling as the demon ape phantom opened its bloody maw and bit toward the tribulation clouds. Crack! The still-forming 5th thunder tribulation was bitten and seized, the thick lightning pillar drawn into the demon ape like straightened noodles. Black chi surged as the thunder was instantly refined and transformed into essence that flooded Sun Wukong's meridians and origin. Exhilarating. Every pore opened wide, his flesh and blood singing with joy as he clearly felt his origin grow stronger again, the black chi becoming increasingly solid. The provoked tribulation clouds churned with fury, lightning serpents crisscrossing as thunderous roars shook the heavens. The 6th and 7th thunder tribulations formed simultaneously, their power several times stronger than before. Excellent. Sun Wukong was delighted rather than alarmed. The demon ape phantom beat its chest provocatively, its roar shattering the cloud layers. With a thought, the phantom's arms swelled into heaven-supporting pillars that pierced straight into the tribulation clouds. Come down here. His fierce, violent shout drowned out the thunder. The demon ape phantom's muscles bulged as it forcibly tore open the cloud curtain and yanked out the 2 not yet fully formed thunder tribulations. The 2 dark purple thunder dragons struggled frantically, but were grabbed one in each hand and stuffed into the gaping bloody maw. Boom, boom. The heavenly tribulation exploded within the demonic ape's phantom, causing the dark energy to churn violently, but it was quickly suppressed by the chaos demon ape's origin power. Sun Wukong's entire body trembled as his dantian thundered like war drums, and he clearly felt his cultivation advance another half step forward. But this was far from enough. Battle intent surged in his eyes as he decided to stop passively enduring and instead actively tear apart and devour the entire tribulation cloud. The demonic ape phantom raised its head and let out a long howl, the sound waves echoing through the barren mountains as its form suddenly expanded, reaching 100 zhong in the blink of an eye. It spread its arms wide as if to embrace heaven and earth, forcibly pressing the dark tribulation cloud against its chest. Sensing danger, the tribulation cloud churned frantically, trying to scatter in all directions, but those steel-like giant arms gave no quarter. In the next moment, dark energy erupted from the phantom's pores, transforming into countless tendrils that burrowed into the tribulation cloud. Refine. With a single thought from Sun Wukong, the Chaos Demon Ape's origin power operated at full capacity. Wherever the tendrils passed, the tribulation cloud melted like snow under scorching sun, rapidly dissolving into the purest lightning essence to be devoured by the demonic ape. The cloud layers struggled violently, with thousands of lightning serpents striking at the phantom, only to instantly collapse within the dark energy. Time passed breath by breath as the tribulation cloud's edges continuously contracted inward, its color shifting from ink black to gray, then from gray toward white. Finally, roar! The demonic ape phantom released an earth-shaking bellow as the last wisp of tribulation cloud was completely refined. The 100-zhong giant shadow rapidly contracted, condensing into a stream of dark energy that merged into Sun Wukong's body. Whoosh! He exhaled a long breath of turbid air as power surged through his body like a torrent, washing through his limbs and bones. The Chaos Demon Ape's origin power had grown nearly 30% thicker than before, the dark energy condensing to the thickness of a finger with silver-white lightning flickering faintly within. His realm had leaped directly to the peak of early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, just half a step away from entering the middle stage. His flesh, tempered and refined by the heavenly tribulation, had increased in strength several times over his physical body alone, could now withstand a full-force strike from a Golden Immortal. This feeling is quite nice. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, his knuckles crackling. As the night wind blew and starlight previously obscured by the tribulation cloud fell once more, he was about to calm his mind when his brow furrowed slightly. Several powerful divine consciousnesses were probing toward this location. Clearly, The commotion from devouring the tribulation cloud had alerted nearby cultivators. This place is not suitable for lingering. The thought flashed through his mind as he activated his golden light ground shrinking technique, his form transforming into a golden rainbow that instantly swept away from the barren mountain. Just as he departed, several escape lights descended upon the mountain peak. A purple-robed elder frowned. I clearly sensed a tiny tribulation just now. Why did it suddenly dissipate? A blue-robed woman's expression was grave. Not just dissipated, the entire tribulation cloud was devoured. The one undergoing tribulation must be at least a Daluo golden immortal. The cultivators exchanged glances, all feeling shock in their hearts. One who could devour tribulation clouds was certainly no ordinary person, let alone when it had originally been merely a Tai golden immortal's heavenly tribulation. Sun Wukong raced through the night, the sky retreating beneath his feet as he quickly reached Mount Fengsuan. Restraining his aura, he silently passed through the mountain protecting formation and returned to his bamboo hut. The illusion array outside still maintained the facade of him sitting in meditation. He waved his hand to dispel it, sat cross-legged, and carefully took stock of his gains. The Chaos Demon Ape's origin power had expanded by more than 30%, with tiny lightning flickers swimming through the dark energy like silver serpents. This lightning had been completely assimilated, becoming part of his power. He lightly raised his hand and circulated his protective energy. The air cracked with accompanying thunder. Sun Wukong's lips curved into a slight smile. If he encountered Patriarch Bodhi's restrictions again, he should be able to break them easily now. A cold glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. 300 years of lying dormant had all been for this very moment tonight. Now, having stepped into the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, combined with the immense power boost from the chaotic demon ape essence within him, he could hold his own even against a latest-stage Tai Golden Immortal. However, the journey to the West Tribulation had yet to begin, and the Buddhist sect's secret schemes were far from complete. Revealing himself too early would only invite unnecessary complications. The Buddhist sect harbored numerous quasi-saint realm powerhouses, and 2 saints remained hidden, yet ever-present threats looming overhead. Rather than act rashly, it was better to continue biding his time and wait for the perfect opportunity. Devouring the essences of the red-buttocked horse monkey and the six-eared macaque is the true path forward, Sun Wukong murmured to himself, golden light dancing in the depths of his pupils. He clenched his fists, tiny sparks of lightning crackling between his knuckles as killing intent flashed briefly across his features. Suddenly, a familiar aura approached from the distance. Sun Wukong quickly suppressed his magical power and composed his expression, appearing as though he had just finished an unsuccessful cultivation session. Outside his bamboo hut, mountain winds swept through the green bamboo groves while moonlight slanted across the stone steps, creating an interplay of light and shadow. Wukong. Patriarch Bodhi's voice came from outside the door, gentle yet tinged with barely perceptible urgency. Master. Sun Wukong feigned surprise as he pushed open the door. In the moonlight, Patriarch Bodhi's snow-white beard swayed gently, his gaze complex and profound. It's so late. What instructions does Master have? He scratched his ear, putting on an innocent act. Patriarch Bodhi's divine consciousness silently swept over Sun Wukong. The result was as expected. Peak celestial immortal realm, completely unchanged. The Patriarch's expression relaxed as he smiled faintly. Nothing urgent. I was merely passing by and noticed movement in your quarters, so I came to check. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, but showed gratitude on his face. Thank you for your concern, Master. I had a small breakthrough in my cultivation just now and nearly advanced, but unfortunately fell just short in the end. The path of cultivation cannot be rushed, Patriarch Bodhi nodded, advising him. Cultivate with peace of mind, and opportunities will come naturally. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and gradually walked away along the mountain path, his figure disappearing into the night. After the figure vanished completely, Sun Wukong's innocent expression instantly disappeared. Old fox, he muttered, closing the door and setting up a soundproof barrier before sitting cross-legged in meditation. The chaotic demon ape essence surged within his body, dark energy wrapped in lightning repeatedly washing through his meridians and primordial spirit. At this rate, within another 100 years, he would surely advance steadily to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. As he closed his eyes and looked inward, Sun Wukong had already formulated his next plan. Quickly locate the red-buttocked horse monkey and the six-eared macaque. The red-buttocked horse monkey would be easier to find, but the real challenge lay with the six-eared macaque. Had it achieved enlightenment through self-cultivation, or was it already secretly controlled by the Buddhist sect? Until the battle of the true and false monkey kings occurred, everything remained unknown. Meanwhile, at the Great Thunderclap Temple on Spirit Mountain, Tathagata Buddha sat quietly on his 9-grade lotus throne when the golden Buddhist seal on his forehead suddenly blazed with light. He opened his eyes abruptly, his divine consciousness piercing through layers of void space, pointing directly toward Mount Lingtai Fengsuan. A variable, Tathagata's voice was deep and authoritative, echoing in the empty surroundings. Buddha, what matter has captured your attention so deeply? Guanyin Bodhisattva asked respectfully from beside him. Tathagata withdrew his gaze, his voice calm. That stone monkey seems to show signs of abnormality. Guanyin's heart tightened. Isn't he cultivating under Patriarch Bodhi's guidance? Could something have gone wrong? Tathagata offered no explanation, his gaze piercing through the great thunderclap temple to fix upon the 33rd heaven. In the depths of those eyes that contained boundless wisdom, an unfathomable light flickered. In the next breath, the 9-grade lotus throne beneath him blazed with Buddhist radiance, illuminating the entire great thunderclap temple as bright as daylight. I shall visit the heavenly court. Tathagata's voice resonated like a great bell, shaking the palace halls. As his words faded, he had already transformed into a golden light, piercing through the temple roof and vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. The hall returned to silence. Guanyin gazed up at the heavens, the willow branch between her fingers trembling slightly. Her brow furrowed deeply as she attempted divination, but could only perceive chaos in the celestial mechanisms. The stone monkey had appeared normal since returning from his disappearance, and Patriarch Bodhi himself was personally overseeing matters. Yet Buddha still departed unless that monkey harbored secrets that even Bodhi had failed to detect. At this thought, her knuckles turned white. If there truly was an anomaly, the journey to the West Tribulation might become unpredictable. Beyond the 33rd heaven, the Lingshao Palace stood majestically with its golden towers. The Jade Emperor was chatting leisurely with Taishang Laojun when suddenly they heard commotion among the celestial soldiers outside, followed by Buddhist light breaking through the sky as Tathagata appeared at the palace entrance. Jade Emperor. Tathagata pressed his palms together in greeting, his voice peaceful, yet brooking no refusal. I wish to borrow the Haotian mirror. The Haotian mirror was heaven's supreme treasure, capable of reflecting the 3 realms and 6 paths, observing past and future. The Jade Emperor and Taishang Laojun exchanged glances, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Please be seated, Buddha. The Jade Emperor raised his sleeve to signal attendants to serve tea, then inquired probingly. May I ask what purpose requires the mirror? Tathagata did not take a seat, the golden mark on his forehead gleaming. It concerns the Great Tribulation. I hope your majesty will grant this favor. The Great Tribulation? Taishang Laojun waved his fly whisk lightly, his white eyebrows rising slightly. As an incarnation of the Supreme Pure One, he understood deeply that the Great Tribulation was tied to the heavenly way and crucial to Buddhism's rise. The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, then finally raised his hand in summons. From the depths of the hall, golden light suddenly surged forth, and an ancient bronze mirror flew into his palm. Its surface was crystal clear, with what seemed like galaxies flowing within. Since Buddha has come for the sake of the Great Tribulation, I shall naturally assist. He handed over the Haotian mirror, his tone still carrying a reminder. This treasure is of great importance. I trust it will be returned within 3 days. Tathagata accepted the mirror, his lotus throne blooming with Buddhist light once more as he spoke indifferently. Thank you, Your Majesty. It shall be returned within 3 days. As his words ended, a flash of golden light appeared, and he was gone. With the Buddhist radiance dissipated from the hall, Taishang Laojun stroked his beard and sighed. Your Majesty, this old Taoist finds this matter peculiar. That stone monkey is merely at the celestial immortal realm. Why would Tathagata come personally? The Jade Emperor smiled upon hearing this and shook his head gently. No matter. Any complications would be Buddhism's trouble. Tathagata returned to the great thunderclap temple on Mount Lingshan, his 9th-grade lotus throne slowly descending to the center of the hall. Flickering lights danced throughout the temple as bodhisattvas and arhats arranged themselves on both sides according to seniority, palms pressed together in reverent welcome of the Buddha. The golden Buddha seal on Tathagata's forehead flickered intermittently, his expression grave, clearly troubled by weighty concerns. Buddha, did you discover anything? Guanyin stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Tathagata did not answer, merely raising his hand to summon forth an ancient bronze mirror, the Haotian mirror. The mirror floated in midair, bronze light flowing along its intricate patterns as its surface rippled like clear water, revealing glimpses of starry rivers. The Buddha formed hand seals, sending a golden ray into the mirror, causing the water-like surface to churn rapidly, as if stirred by fierce winds. I shall investigate the true nature of that spirit stone monkey. His voice echoed through the hall with thunderous Buddhist resonance. The mirror blazed with light, its vision racing across mountains, rivers, and seas before finally settling on the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars on Mount Fangsuan. There sat Sun Wukong in a bamboo hut, spiritual energy flowing around him like tides, his cultivation clearly at the peak of the celestial, immortal realm. Tathagata's brow furrowed slightly as he changed his hand seals. Looked deeper. The mirror's view was forced closer, yet could only capture surface-level spiritual energy. No matter how the Buddha seal was activated, It could not penetrate the restrictions surrounding the monkey's body. Guanyin gently reminded him. Buddha, the Haotian mirror is a primordial treasure. This monkey is merely a celestial immortal. Why can it not be penetrated? Tathagata's gaze was piercing. There must be something unusual about this creature. Changing his technique again, the mirror's light expanded to encompass the entire millionly radius around Mount Fangtsuan. Suddenly, the mirror's view paused at a desolate mountain, the site where Sun Wukong had undergone his tribulation. In the mirror, above the barren mountain floated a wisp of barely perceptible gray mist, ancient and primordial, completely different from ordinary spiritual energy. Tathagata's pupils contracted sharply. Chaos energy. The Buddha light from his lotus throne flickered, and all the saints in the hall felt their hearts tremble. Manjusri Bodhisattva, holding his wisdom sword, spoke gravely. Buddha, could this be remnants of a chaos demon god? Tathagata's expression darkened like water as he attempted to trace the energy's source. The mirror's light blazed intensely, just beginning to show a blurred image when a soft crack sounded hairline fractures appeared on the mirror's surface. Not good. Tathagata hastily withdrew his technique, and the light instantly dimmed. The Haotian mirror, a supreme primordial treasure blessed with the heavenly court's fortune, had actually suffered damage from backlash, causing all the bodhisattvas and arhats to show expressions of shock. Tathagata gazed at the cracks and made a low assessment. To cause backlash to the Haotian mirror requires cultivation of at least peak quasi-saint level or above. He immediately turned to Guanyin. Go to Mount Fangtsuan at once and secretly monitor that monkey. Do not alert him to our surveillance. Guanyin pressed her palms together in acknowledgement and was about to leave the hall when Tathagata added, wait, do not inform Patriarch Bodhi of this matter for now. A flash of surprise flickered in Guanyin's eyes before quickly disappearing as she bowed and withdrew. The hall fell silent once more as Tathagata surveyed the assembled bodhisattvas and arhats, his voice low and grave. This matter is of utmost importance. None of you must speak of it to others. All the bodhisattvas and arhats responded in unison, though their eyes betrayed unmistakable shock. The Buddha raised his hand to retrieve the Haotian mirror, the golden light in his palm disappearing into his sleeve as the 9-grade golden lotus rose with a whoosh, its petals blooming layer by layer. His voice remained calm, yet brooked no argument. I must journey to the Pure Land to meet with the saints. Before his words had fully faded, the great hero hall was torn open by a sliver of Buddha light, and he transformed into a golden rainbow along with his lotus, vanishing in an instant. The Pure Land blazed with golden radiance, Buddhist chants flowing like tides. Tathagata rode his 9-grade lotus platform through layers of Buddha light, stopping before a towering azure lotus. Upon the lotus platform sat two vast, blurred figures, surrounded by dense chaotic energy, none other than the saints Jane and Juanti. This disciple pays respects to the two saints. Tathagata bowed, pressing his palms together. What brings such urgency? Jane's voice seemed to echo across rivers of time, resonating leisurely. Tathagata presented the Haotian mirror and recounted in detail everything he had witnessed at Mount Fangtsuan. When he spoke of that strange chaotic energy, the gray-white mist surrounding the saints trembled slightly. Juanti opened his eyes, stars being born and dying in the depths of his pupils. Chaotic energy? Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Tathagata replied gravely. That energy could corrupt the Haotian mirror. This disciple dares not speak carelessly. Jane calculated with his fingers, a faint light appearing at his brow, when he suddenly exclaimed softly. The heavenly secrets are chaotic, impossible to trace back. Juanti's gaze turned sharp. Since the Tao ancestor merged with the Tao, chaotic energy should have dissipated. Its reappearance now portends great change. The two saints exchanged glances, communicating silently before simultaneously forming hand seals. Golden Buddha light rolled back like a tide, and the lotuses throughout the Pure Land suddenly bloomed, revealing scenes from across the primordial world in their countless centers. Search. At Jane's command, the images flowed like water. After half an hour, both saints withdrew their divine powers, their expressions equally grave. Apart from that trace of energy at Mount Fangtsuan, there are no other chaotic traces in the primordial world. Juanti frowned deeply. Jane turned his gaze to Tathagata. That monkey is currently under Bodhi's tutelage. Indeed, Tathagata lowered his head. This disciple suspects this energy may be connected to that monkey. Juanti sneered coldly. The spiritual stone monkey was born from the heaven-mending stone. How could it be tainted by chaos? Unless he has received the inheritance of a chaos demon god. Jane continued, his eyes profound. The chaos demon gods existed before the creation of heaven and earth, each one capable of destroying heaven and earth. Tathagata's heart shook as he thought. If Sun Wukong truly obtained such inheritance, the journey to the West Tribulation might face unpredictable changes. This disciple will return immediately and have Bodhi carefully investigate that monkey. Juanti raised his hand to stop him. No rush. This matter remains uncertain. Wait until we too consult with the Tao ancestor before deciding. Jane pondered. The journey to the West Tribulation is ordained by the heavenly Tao. Even with disturbances, it remains within its scope. Better to observe quietly and wait until the monkey descends the mountain to face his tribulation before taking action. The Tao ancestor has grown increasingly impassive lately since the heavenly Tao shows no warning. It grants tacit approval. Though unwilling in his heart, Tathagata dared not defy the saints and could only press his palms together in agreement. As he left the Pure Land, the 9-grade lotus platform carried him through the void, trailing a brilliant golden arc. The Buddha's brow remained furrowed, the Buddha seal at his forehead flickering uncertainly, casting his face in alternating gold and white. The appearance of chaotic energy had completely disrupted his plans. If that monkey truly possessed the inheritance of a chaos demon god, Tathagata murmured to himself, his voice carrying a rare note of concern. As the master of Buddhism, he understood all too well what a chaos demon god represented, a terrifying existence that even saints would fear. At that moment, the void suddenly trembled violently. Vast dark cracks spread everywhere, and an immense pressure descended like an abyss, crushing down like Mount Tai itself. The radiant 9-grade lotus throne suddenly faltered, its pristine white petals forced to sink slightly under the weight. Houyan. Tathagata sighed softly, knowing he could not escape this tribulation. Pressing his palms together, his Buddhist light erupted magnificently, forcibly stabilizing the sinking lotus throne and blocking that overwhelming pressure from his body. The twisted space rippled in waves as a figure slowly emerged from the cracks, a 12-tasseled crown with hanging jade silk, a 9-dragon golden imperial robe fluttering in the wind, his countenance stern and indifferent. It was the Jade Emperor himself. However, at this moment, his aura was clearly unstable. The 9-dragon patterns on his imperial robe had lost their former brilliance. More conspicuously, there was a thin crack in the center of his right palm, seeping golden blood. Tathagata, what audacity you possess! The Jade Emperor's voice thundered like lightning from the 9th heaven, causing the surrounding space to hum. He slowly raised his injured right hand, the crack particularly glaring in the Buddha's eyes. What does your majesty mean by this? Tathagata's expression remained calm, though his lotus throne quietly shifted position, ready to transform into a shield at any moment. The Jade Emperor sneered coldly, his left hand forming a void grip as the phantom of an ancient bronze mirror suddenly materialized, its surface bearing similar cracks identical to the wound on his palm. The Haotian mirror is heaven's supreme treasure. I have nurtured it with my primordial spirit for countless eons, and we have long shared life and death. The Jade Emperor's tone grew increasingly frigid. When you borrowed the mirror, you made solemn vows, yet now you've allowed it to be damaged. Do you dare deceive this Haotian? Hearing this, Tathagata's heart sank. The damage to the Haotian mirror was indeed completely unexpected, and more troublesome still, this treasure was connected to the Jade Emperor's primordial spirit. The Jade Emperor had already suffered backlash. Please calm your anger, your majesty. Tathagata pressed his palms together again, the Buddhist seal on his forehead flickering slightly. This matter is indeed suspicious. This humble one borrowed the Haotian mirror to investigate that spiritual stone monkey, but unexpectedly encountered a backlash from chaotic energy. Chaotic energy? The Jade Emperor's pupils contracted sharply, cutting off his words. The mirror phantom in his palm trembled incessantly, reflecting his inner shock and rage. Tathagata noticed this and secretly felt relieved. The Jade Emperor clearly knew nothing about the chaos matter, providing an opportunity to maneuver. Indeed, he lowered his voice extremely low, recounting the investigation process in detail, emphasizing how that strand of chaotic energy had broken through the mirror. After finishing his account, the Jade Emperor remained silent for a long while, his expression growing increasingly dark, then suddenly sneered coldly. What a fine Buddha! Truly playing an excellent game of calculation. Tathagata was slightly stunned, asking in confusion, what do you mean by this? The Jade Emperor turned his right hand, and the Haotian mirror phantom dissolved into scattered golden light. Standing with hands behind his back, mockery flickered in his eyes. That spiritual stone monkey was formed from the merit of mending heaven, bearing tremendous fortune. Now the Buddha claims he is tainted with chaos. Could it be you wish to monopolize this fortune? Tathagata was secretly annoyed but maintained his composure. Your majesty misunderstands. Every word this humble one spoke is true, without any falsehood. Is that so? The Jade Emperor suddenly raised his hand, a golden ray shooting from his fingertip and expanding into an image in the void, atop Spirit Mountain. The scene of Tathagata using the Haotian mirror to investigate the spiritual stone monkey was displayed in full detail. The image clearly showed that after discovering the chaotic energy, Tathagata immediately instructed Guanyin not to inform Patriarch Bodhi. If it's truly as the Buddha claims, why conceal it from Patriarch Bodhi? The Jade Emperor's eyes blazed with intense light. Or perhaps the Buddha has other designs. Witnessing this scene, the Buddha's heart sank. He had never expected that the Jade Emperor could invoke secret techniques to trace back the visions within the Haotian mirror, making the situation instantly precarious. At that moment, a light chuckle echoed through the void. Why must you two quarrel? The voice still lingered as a streak of azure light pierced the heavens, condensing into a white-haired elder. The old man held a whisk, his robes billowing without wind. His face kind and benevolent. It was none other than Taishang Laojun. Laojun. The Jade Emperor's brow furrowed slightly, clearly unprepared for this sage's sudden arrival. Taishang Laojun smiled as he stroked his beard, his tone calm, yet harboring an edge. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This old Taoist has just calculated the celestial secrets and confirmed that chaotic energy has indeed manifested in the world. At this point, his gaze turned toward the Buddha with profound meaning. Moreover, it has deep connections with Buddhism. The Buddha's heart trembled. Taishang Laojun was the incarnation of Tai Ching, second only to the saints in divining celestial secrets. If he spoke, there must be purpose, but if he had already perceived everything, why still rely on the Haotian mirror? Seeing the smiling expressions of Laojun and the Jade Emperor, he instantly understood, cursing, shameless, inwardly while maintaining the dignity of Buddhism's master on his face. The 9-grade lotus platform slowly rotated beneath his feet, Buddhist light emanating in layers. The golden Buddha seal on his forehead flickered, reflecting his inner turmoil. Laojun speaks incorrectly, the Buddha declared with joined palms, his voice resonating like a great bell. What connection does that strand of chaotic energy have with Buddhism? If there truly were a connection, why would I need to borrow the Haotian mirror for investigation? Taishang Laojun merely smiled faintly, his whisk swaying gently as Taoist essence spread in subtle ripples. The Jade Emperor stood beside them, hands clasped behind his back, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. The air suddenly thickened as all three mighty beings fell silent. In that moment, the Buddha's thoughts raced. Without giving heaven an explanation, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Though the Haotian mirror's damage was accidental, the Jade Emperor would never let it go. More troublesome still was Taishang Laojun's sudden appearance, clearly taking advantage of the chaos. Very well. The Buddha sighed softly, the lotus platform's Buddhist light blazing brightly. I do bear responsibility for the Haotian mirror's damage. What compensation does your Majesty seek? A gleam flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes, his lips curving slightly. The Buddha is straightforward. In that case, I shall speak plainly. With a turn of his palm, a golden decree floated above it. Heaven is short-staffed and wishes to borrow Buddhism's 18 arhats to guard the southern heavenly gate for 10,000 years. What does the Buddha think? The 18 arhats were the core guardians of Buddhism. Hearing this, the Buddha's white eyebrows lowered slightly, cold intent flashing in his eyes. This move clearly aimed to weaken Buddhist power, timed precisely before Buddhism's eastward expansion to seize the initiative. Not to mention 10,000 years, even 100, would be unacceptable. Your Majesty jests, he replied with a calm voice that carried unquestionable firmness. The 18 arhats bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the Dharma and cannot be spared. The Jade Emperor snorted coldly. Then the Buddha means. Before he could finish, Taishang Laojun's whisk cut him off. This old Taoist has a plan that benefits both parties. Azure light rose with the whisk, sketching the mountain and river contours of Xinyo Huzhou in the void. Since Buddhism is about to expand eastward, why not cede the 10th Sanli territory at the foot of Lingshan to heaven's jurisdiction as compensation? The Buddha's heart shook again. The area beneath Lingshan was Buddhism's foundation. Ceding 10,000 li would be like allowing heaven to drive a nail into Buddhism's heartland. His Buddhist light dimmed as his tone turned cold. Laojun speaks incorrectly. Xinyo Huzhou is Buddhism's pure land. How can it be easily ceded? Taishang Laojun remained calm and composed, drawing a purple gold gourd from his sleeve. If the Buddha agrees, this old Taoist is willing to offer 10 six-revolution golden pills as a gift to help Buddhism cultivate golden arhat bodies. As soon as these words were spoken, the mouth of the purple gold gourd opened slightly, golden light swirling within. 10 fist-sized golden pills floated in the radiance, their medicinal fragrance instantly permeating the three realms. The Tathagata's eyebrows rose slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. 6 revolution golden pills were Laojun's exclusive secret treasure. A single pill could create a golden immortal. 10 pills were truly priceless. Yet despite their great value, he still needed to weigh whether Buddhism should accept them. Just as the Tathagata was deep in thought, the Jade Emperor raised his hand to break the stalemate. If the Buddha finds this inappropriate, I have another proposal. With these words, he swept his right arm, and the phantom of the Haotian mirror appeared suspended in midair, its surface cracks clearly visible, emanating a cold, menacing light. I've heard that Buddhism possesses the 8 treasure merit pool, which can help one reshape their golden body. I wish to borrow this pool for 100 years to cultivate 365 star lords for the heavenly court. The Tathagata sneered inwardly. What an enormous appetite. The 8 treasure merit pool was Buddhism's supreme treasure, producing only 1 drop of merit golden liquid every 100 years. If lent out, Buddhist disciples' cultivation would surely be hindered. More critically, this pool was originally a sage's magical treasury had no authority to agree to such a request on his own. Each of the 3 parties harbored their own thoughts, and the pressure in the void grew increasingly heavy, as if the slightest misstep could trigger a cosmic catastrophe. After a brief silence, the Tathagata composed himself, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke calmly. Since you both have your requests, why not listen to my proposal? He formed hand seals, and a golden light shot skyward, condensing into 3 rotating golden lotuses above the great hall. I am willing to offer 3 Bodhi seeds to help the heavenly court cultivate 3 Dayuo golden immortals. As for the damage to the Haotian mirror, let this matter be settled. How does that sound? As the golden lotuses dispersed, 3 emerald Bodhi seeds floated in the air, their clear fragrance filling the space. The Jade Emperor and Taishang Laojun exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Bodhi seeds came from Sage Junti's true form, containing the sage's Tao essence. They were even rarer than 9 revolution golden pills. However, the Jade Emperor still shook his head. At least 10. The Tathagata sighed, his sleeves fluttering slightly. Bodhi seeds form only once every 10,000 years. I have merely 5 remaining. If your majesty doesn't mind the small number. Before he could finish, Taishang Laojun stroked his long beard and interrupted with a smile. 5 it is then. However, this old Taoist asks the Buddha to make one more promise. The Tathagata's heart tightened, though his expression remained unchanged. Please speak, Laojun. Laojun nodded toward the Jade Emperor and said slowly, among the 81 tribulations, Buddhism must yield one more. At these words, the Tathagata first froze, then could barely contain his anger. So after all this circling around, the 2 were still targeting the karmic fortune of the cosmic tribulation. The 81 tribulations were key to Buddhism's great flourishing. The heavenly court, the human school, the school of explanation, and even the school of interception with only Wudong Xingmu remaining, had all positioned themselves in advance. Now they wanted Buddhism to give up 1 tribulation, simply because the Haotian mirror was damaged? Forget the Tathagativan, the 2 Western sages would never allow such a thing. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the bamboo hut with his eyes slightly closed, his golden lashes catching the sunlight with a faint halo. Though he appeared to be deep in meditation, his truth-piercing golden eyes secretly penetrated through layers of space, observing every movement atop Mount Fangsuan. At the mountain's peak, Patriarch Bodhi sat motionless on his cloud bed within the crescent moon 3-star cave. His white eyebrows drooped as his eyes remained half open, half closed, while his whisk swayed gently in his hand, its silken threads trembling slightly. Suddenly, he frowned and gazed up toward the 33 heavens, murmuring to himself, strange, why would the Buddha and the Jade Emperor be quarreling? His words drifted into the bamboo hut, causing Sun Wukong's heart to leap as he immediately redirected his truth-piercing golden eyes. High above in the chaotic void beyond the heavens, the Buddha sat upon his 90-eared lotus throne with radiant Buddhist light surging around him, while across from him, the Jade Emperor wore his 12-tasseled crown with 9 dragon spirits swirling about him. Between them, space itself was torn asunder by their divine powers. A golden crack in the Jade Emperor's right palm leaked imperial blood, while the Buddha's lotus throne had dimmed considerably. Both had clearly been wounded. Something's wrong. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply. According to the original plan, Buddhism and the heavenly court should be secretly cooperating for the journey to the West Tribulation at this moment. With the distribution of merit from the 81 trials already settled, why would they turn against each other? He stared at that crack, his mind racing. Patriarch Bodhi's hasty departure the other day was likely to use the Haotian mirror to investigate him. When the Buddha failed to see through his disguise and instead damaged heaven's supreme treasure, the Jade Emperor flew into a rage. A rift between Buddhism and the heavenly court was a golden opportunity for him. At this thought, Sun Wukong's lips curved slightly upward, but he quickly composed himself. There were more pressing matters at hand, swindling a few more spiritual fruits from that old fellow. With his mind made up, he deliberately disrupted his chi, his face turning deathly pale as he clutched his chest and groaned, collapsing to the ground. The bamboo hut's wooden door was immediately pushed open by an invisible force. Patriarch Bodhi stepped across the threshold, clear light dripping from the tip of his whisk as he warily observed Sun Wukong lying on the ground. He sighed softly, and a strand of clear light instantly entered Sun Wukong's body. Master, Sun Wukong pretended to struggle to lift his head, his golden fur dulled. I was cultivating according to the great celestial immortal formula you taught me. Did my chi and blood suddenly reverse flow? Patriarch Bodhi swept his divine consciousness over him, seeing spiritual power churning chaotically within the monkey's body with blockages in multiple meridians. His frown deepened. The technique was correct, and Sun Wukong had eaten 2 peaches. There should be no problems. Don't panic, relax your mind, he commanded in a low voice, waving his whisk repeatedly as several streams of clear light rushed into Sun Wukong's body to regulate his meridians. Hidden within, the Chaos Demon Ape's essence quietly rotated, secretly devouring that divine power. Yet Sun Wukong's expression showed signs of improvement as he exhaled deeply. Thank you, Master. I feel much better. Patriarch Bodhi withdrew his whisk, the doubt in his eyes growing heavier. The divine power he had just infused seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving no mark within the monkey's body. After pondering for a moment, he concluded silently. This situation meant either Sun Wukong possessed a special constitution, or he was deliberately concealing something. Patriarch Bodhi suddenly spoke, his voice gentle yet tinged with a probing tone. Have you felt any abnormalities within your body? Perhaps some power that doesn't belong to you? Sun Wukong's heart tightened sharply, yet he maintained a bewildered expression, scratching his head as he said, What does Master mean? Apart from finding cultivation particularly difficult, I don't feel anything wrong. The faint lamplight in the bamboo hut cast shadows on Patriarch Bodhi's white eyebrows as he stared at Sun Wukong for a long while, finally sighing softly, So be it. Your cultivation progress is slow, likely due to insufficient foundation. I have here a 9,000-year purple-striped peach of immortality. Take it. Before his words had finished, the purple-striped peach was already floating before Sun Wukong's eyes. The monkey chuckled dryly, feigning some bashfulness. Master, this isn't quite appropriate, is it? Yet his hands showed no hesitation, snatching the peach with lightning speed and swallowing it in 2 or 3 bites. As the spiritual fruit entered his belly, he immediately activated the essence of the chaotic demon ape. Black chi surged forth from his dantian, wrapping the entire peach in layers, allowing only a wisp of spiritual power to flow slowly through his meridians. Thank you for bestowing this fruit, Master. Sun Wukong beamed with joy, feigning gratitude, while secretly controlling his aura at the early true immortal stage. He hopped twice and cried out in delight. I've broken through. I've finally reached true immortal. As he turned to leave, he suddenly felt the air thicken, an invisible pressure rushing toward him like a cold tide. Looking back, he saw Patriarch Bodhi still standing in place, but gone was his earlier kindness. His face was dark, his eyes rolling with cold light. Master. The monkey feigned confusion, though inwardly he cursed his post-breakthrough aura was as stable as a veteran true immortal's, a glaring flaw. The whisk moved without wind, wisps of clear chi swirling through the bamboo hut, sharp enough to seemingly slice through space itself. Patriarch Bodhi's voice turned ice cold. What a clever spiritual stone monkey, truly taking this old man for a fool. Sun Wukong's fur stood on end as his truth-piercing golden eyes activated uncontrollably, revealing those wisps of clear chi, transforming into countless fine threads, sealing the bamboo hut completely. What does Master mean by this? His golden fur bristled slightly, panic flashing through his eyes before quickly steadying himself. If he couldn't provide an explanation now, today might truly be his end. Master, please calm your anger. He hurriedly bowed, his face full of panic. This humble disciple didn't mean to conceal anything. It's just that. Patriarch Bodhi snorted coldly, lightly waving his whisk as pressure like an invisible mountain instantly descended. Sun Wukong was forced to one knee, sweat rolling down his temples. I thought your constitution was special, making the 9,000-year peach's effects minimal, but you were actually hiding your cultivation. Speak. What are your true intentions? Sun Wukong inwardly sighed at the terrifying power of Patriarch Bodhi's peak quasi-saint cultivation. His mere presence made every bone in his body creak. But the other seemed not to have seen through all his cards, which remained his only chance for redemption. Master, please see clearly. Sun Wukong feigned difficulty as he lifted his head, his eyes revealing genuine sincerity. This old monkey has indeed concealed his cultivation, but I never intended to deceive Master. In the bamboo hut, dim light flickered while mountain winds swept through the bamboo leaves outside, creating a rustling sound. Sun Wukong lowered his brow, his tone hesitant, as if weighing his words. A flash of sharp light appeared in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes as he gently lifted the whisk in his hand and spoke indifferently. Continue. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision. Before I came to Mount Lingtai Fengsuan, I encountered an old woman in the mountains. She left a trace of qi within my body that could conceal my cultivation level. He deliberately paused, showing hesitation on his face. That old woman also said. What else did she say? Patriarch Bodhi furrowed his brow, a flash of coldness appearing in his eyes beneath his white eyebrows. Sun Wukong quickly replied. She also said this qi could keep me safe and told me not to easily reveal my true cultivation level. After speaking, he secretly mobilized his chaotic demon ape origin, suppressing his cultivation to the middle stage of golden immortal before slowly releasing it. Boom! A surge of pressure erupted from within him, and the aura of midlastage golden immortal instantly filled the bamboo hut, causing the teacups on the table to tremble. Sun Wukong calculated in his mind. Too low and master would be suspicious, too high would be disadvantageous to himself, and he still hoped to benefit from those spiritual fruits. Surprise flickered in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes as his whisk unconsciously loosened. Middle stage of golden immortal? His divine consciousness swept over Sun Wukong's entire body like a tide. What did that old woman look like? Sun Wukong pretended to recall, scratching his head. That old woman wore plain white Taoist robes, held the phantom of a green long sword, with clear chi swirling around her body. She called herself. He paused again. She called herself what? Patriarch Bodhi's whisk swayed unconsciously as clear chi circulated within the bamboo hut. She called herself Lady Lishan. As the words fell, Patriarch Bodhi's pupils contracted sharply, and his whisk nearly slipped from his hand. The clear chi around him stagnated as he took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice, Wudong. Sun Wukong laughed secretly in his heart, but showed confusion on his face. Does Master know that old woman? Cold light flickered in Patriarch Bodhi's eyes. You monkey, do you know who this Lady Lishan is? Sun Wukong shook his head, speaking innocently. This old monkey only knows her cultivation was profound. With a casual gesture, she helped me conceal my cultivation and even taught me a set of techniques. Techniques? Patriarch Bodhi interrupted, his voice deep. Could it be the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula? Sun Wukong feigned surprise. How does Master know? Patriarch Bodhi snorted coldly, waving his whisk forcefully as the air in the bamboo hut immediately solidified. That Holy Mother Wudong is a remnant of the Jia school. If she taught you techniques, she must have ulterior motives. Sun Wukong showed panic on his face while feeling leisurely in his heart. Master sees clearly. This old monkey was ignorant and naive at the time, thinking I had merely encountered a kind-hearted immortal. Patriarch Bodhi remained silent for a long while before finally withdrawing his pressure and sighing deeply. Forget it. This matter cannot be blamed on you. He gently waved his whisk, his gaze falling on the golden-haired monkey before him, his expression gloomy. So that's how it is. No wonder this monkey stubbornly refused to become my disciple. Was that Wudong interfering from behind? Patriarch Bodhi seethed with silent rage, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes beneath white brows. He should have realized with Sun Wukong's earth-shaking talent. How could it take 300 years to barely reach the celestial immortal realm? The monkey was clearly playing dumb and hiding his true abilities. Sun Wukong bowed his body in a fearful posture, though a cunning gleam passed through his golden eyes. He studied the Patriarch's expression, secretly relieved, finally managed to fool him. Patriarch Bodhi steadied himself, suppressing his fury. There was no point in pursuing matters with the Holy Mother Wudong now. The urgent task was to push this monkey to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm quickly, ensuring the Buddhist sect's plans could proceed smoothly. Wukong, he resumed his benevolent tone. Since you've reached the golden immortal level, there's no need to hide anymore. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feigning bashfulness. Master, you're not angry that this old monkey concealed the truth? Patriarch Bodhi waved his hand, forcing a smile. Every cultivator has secrets. I understand. He waved his whisk, and the bamboo hut was enveloped in clear light. But that Jia school technique in your body is ultimately unorthodox. From today forward, I shall personally teach you the righteous path. Within 100 years, you must break through to Tai golden immortal. Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy, though he sneered inwardly. Thank you, Master. This old monkey will surely work hard. Patriarch Bodhi nodded, shaking his sleeve to produce a jade box. This is a 9 revolutions golden pill that can help you break through. Take it now, and I'll protect you during the process. Sun Wukong accepted the jade box, quietly activating his truth-piercing golden eyes. Inside lay a pill of pure gold with 9 purple patterns swirling around it, its medicinal fragrance so rich it seemed almost tangible. 9 revolutions golden pill, he exclaimed with feigned surprise. A flash passed through Patriarch Bodhi's eyes before he chuckled softly. It wasn't easy to obtain. Don't waste it. Sun Wukong thought to himself. This old Taoist is even bringing out 9 revolutions golden pills. The Buddhist sect must be truly desperate. Yet his face showed tearful gratitude as he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. The pill entered his belly, and tremendous spiritual power exploded forth, surging through his meridians. Sun Wukong immediately mobilized his chaotic demon ape essence, devouring and locking away all that violent spiritual energy deep within his body. Patriarch Bodhi's divine consciousness swept over like a tide, but he was shocked to discover that the golden pill's spiritual power seemed to vanish like a stone dropped in the ocean, creating no ripples whatsoever. Strange, he frowned slightly. Sun Wukong's body trembled as he groaned with a pale face. Master, this pill's potency is too strong. Patriarch Bodhi quickly formed hand seals, sending a clear light to stabilize the monkey's body. Calm your mind and concentrate. guide the spiritual power through your meridians. Sun Wukong pretended to regulate his breathing while secretly manipulating his aura with precision, first slowly advancing to late Golden Immortal stage, then pretending he couldn't contain it as he climbed to Golden Immortal peak. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted with delight, "Master, I've broken through." Patriarch Bodhi probed again with his divine consciousness, confirming that Sun Wukong had indeed reached Golden Immortal peak, and nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. But you're still one step away from Tai Golden Immortal. Now I shall preach the Tao to you. Listen carefully and comprehend deeply." These words stunned Sun Wukong momentarily, then filled him with wild joy. He's even willing to preach personally. They must be truly desperate. He sat cross-legged to listen, appearing focused on the surface while calculating inwardly. He still had residual power from the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, plus the 9,000-year peach he hadn't fully refined. Once he left Mount Lingtai Fongsuan, he could unleash his full potential and break through to Tai Golden Immortal Peak, or even Daluo Golden Immortal. Then, he could search for the red-buttocked horse monkey. Patriarch Bodhi sat cross-legged upon his cloud bed, his white beard swaying without wind. As he gently waved the whisk in his hand, the entire Crescent Moon 3 Stars cave suddenly fell into a profound, mystical silence. Facing this silence, Sun Wukong sat steadily on his meditation cushion, his golden pupils slightly contracting as he sensed something unusual. Above the patriarch's head, 3 flowers gathered at the crown, while in his chest, the 5 energies converged toward their origin. Wisps of pure chi condensed around him into golden lotuses. As the petals unfurled, Tao patterns flickered, seemingly narrating the mysteries of the universe. This overwhelming presence was the mark of a peak quasi-saint. Merely the build-up before his sermon caused heaven and earth to hum softly, while celestial music flowed faintly through the void and 9-layered rosy clouds slowly descended. Sun Wukong was secretly alarmed but quickly composed himself, maintaining a respectful exterior while secretly mobilizing his chaotic demon ape origin to construct an almost invisible black barrier around his primordial spirit. The great Tao is formless, yet it gives birth to heaven and earth. Patriarch Bodhi began, his voice resonating like a great bell. Each word that left his lips transformed into golden runes floating in the air. The runes crisscrossed in seemingly chaotic patterns that secretly aligned with the heavenly Tao. Sun Wukong merely glanced at them before his consciousness throbbed with pain and dizziness, forcing him to look away. His truth-piercing golden eyes quietly activated, and only then could he see the subtle Buddhist conversion power hidden within the depths of the runes. Without the protection of his chaotic origin, he would likely develop an affinity for Buddhism after hearing just a few sentences. Patriarch Bodhi's gaze swept over him, noticing Sun Wukong's pained expression. A slight smile played at the corner of his mouth, but his sermon continued unabated. The great Tao is impartial, operating the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, nourishing all things. As his words fell, extraordinary phenomena suddenly intensified within the cave. Golden springs bubbled up from the ground, sprouting 7 treasure lotus platforms. Phantom Buddha figures swayed in midair, softly chanting Sanskrit verses. Sun Wukong feigned rapture while sneering inwardly, preaching Taoist doctrine while mixing in Buddhist supernatural powers. He divided his attention, allowing the conversion power to penetrate his body where it was devoured by his chaotic origin, while simultaneously comparing Bodhi's words with the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula. His chaotic origin was like a ravenous beast, greedily consuming the Buddhist power within the golden runes. With each portion devoured, the origin grew slightly stronger, golden light swimming through the black chi. That Buddhist power was transformed into pure chaotic energy that nourished his primordial spirit. Therefore, remained constantly without desire to observe its subtlety. Patriarch Bodhi's voice grew increasingly ethereal, each word striking at Sun Wukong's spirit. All the golden lotuses in the cave suddenly turned toward Sun Wukong, their centers shooting forth rays of golden light directly at his brow. Here it comes. Sun Wukong's heart jumped, knowing this was the final test. He forced himself to remain still, allowing the golden light to invade his consciousness while contracting his chaotic origin tightly to its deepest recesses, presenting the calm mental ocean that an ordinary golden immortal should possess. The golden light wandered through his consciousness searching for a moment, but finding nothing unusual before quietly withdrawing. Patriarch Bodhi gave an almost imperceptible nod, and his sermon suddenly reached new heights. Heaven attains the one and becomes clear, earth attains the one and becomes tranquil, spirits attain the one and become numinous. At this moment, Sun Wukong was truly shaken. The patriarch was expounding the path directly to the Daluo realm, each word a precious gem, every sentence containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. He threw caution to the wind, listening with complete focus and comprehension as the Shangqing Lingbao formula within his body began operating automatically, resonating with the teachings. The primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape also seemed to sense this rare opportunity, ceasing its consumption of the Buddhist conversion power and instead actively guiding with wisps of dark energy, allowing Sun Wukong's understanding of the 36 heavenly transformations and 72 earthly transformations to soar. Previously obscure techniques now peeled away layer by layer, revealing clear pathways. What was the true essence of the golden light of earth travel? Suddenly, enlightenment dawned in his heart. Spiritual power raced along an entirely new trajectory, naturally breaking through subtle bottlenecks as his cultivation advanced from early stage Tai golden immortal to mid-stage. Within the cave, the Tao resonated endlessly. Patriarch Bodhi's aura merely fluctuated slightly, still remaining at the peak of golden immortal without advancing an inch. His brow twitched as he sensed his disciple's cultivation surging, though he couldn't immediately discern the cause. By all logic, the Buddhist conversion power should have taken effect by now, restraining the monkey. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. At Mount Lingshan in Shinyo Huzhou, within the great Thunderclap Temple, Tathagata Buddha was meditating and healing on his lotus throne when he suddenly opened his eyes. The 9-grade lotus throne's Buddha light trembled, and the golden Buddha seal on his forehead flickered incessantly. Buddha? Guanyin inquired softly from beside him. Tathagata's expression darkened. Patriarch Bodhi has been preaching for a full 100 years, yet that monkey's heavenly secrets grow ever more chaotic. When I attempt divination again, the trajectory appears like flowers viewed through fog. Guanyin's heart tightened upon hearing this. Could it be? Something's wrong. Tathagata shook his head, golden light bursting from his eyes. Chaotic energy is disrupting the heavenly secrets. There's definitely something strange about that monkey. Before his words finished, he rose to his feet as the 9-grade lotus throne surged with immeasurable Buddha light. I shall personally visit Mount Fangsuan. Guanyin quickly intervened. Buddha, please reconsider. If you appear in person, it may create complications and affect our subsequent arrangements. Tathagata waved his sleeve. No matter, I have my own considerations. Golden light burst through the temple roof, instantly disappearing into the western horizon. At Mount Fangsuan's crescent moon and 3 stars cave, the sermon was drawing to a close. Patriarch Bodhi's voice grew low as the various mystical phenomena around him gradually dissipated. As the final note of Tao resonance settled, the cave fell into deathly silence, as if even the air had frozen. Sun Wukong opened his golden eyes, Tao essence flowing within his pupils. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, his heart suddenly lurched. His truth-piercing golden eyes detected familiar Buddha light outside the cave, approaching through the sky. Tathagata? His mind raced as he suppressed his aura back to the peak of golden immortal, maintaining the appearance of being on the verge of breaking through to Tai golden immortal, so as not to interrupt his master's sermon. The Chaos Demon Ape essence instantly withdrew, all dark energy hidden without a trace. A gentle breeze stirred at the cave entrance as Patriarch Bodhi's white eyebrows furrowed slightly. Strange, why would the Buddha come at this time? He turned to instruct. Consolidate what you've gained. Your master will return shortly. Sun Wukong respectfully replied. I shall obey master's command. After Patriarch Bodhi departed, Sun Wukong immediately set up several protective barriers, and the respectful expression he had worn as a disguise vanished instantly. That was close. Sun Wukong raised his hand to wipe away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, his golden pupils gleaming. If not for the protection of the Chaos Demon Ape essence within him, forget 100 years. He would have been converted the moment he opened his mouth. He looked inward at his own body and saw that the absorbed conversion power had been refined by his essence into a stream of pure spiritual energy, settling deep within his dantian. Even better, Patriarch Bodhi's final discourse on the great principle had suddenly enlightened his understanding of the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula. The technique now flowed smoothly without obstruction, completely merging the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula with the great celestial immortal formula and other methods, elevating his level by an entire tier. This was totally worth it, Sun Wukong grinned. He roughly calculated that Tathagata and Patriarch Bodhi should now be meeting outside the cave of the slanted moon, and 3 stars 2 Buddhist powerhouses appearing simultaneously on Mount Lingtai was most likely because of him. This variable. With this thought, he activated his truth-piercing golden eyes, his gaze penetrating through layers of space. Outside the cave, Patriarch Bodhi and Buddha Tathagata stood facing each other, Buddhist light and pure chi intertwining. Their lips moved, but no sound waves escaped, clearly sealed within a barrier that even his truth-piercing golden eyes couldn't penetrate. They're hiding things quite thoroughly. He withdrew his gaze, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. As he stretched his muscles and bones, crisp crack sounds echoed continuously, and the power within his body surged like tides. Through 100 years of teachings, his cultivation had advanced from early stage Tai golden immortal to the peak of mid-stage, just one step away from entering the late stage. If the teachings had still contained conversion power, with the Chaos Demon Ape's devouring ability, he might have already touched the late stage, or even the peak. What a pity, he murmured to himself, golden light flowing in his eyes. Looking inward again, the Chaos Demon Ape essence coiled deep within his primordial spirit. Over the 100 years, it had devoured countless conversion forces and become increasingly solid, with black mist rolling and occasional lightning flashing within. But as the teachings became more profound, the conversion power gradually thinned until it ceased entirely. Without this nourishment, his advancement speed plummeted. That old Taoist is indeed vigilant. Wukong sneered coldly, though he understood that, even so, his gains far exceeded expectations as cultivation had advanced. The supreme pure spiritual treasure formula had completely integrated with the 36 heavenly transformations and 72 earthly transformations into a unified system, and his golden light ground shrinking technique had reached mastery, allowing him to traverse hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Subtle footsteps approached from outside the bamboo hut. Wukong immediately suppressed his true qi, disguising himself as a peaked golden immortal, scratching his ears and cheeks while putting on a troubled expression. Wukong, came Patriarch Bodhi's voice from outside the door, gentle in tone, but slightly weary. Wukong quickly rose to open the door and bowed respectfully. Master, you've returned. Patriarch Bodhi held his whisk, his white beard gently floating, his profound gaze studying him. After 100 years of teachings, have you gained any insights? Wukong scratched his head with a simple smile. Thank you for Master's guidance. This old monkey has benefited greatly. It's just, he deliberately showed a hesitant expression. Speak freely. Patriarch Bodhi waved his whisk lightly. I just feel like I'm so close to breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm, Sun Wukong said, rubbing his hands together with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Inside the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars, pine-scent breezes caressed the air while the alchemy furnace hummed softly. Patriarch Bodhi sat with downcast eyes in deep contemplation, a flicker of complexity passing through his gaze beneath those white eyebrows. After a brief moment of silence, he raised his hand and slowly withdrew a crystal-clear fruit from his wide sleeve. The fruit resembled a swaddled infant, its entire surface lustrous as jade, with 9 purple gold veins winding across it like serpents, surrounded by spiritual mist so dense it seemed almost tangibly a ginseng fruit. This supreme treasure of Wuzhuang Temple took 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and another 3,000 years to ripen. A single fruit could extend one's lifespan by 47,000 years and help cultivators break through their limitations. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted as joy nearly overflowed from his face. Patriarch Bodhi held the fruit before him, his voice gentle yet brooking no argument. This fruit can help you break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Thank you, Master. This humble disciple will not disappoint you. Sun Wukong's face showed pleasant surprise as he respectfully received the fruit with both hands and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, violent spiritual energy surged like an overturning ocean, exploding thunderously within his body. His Chaos Demon Ape essence seemed like parched earth meeting sweet rain, with dark energy churning as it frantically devoured this power. Sun Wukong secretly suppressed it, deliberately allowing his aura to slowly climb to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, then feigned chest tightness and groaned. Master, this spiritual energy is too strong, I can barely contain it. Patriarch Bodhi's brow furrowed as he raised his hand, sending a clear light into Sun Wukong's body. Calm your mind and guide the spiritual energy through your meridians. Though Sun Wukong appeared drenched in sweat, he sneered inwardly while obediently circulating his cultivation technique slowly, creating the illusion of fluctuating power that seemed on the verge of breakthrough. Moments later, he struggled into the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal and collapsed as if exhausted, gasping. Thank you, Master. I've finally broken through. Patriarch Bodhi withdrew his power and quickly scanned Sun Wukong with his divine consciousness. His cultivation had indeed stopped at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, yet the residual spiritual energy from the ginseng fruit had vanished completely. Suspicion arose in his heart. How could the essence of heaven and earth's root disappear without a trace? He looked deeply at Sun Wukong, his tone suddenly shifting. Wukong, do you know why I was so eager to help you break through? Sun Wukong's heart tensed, but his face showed bewildered confusion as he shook his head. I don't know. Patriarch Bodhi stroked his beard and spoke slowly. A great tribulation approaches, and you are destined to play a role in it. Only by reaching the Tai Golden Immortal realm can you bear this responsibility. A great tribulation? Sun Wukong blinked, pretending to hear this for the first time, though inwardly he was alarmed. How could Patriarch Bodhi reveal this so early? Unless Buddha had secretly consulted with him, such secrets would never be disclosed. Patriarch Bodhi sighed. It's a long story. Focus on consolidating your cultivation first. In 3 days, I'll explain everything in detail. With that, he turned and left, his retreating figure lacking its usual transcendence and carrying a touch of desolation. Once he was gone, the honest expression on Sun Wukong's face instantly vanished. He sat cross-legged, his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrating the cave's restrictions to gaze directly into the depths of the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars, murmuring, "So it's finally time to lay the cards on the table." With a thought, his Chaos Demon Ape essence roared to life, completely refining the hidden ginseng fruit's spiritual energy. His previously disguised early-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation surged upward, breaking through the middle stage and approaching the threshold of the late stage. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, feeling the surging power, his eyes blazing. What a pity, still just a bit short. With another ginseng fruit, he was confident he could reach the peak of Tai golden immortal, and then even face a Daluo golden immortal in battle. Golden light flickered in his pupils as a meaningful smile curved his lips. However, the showdown in 3 days should be quite interesting. At that moment, Patriarch Bodhi once again arrived at the mountain peak. The summit was perpetually shrouded in rolling clouds and mist, but now clear chi and golden Buddha light intertwined like a translucent curtain, enveloping the rocks, ancient pines, and the silhouettes of the two great beings. Tathagata remained seated on his 9-grade lotus throne, his fingertips forming the flower-holding mudra, the golden Buddha seal on his forehead gently pulsing. Only when he saw Bodhi's arrival did he slowly open his eyes. "How fares that monkey?" Tathagata's voice resonated like a great bell, carrying the sound of Dharma that made the clouds and mist tremble. Patriarch Bodhi first performed a respectful bow, his gaze contemplative for a moment before he replied in a low voice. "He continues to conceal his true strength." "Oh." Tathagata's brow furrowed slightly, his Buddha light flickering with hesitation. "What do you mean by this?" The silk threads of the whisk swayed gently as Patriarch Bodhi sighed. "Though he has broken through to the Tai golden immortal realm, he has not attracted heavenly tribulation." Upon hearing this, Tathagata's golden eyes blazed, and a ring of Buddha flames beneath the lotus throne flared higher. Tai golden immortals must face heavenly tribulation. This is an iron law of the heavenly Tao. How could he escape it? I too am puzzled. Bodhi shook his head, confusion showing beneath his white eyebrows. "That day I aided him with the ginseng fruit, which should have propelled him directly to the middle stage of Tai, yet his apparent cultivation remains at the initial stage. Even stranger, the spiritual power contained within the ginseng fruit has vanished without a trace in his body, like a mud ball dropped in water, leaving no ripples." Tathagata extended his hand to perform calculations, lightning patterns and electric light flashing briefly between his fingers before being forcibly obscured by chaotic mist. The Buddha spoke gravely. "This child must possess some anomaly. Could he harbor the essence of chaos?" Bodhi nodded. "I suspect he harbors some unknown power within that can obscure heavenly secrets, devour external spiritual energy, and even nullify heavenly tribulation. If this is truly the case, then this child is a variable outside the Great Tribulation and cannot be allowed to remain." Tathagata's eyes flashed coldly, and within his Buddha light, a trace of crimson could faintly be seen. Bodhi quickly waved his whisk. "Wait. He is, after all, involved in the Great Tribulation's momentum. Acting rashly with violence might invite backlash from the heavenly Tao." Tathagata closed his eyes for an instant, suppressing his aura, and spoke calmly. "Then what do you suggest? Let us test him once more." Bodhi gently stroked the handle of his whisk. "If he has ulterior motives, he will eventually reveal his hand." A smile played at the corners of Tathagata's mouth. "I have just the plan to force him to show his true form." Meanwhile, deep in the bamboo grove below the mountain peak, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in his simple bamboo hut. Though he appeared to be meditating with closed eyes, his truth-piercing golden eyes had already penetrated through layers of void, taking in every expression of the two figures on the summit. Despite the barrier of Buddha light and clear chi, he still caught the killing intent from their conversation's undertones. "So they've grown suspicious after all." Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, a trace of mockery flashing through his golden pupils. He looked within his dantian and saw the black chi of his chaotic demon ape origin slowly circulating, with lightning occasionally flickering remnants from when he had devoured the heavenly tribulation. "Since you want to test me, this old sun will put on a good show for you." With a thought, the chaotic demon ape origin quickly contracted, and he forcibly suppressed his cultivation to the initial stage of Tai golden immortal, then feigned fatigue as he opened his eyes and stretched. 3 days later, as the morning mist had just cleared from before the bamboo hut, Patriarch Bodhi stood outside the door holding his whisk, wearing a benevolent smile that nonetheless concealed sharp intent. "Wukong, has your cultivation stabilized?" Sun Wukong feigned delight and quickly performed a respectful bow. "Thank you for your concern, master. Though I have stabilized my realm, I always feel I'm still lacking something." The whisk swayed gently as Patriarch Bodhi smiled. "No matter. The path of cultivation is long. There's no need to rush for immediate results. I've called you here today because there's an important matter to discuss. Curiosity flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes at just the right moment. Please enlighten me, Master. Patriarch Bodhi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze settling upon his disciple. His words came slowly but carried hidden depths. Do you know why you were able to step into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal so effortlessly? Sun Wukong scratched his head with a simple grin. Wasn't it all thanks to the ginseng fruit you bestowed upon me, Master? The patriarch shook his head gently, his expression suddenly turning solemn. Not so. You are one born in response to the great tribulation, naturally bearing the merit of mending heaven. Your path of cultivation differs from ordinary beings from the start, but the true key lies elsewhere. Halfway through his words, he raised his finger like a sword, and a thread of clear light suddenly shot forth, piercing straight into Sun Wukong's brow. The clear light entered his body, flowing through his meridians like a spiritual serpent, searching everywhere. Wukong's heart jumped, nearly dodging instinctively, but he forcibly suppressed the impulse and waited quietly for what would come. In the shadows, the Chaos Demon Ape's essence quietly circulated, guiding that stream of clear light toward a trap he had prepared long ago, one containing a trace of fabricated chaotic aura. The moment the clear light made contact, the spiritual energy within the bamboo hut suddenly condensed. Patriarch Bodhi's expression changed drastically as he abruptly withdrew his power and retreated 3 steps. Chaotic aura. It really is you. His voice trembled, unable to hide his disbelief. Sun Wukong feigned bewilderment and quickly asked, Master, what's wrong? The patriarch's gaze grew complex, showing both shock and a hint of greed. Wukong, you harbor the power of a chaos demon god within you, don't you? Wukong pretended to be greatly alarmed, waving his hands frantically. Master, please see clearly. How could this old monkey possess any chaos demon god power? I'm just a wild mountain monkey who happened upon some fortunate encounters. Patriarch Bodhi's tone suddenly deepened as he raised his whisk slightly. No need to pretend. Avoiding heavenly tribulation, devouring spiritual power, concealing yourself from my investigation. Without the inheritance of a chaos demon god, none of this would be possible. Wukong retreated several steps, his eyes filled with terror. Master, surely you're mistaken? I truly know nothing. Contrary to Sun Wukong's expectations, the patriarch asked no further questions. His prepared plan to threaten death suddenly fell through, leaving him secretly puzzled. Why wasn't this going as he had anticipated? Just then, light footsteps came from outside the bamboo hut. Each step followed a mysterious rhythm, with dust automatically parting. Wukong's heart tightened as he quietly activated his fiery golden eyes, peering through the bamboo door. A gray-robed middle-aged cultivator approached with measured steps. His appearance was ordinary, his frame thin, with no fluctuation of magical power, seeming like any common wandering cultivator. But under the fiery golden eyes, that disguise was as fragile as paper. Behind the gray robe, the true form of Buddha Tathagata was clearly revealed. What a Buddha, coming down to act personally. Wukong's pupils contracted slightly, gravity flashing in the depths of his golden eyes. His essence frantically warned of danger, black energy churning through his meridians for Buddha to come in disguise. The situation was likely more serious than he had imagined. Wukong. Patriarch Bodhi spoke, drawing his thoughts back. The whisk fell, white eyebrows lowered, his tone meaningful. This is a wandering cultivator from the western continent of Cattle Gift, with the Taoist named Wu Chenzi, who has come to visit today. Sun Wukong forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, scratching his head with a simple smile. So it's Senior Wu Chenzi. This old monkey pays his respects. The spiritual stone monkey truly lives up to its reputation. A gentle breeze stirred through the bamboo grove as Wu Chenzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his warm smile carrying an undeniable aura of authority. His eyes flashed like lightning as they swept from the crown of Sun Wukong's head to the tip of his tail, as if counting every single hair on the monkey's body. I've heard that you received the true teachings of fellow Taoist Bodhi, and in nearly a century, you've cultivated from an ordinary monkey to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Such talent is rarely seen throughout history. Sun Wukong snorted coldly in his heart, yet still pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. Senior, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate to receive my master's favor. Before he could finish speaking, a vast divine consciousness descended like an abyss, instantly enveloping him completely. This divine consciousness was even more profound than that of Patriarch Bodhi, causing the chaotic demon ape essence hidden within his body to tremble unstably. It was also infused with the golden radiance of heavenly merit clearly. This was the Buddha using merit to forcibly probe his mind. Sun Wukong's hair stood on end as his instincts urged him to retaliate, but he forcibly suppressed the impulse. He understood that with the Buddha's cultivation at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, he would have no chance of victory in a direct confrontation. Strange. Wu Chenzi frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Despite using considerable merit, he still couldn't see through this monkey's thoughts. Patriarch Bodhi raised his whisk with a gentle wave, sending a wisp of clear energy silently into Sun Wukong's body to block the probing. Fellow Taoist Wuchen has traveled far. Why don't we go inside to discuss matters in detail? The three entered the bamboo hut and took their seats according to host and guest protocol. Misty spiritual energy swirled around the rafters, making the atmosphere suddenly delicate. Sun Wukong sat in the lower seat, secretly activating his truth-piercing golden eyes. On the surface, Patriarch Bodhi and Wuchen Zi treated each other with mutual respect, but their exchanged glances concealed hidden daggers. What was even more unusual was that the Buddha, disguised as Wuchen Zi, allowed Patriarch Bodhi to reveal his Tai golden immortal cultivation level without any attempt at concealment. Sun Wukong's gaze wandered between the two powerful beings as he feigned innocence, scratching his head and asking, "Master, this senior has traveled from afar. Does he have some guidance for me?" Patriarch Bodhi stroked his snow-white beard thoughtfully, looking at him with deep meaning. Fellow Taoist Wuchen has come bearing a treasure as a gift. A treasure? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he played along with delighted surprise. What virtue or ability does this old monkey possess to dare accept such a generous gift? Wuchen Zi smiled without speaking, then waved his sleeve. A point of golden light appeared in his palm, instantly expanding into a brilliant golden circlet that hovered in midair. The golden ring was covered with Buddhist Sanskrit characters, each stroke radiating vast Buddhist power, with faint chanting echoing around it. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply as turbulent waves crashed through his heart. The tightening circlet? It looked identical to the one Guanyin would give to Tang Sanzang in the predetermined fate. Only now, it was disguised as a protective magical treasure. Wuchen Zi raised his eyes, his tone gentle yet brooking no refusal. This item is called the Heart-Protecting Circlet, a superior post-heaven spiritual treasure. Wearing it can stabilize your mind, resist external demons, and help make your cultivation twice as effective. Sun Wukong suppressed his chill and pretended to lean closer with curiosity. Under the penetrating gaze of his truth-piercing golden eyes, an extremely hidden restriction appeared within the golden ring once worn. His primordial spirit would be completely locked, his life and death dependent on another's single thought. What a cunning Buddha, harboring such malicious intent. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, yet his face displayed a look of flattered surprise. This is far too precious. I dare not accept it. Patriarch Bodhi sighed softly, his voice gentle, yet carrying an undertone of coercion. Wukong, this treasure is destined for you. Since Master Wuchen holds you in such regard, why refuse? Wuchen smiled as he chimed in. I came upon this treasure while traveling through the western continent of Cattle Gift. Seeing your cultivation advance, yet your temperament remain unsettled, you are in need of this item for restraint. Golden radiance flickered between the three figures as the golden circlet hovered in midair, emanating overwhelming spiritual pressure. Sun Wukong's golden pupils contracted slightly, his thoughts churning. Once worn, his fate would fall into Buddhist hands. Though they wouldn't take his life, causing him unbearable pain and halting his progress would be effortless for them. All his schemes would turn to dust. Wukong, what are you standing there for? Put it on it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Patriarch Bodhi waved his whisk, its silver threads swaying gently, his tone mild yet brooking no refusal. Wuchen's gaze was profound, like a silent deep sea, locking onto every flicker of Sun Wukong's thoughts within his divine consciousness. Should he show the slightest resistance, thunderous retribution would follow instantly. Under the oppressive weight of this divine consciousness, the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula within Sun Wukong suddenly began circulating on its own, its speed increasing several-fold. A wisp of pure chi unique to the intercepting teachings surged from his dantian, racing through his meridians. Through his truth-piercing golden eyes' inner vision, he was astonished to discover this wisp of pure chi actually resonated with the golden circlet. In that instant, realization struck Wukong like lightning. This treasure was formed from the very essence of Ma Sui, the golden circlet immortal, one of the 7 attendant immortals of the intercepting teaching. After the investiture of the god's calamity, Ma Sui had been converted by the West, and this tight circlet was the acquired spiritual treasure he had refined. Sharing the same intercepting teaching lineage, the golden circlet must retain traces of the golden circlet immortal's original essence. No wonder the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula had reacted. With this understanding, Wukong had formed his plan. He feigned panic, waving his hands repeatedly. Master, this treasure is far too precious. I am unworthy of such a gift. A flash of impatience crossed Wuchen's eyes, quickly replaced by gentleness. Young friend, no need for such modesty. This treasure is fated for you. Patriarch Bodhi spoke again. Wukong, do not disappoint the master's generous favor. Sun Wukong appeared hesitant on the surface while sneering inwardly. Then I shall try it. He slowly extended his hand. The moment his fingertips touched the golden circlet, the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula became like a ravenous beast, frantically absorbing spiritual energy. A wisp of intercepting teaching pure chi seeped through his fingertips into the golden circlet, intertwining and resonating with its remaining original essence. Just as he had suspected, Wukong rejoiced inwardly while maintaining his composure, slowly raising the golden circlet above his head. The golden circlet spun in the air, radiating waves of Buddhist light. Bodhi and Wuchen exchanged glances, both showing satisfaction. Sun Wukong appeared so compliant, seemingly still firmly within their control. However, what happened next left both men suddenly alarmed. The golden circlet that should have been worn on his head was instead placed around Sun Wukong's wrist. Dim sunlight filtered through the bamboo window, casting shadows on the monkey's silhouette as the golden band clinked softly with each movement of his wrist. Sun Wukong grinned, a glint of cunning flashing in his golden pupils as he innocently raised his arm. Master, this treasure seems to fit quite well on my wrist, doesn't it? Before he finished speaking, the air in the bamboo hut seemed to be sucked away, everything frozen in place. Patriarch Bodhi's expression instantly darkened, cold light gleaming beneath his white eyebrows as his whisk trembled involuntarily in his hand after countless eons of cultivation. When had he ever been so mocked by a mere monkey? Beside him, Wuchenzi maintained a calm expression, but the Buddhist light in his eyes suddenly turned cold, his aura fluctuating as he too suppressed his anger. Wukong, this treasure is called the heart-protecting circlet and should naturally be worn on the head to guard one's spirit, Patriarch Bodhi said in a gentle tone that carried bone-chilling coldness. Worn on the hand, its effectiveness is greatly diminished. Sun Wukong scratched his head with a puzzled expression. But I think wearing it on my hand is more convenient. If I encounter enemies, I can even use it as a weapon to strike them. As he spoke, he waved his arm, the golden circlet gleaming in the sunlight with crisp metallic chimes. Insolence. Patriarch Bodhi could no longer contain himself, his thunderous roar causing the candle flames to flare violently. His whisk swept out, transforming into chains of clear light that bound Sun Wukong tightly. The overwhelming pressure of a peak quasi-saint descended, causing Sun Wukong's bones to crack audibly. You impudent monkey, do you truly believe this old master dare not harm you? His benevolent countenance vanished completely, his voice sharp as a blade. Sun Wukong was forced to kneel on one knee, cold sweat trickling down his temples, yet mockery flashed in his eyes. He knew well that neither Bodhi nor Tathagata dared truly harm him. How could they abandon such an important piece in the cosmic tribulation? This was merely to force his compliance, to make him wear the circlet and fall completely under Buddhist control. Master, please calm your anger. I'll put it on right away, right away. He waved his hands frantically, feigning terror. Patriarch Bodhi snorted coldly and lifted his whisk, dispersing all restraints. Sun Wukong rubbed his numb arms, secretly sneering. Toying with you all has been quite satisfying. He then removed the golden circlet from his wrist, and, under two piercing gazes, slowly raised it toward his head. As the metal touched his forehead, a bone-chilling coldness pierced straight to his primordial spirit. The golden circlet seemed alive, rapidly contracting to grip his skull tightly. Buddhist Sanskrit characters floated on its surface, writhing as they attempted to penetrate his consciousness. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out in pain, clutching his head as he collapsed to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. 7 parts genuine pain, 3 parts performance. The restriction was indeed eroding his primordial spirit, though far less severely than his dramatic display suggested. Within his body, the essence of the chaotic demon ape surged powerfully, black energy flooding toward his head to resist the Buddhist restriction. Simultaneously, the Shangqing spiritual energy derived from the Lingbao formula quietly seeped into the golden circlet, creating a subtle resonance with the remnant essence of the tightening spell immortal within. Excellent, excellent. Wuchenzi pressed his palms together, his gaze satisfied as he chanted Buddhist mantras. The Sanskrit characters immediately blazed with golden light, intensifying the restriction's power threefold. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as his golden fur became soaked with sweat. He endured without resistance, allowing the restrictive force to invade his primordial spirit, only setting up defenses at the most crucial points to protect his Chaos Demon Ape essence from being discovered. Wukong, just bear with it a little longer. Patriarch Bodhi flicked the whisk in his hand, his tone maintaining its usual kindness, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This treasure is recognizing its master for the first time, so some discomfort is inevitable. Once it merges with your primordial spirit, it will naturally protect you. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly but outwardly feigned agony, clutching his head and rolling about. Master, save me. This treasure is going to kill me. He deliberately let the golden circlet tighten, creating wounds so deep that bone was visible, with golden monkey blood trickling from his temples down to his jaw. Shocking sight. Patriarch Bodhi frowned slightly and turned to look at Wuchenzi. Wu Zi flicked his sleeve and smiled faintly. No matter, this is a normal reaction. He formed hand seals with his right hand, sending a thread of golden light into the circlet. The band immediately loosened by half, appearing gentler on the surface, and Sun Wukong's groans subsided accordingly. Gasping heavily, he struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Secretly, however, he quickly examined himself internally. The Chaos Demon Ape essence had formed a fingernail-thin black membrane inside the circlet. Though it couldn't block all restrictions, it was enough to protect his divine soul. Meanwhile, the pure chi derived from the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula had quietly connected with the remaining essence of the golden circlet immortal. With just a thought, he could remove this circlet. It seemed certain that this golden band was indeed forged from the golden circlet immortal's true body. How do you feel? Patriarch Bodhi asked with concern, sending a wisp of pure chi into Sun Wukong's body to examine him carefully. Sun Wukong pretended to have just recovered, reaching up to touch the circlet on his head and grinning foolishly. Much better. This treasure is truly miraculous. I feel my mind has become much clearer. Patriarch Bodhi swept his divine consciousness over him, confirming that the restrictions were firmly embedded in the monkey's primordial spirit, then nodded. Excellent. With this treasure's protection, your cultivation path should proceed more smoothly. Wu Zi also nodded, a hint of triumph flickering in his eyes. Since you have obtained the treasure, young friend, I shall take my leave. Patriarch Bodhi quickly cupped his hands in invitation. Fellow Taoist, you've come from afar, why not stay at Mount Fangsuan for a few more days? There are still matters to attend to in the western continent of Cattle Gift. We shall meet again another day. Wu Zi waved his sleeve and stepped back. Before leaving, he gave Sun Wukong a meaningful look. His form transformed into points of golden light, passing through the bamboo hut's roof and disappearing into the sky. With his truth-piercing golden eyes slightly opened, Sun Wukong clearly saw that golden light traversed layers of space. Heading straight for Spirit Mountain, it was indeed the Tathagata Buddha. Wukong. Patriarch Bodhi called back his attention, gently waving his whisk and resuming his immortal bearing. You have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and obtained the heart-protecting circlet. It is time for you to descend the mountain for practical experience. Sun Wukong feigned confusion. Master, are you driving me away? Patriarch Bodhi chuckled. Cultivation behind closed doors can never lead to great achievement. Only through worldly experience can one understand the mind and see one's true nature. With that, he drew a scroll of green bamboo slips from his sleeve and handed it over. This is the complete version of the Great Perfection Celestial Immortal Formula. Study it well. Sun Wukong received the bamboo scroll with both hands, secretly delighted. Though the Great Celestial Immortal Scripture was not as profound as the Supreme Pure Spiritual Treasure Scripture, it was still a top-tier cultivation method that would greatly benefit his practice. Previously, when Sun Wukong had pretended to fail in comprehension, Patriarch Bodhi had only taught him fragments. Now with the complete technique in his hands, he could use it to deduce and strengthen his abilities. With this thought, he bowed deeply to the Patriarch, his tone respectful yet tinged with reluctance. Thank you, Master. Once I leave, I know not when I shall hear your teachings again. Patriarch Bodhi stroked his beard and smiled gently. Fate brings people together and apart according to destiny. Go down the mountain now. But remember, if outsiders ask, you must never mention my name. A golden gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he secretly rejoiced. He had planned to spread word far and wide, but now feigned confusion, scratching his head and blinking. Master, why is this? That I could receive your teachings is a tremendous blessing. Why can't I mention it? The whisk swayed lightly, white eyebrows trembling slightly as Bodhi coughed softly. I have lived in seclusion on Square Inch Mountain for ages and wish no entanglement with the outside world. Should you boast of this, trouble would surely follow. I see. Sun Wukong appeared enlightened, slapping his forehead hard. Master, rest assured I won't breathe a word about you. Good. Bodhi nodded, waving his whisk to dispel the light circle beneath his feet. Go pack your belongings and descend the mountain at dawn tomorrow. With these words, his form vanished like smoke. Only dim candlelight remained in the bamboo hut. The simple expression instantly faded from Sun Wukong's face as he touched the tight band around his head, muttering to himself. Won't let me mention my master? I'll make such a commotion that all three realms will know, and let all that karma fall upon you. He then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. His golden lashes trembled slightly in the candlelight as the tight band glowed with pale gold light, Buddhist Sanskrit characters crawling along its surface, their restraining power attempting to erode his primordial spirit. Sensing this, the chaotic demon ape essence within Sun Wukong quietly began to circulate. Dark demonic energies surged from his dantian, rushing along his meridian straight to the crown of his head like a ravenous beast that devoured the Buddhist power upon contact with the band. The Sanskrit characters shook violently, their golden light flickering. Refine. With a thought, the black energy instantly penetrated every inscription. The restraints melted away like ice meeting flame, visibly dissolving. As the Buddhist power was consumed, his primordial spirit became increasingly clear. Through his truth-piercing golden eyes' inner vision, he saw the demon ape essence expand slightly, the black energy now threaded with fine golden gleams, mysterious and unfathomable. Just as the Buddhist power was about to be completely consumed, he suddenly stopped. No, if I devour it all, the Buddha will surely notice. After pondering briefly, he deliberately left 10% of the Buddhist power in the band's core. That remaining power was like a seed sufficient to maintain the surface restraints, yet no longer capable of harming him in the slightest. This way, even if the Buddha investigated, he would only think the tight band was functioning normally. Sun Wukong grinned and reached up to touch the golden circlet atop his head. At this moment, what had once been his shackle was merely an ornament beneath his fingers. Confirming it posed no threat, he remained seated in meditation, allowing the chaotic demonic ape essence within him to circulate slowly, refining every trace of the Buddhist power he had devoured for his own use. Only when the eastern sky showed its pale belly and morning light filtered through the bamboo hut did he conclude his practice and open his eyes. The dark gleam in his golden pupils flickered and faded as he stretched his limbs, joints crackling, and murmured, "It's time to leave." Gazing around the bamboo hut that had been his home for over 300 years, his expression grew complex before he snorted coldly. "Old man, this debt will be settled another day." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Morning mist still hung thick among the mountains, and immortal cranes glided over the treetops. The cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars disappeared into the clouds, tinted pale gold by the rising dawn. Through the mist, his truth-piercing golden eyes spotted Patriarch Bodhi standing before the cave entrance, white beard flowing, watching silently. Sun Wukong curled his lip and strode down the mountain without a backward glance. With each step, his figure flashed dozens of zhang forward, reaching the mountain's base within a few breaths. He drew a deep breath. After 300 years, he truly grasped freedom for the first time. Where to next? He stroked his chin, initially planning to immediately seek out the red-buttocked horse monkey or the six-eared macaque to devour their essence. But knowing Patriarch Bodhi was secretly watching, acting now would only expose his intentions. After weighing his options, he decided to return to Flower Fruit Mountain first as a pretense. The moment the thought formed, he transformed into a golden streak of light shooting skyward, heading straight for the eastern divine continent. Mountains and rivers rushed backward beneath his feet as he tore narrow rifts through the cloud layers. He deliberately slowed his flight, occasionally wavering as if he had just advanced to the Tai golden immortal realm and still felt awkward with cloud riding. Activating his truth-piercing golden eyes, he indeed detected a faint divine consciousness trailing 1,000 li behind undoubtedly surveillance. Sun Wukong's expression remained unchanged as he continued pretending ignorance. Passing over several human cities, he intentionally lowered his altitude. Citizens below looked up and exclaimed, "Look, there's a monkey in the sky. Could it be an immortal?" Their discussions carried on the wind, and he smirked with satisfaction exactly as intended. Half a day later, a familiar mountain range came into view. Vermilion cliffs and strange rocks, sheer walls and peculiar peaks, with longevity deer and immortal foxes darting through the forests, spiritual birds and mystical cranes perching on branches, precious herbs and exotic flowers blooming eternally, green pines and emerald cypresses evergreen through all seasons, and a waterfall cascading like the Milky Way Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. The golden light faded as he landed on the peak, breathing in the still rich spiritual energy, though he sensed the vibrant vitality of old had diminished somewhat. A sweep of his truth-piercing golden eyes revealed the monkey troops still frolicking, yet deep within each pair of eyes flickered subtle golden light traces of Buddhist conversion. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, sneering inwardly, the same old tricks indeed. As Sun Wukong descended from the clouds and landed atop Mount Huagua, the entire peak trembled. The monkeys playing in the forest halfway up the mountain were startled and scattered with a whoosh, diving into the dense foliage where they dared only peek out with half their heads visible. An immortal! An immortal has descended, squeaked a little monkey, pointing toward the summit, its voice trembling with excitement. Atop the highest boulder of Mount Huagua, Sun Wukong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His golden fur blazed like fire under the scorching sun, while the circlet on his head glowed faintly with golden light, like a brand. He surveyed the wilderness around him, his truth-seeing golden eyes piercing through layers of branches and leaves, taking in every monkey's fear and curiosity. 300 years. His low, hoarse murmur carried complexity. Whether it was nostalgia or coldness was unclear. When he had left, the mountains were lush and verdant. Now the scenery remained unchanged, except for the stronger enlightening power within these monkeys. Isn't this the monkey who went to sea seeking immortality 300 years ago? A raspy voice emerged from deep within the monkey crowd. A gray-white old monkey, leaning on a crooked wooden stick, shuffled forward trembling, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on Sun Wukong, his sparse and mottled fur bearing witness to time's cruelty. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened at it was indeed the old monkey who had seen him off to sea. After 300 years, he could still cling to life, likely sustained by that enlightening power. Feigning surprise, he called out, his voice echoing across the mountain. You still recognize me? The old monkey prostrated himself excitedly, kowtowing repeatedly, his dry, cracked voice repeating, I recognize you. I recognize you. Halfway through, his throat choked up, unable to form complete sentences. Seeing the old monkey's reaction, the hiding monkeys began to emerge. Several young monkeys bounded to the front, and the boldest among them looked up and asked, Grandfather, who is this immortal? The old monkey wiped away the murky tears from his eyes with his sleeve and raised his voice. Children, this is the mighty king who left Mount Huagua 300 years ago to seek immortality at sea. Now he has returned as an immortal. It is our blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey crowd erupted. The little monkeys cheered and called out, while the older monkeys whispered among themselves, awe and doubt intertwining. Sun Wukong observed coldly, noticing that the golden light in the old monkey's eyes was unfathomably deep, while the golden gleam in the young monkey's eyes was as faint as gossamer. Suddenly, the old monkey straightened his back and cried out loudly, Since you have returned as an immortal, you should be the king of our Mount Huagua. Let our monkey clan to prosperity. The momentary silence was swallowed by even greater clamor. Please be our king. The voices rose like a tide, each wave higher than the last. Golden light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he thought to himself, just as expected. According to the old trajectory, he should gladly accept now, then wreak havoc in the Dragon Palace to obtain the golden hooped rod. But now, no. 2 words, cold as iron, shot from his mouth. The mountaintop fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The old monkey stamped his feet anxiously. My king, what do you mean? Mount Huagua has been without a leader for 300 years. Now that you've returned, it's heaven's will. Before he could finish, the surrounding monkeys began clamoring again. Sun Wukong raised his right hand and waved it gently. Bang! Blood mist exploded as the old monkey's body shattered inch by inch in midair. Noisy. He uttered the word indifferently. The mountain forest fell dead silent. Warm droplets of blood landed on the faces of nearby monkeys, sticky and fishy, causing them all to tremble uncontrollably. My king. A little monkey stammered out half a sentence before being silenced by Sun Wukong's icy stare. With a casual wave of his hand, the monkeys stained with the old monkey's blood were instantly seized by an invisible force and lifted from the ground, all suspended in midair. Sharp screams echoed through the valley as the bloody stench filled the air of Flower Fruit Mountain. Since you're so fond of being Buddhism's lapdogs, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with cold light as his 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Bang! 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 Dozens of muffled explosions rang out in succession as the monkey bodies burst into blood mist, crimson droplets falling like rain and staining the mountain peaks verdant green into a shocking red. The remaining unconverted young monkeys had long since lost their souls in terror, kneeling and kowtowing, not daring to lift their heads. Sun Wukong swept his cold gaze over them, confirming they had not yet been tainted by Buddhist power, and gave an almost imperceptible nod, get lost. As if granted amnesty, the monkey group scrambled to their feet and fled, disappearing into the forest sea in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Standing in the center of the blood pool, he raised his head to gaze at the sky. The divine consciousness that had been lurking from the beginning finally withdrew quietly upon witnessing this carnage. Old Bodhi, have you seen enough? Sun Wukong's lips curved into a mocking smile. Is this the result of your Buddhism's conversion? With those words, too lazy to deal with the aftermath, his form flickered and transformed into blazing golden light that shot toward the heavens. The spiritual light streaked across the earth, covering hundreds of thousands of miles in mere breaths. During flight, he examined his inner self. The Chaos Demon Ape essence surged through his meridians, dark demonic energy wrapped in points of golden radiance, appearing increasingly mysterious. The Buddhist power in the tight band had been completely devoured. His cultivation advanced once more, separated from the peak of Tai Golden Immortal by only a thin membrane. First, the East Sea Dragon Palace. The sea-calming divine needle is a merit treasure left behind by you the Great's flood. Control not taking it would be foolish. If not for the haste at Meishan back then, I would have claimed that iron staff long ago. Now, the Rui golden hooped rod suits my intentions better. As for the problem of dividing fortune, he already had a strategy to deal with it. After several more applications of the golden light technique, he stood above the East Sea. Beneath his feet stretched endless blue waves. His golden eyes flickered slightly as his Tai golden immortal aura suddenly spread out. In an instant, the sky turned upside down. Wild waves rose from the earth. Hundred-jong water walls roared straight toward the clouds. Undercurrents churned as countless fish and shrimp fled in panic. even causing the deep-sea dragon palace to shake violently. Who dares cause trouble in the East Sea? A fierce shout exploded from the seabed, splitting the water surface into deep trenches. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals emerged riding the waves, their cold light gleaming ominously. Leading them was a burly sea patrol yaksha with a blue face and protruding fangs, wielding a steel trident, demonic energy swirling around him. Sun Wukong grinned, just passing through, looking to borrow a handy weapon. The yaksha flew into a rage upon hearing this. What an ignorant monkey who knows neither heaven's height nor earth's depth. How dare you act so brazenly in the East Sea? With a wave of his steel trident, thousands of shrimp soldiers and crab generals charged forward with battle cries, the sound of waves and weapons resonating together, shaking the area for hundreds of miles. Sun Wukong's eyes turned cold as he unleashed his Tai golden immortal pressure without reservation. In an instant, the sea surface within 1,000 miles seemed frozen, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals stuck in place, even the wave crests suspended in midair. Noisy, he snorted coldly and gently pressed down with his right hand. A thunderous boom shattered the silence as the ocean surface suddenly collapsed, creating a massive crater 1,000 zhang in diameter. The seawater surged backward from the impact, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals didn't even have time to scream before being pulverized by the invisible pressure. In an instant, their blood stained vast stretches of the sea crimson. The patrolling yaksha was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. His steel trident clattered to the ocean floor as he trembled in mid-water, kowtowing frantically while suspended in the sea. "Spare me, immortal. This lowly one failed to recognize your greatness." Sun Wukong couldn't be bothered with such minor characters. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the layers of seawater, gazing directly into the depths of the Eastern Sea. His focus wasn't on the Dragon Palace, but on the sea-calming divine pearl that guarded the ocean's spiritual veins, the Rui Jingu Bang. He sensed no trace of Buddhist enlightenment energy, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. If the staff contained Buddhist power, he could have devoured it to strengthen his chaotic demon ape essence. On second thought, this treasure was a merit-based spiritual artifact, making it difficult for Buddhism to interfere, so be it. Even without Buddhist power, this treasure would serve as an excellent weapon. With this thought, Sun Wukong grinned and transformed into golden light, plunging straight toward the ocean floor. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace had already descended into chaos. The Eastern Sea Dragon King Aoguang sat upon his crystal throne, his expression dark. The Tai Golden Immortal's overwhelming presence had descended across the sea, causing his heart meridians to churn and leaving cracks in the jade cup he gripped. Report. A shrimp soldier stumbled into the great hall and collapsed to his knees. "Your Majesty, a monkey with a hairy face and thunder god beak has attacked our gates. The patrolling yaksha and thousands of our troops have all been destroyed by a mere wave of his hand." Ao Guang's dragon eyes shifted, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Buddhism had already hinted at this, and he knew this monkey was crucial to the Great Tribulation. However, his expression grew even darker, with a flash of anxiety in his eyes. He suddenly rose, his golden scale armor clanging. Extending his divine consciousness, he indeed sensed the monkey heading straight for the sea-calming divine needle. This monkey is going directly for the sea-calming divine needle. Ao Guang's heart jumped. If he simply took it away, wouldn't the Dragon Clan miss out on this fortune? He transformed into golden light, piercing through the palace walls as the seawater automatically parted, creating a straight passage. As he rushed forward, he recalled Buddhism's instructions. The sea-calming divine needle must be personally gifted by the Dragon Palace for the Dragon Clan to share in the destiny of the journey to the West Tribulation. But this troublesome monkey clearly wasn't following conventional rules. Ao Guang fumed inwardly, his dragon whiskers trembling. When he reached the forbidden zone at the ocean floor, the sight before him made his dragon eyes widen. That pillar reaching from earth to heaven stood quietly in the ocean abyss, and Sun Wukong had already placed his furry palm against the cold metal. The sea-calming divine needle seemed to respond, its dark golden patterns slowly brightening as the entire Eastern Sea trembled gently. "Wait!" Ao Guang shouted, his voice rolling through the seawater in thunderous waves. But Sun Wukong didn't turn around, merely stroking the rough metal with a smile playing at his lips. He had long seen through Ao Guang's intentions. This old dragon simply wanted a share of the tribulation's fortune. "Shrink," Sun Wukong said calmly. In that instant, the sea-calming divine needle shook violently, its golden patterns bursting with blinding radiance. The iron pillar, originally as thick as a mountain, rapidly contracted at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming in moments into a black iron staff 12 feet long and as thick as a rice bowl. With a resonant hum, it settled firmly into Sun Wukong's grasp. "Excellent." Sun Wukong hefted the weight of the golden hooped rod, his eyes blazing with golden light. Vast torrents of merit power surged within the staff, the very gifts of heaven and earth accumulated during the Great's flood control efforts. Even more remarkable was how the rod truly responded to his will, its weight changing instantly at his single word of command. "You insolent monkey!" A thunderous roar erupted from behind, causing the seawater to boil. Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, surged forth in fury. "How dare you steal the treasure that guards my eastern ocean?" Only then did Sun Wukong leisurely turn around, casually shouldering the golden hooped rod with a half-smile playing at his lips. Guang wore golden scale armor and a dragon crown, his tiny golden immortal aura bursting forth with overwhelming pressure. The seawater within 100 li was forcibly parted, creating a vacuum cavity in the ocean around them. Sun Wukong scratched his ear nonchalantly, his tone flippant. "This treasure doesn't have your name written on it though. Does that make it yours? This artifact has guarded my eastern sea since ancient times." Guang's dragon eyes bulged wide, every whisker bristling with rage. "Your brazen theft to date, you think the dragon clan has no one to defend it?" Before his words finished, he spread both arms wide, conjuring a sky-blue crescent blade halberd from thin air. The weapon's tip gleamed with cold light, faintly echoing with dragon roars. Sun Wukong's battle spirit surged as he grinned broadly. "Want to fight? I was just looking for someone to test my new treasure." Guang's fury could no longer be contained. He swung his wave-parting halberd fiercely, raising thousand-zong waves like towering walls. "Arrogant fool! Today you'll witness the Dragon Clan's true power." His form became lightning as the halberd point thrust straight for Sun Wukong's heart. The space around the weapon's tip crackled with subtle explosive sounds, revealing the sharpness of Dragon Clan's secret arts. Sun Wukong didn't retreat an inch, raising the golden hooped rod horizontally to block. Clang! The clash of metal rang throughout the eastern sea, the shockwave instantly vaporizing the surrounding seawater and blasting out a cavity 1,000 zhong in diameter. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. "That's all you've got?" Guang was shocked though this strike hadn't used his full power. It should have severely wounded any ordinary Tai golden immortal. Yet the monkey had blocked it effortlessly, and the rebound left his own hands numb. "Don't get cocky," he roared, his golden armor exploding with radiance as he instantly transformed into 1,000 zhong golden dragon. Dragon roars shook the heavens as his massive maw opened, releasing a golden dragon's breath so scorching it warped the very space around it. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with golden light as the golden hooped rod suddenly extended, striking directly into the dragon's mouth. Boom! Rod and breath collided with earth-shaking force. The eastern sea heaved violently, underwater volcanoes erupted in chain reactions, and 10,000 li of ocean boiled and churned. Guang's teeth ached from the impact, forcing him to quickly close his mouth and retreat. His dragon tail swept horizontally, raising a 10th Sanshang tsunami towards Sun Wukong. "Petty tricks." Sun Wukong snorted coldly, lightly tapping the golden hooped rod against the sea surface. The sky-high waves seemed frozen in place, suspended in midair before shattering into countless water droplets. Guang was horrified. How is this possible? His opponent was merely an early-stage Tai golden immortal, yet easily dissolved the consecutive killing moves of a later-stage powerhouse like himself. Shock and rage intertwined as he demanded in a deep voice. "Who exactly are you?" "No ordinary Tai golden immortal possesses such power." This was exactly what Sun Wukong wanted to hear. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he shouldered the golden hooped rod with magnificent bearing. "Since you ask, this old monkey will tell you straight. All my abilities come from studying under Patriarch Bodhi of the Cave of the Slanted Moon and 3 stars on Mount Lingtai. That venerable master possesses boundless divine powers and limitless magical abilities. If you're not satisfied, feel free to take it up with him." With that, he deliberately pointed to the tight band around his head. "See this? Also a treasure bestowed by my master." Hearing these words, Guang was instantly dumbfounded, frozen in place. Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon 3-star Cave, Patriarch Bodhi. Despite living for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never heard of these names. In the depths of the East Sea, Guang's dragon body with golden horns and silver scales stretched across the waters, his water-dividing trident gleaming with menacing cold light. Yet that chill quietly dissipated upon hearing this string of strange names. Before him, the monkey was shrouded in black and gold demonic aura, clearly at the Tai golden immortal realm. More alarming still, the sea-calming divine needle in his grasp extended and contracted at will, obviously mastered to perfection. "Bodhi, Patriarch." An unprecedented void arose in Guang's heart as his dragon claws unconsciously loosened, the trident's radiance dimming. In that moment of distraction, Sun Wukong caught the opening. Golden light burst from the monkey's eyes as he bared his cunning fangs in a grin. Without a battle cry, the golden hooped rod suddenly expanded dozens of zhong, thunderously churning the seabed sediment. The waters roiled as a massive whirlpool instantly formed, sending shrimp soldiers and crab generals tumbling in all directions. "Old mudfish, I'll play with you another day." The monkey's roar thundered as black chi intertwined with golden light, his earth-shrinking technique pushed to its limits. A stream of gold and black light shot from the whirlpool's center, tearing through layers of water. The soldiers along its path only heard the dull crack of shattering armor before being blown away by the aftershock. Ao Guang snapped awake, furiously lashing his dragon tail to raise towering waves. Just as he moved to pursue, the light stream had already burst through the sea surface, soaring into the clouds and vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Damn it! His enraged roar echoed through the crystal palace, causing the glazed tiles to rattle. Dragon claws clenched as the water-dividing trident emitted sharp, creaking sounds. Ao Guang whirled around, golden pupils fixed on the turtle prime minister. Go investigate immediately. Where is Lingtai Fongsuan Mountain? What manner of divine being is this patriarch Bodhi? The turtle prime minister nodded frantically, though inwardly he despaired. How could he distinguish truth from the monkey's wild claims? Yet with the Dragon King's fury blazing, he dared not voice a single word of protest. As the angry waves gradually subsided, Ao Guang returned to the Dragon Palace, taking his seat upon the crystal throne. Though luminous pearls cast rippling patterns of light around him, he closed his eyes in deep contemplation, his brow deeply furrowed. Patriarch Bodhi knew the great powers of the three realms and their mountain sanctuaries like the back of his hand, yet had no recollection of such a figure. Could that monkey be deceiving me? He murmured, his dragon claws rhythmically tapping the armrest. The crisp sounds echoed through the hall, as if demanding answers. Before long, the turtle prime minister swam hurriedly into the great hall, his passage through the seawater leaving a pale white trail. Sweat still beaded his forehead as he dropped to his knees with a splash. Your Majesty, I have searched through all records of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, consulted the dragon kings of the south, west, and north seas, and even inquired with the heavenly court star officials and the underworld's judges. None have any record of Lingtai Fongsuan Mountain or Patriarch Bodhi. Ao Guang's eyes snapped open, cold light flashing. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. The turtle prime minister's forehead scales trembled slightly. Even the heavenly court's archives are blank. The dragon king fell silent for a moment, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a clever monkey, daring to toy with this king. The turtle prime minister hesitated briefly before lowering his voice in reminder. Your Majesty, that monkey's power is formidable. Effortlessly took the sea-calming divine needle. There may be hidden circumstances behind this. If Patriarch Bodhi truly is a reclusive great power, should we act rashly? I fear. A reclusive great power. Ao Guang snorted coldly, raising a claw to cut him off. Within the 3 realms, who could escape the Dragon Clan's notice? Unless, he suddenly paused, his gaze darkening. Unless it's the Buddhist sect. The turtle prime minister started. The Buddhist sect? Ao Guang rose, pacing with hands clasped behind his back, his fins gleaming with sharp reflections. That golden circlet on the monkey's head is clearly a Buddhist artifact. If he truly serves at Buddhism's behest, this matter involves far more than just a divine needle. As his words fell, the turtle prime minister understood, asking in a low voice, Your Majesty means that this Patriarch Bodhi might be the incarnation of some Buddhist bodhisattva or Buddha? Ao Guang nodded, a flicker of wariness passing through his eyes. As the currents within the crystal palace murmured softly, he lowered his voice. The Buddhist sect has been making frequent moves in recent years. If they're truly scheming in the shadows and our dragon clan rashly interferes, I fear we'll invite great trouble. The turtle prime minister hastily agreed, his shell swaying gently. The dragon king is wise. Why not hold back for now and send someone to scout Mount Lingshan first? Ao Guang paced with his hands clasped behind his back, his dragon scales reflecting cold light under the lamplight. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. That won't do. The Buddhist sect of Mount Lingshan is unfathomably deep. If we investigate rashly, we'll only alert them to our suspicions. His gaze paused, flashing with sharp insight. However, that monkey dared to publicly claim the name Patriarch Bodhi. He must have something to rely on. In that case, let's turn his scheme against him. The turtle prime minister looked puzzled. What does the dragon king mean? Ao Guang sneered coldly, his white dragon fangs slightly visible. He claims his abilities were taught by Patriarch Bodhi. So let all 3 realms know that there's a Patriarch Bodhi on Mount Lingtai Fongsuan who taught a lawless disciple. The turtle prime minister's eyes lit up as he clapped softly. Brilliant plan. This way, whether that Patriarch Bodhi is real or fake, someone else will deal with that monkey for us. Exactly. Ao Guang nodded. Arrange it. Immediately spread this news, especially to the heavenly court and the underworld. Every deity must know that the Dragon Palace of the East Seas sea-calming divine needle was stolen by a monkey claiming to be Patriarch Bodhi's disciple. Yes, sir. The turtle prime minister hurriedly withdrew. The hall suddenly fell quiet, with only the crystal lamplight reflecting off the scales. Ao Guang narrowed his eyes toward the deep sea and snorted coldly. The Buddhist sect dares to scheme against the dragon clan. He clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. The matter was beyond what the Dragon Palace could handle alone. If that Patriarch Bodhi was truly a hidden piece of the Buddhist sect, the implications were beyond his control. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. In a flash of golden light, his form grew into a 1,000-zhong golden dragon. His dragon tail swept heavily, exploding massive waves. The sea surface tore open thunderously, and through the sky-filling mist, the golden dragon wreathed in lightning shot straight toward the clouds, heading for the southern heavenly gate. Above the heavenly court, the Lingshao Palace was as quiet as the starry river. The Jade Emperor and Taishang Laojun played chess, their boards scattered like stars, each piece reflecting the phantom of a small world. Suddenly there was commotion, and a spirit official outside the hall announced loudly, "The Dragon King of the East Sea, Awoke, requests an audience." The Jade Emperor's white stone paused slightly at his fingertips as he looked up toward the door. "Awoke comes at this hour. Could there be trouble in the East Sea?" Taishang Laojun swept his whisk lightly, smiling without speaking. The palace doors opened wide, and Awoke strode in quickly, his golden scale armor still dripping with seawater, showing his haste. He knelt on one knee. "Your subject Awoke pays respects to your majesty." The Jade Emperor slightly raised his hand in acknowledgement, and Awoke immediately gave a detailed report of how Sun Wukong had killed the sea-patrolling Yuksha and forcibly taken the sea-calming divine needle, especially emphasizing that the monkey claimed to be taught by Patriarch Bodhi of Mount Lingtai Fangsuan and wore a Buddhist golden circlet. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor and Taishang Laojun exchanged glances, their eyes profound. The Jade Emperor gently placed a stone, its crisp sound echoing through the palace, then asked in a calm voice, "Was that monkey truly so arrogant?" Sweat beaded on Awoke's forehead as he bowed and answered, "Absolutely true. That macaque not only forcibly took my EC's treasure, but also spoke wildly, simply showing no respect for the heavenly court whatsoever." The Jade Emperor's gaze remained steady, while Laojun smiled and stroked his beard. The two exchanged a meaningful look. Taishang Laojun stroked his snow-white beard and said with a chuckle, "Interesting, very interesting. This audacious monkey dares to use even the benevolent incarnation of Saint Juanti as a shield." Upon hearing this, Awoke felt his dragon whiskers bristle and his bulging dragon eyes widen in shock. "The saint's benevolent incarnation?" The Jade Emperor snorted softly, flicking his sleeve to move a piece on the chessboard half a square. "Patriarch Bodhi of Mount Lingtai Fangsuan is indeed the benevolent incarnation of Saint Juanti, one of the two Western saints. Those in the three realms who know this truth can be counted on one hand. Yet that monkey has exposed this secret." A chill ran down Awoke's spine as his dragon scales stood on end, realizing he had unwittingly become entangled in a conflict between saints. Seeing his pale complexion, Taishang Laojun smiled and pointed his whisk, "Do not panic. That monkey's boldness in revealing the Bodhi name suggests he likely has the Buddhist sect's backing." His tone shifted as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. "For the heavenly court, this may not be without opportunity." The Jade Emperor tapped the chessboard lightly with his finger. "Laojun's observation is astute. The Buddhist sect seeks to expand through the journey to the West Tribulation, yet secretly undermines our heavenly court's territory. How can this matter be easily overlooked?" Understanding the implication, Awoke immediately prostrated himself. "Please, your majesty, deliver justice. The removal of the sea-calming divine needle has greatly damaged the Dragon Clan's fortune." The Jade Emperor's eyes brightened slightly as he rose with hands clasped behind his back. "I have my own considerations for this matter. Laojun, what do you suggest we do?" Laojun flicked his whisk gently, first smiling without speaking, then after a moment stepped closer and whispered a few words. After listening, the Jade Emperor clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent. We shall proceed according to Laojun's plan." Though Awoke did not know the details of their scheme, seeing the Jade Emperor's delighted expression, his heart was at ease. The Jade Emperor composed himself and spoke solemnly. "I shall issue the subsequent arrangements through imperial decree." Awoke repeatedly acknowledged and retreated from the hall. The palace doors closed with a thunderous sound. The Jade Emperor turned, his sleeves billowing like rolling cloud waves. "Laojun, this opportunity is rare indeed. We must ensure the Buddhist sect suffers a silent loss." Laojun stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Last time the Buddhist sect stubbornly refused to yield. Now with this additional matter, they must certainly give up one tribulation. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, his laughter causing the sea of clouds outside Lingshao Palace to surge and roll. Meanwhile, at the great Thunderclap Temple on Spirit Mountain, Buddha Tathagata sat upon his 9-grade lotus throne, surrounded by Sanskrit chants and pervaded by Buddha's light. The assembled bodhisattvas and arhats were immersed in his teachings when suddenly the golden seal at Buddha's brow flashed. A golden light shot from the heavenly court, piercing through the great Thunderclap Temple's barrier and materializing as the Jade Emperor's decree before Tathagata. An invitation from the Jade Emperor? Tathagata's fingers, which had been holding a flower, paused slightly. The assembled saints in the hall sensed the anomaly and gradually awakened from their meditation. Guanyin Bodhisattva, holding her jade pure vase, asked quietly, Buddha, does the heavenly court have urgent matters? Tathagata did not answer, but performed calculations with his fingers. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically, and the Buddha's light from his lotus throne suddenly flickered. What a clever monkey! His cold snort thundered like lightning, causing the 1,000 lotus lamps in the hall to shake violently. The assembled bodhisattvas and arhats had never seen Buddha lose composure, and all bowed their heads in fear. In the next moment, Tathagata's divine consciousness swept across the 3 realms, clearly perceiving the remnants of battle above Flower Fruit Mountain and the chaos stirred up in the East Sea Dragon Palace. What infuriated him most was that the name of Patriarch Bodhi from Mount Lingtai Fongsuan had spread throughout the 4 great continents. That monkey dared to be so brazen. Buddha's eyes blazed with golden light, his divine radiance surging like a tempestuous sea. The overwhelming pressure instantly filled the great hall, leaving the bodhisattvas breathless and struggling for air. Guanyin stepped forward, her sleeves flowing, her voice tinged with gravity. Buddha, has something gone wrong with the stone monkey? Buddha took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, his tone icy. That monkey not only seized the Dragon King's Rui Jingu Bang from the East Sea, but also proclaimed everywhere that he was taught by Patriarch Bodhi of Mount Lingtai Fongsuan. As his words fell, the hall erupted in shocked murmurs. Manjusri stood with his wisdom sword, exclaiming, Patriarch Bodhi is the benevolent incarnation of Saint Juanti. Such claims will surely stir up great turmoil. Buddha's expression was grave as water. Precisely. That monkey seeks to drag Buddhism into this mess. Samantabhadra clasped his hands, frowning. Buddha, there must be more to this matter. That monkey is merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level. How dare he act so recklessly? Unless someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Buddha's gaze swept across the bodhisattvas, his voice deep. Has Holy Mother Wudong shown any unusual activity recently? Guanyin calculated with her fingers and shook her head. Since her battle with you, Holy Mother Wudong has remained in seclusion at Mount Li, never showing herself. Buddha pondered for a moment, then suddenly rose. A 9-grade lotus platform appeared beneath his feet, radiating infinite Buddhist light. I shall return shortly. All of you remain at Mount Ling and do not act rashly. Before his words had finished, he transformed into a golden rainbow that pierced through the hall's roof, heading straight for the heavenly court. Beyond the 33rd heaven, fierce winds howled and seas of clouds churned. Buddha rode his lotus through the air. His divine consciousness swept the area, detecting discussions about Patriarch Bodhi and Mount Lingtai Fongsuan echoing from immortal palaces along the way. The news has spread so quickly. Buddha's frown deepened. Before the Lingshao treasure hall, the 4 heavenly kings stood in formation to receive him. Seeing Buddha's arrival, they all bowed in respect. The heavenly king of growth whispered a warning. Buddha, His Majesty the Jade Emperor, is in poor spirits. That this typically straightforward heavenly king would offer such a warning made Buddha realize the gravity of the situation. Entering the great hall, he saw the Jade Emperor seated on his dragon throne, his expression dark. Taishang Laojun stood to one side, holding his fly whisk, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Ao Guang, Dragon King of the East Sea, was also present, his dragon eyes filled with resentment. Fellow Taoist has arrived. The Jade Emperor spoke, his voice like ice. I have summoned you today for one purpose. On Lido demand an explanation. Buddha pressed his palms together, the Buddhist seal on his forehead glowing. What does your majesty mean by this? The Jade Emperor snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, magical light formed an image, Sun Wukong in the East Sea Dragon Palace, raising the golden staff and loudly proclaiming his lineage under Patriarch Bodhi. Ao Guang could no longer contain himself, his dragon whiskers trembling. That monkey forcibly took my East Sea's treasure, the Rui Jingu Bang, and spoke arrogantly, claiming he acted on Patriarch Bodhi's orders. Buddha, your Buddhist sect owes us an explanation. Buddha's face remained calm, but his heart churned like a stormy sea. Sun Wukong dared to frame others so brazenly, and he hadn't expected the Jade Emperor to use this against him. After a moment's consideration, he replied solemnly, this monkey is unruly. His words may not be truthful. Oh, the Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow. Fellow Taoist means that Patriarch Bodhi has nothing to do with this matter? Buddha was at a loss for words. Patriarch Bodhi was Zhuanti's benevolent incarnation. This was known throughout the 3 realms. He could neither deny nor acknowledge it. Taishang Laojun gently waved his fly whisk and chuckled. In this old Taoist view, this matter is not without solution. The Jade Emperor turned. What wisdom does Laojun offer? Laojun stroked his beard, his gaze passing over Buddha. Buddhism has failed in discipline, allowing disciples to cause trouble. Why not transfer the karmic fortune of one tribulation from the journey to the west to the dragon clan as compensation? Buddha's divine light trembled, his voice deep. Lao Jun speaks incorrectly. The journey to the west is ordained by heaven's way. How can it be lightly altered? The Jade Emperor spoke coldly. If fellow Taoist cannot make such decisions, then please have Saint Xuanti come personally. Hearing the word Xuanti, Buddha's expression changed dramatically. Requesting a saint's intervention would not only make it difficult for Buddhism to escape involvement, but might also result in punishment for himself. Moreover, he knew well who stood behind the Jade Emperor from his days as a disciple of the Jie school. He understood that the Jade Emperor had been Patriarch Hongjuan's attendant, and even saints had to address him as senior brother. Clearly, this situation could not end peacefully. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong soared leisurely through the skies above the eastern divine continent, his golden staff slung across his shoulder. The gentle breeze ruffled his golden fur as clouds churned beneath his feet. He casually tossed and caught his hefty weapon with one hand, silently calculating. After causing such havoc in the East Sea and invoking Patriarch Bodhi's name, the old master was probably fuming with rage by now. At this thought, he grinned widely, his gleaming white fangs catching the sunlight with a cold glint. His ears suddenly twitched as he caught the chaotic sounds of clashing weapons and beast roars from the mountain forest below. His truth-piercing golden eyes swept downward, and the layers of branches and leaves parted like curtains before his gazes. 8 wolf demons had cornered a woodcutter in the center of a mountain valley. The wolf demons bore green faces and sharp fangs, their demonic aura soaring skyward, clearly each possessing centuries of cultivation. The woodcutter, however, appeared to be around 40 years old, his coarse hemp clothing soaked with sweat, wielding only a rust-covered hatchet. Yet this mortal showed no panic. With each swing of his blade, he precisely parried the attacking claws, his footwork steady and methodical. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light as he noticed an ancient, subtle aura surrounding the woodcutter, an energy that resonated faintly with his own Chaos Demon Ape essence, remarkably similar to that of the red-buttocked horse monkey. When he had devoured the long-armed ape monkey Yuan Hong years ago, he had felt the same fluctuation, clearly the unique resonance between the 4 spiritual monkeys. Either this person was a red-buttocked horse monkey in human form, or he had been in close contact with one. As he pondered this, the largest wolf demon leader burst from the forest, its black fur bristling, claws gleaming coldly as it lunged straight for the woodcutter's throat. The woodcutter hastily blocked, and with a sharp crack, his rusted blade shattered piece by piece. The wolf demon opened its bloody maw, fangs nearly touching his throat. Freeze! Sun Wukong called out softly, his Tai golden immortal pressure erupting like a mountain flood, instantly enveloping 100 zhang radius. The air seemed to solidify, and the wolf demons remained suspended mid-attack, their cold fangs and flying mud droplets frozen in an instant. The woodcutter looked up in amazement to see a blazing golden light descending from the heavens, condensing upon landing into a golden-furred monkey, a golden circlet binding his hair, an iron staff across his shoulder, eyes flashing like lightning and thunder, his imposing presence making it difficult to breathe. This, immortal master. The woodcutter's voice was hoarse, his face filled with awe. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Fear not, old man. I, old Sun, was merely passing by and saw these beasts bullying a human, so I decided to deal with them. With these words, he swept his golden staff with casual ease, tearing the air with a deep rumble. The frozen wolf demons didn't even have time to scream before their forms shattered into a cloud of blood mist that scattered in the wind. The broken blade clattered to the ground as the woodcutter stared in shock, his knees buckling as he prepared to kneel. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. Sun Wukong raised his hand, an invisible force supporting him. No need for such formality, old man. Let me ask you, have you seen any strange phenomena in these mountains, or any particular monkeys? The woodcutter paused, a strange glint flashing briefly in his eyes before he smiled apologetically and shook his head. Immortal master jests. This old man is merely a woodcutter. How would I have seen any divine monkeys? Sun Wukong's gaze intensified, golden light surging from his eyes as his truth-piercing golden eyes fixed intently on the woodcutter's face. He could clearly see that when the woodcutter spoke those words, the strange aura within his body suddenly fluctuated violently, was obviously lying. Oh, is that so? Sun Wukong smiled mysteriously as he weighed the golden staff in his hand, his gaze falling upon that eerie aura. Where exactly did it come from? The woodcutter's face instantly turned deathly pale. His legs gave way as he stumbled back several steps, his rough hands clutching desperately at his clothes, knuckles white with tension. His voice was hoarse as sandpaper scraping against his throat. Immortal master, are you speaking of a monkey with pitch-black fur and glowing red eyes? Golden light surged in Sun Wukong's eyes as he quietly activated his truth-piercing golden pupils. What met his gaze was the churning of that aura within the woodcutter's body, resonating ever more clearly with the essence of the red-buttocked horse monkey. He asked in a deep voice, "You've seen it?" Thud. The woodcutter collapsed to his knees on the spot, his forehead striking the ground heavily, sending dirt flying. His entire body shook like a sieve as tears the size of beans dropped onto the withered leaves. His broken voice carried soul-tearing anguish. "Dead. All dead. Our village, within 300 li, hundreds of villages, all gone." Sun Wukong frowned deeply and bent down to help him up. "Old man, what happened? Tell me slowly." The woodcutter raised his head, tears and mud mingling on his face, bone-deep terror etched in his eyes. "Half a month ago, I was chopping wood in the back mountains. Suddenly, I heard screams from the village, so I climbed up a tree to look down." At this point, he shuddered violently, as if once again trapped in a nightmare. His pupils contracted, and his breathing became rapid. That black-furred monkey waved its hand, and floods came pouring down in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of villages were completely submerged. Sun Wukong's heart jolted. The red-buttocked horse monkey was supposed to understand yin and yang, avoid death and extend life. Never slaughtering mortals, how could it bear such evil consequences? What happened next? His voice unconsciously carried a trace of urgency. The woodcutter wiped the muddy tears from his face, his tone trembling. "After the flood, that monkey swallowed people one by one, then headed east." Sun Wukong placed his palm on the man's wrist, slowly channeling his Tai golden immortal power to stabilize his nearly collapsed spirit. At the same time, the red-buttocked horse monkey's aura within the woodcutter grew even more intense, actively resonating with the chaotic demon ape essence within Sun Wukong's body. "Why do you carry that monkey's aura?" Sun Wukong pressed. The woodcutter's entire body stiffened, panic flashing in his eyes. I don't know what the immortal master is talking about." With a cold laugh, dark energy swirled around Sun Wukong's palm as a strand of chaotic demon ape essence transformed into a thread and burrowed into the woodcutter's body. The latter screamed miserably, his body curling like a shrimp. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll scatter your soul to the winds." Under the intense pain, the woodcutter finally broke down. "I'll talk. That monkey planted an aura within my body, saying this way it could lure another monkey." Sun Wukong's heart leaped as he withdrew some of his power. "Another monkey? What else did it say?" The woodcutter gasped heavily, his eyes filled with terror. "It said the spiritual stone monkey would surely come and told me to wait here." He added in a hoarse voice, "If I see a golden-haired monkey, I'm to lead it to the valley in the east." Sun Wukong stood before him, golden light and dark radiance intertwining in his eyes as the chaotic demon ape essence within him surged like turbulent seas. He should have realized earlier that the red-buttocked horse monkey, which understood yin and yang and could avoid death and extend life, had already calculated that he would come seeking it. "How many valleys are there? Which one in the east?" Sun Wukong reached out and grabbed the woodcutter, lifting him off the ground with a grip like iron clamps. The woodcutter's feet kicked frantically as he trembled and pointed southeast. "There's a valley shrouded in black mist over there. That monkey is inside. Immortal master, spare my life. I was forced into this." Sun Wukong released his grip, and the woodcutter collapsed to the ground as if his bones had been drained. The Monkey King cast him a cold glance. "You aided evil and deserve death. But considering you were coerced, I'll spare your life today." Before his words faded, he transformed into golden light and shot skyward, flying swiftly toward the southeast. Wild winds swept up forest leaves, and grass waves rippled across mountain peaks along his path, as if making way for this golden radiance. During flight, Sun Wukong's thoughts churned. Why did the red-buttocked horse monkey go on a killing spree? And why lure me there? Whatever its purpose, as long as the essence exists, it cannot escape. The moment this thought arose, his form suddenly halted. The words flood, man-eating, monkey flashed through his mind in succession, and he suddenly realized the red-buttocked horse monkey was Waziki. If it truly was Waziki, this was serious trouble. Before he could think further, an overwhelming pressure surged from the southeast. The air felt compressed by iron plates, and all insect sounds in the wilderness instantly ceased. "Daluo Golden Immortal?" Sun Wukong's pupils contracted as his chaotic demon ape essence sounded alarms. Black chi surged wildly through his meridians, instantly condensing into a layer of dark armor on his skin's surface. Not daring to engage in battle, he pushed his golden light ground-shrinking technique to its limit, transforming into a golden-black rainbow and fleeing toward Flower Fruit Mountain. But the pressure followed like a shadow, forcibly locking down the space within 1,000 li and reducing his speed by 30%. Sun Wukong's truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the void. From the black-misted valley, a massive shadow shot skyward. The shadow resembled an ape with a blue face and protruding fangs, surrounded by swirling black water, each step through the air causing heaven and earth to rumble. It was indeed the red-buttocked horse monkey, Waziki. Even more terrifying was the 10th Sanshang Dharma form manifesting behind Wuzika 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding steel forks, with 9 black water dragons coiling around its body, their fierce might shaking the heavens. Sun Wukong drew in a sharp breath. Though he was at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal with the chaotic demon ape essence's enhancement, he was still like an ant before a peak Deluo Golden Immortal. Can't fight, this must escape. He immediately changed direction, no longer heading to Flower Fruit Mountain, but transforming into lightning and rushing straight toward Mount Lithe, sacred ground of Holy Mother Wudong. If the Holy Mother intervened, he could preserve his life and might even have a chance to devour Waziki's essence. After all, when Holy Mother Wudong had severely wounded Yuan Hong, she had likely sensed that he needed to eliminate the other 3 chaotic monkeys. Stone Monkey of Spiritual Illumination, where do you think you're going? Wu Zhiqi's voice thundered like lightning, instantly shattering the clouds for thousands of miles around. His 6 arms swept simultaneously as the dark waters surging from his sleeves transformed into 9 colossal dragons with dim scales, their watery trails tearing through the sky. Mountains along their path were crushed to powder, the debris swept away without a trace by the pitch-black currents, as the laws of water resonated thunderously through the air. A bone-chilling cold pierced Sun Wukong's spine. His truth-piercing golden eyes swept back to see the 9 black water dragons already closing in within 100 miles, spewing profound, heavy water from their gaping maws, water so dark and dense it devoured even light itself. Not good. Sensing imminent danger like a needle's prick, he frantically channeled his chaotic demon ape essence. Dark chi surged behind him, condensing into a massive shield over 10 feet wide. Simultaneously, he executed his earth-shrinking golden light technique in rapid succession, flashing 3 times in mere moments, each leap spanning tens of thousands of miles and leaving 3 golden streaks across the heavens. Boom! The profound, heavy water crashed against the dark chi shield with an explosion like muffled thunder that made heaven and earth ring. The shield's surface was instantly corroded with countless holes, and residual droplets penetrated through, landing on Sun Wukong's back and burning several bloody craters. Golden ape blood scattered across the sky. Hissing from the sharp agony, he dared not stop, forcibly circulating the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula through the pain. Clear and dark chi intertwined, forcibly sealing his wounds. Quite the runner. Wu Zhiqi sneered coldly. His 10th Sansang Dharma form suddenly contracted into a dark beam of light that shot through the air in pursuit, his speed multiplying several times over. Sun Wukong's truth-piercing golden eyes caught sight of the black light rapidly approaching and calculated silently would be caught within half a quarter hour at most. Damn it! A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the tight band around his head suddenly blazed with golden light. He deliberately triggered the Buddhist restriction, his mind feeling as if struck by 10,000 hammers. His form staggered as he let out a piercing scream. He clutched his head with both hands, appearing to be in unbearable agony, while secretly contracting his chaotic demon ape essence into his primordial spirit, leaving only the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula visible on the surface. Sure enough, Wu Zhiqi paused in midair, confusion flickering in his 6 blood-red Aisa Buddhist restriction. During his brief hesitation, Sun Wukong unleashed his full potential. Wrapped in the black light of his chaotic demon ape essence, he executed his earth-shrinking golden light technique 7 more times in rapid succession, flashing across millions of miles until the outline of Mount Li finally came into view. Seeing hope for survival, he was overjoyed and immediately circulated the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula. The great formation of Mount Li sensed the familiar aura and did not obstruct him, allowing him to sweep through the mountain gate. Wu Zhiqi came to an abrupt halt outside Mount Li. With his ability to perceive yin and yang and know life and death, he could naturally sense a peak quasi-saint powerhouse lurking within the mountain. Despite being at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm himself, he was still like an ant unable to face such opposition directly. His blood-red gaze locked onto Mount Li as 9 black water dragons coiled around his body, their roars shaking the mountains. Stone Monkey of Spiritual Illumination, you cannot escape. His furious roar stirred mountain winds and sent rocks flying. Yet he ultimately dared not enter Mount Li's forbidden domain, only circling the perimeter and waiting for an opportunity. However, he refused to believe that the peak quasi-saint being would actually help Sun Wukong. With a gentle wave of her delicate hand, the Holy Mother Wudong instantly drew Wu Zhiqi from the outskirts of Mount Li with an invisible force, sending him crashing heavily onto the rocks before Sun Wukong. The demon monkey, once at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, now lay covered in blood, 3 of his 6 arms severed, his 9 black water dragons scattered without a trace, no longer possessing the overwhelming ferocity he had displayed during the chase. 10,000 immortals formation, rise, the Holy Mother Wudong called out softly. In an instant, countless beams of azure light shot up from all around Mount Li, weaving together into an inescapable net that sealed the entire mountain range and blocked all heavenly secrets. The clouds outside the mountain seemed frozen by an invisible hand, the wind ceased, and even falling leaves hung suspended in midair. Sun Wukong gazed down at Wu Chi lying in the pool of blood, wild joy flashing in his golden pupils. The Chaos Demon Ape essence within him stirred restlessly, and he no longer suppressed it. Black chi surged from his pores like a tide, condensing into dark armor on his skin, while the phantom of a roaring demon ape appeared faintly behind him. This is the Holy Mother Wudong's eyes narrowed slightly. The phantom of the Qingping sword humming softly beside her palm. Though Sun Wukong had mentioned obtaining the Chaos Demon Ape essence before, and she had prepared herself, witnessing it firsthand, that ancient pressure still made her heart tighten despite being at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Senior, please allow me to settle this karmic debt. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing fang-like teeth. As his words fell, the black chi surged violently, the Chaos Demon Ape essence erupting completely, rushing toward Wu Chi like angry waves. The moment the demonic chi pressed down, all three of Wu Chi's heads showed expressions of despair. As one of the four spiritual monkeys, he instinctively sensed that terrifying presence from the age of creation. His black fur standing on end, he let out a heart-rending shriek. The Chaos Demon Ape? The piercing scream shook loose mountain stones as Wu Chi's 6 arms thrashed wildly, yet he remained firmly locked in place by the Holy Mother Wudong's chi, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Sun Wukong approached with heavy steps, and with each footfall, the Chaos Demon Ape phantom grew larger, about 10 feet tall, with horns reaching toward heaven, gleaming fangs, and chaotic chi swirling around its body, suffocating all who beheld it. Wu Chi trembled uncontrollably, his 3 heads turning frantically toward the Holy Mother Wudong as he screamed hoarsely. Holy Mother, see clearly. This monkey seeks to devour us, 4 spiritual monkeys, to reconstruct the Chaos Demon Ape's body. That is a Chaos Demon God that existed since Panga's creation of the world. The Holy Mother Wudong stood with her hands behind her back, her gaze indifferent, replying with only one phrase. So what? Those 4 words, cold as blades, instantly shattered Wu Chi's last glimmer of hope. Holy Mother, you are a distinguished disciple of the Jie school. How can you condone such a demon? Wu Chi cried desperately. The Holy Mother Wudong waved her hand again, sending a strand of azure light to seal his 3 mouths, turning his wails into muffled groans. Sun Wukong had drawn near, looking down at the once mighty demon monkey from above, his right palm turning over as the Chaos Demon Ape essence condensed into a pitch-black vortex. Taking a deep breath, feeling dizzy was normal. As Sun Wukong's words fell, the black vortex slowly descended and pressed against Wu Chi's chest. In an instant, Wu Chi's entire body convulsed violently, his 3 heads tilting back simultaneously, his throat seemingly strangled, unable to make a sound, yet filled with silent screams. The power of black water churned and boiled across his body's surface, but was firmly suppressed by the Chaos Demon Ape's origin, unable to leak even the slightest bit. Sun Wukong's truth-piercing golden eyes blazed with brilliant light, and he saw clearly within Wu Chi's body. A deep blue orb of light was being gradually dragged away from his heart by the vortex. The surface of that orb rippled with water patterns. It was the innate water-controlling origin of the red-buttocked horse monkey. So that's how it is, Sun Wukong murmured inwardly. Through the Chaos Demon Ape origins perception, he finally understood the reason for Wu Chi's breakthrough to the peak of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. This beast had actually devoured the origin of the Huai River's water vein. That water vein was a main channel left behind during Yu the Great's flood control, containing spiritual power as vast as the sea. To refine it, Wu Chi had slaughtered entire villages along the banks, seizing the souls and blood of villagers for sacrificial refinement methods so cruel, they perfectly matched the red-buttocked horse monkey's innate talent for understanding yin and yang, knowing life and death. As the red-buttocked horse monkey's origin was extracted, Wu Chi's form visibly shrank. His 3 heads slowly merged into one, and his 6 arms regressed to 2. The demonic blood-red glow in his eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by bottomless terror. Finally, he barely broke through the restraints and uttered a weak plea. No. Sun Wukong remained unmoved, pushing the Chaos Demon Ape origin to its limit as the black vortex spun like a blade disc. Boom. The deep blue orb was completely torn out. Wu Chi, having lost his support, fell like a torn rag, his cultivation plummeting from the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, and still falling. The deep blue orb hovered in Sun Wukong's palm, its water patterns flowing as if alive. A flash of fervor crossed Sun Wukong's eyes as he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. A low roar of pain mixed with wild joy escaped from his throat. The moment the red-buttocked horse monkey's origin entered his body, the Chaos Demon Ape origin pounced like a starving wolf, wrapping around it tightly and devouring it frantically. Black chi and blue light churned and collided within Sun Wukong's body, his muscles and bones alternately swelling like drums and contracting like needles. The Holy Mother Wudong stood beside him, and with a wave of the Qingping sword's phantom in her sleeve, layers of sword-light barriers opened, firmly encasing Sun Wukong. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her eyes showing both concern and curiosity about the outcome of this origin fusion. Sitting cross-legged, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and endured the raging torrent within his body. More and more deep blue ripples appeared in the black chi, and through his agony, he continuously gained understanding. The red-buttocked horse monkey's origin not only brought water-controlling abilities, but also completely infused him with the talent for understanding yin and yang, knowing life and death. The Chaos Demon Ape origin trembled with excitement, and with each portion of blue light it refined, his comprehension of water laws deepened. The Shangqing Lingbao formula operated automatically, seamlessly fusing this understanding with the previously devoured power of the long-armed gibbon. Time passed quietly, and when the red-buttocked horse monkey's origin was half refined, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, two substantial golden beams roaring forth and piercing straight through the mountain rocks ahead. His internal realm thunderously ascended a peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Surging power raced through his limbs and bones as Sun Wukong raised his head and howled. His howl was like thunder, causing the entire Mount Li to tremble slightly. Witnessing this scene, the Holy Mother Wudong nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, even smoother than I had anticipated. Sun Wukong sprang to his feet, clasped his fists, and bowed respectfully. Many thanks for your assistance, Holy Mother. The Holy Mother raised her hand, gesturing for him to dispense with formalities. No need to thank me. Now that you have devoured the red-buttocked horse monkey, what are your plans? Golden light surged in Sun Wukong's eyes as his truth-piercing golden pupils gazed through layers of void toward the west. Only the six-eared macaque remains. The Holy Mother frowned slightly. The six-eared macaque excels at listening to sounds and understanding principles, knowing past and future with clarity about all things. He will be far more difficult to deal with than Waziki. Precisely why? Sun Wukong grinned, his fangs gleaming coldly. It will be so much more interesting. Before his words had fully faded, Waziki, lying on the ground, suddenly convulsed and squeezed out a hoarse, cold laugh from his throat. Intelligent stone monkey, you will not die well. The Buddhist sect will not spare you. Venomous hatred rolled in his single eye. Sun Wukong's expression remained cold as he raised his palm and struck. The true spirit and physical form of the red-buttocked horse monkey, having lost its essence, turned to ash and scattered completely. He withdrew his gaze and clasped his fists toward the Holy Mother. Senior, now only the six-eared macaque remains, yet I cannot sense his presence. With the Buddhist sect's methods, they have likely already made him their pawn, positioned for the Great Tribulation. If I cannot quickly break through to the Daluo realm, I will struggle to withstand their next move. The Holy Mother nodded lightly, the phantom of the Qingping sword in her palm emitting a low hum. Having devoured the red-buttocked horse monkey, you already stand at the peak of Tai realm, just half a step from Daluo. If you can achieve breakthrough at Mount Li, it would indeed be a path to survival. Hearing Mount Li, Sun Wukong felt secretly delighted, yet remained heavily concerned. Senior, my breakthrough will create quite a disturbance. Those Buddhist monks have keen noses if they follow the scent here. Before he could finish, the Holy Mother turned her elegant hand, and the Qingping sword phantom suddenly rang out clearly. What? Do you think I cannot protect you? Sun Wukong quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare suggest such a thing. It's just that old Buddha Tathagata. If he dares to come, the Holy Mother sneered, her sleeves billowing. It would be perfect for another battle. As her words fell, the 10,000 Immortals formation diagram shot skyward from her sleeve, its azure light covering all of Mount Li. She spoke softly, yet with killing intent. In the 10,000 Immortals formation of old, when did we disciples of the Jie school ever fear anyone? The formation diagram unfurled, countless sword shadows crisscrossing as their murderous aura caused the mountains and rivers to change color. Sun Wukong observed clearly, every hair on his body standing on end, as if witnessing again the grand spectacle of 10,000 immortals paying homage and Master Tongtian standing in fury. He took a deep breath and clasped his fist solemnly. In that case, this junior presumes to borrow your sacred ground. The Holy Mother smiled and nodded, azure lights spreading from her fingertips as 365 stellar banners lit up in sequence, corresponding to the stars of the heavens. 4 phantom Zhuxian swords guarded the 4 cardinal directions, their sword chi piercing the sky and sealing off all prying eyes. You may break through in peace. The Wudong Holy Mother's robes fluttered as she stepped out of the formation with a single stride. I shall see who dares to trespass upon the forbidden grounds of Mount Li, she declared. Before her words had fully faded, she transformed into a concentrated beam of azure light and vanished into the heavens. From the rolling sea of clouds beyond the formation came the clear ring of a sword, as if the blade that had accompanied the Holy Mother for years was responding to its master's fighting spirit. The sword's song echoed, causing the layers of clouds and mist to ripple outward. Sun Wukong stood within the formation, gazing through the faint azure glow at that graceful white figure. Complex emotions flickered in his golden eyes. Since his birth into this world, this was the first time anyone had willingly served as his protector. His furry palms scratched at the tight circlet atop his head as he grinned. Now I can break through with peace of mind. He sat cross-legged on a bluestone deep within Mount Li. Around him, the runes of the 10,000 Immortals formation materialized, weaving azure radiance into a light barrier that completely concealed his aura. Taking a deep breath of the cool breeze carrying the scent of mountain forests and vegetation, Sun Wukong's eyes focused the golden light into a single line. It was time. The supreme pure spiritual treasure formula began circulating. He raised his hand toward the tight circlet, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. What the Buddhist sect had used to bind him had now become a disguise to deceive them. Azure light flickered in his palm, the unique pure energy of the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula slithering like a spirit snake into the circlet, resonating thunderously with the remaining essence of the golden circlet immortal. Open! With a soft shout, the Sanskrit characters on the circlet's surface trembled violently, golden light blazing before being instantly suppressed by the azure glow. With a crisp crack, the circlet loosened. Sun Wukong removed it and examined it closely, marveling silently. Though simple in appearance, its interior was filled with intricate mechanisms. Without the Holy Mother's teachings, he truly would have been helpless against it. After I break through, I'll put you back on and perform a show for the Buddhist sect, he chuckled, tucking the circlet into his robes. With all distracting thoughts cleared, the chaotic demon ape essence within his body exploded thunderously. Ink-black demonic energy surged like a tide, instantly condensing around him into the phantom of a threes-hang-tall demon ape with menacing horns, snow-white fangs, and overwhelming ferocity. Refined, black energy swept forth, frantically devouring the remaining red-buttocked horse monkey essence within his body. The deep blue orb of light struggled desperately, but was still gradually assimilated. Simultaneously, the 9 revolutions golden pill in his dantian and the medicinal power of 2 9,000-year purple-striped immortal peaches erupted completely, crashing through his meridians like a flood. Had his physical body not been tempered by lightning tribulation, he would have exploded instantly. Ah! The tearing pain made him roar skyward, his golden fur standing on end. In this critical moment, the supreme pure spiritual treasure formula automatically protected its master, weaving pure and demonic energies into a vast net that gradually refined the rampaging spiritual power. With each portion refined, his cultivation advanced by 1 degree. Still not enough. Using his truth-piercing golden eyes to look inward, he saw that the chaotic demon ape essence had grown as thick as an arm, its black energy interwoven with deep blue water patterns and golden lightning, becoming ever more mysterious, yet still falling 1 step short of entering the Deluo golden immortal realm. I'll risk it all. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he released the Wuji Chi Huai River water vein essence he had previously devoured. This power was even more violent than the red-buttocked horse monkeys, bringing bone-chilling cold that instantly formed a thin layer of ice on his skin. Merge with me. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices as he pushed the chaotic demon ape essence to its limits. The black energy transformed into a ravenous beast, pouncing toward the Huai River water vein essence. The 2 forces collided within his body, erupting in terrifying waves of spiritual power. Outside the 10,000 Immortals formation, the Holy Mother Wudong seemed to sense something and turned to look back into the array. Azure light covered the heavens and earth like a curtain, and what should have been a tranquil realm of light now churned into a massive vortex of spiritual power, distorting even space itself into wave-like creases. The Holy Mother's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her heart filled with astonishment. This monkey dares to simultaneously refine such chaotic forces? She raised her hand, condensing spiritual energy at her fingertips into the phantom of the Qingping sword, which instantly split into 10,000 cold rays of light, weaving together into a double-layered sword barrier that further reinforced the formation's defenses. At the same time, she remained secretly vigilant. If Sun Wukong failed in his refinement, the rampaging spiritual power would surely shatter the formation, and the Buddhist sect would immediately detect the disturbance. Within the formation, Sun Wukong had long since entered a state of complete absorption. His primordial spirit gazed down into his dantian, where 2 sources of origin power were locked in earth-shattering combat. A black dragon formed from the essence of the Huai River's water veins churned the seas, its scales stirring up inky waves, while a chaos demon ape origin, with gleaming white fangs and overwhelming blood chi, gripped the dragon's body in frenzied biting. Sun Wukong's primordial spirit roared in fury. This is my body. It's not your place to run wild. As his roar subsided, The pure chi of the supreme, pure Lingbao formula suddenly surged, and azure chains poured down like torrential rain from all directions, binding the black dragon and demon ape together and forcibly dragging them into one. Merge. With a thought, the Chaos Demon Ape origin opened its massive maw and locked onto the black dragon's neck. The black dragon let out a silent wail as its enormous body rapidly dissolved into streams of energy, completely devoured by the demon ape. As the dragon form dissipated, the demon ape origin's aura climbed higher and higher, its black chi growing so dense it seemed ready to drip. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within his body, as if the chains of time had been severed. Sun Wukong's aura instantly broke through the limits of Tai Golden Immortal, proudly stepping into the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal. And this was merely the beginning. The demon ape origin continued to devour the remaining power like a whale, and his cultivation continued to soar. Early Daluo Golden Immortal, peak of early stage, finally stabilizing firmly at mid-stage Daluo Golden Immortal. All of this was thanks to the layered enhancements of the Huai River's origin, the ginseng fruit, and the peaches of immortality. Without them, reaching this realm would have been absolutely impossible. Sun Wukong exhaled a long breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Two substantial beams of golden light shot from his pupils, piercing thumb-sized holes through the mountain rocks ahead. He clenched his fist lightly, and the spiritual power within his body roared like a flood tide, so abundant that every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to glow. His current self was 1,000 times stronger than before his breakthrough. If he encountered Waziki again, he could crush him with a single move. This is the power of a Daluo Golden Immortal, he murmured to himself, his golden eyes blazing with barely contained joy. Looking inward, he saw the Chaos Demon Ape origin towering like a pillar, its black chi so dense it had become substantial. All elemental powers perfectly merged without the slightest conflict. The pure chi of the supreme pure Lingbao formula flowed like blood through meridians, weaving through the black chi, and with each complete circulation, his cultivation grew more stable. However, he knew well that the truly crucial part was just beginning. After entering the Daluo realm, one must condense the three flowers, the human flower, earth flower, and heaven flower. The higher the grade of flowers that bloomed, the more astonishing one's talent. In ancient times, even the three pure ones achieved only 8th grade, while ancestor Hongjun reached 9th grade. Having already devoured the long-armed ape and the red-buttocked horse monkey, he was confident that blooming 7th grade flowers would pose no problem. If he could devour the Six-Eared Macaque as well, even 9th grade flowers might be possible. Unfortunately, lacking that final one would create a noticeable gap. More importantly, the higher the flower grade, the more terrifying the phenomenon. When 7th grade flowers bloomed, the entire primordial world would sense it. After all, 7th grade flowers represented that, barring accidents, one possessed the qualifications to cultivate to the peak of quasi-saint. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with golden light as his truth-piercing golden pupils penetrated the 10,000 immortals formation, gazing beyond the heavens. He knew he had become a thorn in Buddhism's side once Tathagata or Patriarch Bodhi arrived. Even with Holy Mother Wudong's protection, escaping unscathed would be nearly impossible. Focus on your breakthrough. Since I've granted you sanctuary here for cultivation, I shall ensure your complete protection. From outside the 10,000 immortals formation, Holy Mother Wudong's cold voice drifted in. Before her words faded, the phantom of the Qingping sword shot skyward, and 10,000 zhong of azure light exploded above Mount Li, instantly dyeing the entire firmament emerald. Sun Wukong's spirit trembled as he understood the Holy Mother was using the Qingping sword to conceal the heavenly secrets. He immediately gathered his scattered thoughts, sat cross-legged, and activated the primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence within his body. Boom! Tremendous energy erupted from within him. Ink-black, demonic chi surged skyward like a tidal wave, condensing above his head into a budding lotus flower with golden threads weaving between its pitch-black petals, the embryonic form of the human flower that inevitably manifests during a Daluo golden immortal breakthrough. The first bloom, the human flower. Sun Wukong roared, frantically channeling his demon ape essence into the lotus. The petals slowly unfurled. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. With each ascending grade, the lotus expanded another ring while its overwhelming pressure intensified exponentially. Upon reaching the 6th grade, the expansion suddenly stagnated. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong circulated the supreme purity spiritual treasure formula, interweaving pure chi with dark chi to forcibly break through the final barrier. 7th grade, human flower. The human flower bloomed completely, its terrifying fluctuations instantly sweeping across the wilderness with Mount Li as the epicenter. Even with the dual concealment of the 10,000 immortals formation and the Qingping sword, creatures within tens of thousands of li still felt their hearts racing wildly. Outside the formation, a trace of astonishment flickered through Holy Mother Wudong's beautiful eyes. A 7th grade human flower? She formed hand seals with her delicate fingers, causing the Qingping sword's radiance to surge again, firmly locking the phenomenon within Mount Lithoff. Residual waves still alerted certain hidden existences. Within the formation, Sun Wukong had already begun condensing the second Earth Flower. The Earth Flower governs the physical body. With my primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence reshaping my form, plus the enhancement of the Huai River's essence, I should achieve at least 7th grade. At his mental command, black chi boiled forth as a deep blue lotus appeared alongside the human flower, immediately causing the surrounding space to ripple like water. Condense. The Huai River essence poured in, and the blue lotus bloomed at visible speed. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. It instantly reached 6th grade, then began trembling violently, clearly lacking momentum. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. The Huai River essence was insufficient. Damn it. If Waziki hadn't previously wasted energy massacring villages, this would have easily reached 7th grade. But now he was caught between advance and retreat, forcing a breakthrough risk damaging his foundation. In this critical moment, a strand of azure light broke through the formation and precisely entered the blue lotus. Vast supreme purity energy surged forth. Holy Mother Wudong had intervened. My gratitude, Senior. Sun Wukong's spirits soared as he borrowed the azure light's power to forcefully elevate the earth flower to 7th grade. 2 7th grade lotus flowers suspended above his head, their combined pressure causing the surrounding space to visibly distort. Without the 10,000 immortals formation suppression, the mountains within 10,000 li would likely have been reduced to dust. Only one celestial flower remained. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, a trace of solemnity flashing in his eyes. The celestial flower governed the primordial spirit and was the most difficult of the 3 flowers to condense. For ordinary Duo golden immortals, achieving a 5th grade bloom was already rare, and even the 3 pure ones had only reached the 8th grade. Though Sun Wukong had the assistance of the Chaos Demon Ape's essence, he still wasn't certain he could break through the 7th grade barrier. I'll risk everything. He hesitated no longer, unleashing his primordial spirit's power. Golden light erupted from his brow, condensing into a golden bud beside the 2 lotus flowers. The bud was entirely golden yellow, with mysterious patterns flowing across it like a living, pulsing creature. Bloom. With his thunderous roar, his primordial spirit surged wildly. The bud slowly unfurled 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. With each grade that opened, he felt as if sharp blades were tearing him apart, the pain piercing to his very bones. When the 5th grade blossomed, the golden lotus's expansion clearly slowed. Blood seeped from Sun Wukong's 7 orifices, his golden fur soaked with sweat, yet he still gritted his teeth and channeled the Chaos Demon Ape's essence. The 6th grade finally tore open, but he was at his limit, his primordial spirit feeling as if pierced by 10,000 needles, ready to collapse at any moment. Must I stop at only the 6th grade? Unwillingness surged in his heart. In a flash of inspiration, he drew out his golden staff. The merit contained within might break the deadlock. As soon as the thought arose, the Chaos Demon Ape's essence devoured the merit. The golden lotus trembled slightly, and the 6th grade petals actually began to split. The 7th petal slowly unfurled. A 7th grade celestial flower. 3 7th grade lotus flowers suspended simultaneously above his head, a phenomenon powerful enough to shake the primordial world. Boom. The moment the 3 flowers gathered at his crown, thunderous explosions erupted within Sun Wukong's body. The Chaos Demon Ape's essence fully erupted, black chi surging like raging waves through his limbs and bones. His form expanded wildly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 100-jong golden giant ape, with twin horns sprouting from his head, gleaming white fangs, rolling black chi, and overwhelming presence. Roar! The giant ape raised its head and howled, the sound waves causing the 10,000 immortals formation to tremble lightly. This was the first complete manifestation of the Chaos Demon Ape's true form, and even though it was merely a prototype, it caused heaven and earth to lose their color. Outside the formation, Holy Mother Wudong's expression grew grave. Her delicate hands moved continuously, transforming the Qingping sword into countless sword lights to seal away the terrifying aura layer by layer. However, the heavenly phenomenon of a 7th grade bloom could not be completely suppressed by human power, and traces of the omen still leaked out. At the Great Thunderclap Temple on Spirit Mountain, Tathagata was calculating with his fingers when he felt the heavenly secrets in chaos, only able to vaguely sense intense disturbances in the direction of Mount Li. Mount Li, Guanyin beside him quietly requested, "My Buddha, must we truly assign this tribulation to the heavenly court?" Hearing this, Tathagata's expression darkened slightly. This was tantamount to reopening old wounds. The saints have already agreed to this matter. Speak no more of it. Interrupted by Guanyin, he temporarily ceased pondering the disturbances at Mount Li. As long as the spiritual stone monkey was not at Mount Li, that would suffice. However, Sun Wukong's whereabouts still needed investigation. He closed his eyes in concentration, his vast divine consciousness breaking through the void and pointing directly toward the flower fruit mountain in the eastern divine continent. His divine consciousness swept across every inch of flower fruit mountain's territory, yet found no trace of that golden-furred monkey. Not at Mount Huagua. Sensing this, the Tathagata's heart sank as his divine consciousness spread like a tide, instantly enveloping the four great continents. Jambudvipa, Aparagodania, Uttaraku. Throughout the three realms, there was not a trace of Sun Wukong's presence. The Tathagata's eyes snapped open, the Buddha light around his nine-grade lotus throne flickering chaotically, the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead pulsing incessantly. After countless eons of cultivation, this was the first time he had lost his composure so completely. Buddha, Manjusri Bodhisattva, gripping his wisdom sword, cried out in shock. The Tathagata's voice thundered. That monkey has vanished. The hall erupted in commotion. Guanyin Bodhisattva, holding her jade vase, trembled and spilled several drops of sweet dew onto the lotus platform. Samantabhadra frowned and murmured. The golden circlet remains. How could he escape the Buddha's perception? Buddha light burst forth from the Tathagata's eyes once more as he performed divination calculations, sparing no expense of 10,000 years of merit. Golden light shot from his forehead, piercing through layers of void. Yet like a clay ox entering the sea, it still could not capture any trace of Sun Wukong. The assembled bodhisattvas and arhats in the hall held their breath in anticipation. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, the lotus platform's radiance flickering bright and dim. The Tathagata whispered, "Impossible." A trace of disbelief flashed through his golden Buddha eyes. In the next instant, he raised his head toward the east, his gaze seeming to penetrate the 33 heavens. Within the three realms, there is only one place I cannot see through Mount Li. The two words, Mount Li, exploded like thunder, causing the pillars of the great thunderclap temple to tremble. Before the bodhisattvas could speak, the Tathagata had already transformed into a golden light shooting skyward. The nine-grade lotus throne blazed with immeasurable Buddha light, breaking through space directly toward Mount Li, instantly piercing the Lingshan barrier. After all, before this, the Holy Mother Wudong had already taught Sun Wukong the cultivation methods of the Jie school. If the one achieving the 7th-grade flower blooming was indeed Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, in the Western Paradise, golden light soared to the heavens. The two saints Jane and Zhuanti sat upon their 12th-grade merit golden lotus, surrounded by chaotic qi, in harmony with heaven and earth. Saint Jane's white eyebrows furrowed slightly as he performed calculations, revealing before him the vision of the 7th-grade celestial flower above Mount Li, concealed by the Qingping sword. Senior brother, this 7th-grade flower blooming phenomenon. Zhuanti's eyes showed surprise. When did such a figure appear in the three realms? Since the investiture of the god's calamity, spiritual energy has declined. 6th-grade blooming is already rare, and 7th grade represents the qualifications of a quasi saint at their peak. Jane's gaze penetrated the void, his voice ethereal. Mount Li, Wudong. Wudong. Zhuanti calculated again, his golden Buddha eyes suddenly contracting. That monkey's aura has actually disappeared? The two saints exchanged glances and performed hand seals together. Instantly, the paradise blazed with Buddha light as countless golden lotuses bloomed from thin air, their petals reflecting scenes from throughout the primordial world. Search. At Jane's command, the images flashed rapidly. After half an hour, the two saints withdrew their divine powers, both wearing grave expressions. Apart from that wisp of chaotic qi at Mount Li, there are no other traces. Zhuanti spoke in a deep voice, gently swaying his 7 treasures wonderful tree. Jane suddenly asked, "Where's Bodhi?" Golden light broke through the air as Patriarch Bodhi appeared, planting his whisk on the ground and bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the two saints." Zhuanti spoke coldly. "Go immediately to Mount Li and determine whether the one who achieved breakthrough is the spiritual stone monkey." Horror flashed in Bodhi's eyes. "Saints, please understand that monkey is merely at the Tai level. How could he possibly?" Humph. Zhuanti's cold snort shook Bodhi's qi and blood into turmoil. "After 300 years of teaching, you still cannot fathom his true nature." Cold sweat slid down Bodhi's forehead, his whisk trembling slightly. "I shall investigate immediately." With these words, he transformed into golden light and departed. After Bodhi left, Jane sighed deeply. Troubled times indeed. A cold gleam flashed in Zhuanti's eyes. "Senior brother, if the one who achieved 7th grade blooming truly is Sun Wukong." Jane closed his eyes. "Minor trends may change, but the great trend cannot be altered. This calamity is destined to bring great prosperity to our Buddhist sect." Mount Li. Sun Wukong looked up to see 3 7th-grade lotus shadows slowly fading in the heavens above, a trace of gravity flickering through his golden pupils. The blooming of 7th-grade lotuses, even concealed by the 10,000 immortals formation, was enough to alarm the mighty beings of the three realms. She knew this all too well. Before the celestial phenomenon had completely dissipated, Holy Mother Wudong arrived, tearing through space. Her pristine white Taoist robes billowed as the phantom of the Qingping sword in her palm hummed softly, as if warning the approaching visitors. Sun Wukong withdrew his chaotic demon ape true form, returning to his golden-furred monkey appearance, and bowed respectfully with apologetic tone. Senior, I've caused you trouble. Holy Mother Wudong raised her hand to indicate no words were needed, her gaze piercing through the 10,000 immortals formation, eyes cold as ice. Tathagata and Bodhi are already on their way. Leave quickly. His truth-piercing golden eyes quietly activated, and Sun Wukong immediately detected two unfathomably deep auras approaching. One was a vast Buddhist light of world-suppressing majesty Tathagata Buddha. The other was a wisp of pure chi entwined with profound mysteries Patriarch Bodhi. This junior departs immediately. The chaotic demon ape essence within him surged wildly, black chi rolling and completely concealing his aura. Before leaving, he looked back at Holy Mother Wudong and said solemnly, "Today's kindness, Sun Wukong will remember in his heart." Holy Mother Wudong stood with her back to the mountain peaks, raising her sword to block at her side, her tone calm, yet brooking no argument. "Go, and don't look back." Before her words had finished, Sun Wukong had already pushed his earth-shrinking golden light to its limit. A flash of gold-black radiance pierced through the barrier and vanished into the horizon in an instant. He performed the technique 7 times consecutively, each step spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, and in the blink of an eye had descended upon Flower Fruit Mountain. At the same time, the heavenly canopy outside Mount Li suddenly split. A ninth-grade lotus platform descended through space, with Tathagata standing upon it as Buddhist light surged like ocean tides, accompanied by resonant Sanskrit chants. Patriarch Bodhi followed, descending with his fly whisk in hand, cold gleams flashing beneath his white eyebrows. "Fellow Taoist Wudong, it has been well since we last met." Tathagata spoke with palms pressed together, his voice shaking the sea of clouds. Holy Mother Wudong stood atop the mountain peak, sword shadow suspended at her side, responding coldly. "Duobao, what brings you here on this visit?" Tathagata's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping across Mount Li but finding nothing, his brow immediately furrowing. The 7th-grade lotus blooming just now originated from this place. Who exactly achieved the breakthrough? Holy Mother Wudong's lips curved into a mocking smile. Must someone report to the Buddhist sect when they achieve the Deluo realm? Patriarch Bodhi stepped forward, gently waving his fly whisk as a wisp of pure chi probed toward the mountain's depths. "Wudong, where is that monkey?" "Monkey?" Wudong snorted coldly, her sword shadow surging and slicing the pure chi into fragments. "Bodhi, are your old eyes failing you? Coming to my Mount Li to search for some monkey?" Tathagata and Bodhi exchanged glances, both showing doubt. Tathagata attempted divination with his fingers, but received only chaos, knowing the heavenly secrets had been obscured. Surely Wudong's doing. "Fellow Taoist Wudong, the spirit stone monkey concerns the great tribulation. If you conceal him, it may cause unforeseen variables." Tathagata's voice turned cold as blazing Buddhist light rose, clearly showing his true anger. The Wudong Holy Mother showed no fear whatsoever. The phantom of the Qingping sword split into countless forms, transforming into a sword formation that enveloped Mount Li. "Tathagata, your Buddhist sect's reach extends far too long. Mount Li is my sacred ground, and it's not your place to act so presumptuously here." The moment the sword formation rose, 10,000 blades hummed in unison, their sharp edges piercing through the clouds. The Wudong Holy Mother stood at the formation's center, her light blue Taoist robes fluttering in the wind, her cold gaze fixed directly on the Tathagata opposite her. The overwhelming pressure from two peak quasi-saints collided instantly, causing spider web-like cracks to appear in the space for thousands of miles around. Fierce winds howled across the mountain peak, and shattered stones were shaken into the air, floating and scattering. Suddenly, a gentle laugh came from beyond the heavens. "Why must you two be so angry?" Blue light broke through the sky, condensing into the figure of Taishang Laojun. The old lord held his whisk at an angle, standing atop a dark yellow auspicious cloud that settled steadily between the two factions. His powerful yet gentle sage aura instantly smoothed the fractured void around them. "Old lord." The Tathagata restrained his momentum, his brow furrowing as he sensed trouble. Taishang Laojuan's appearance clearly showed he was backing the Wudong Holy Mother. After all, the old lord's true form was the Taiching Saint, and he was Wudong's grand master-uncle. During the investiture of the god's calamity, Laozi and Yuanshi had joined forces with Zhuanti and Jian to break Master Tongtian's Zhuxian sword formation, an old grudge that Wudong still harbored to this day. Now with the old lord's assistance, her feelings were mixed and complicated. The old lord gently shook his whisk, his snow-white beard swaying slightly as he smiled, and looked between the Tathagata and Patriarch Bodhi. This old Taoist was passing through and saw two fellow practitioners in dispute. so I came to mediate. Patriarch Bodhi restrained his demonic aura and spoke in a low voice. Old Lord, that monkey forcibly took the sea-calming divine needle from the East Sea, and now he's suspected of hiding on Mount Li. This matter demands an explanation. The old lord remained unhurried, taking out a purple gold gourd from his sleeve and gently playing with it. Oh? Do you have solid evidence? The Tathagata was instantly speechless. He was certain Sun Wukong was on Mount Li, but the Wudong Holy Mother had used both the 10,000 Immortals formation and the Qingping sword to create a double concealment, leaving not a trace to be found. Patriarch Bodhi could only add. Throughout the three realms, there's no trace of Sun Wukong anywhere. Only Mount Li cannot be searched. If he's not here, where else could he be? Hearing this, Taishang Laojun chuckled softly. With a wave of his whisk, clear radiance from his sleeve outlined the mountains and rivers of the four great continents in the air. Fellow Taoist Bodhi, your words are mistaken. The three realms are vast and full of wonders. If that monkey truly wished to hide, how could you easily find him? This old Taoist just calculated the heavenly secrets and discovered he once appeared in Uttarakuru. Uttarakuru was overrun with demons and monsters. Its malevolent energy reaching the sky it could indeed obscure heavenly secrets. The Tathagata and Patriarch Bodhi exchanged glances, each catching the surprise and hesitation in the other's eyes. The Wudong Holy Mother had been watching coldly from the sidelines, the phantom of the Qingping sword trembling lightly beside her. She understood that Taishang Laojun was helping her out of this predicament, but remembering what the School of Humanity and School of Explanation had done during the investiture of the god's calamity, the resentment in her heart remained difficult to dissolve. Grand Master Uncle, she spoke in a cold voice, her tone like ice. During the investiture battle, 10,000 immortals of my GS school perished. Your assistance today leaves Wudong feeling overwhelmed by such favor. These words struck like a sharp sword directly at the old lord's heart. His whisk trembled almost imperceptibly, and complex emotions flashed across his brow. Patriarch Bodhi sensed the subtle change in atmosphere and immediately sneered. Wudong, don't forget your place. My place. The Wudong Holy Mother threw back her head and laughed long and loud, her laughter filled with mockery. My master and Grand Master Uncle and Second Master Uncle were all part of the Three Pure Ones, yet he ended up in such a fate. Her laughter stopped abruptly, and with a sweep of her sleeve, the phantom of the Qingping sword surged 1,000 zhang high, piercing straight toward the heavens. If you want to search my Mount Li today, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The atmosphere suddenly became explosive, the pressure from three great powers colliding and causing the space for thousands of miles around to crack inch by inch. Taishang Laojun let out a long sigh and gently waved the whisk in his hand, sending forth a clear light that separated the three figures. Enough. He withdrew his gaze, but when he looked toward Tathagata, his voice turned cold. If you insist on searching Mount Li, you will be making an enemy of my School of Humanity. At these words, Tathagata's expression changed drastically. As a peak Kwasa saint, even he dared not act presumptuously before the incarnation of a sage, and the Buddhist light within his sleeves quietly dimmed. Meanwhile, deep within Mount Huagua, in the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in meditation. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated through layers of void, clearly observing the four-peak Kwasa saint auras atop Mount Li. A sly smile played at the corners of his mouth. Old Bodhi, that bald donkey Tathagata truly cannot be certain that the seven-petaled lotus bloom was caused by me. Since his identity remained unexposed, there was still a chance to break free from this predicament. With a shift in his thoughts, Sun Wukong quietly activated the essence of the chaotic demon ape, allowing wisps of dark energy to flow through his meridians. The golden circlet had long been removed, and now lay quietly in his palm. He caressed the dancing Buddhist Sanskrit characters on the circlet, mockery flashing in his eyes. This trinket finally has some use. Before his words had faded, he placed the circlet back on his head and sent a strand of demon ape's dark energy into it, simulating the aura of being suppressed by Buddhist restrictions. Simultaneously, he only released the cultivation fluctuations of an early-stage Tai golden immortal, deliberately making them chaotic as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Let me give you all a good show. With a flash of his earth-shrinking golden light, Sun Wukong appeared above Mount Huagua. He deliberately amplified his aura, stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and creating a small spiritual vortex. He suddenly clutched his head and screamed in agony, rolling about as the golden circlet blazed with light, and its Sanskrit characters writhed, appearing as though the restriction had been triggered, causing unbearable pain. Old Bodhi, what a vicious heart you have. His thunderous roar exploded across the mountain peak, frightening the monkey troops into hiding within caves, trembling with fear. From the direction of Mount Li, all four auras simultaneously faltered. The divine consciousness of both Patriarch Bodhi and Tathagata instantly reached out, enveloping Mount Huagua in an instant. Wukong secretly rejoiced, while putting on an even more convincing performance. He made his fluctuations alternate between strong and weak, his entire body writhing and contorting as if tortured by the circlet to the point of wishing for death. Master, have mercy. I know I was wrong. His piercing wails echoed through the valleys, causing spiritual birds and beasts to flee in all directions. Patriarch Bodhi's white eyebrows furrowed slightly as he waved his whisk and swept his divine consciousness inch by inch through every strand of power within Wukong's body. Indeed, it was early-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation, chaotic and disordered. This doubt lingered in his heart. The seven-petaled lotus bloom was a breakthrough phenomenon of the Daluo golden immortal realm. If it truly was Sun Wukong, it would be impossible for him to fall from Daluo to early-stage Tai in such a short time, much less be tortured like this by the golden circlet. The Tathagata was equally puzzled, yet despite his confusion, Sun Wukong's cultivation was undeniably at the early stage of Tai golden immortal. This confirmed that the being who had caused the seven-grade bloom on Mount Li was not Sun Wukong. At this thought, the Tathagata's gaze darkened slightly. His fingertips flickered with Buddhist seals as he once again swept over the chaotic aura above Flower Fruit Mountain, but still failed to detect any anomaly. Could it truly be that I am overly suspicious? Reigning in his thoughts, his divine consciousness receded like a tide, and the Buddha light from his 9-grade lotus throne dimmed accordingly. Patriarch Bodhi was also secretly calculating. He lowered his eyes to observe Sun Wukong, who was wailing incessantly. The monkey's torment under the Taifale spell was clearly genuine, and moreover, breaking through to Daluo realm only to fall back to Tai was an unprecedented reversal of fortune unheard of throughout history. It seemed they had indeed wronged fellow Taoist Wudong. The patriarch sighed softly, raised his sleeve and dust whisk, and bowed solemnly to Holy Mother Wudong. Fellow Taoist, forgive this old monk's rashness. The Tathagata also pressed his palms together, the golden Buddhist seal at his brow flickering with flowing light. Fellow Taoist Wudong. This Buddha was indeed presumptuous. Holy Mother Wudong observed coldly, the phantom of her Qingping sword humming softly at her shoulder. Since Sun Wukong had drawn fire away from her, how could she easily pass up this opportunity to extract compensation? Moreover, that monkey had just refined the merit within his golden hooped rod, shattering the treasure, and was now in need of a suitable magical weapon. Her plain robes fluttered without wind as she spoke with icy intent. You two mobilize forces to invade my Mount Li, and think a mere apology will suffice. Taishang Laojun waved his dust whisk with a knowing smile. Wudong speaks truly. Buddhist conduct should warrant an explanation. The Tathagata and Patriarch Bodhi exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness in the other's eyes. Being in the wrong, they could hardly expect to resolve this without paying a price. His Buddha light dimming, the Tathagata asked gravely, "What does fellow Taoist desire?" Holy Mother Wudong's lips curved slightly as the shadow of her Qingping sword flowed in her palm. I hear that in Buddhism's 8-treasure merit pool, there grows a sapling of the 7-treasure wonderful tree. Impossible. Patriarch Bodhi nearly dropped his dust whisk, his expression changing drastically. The 7-treasure wonderful tree was the transformed body of Saint Xuanti himself, and its sapling was of paramount importance. Holy Mother Wudong immediately snorted coldly, raising her hand to make the sword phantom surge violently. Then there is nothing to discuss. I shall certainly report today's matter to my master. Wait. Upon hearing the word master, the Tathagata's expression changed instantly. Though sect leader Tontian was trapped in the Purple Heaven Palace with the saint-destroying pill affecting him, truly provoking this saint would bring consequences Buddhism could not bear. Suppressing his unease, he changed his tone. The 7-treasure wonderful tree sapling is of grave importance. Perhaps we might substitute something else. Taishang Laojun timely interjected, stroking his long beard with a smile. This old Taoist has a suggestion. I hear Buddhism recently acquired a demon-subduing pestle, a primordial spiritual treasure. The Tathagata's heart tightened. That demon-subduing pestle was indeed his fortuitous acquisition, a sect-protecting magical instrument. But circumstances were stronger than individuals, and he could only sigh deeply. Buddha light condensed as a golden pestle covered in mystical runes floated forth. This treasure is gifted to fellow Taoist Wudong as an apology. Holy Mother Wudong swept it with her divine consciousness, confirmed its authenticity, and with a graceful gesture drew the demon-subduing pestle into her sleeve. Yet she still refused to relent. Turning toward Patriarch Bodhi, her gaze was sharp. Fellow Taoist just now impugned my reputation, and thinks to end matters thus? Patriarch Bodhi's long beard trembled slightly, knowing that without bleeding more today, this affair would hardly be settled. He raised his hand and produced a lustrous, translucent ginseng fruit. This fruit can aid cultivators in breaking through realms. A mere ginseng fruit, and you dare present it? Holy Mother Wudong sneered. The patriarch's aged face reddened as he gritted his teeth and produced a bamboo scroll. The complete manual of the 89 mysterious arts. Insufficient. Holy Mother Wudong raised her finger, the Qingping sword phantom pointing directly at his brow. I want that dust whisk in your hand. Though the whisk appeared ordinary, it was transformed from a branch of Saint Juanti, containing the saint's Tao essence. Patriarch Bodhi's heart leaped, nearly losing his grip on the whisk. Wudong, do not go too far. Clear chi surged around him, his voice shaking the four directions. Holy Mother Wudong snorted coldly, her gaze growing even sharper. Indeed, today I shall bully you. What will you do about it? As the Holy Mother Wudong's words fell, the faces of Tathagata and Patriarch Bodhi changed drastically. The two Buddhist giants had never expected Wudong to be so forceful. The whisk in Patriarch Bodhi's sleeve trembled lightly, its silver threads floating without wind, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and anger. This whisk was personally bestowed by Saint Juanti, containing the saint's divine essence. Once lost, how could he explain to his master? By then, Saint Juanti would probably no longer allow him to interfere in this great tribulation. Wudong, do not go too far. Patriarch Bodhi roared, his peaked quasi-saint pressure bursting forth like a tangible wave sweeping in all directions. A cold smile curved the lips of Holy Mother Wudong as the phantom of the Qingping sword materialized in her palm, its tip pointing directly at Bodhi's forehead. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Do you think I fear you? The sword intent was bone-chilling, and the mountain peak's spiritual energy suddenly froze. In the midst of this standoff, an ethereal sacred voice suddenly entered Bodhi's consciousness. Give it to her. Patriarch Bodhi's entire body shook as he looked incredulously toward the Western paradise. This voice belonged to Saint Juanti. But he responded urgently through divine consciousness, filled with unwillingness. It matters not. The great tribulation approaches. Do not lose the greater for the lesser. Juanti's voice remained calm. Bodhi's chest heaved as he finally took a deep breath to suppress his anger. He raised the whisk high, his snow-white beard still trembling slightly, then let out a heavy sigh. So be it. With a flip of his wrist, the seemingly simple whisk slowly drifted toward Holy Mother Wudong. The moment it left his hand, his aura visibly dimmed. Holy Mother Wudong raised her sleeve and collected the whisk with a faint smile. This is how it should have been from the start. Tathagata's face darkened, the golden Buddha seal on his forehead flashing violently as his 9-grade lotus throne slowly lifted him up. He gave Wudong a deep look, his tone icy. This Buddha will remember today's events. The Qingping sword phantom circled around Wudong as she showed no retreat. I await you anytime. Seeing the matter settled, Taishang Laojun waved his whisk with a gentle smile. In that case, this old Taoist takes his leave. As his words fell, he transformed into azure light and vanished into the sky. Tathagata and Bodhi exchanged glances, both seeing the frustration in each other's eyes, then transformed into two golden lights that shot through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the mighty figures departed, wind howled across the mountain peak. Holy Mother Wudong stood upon the scattered rocks, her plain white Taoist robe fluttering fiercely. She gazed toward the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. This monkey certainly knows how to seize opportunities. At Flower Fruit Mountain, in the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on his stone bed, his truth-piercing golden eyes seeing through layers of void to witness the entire scene at Mount Li. Seeing Patriarch Bodhi forced to surrender the whisk, he grinned, satisfying. The smile vanished quickly as his golden eyes focused again, staring directly into the depths of the heavens. That old Bodhi won't let this go after losing his whisk. He'll surely come to Flower Fruit Mountain to test my true strength. As he spoke, a cunning curve appeared at the corner of his lips. With a thought, the chaotic demon ape origin surged forth, adding another layer of concealment over his existing disguise. With two barriers, he refused to believe Bodhi could see through them. Moreover, after devouring the red-buttocked horse monkey's origin, he clearly felt his concealment power had grown stronger. Even if a saint tried to spy on him, he could block them momentarily. The golden circlet above his head flickered between bright and dim, appearing as if its restrictions were activating. Ah! Sun Wukong suddenly let out a piercing scream, clutching his head as he rolled about in the water curtain cave. He deliberately controlled his strength, smashing the stone table and chairs inside the cave to pieces, sending fragments flying everywhere. Master, have mercy. I know I was wrong. The pitiful pleas for forgiveness pierced through the water curtain, echoing across the skies above Flower Fruit Mountain. The monkey troops in the mountain forests trembled in fear, and only a few bold ones dared to peek out, seeing Sun Wukong rolling and struggling at the cave entrance. Yet none dared approach the bloody scene of him slaughtering hundreds of monkeys. That day remained vivid in their memories. While Sun Wukong was putting on his performance, a clear light came from the west, appearing above Flower Fruit Mountain in the blink of an eye. The light converged, revealing the grim face of Patriarch Bodhi. His snow-white beard swayed gently, and his empty right hand no longer held the whisk that had accompanied him through countless eons. You monkey! His fierce shout thundered like lightning, causing the waterfall to momentarily halt its flow. Sun Wukong inside the cave thought, as expected, but feigned terror on his face, stumbling out through the water curtain. Master, Master, save me. That magical treasure your friend gave me, is it suddenly tormenting me? He immediately dropped to his knees, his golden fur covered in mud and dust, looking utterly wretched. Patriarch Bodhi's eyes gleamed coldly beneath his brows as his divine consciousness swept over Sun Wukong's flesh, fur, and primordial spirit like a tide. His cultivation remained at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The tight headband's restrictions were watertight, showing no signs of deception. Strange. The Patriarch's thoughts shifted, and he raised his finger, sending a wisp of clear light into Sun Wukong's forehead. Ah! The scream was heart-wrenching, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, every golden hair standing on end, as if his primordial spirit was being torn apart. In reality, the Chaos Demon Ape's essence had long built layers of defenses, and the clear light hadn't even touched the surface. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, while letting more golden bloodstreaks flow on the surface. Master, why are you tormenting me? His voice was hoarse, pain and bewilderment intertwined. Patriarch Bodhi withdrew the clear light, his brow furrowed deeply. The investigation yielded the same results as before. Where did you go just now? His tone was ice cold. Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. I've been on Flower Fruit Mountain all this time. Ever since wearing this cursed thing, I have headaches every day. How could I have the strength to wander around? He then clutched his head and wailed again. The Patriarch's eyes flickered, and he suddenly pressed further. Since returning from Square Inch Mountain, have you ever been to Li Mountain? Li Mountain? Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks. Since returning, I've only been to the East Sea Dragon Palace once. The rest of the time I've been on the mountain. Patriarch Bodhi stared at him intently, trying to catch any hint of deception. Those golden eyes showed only pain and confusion. After a moment, he let out a long sigh, seemingly finally accepting that Sun Wukong had nothing to do with the Li Mountain incident. He looked down at his empty right hand, a flash of heartache crossing his eyes. The whisk was formed from a branch of Saint Juanti's true body, and now that it was lost, not only was his power diminished, but he had also lost face before the saint. That damn monkey. Patriarch Bodhi suddenly leaned down, his 5 fingers clamping like iron pincers onto the golden circlet atop Sun Wukong's head, his deep voice echoing through the water curtain cave. Now that you've broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, it's time to prepare for the Great Tribulation. Sun Wukong's heart trembled slightly, but he immediately put on a look of terror. Master, what Great Tribulation? I don't understand. He secretly pondered. This tone clearly meant it was time to lay all cards on the table. Since he had never formally acknowledged Bodhi as his master, the Patriarch must have been wary from the start, and now he was finally dropping the pretense. Bodhi released his grip and stroked his snow-white beard, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. This is the will of heaven, not to be defied. You need only cooperate obediently. Sun Wukong sneered inwardly, knowing this was a threat. If he refused, the golden circlet would likely tighten immediately. So he lowered his head. I'll listen to Master. Yet a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, Bodhi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. In 3 days, go to the East Sea Dragon Palace to borrow treasures. Remember, make it earth-shaking. What? Go to the Dragon Palace again? Sun Wukong looked up with disgust. I just stole that sea-calming divine needle. I'm not going. That useless sea-calming divine pearl was thrown away by me long ago. This complaint made Bodhi suddenly understand. No wonder there was no trace of the sea-calming divine pearl's aura on the monkey, had simply discarded it. That was a merit-blessed spiritual treasure. Pain flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained composure. With Buddhism's rise imminent, this loss was nothing. That's exactly why I want you to cause trouble. The bigger the better, preferably enough to alarm the heavenly court. Bodhi's tone was resolute. Sun Wukong's mind was crystal clear. The old Taoist wanted him to follow Buddhism's script, paving the way for his future havoc in heaven. I understand. He feigned dejection in his response. Bodhi gave a few more instructions before transforming into a stream of clear light and departing the water curtain cave. Before leaving, he turned back to give Sun Wukong a meaningful look, his divine consciousness sweeping over Flower Fruit Mountain to confirm nothing was amiss before truly departing. As the clear light dissipated, the simple smile vanished from Sun Wukong's face. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth caused by the golden circlet, his golden pupils blazing with fierce light. Humph, old fox. Returning to his cave dwelling, he sat cross-legged. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the void, and only after confirming Bodhi had completely departed did he slowly exhale a breath of stale air. Cause havoc at the Dragon Palace in 3 days? I'll do it early instead. With this thought, he mobilized the chaotic demon ape origin within his body, suddenly unsealing his cultivation to the middle stage of Daluo Golden Immortal. In an instant, Vast and abyssal pressure filled the cave dwelling had he not laid down restrictions beforehand. The entire flower fruit mountain would have been crushed flat. Let me test my new divine abilities first. Golden light flashed in his pupils as he activated his talent for understanding yin and yang and knowing life and death. Countless fragments of the future came rushing toward him. In the East Sea, Ao Guang smashed his coral desk in the Crystal Palace, his furious roars shaking the ocean. In the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor argued endlessly with the celestial immortals. At Spirit Mountain's great thunderclap temple, Tathagata lowered his gaze in calculation, his Buddha light harmonizing with all phenomena. Excellent. Sun Wukong withdrew his divine power and grinned. The red-buttocked horse monkey's talent was truly remarkable, able to glimpse fragments of the future. Though blurry and unclear, it was already astonishing enough. Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze and casually touched the golden circlet atop his head. This object could no longer harm him in the slightest, but for the sake of his act, he still had to wear it temporarily. If he wanted to make a trip to the Dragon Palace, he first needed to acquire a proper weapon after all. The merit within the golden hooped staff had been devoured and refined by him, leaving only a piece of ordinary iron with no power whatsoever. As he was contemplating replacement treasures, a strange fluctuation suddenly emerged from outside the water curtain cave. Amidst the thundering waterfall, a streak of azure light silently pierced through the water curtain and landed at the cave entrance. Sun Wukong's truth-piercing golden eyes flickered open, instantly recognizing the visitor, the Holy Mother Wudong. She had appeared right after Patriarch Bodhi's departure, which was truly suspicious. The azure light dispersed, revealing the Holy Mother Wudong's form. Her pristine white Taoist robe was spotless, sleeves gently swaying, with the phantom of a Qingping sword hovering at her side. She surveyed the cave interior, her eyes showing a hint of appreciation as she said, "Well performed. Even that old fox Bodhi was deceived by you." Thanks to the Holy Mother's assistance, Sun Wukong chuckled, flipping down from his stone bed. The Holy Mother Wudong nodded and reached into her sleeve with her jade hand, retrieving two treasures, a golden demon-subduing pestle and a snow-white fly whisk. The golden pestle's radiance was restrained with Buddhist inscriptions faintly visible, while the fly whisk was surrounded by clear qi with Taoist essence flowing through its silk threads. Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks, looking at her with confusion. "Senior, what are these?" The Holy Mother Wudong's lips curved upward as she gently caressed the golden pestle. "This is a primordial spiritual treasure from Tathagata's collection, the demon-subduing pestle." She then pointed to the fly whisk. "This whisk is Patriarch Bodhi's personal item, formed from a branch of Saint Junti's true body." His truth-piercing golden eyes activated again, and Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light. The demon-subduing pestle's Buddhist radiance was condensed like molten rock, while the whisk's clear qi surged like spring water. Such precious treasures made his throat bob as he secretly swallowed his saliva. Why would the Holy Mother give me such divine weapons? You have already entered the Daluo realm, how can you remain empty-handed? The golden hooped staff has become ordinary iron, so these two treasures will perfectly fill the gap. As the Holy Mother Wudong spoke, she gently pushed the two treasures forward, causing the Qingping sword phantom to resonate. Sun Wukong's heart trembled. She not only knew about his refinement of merit, but had specifically brought these treasures to assist him. In the next instant, golden light shot through the air as the Holy Mother Wudong directly tossed the demon-subduing pestle toward him. Sun Wukong instinctively raised his hand to catch it, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on his palm, making his arm bones hum. The chaotic demon ape essence within him instinctively circulated, sending black qi up his arm to the pestle's body, immediately causing Buddhist power and demonic intent to clash. Bang! With a muffled sound, Buddhist light blazed forth, scattering the black qi. Sun Wukong's palm went numb, and he nearly dropped it. The Holy Mother Wudong coldly snorted. Tathagata left restrictions within the pestle. As she was about to intervene, Sun Wukong quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Senior, please wait." The Holy Mother Wudong raised an eyebrow, the Qingping sword phantom trembling again. How will you wield this treasure without removing the restrictions?" Sun Wukong grinned broadly. "The Buddhist power within these restrictions is a great tonic for me." The Holy Mother Wudong was slightly stunned. Buddhist power had become a great tonic? Could it be that the chaotic demon ape essence was capable of devouring Buddhist power? Seeing the Holy Mother Wudong's confusion, Sun Wukong offered no explanation, but instead activated the essence of the chaotic demon ape. Dark energy surged from his palm like a living creature, clinging to the demon-subduing staff. The Holy Mother Wudong focused her gaze and watched as the Buddhist light on the staff was devoured inch by the black mist, visibly dissolving. Her heart skipped a beat. This chaotic demon ape essence can actually consume Buddhist power? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Sun Wukong grinned, dark gleams flowing in the depths of his golden eyes. "Please observe, Senior." He slightly curved his 5 fingers, and the dark energy in his palm instantly surged. The Buddhist light melted like ice and snow meeting fierce fire, transforming into pure energy like golden threads that were swept away by the dark energy. Marvelous. This Buddhist power is even more nourishing than immortal peaches and golden pills. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with excitement as he murmured with delight. The Holy Mother Wudong raised her hand, sending a wisp of green light from her fingertip that glided like a spirit snake along the staff's surface to investigate. After a moment, she withdrew the green light, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. Indeed, the Buddhist restrictions have been completely refined away. This demon-subduing staff has now become an ownerless artifact. She marveled inwardly. Sun Wukong was merely at the middle stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, yet he could devour the Buddhist power of Tathagata, who was at the peak of the quasi-saint level. The strength of the chaotic demon ape essence exceeded all imagination. Sun Wukong hefted the demon-subduing staff, finding its weight just right. As he swung it, it brought forth the low rumble of wind and thunder. With a thought, he infused the chaotic demon ape essence into the staff's body, causing black and gold light to interweave with even greater might. What a treasure! He spun around in delight, then frowned and shook his head. It's just not as handy as my golden hooped rod. The Holy Mother Wudong could no longer contain her admiration. What remarkable chaotic demon ape essence! As she spoke, her eyes flickered slightly, and she tossed the whisk in her hand towards Sun Wukong. Try this one. Though the whisk appeared light, it traced mysterious curves through the air. Sun Wukong reached out to catch it, and a muffled crash erupted as the rock beneath his feet sank half a foot. Formed from a sage's branch, truly extraordinary. He steadied himself and gave a low shout as dark energy surged from his palm once more. However, the clear energy within the whisk was vast and profound, making it difficult for the chaotic demon ape essence to shake it momentarily. The Holy Mother Wudong smiled as she explained. This was formed from a branch of Saint Junti's true body. How could it be so easily? Before she could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred. The golden light in Sun Wukong's eyes blazed intensely, and a chaotic phantom burst forth from above his head. The phantom was that of a demon ape, but with 6 ears, wrapped in black and red energy streams, clearly the true form of the chaotic demon ape. Roar! The demon ape phantom threw back its head and howled, its claws suddenly seizing the whisk. Green patterns immediately appeared all over the whisk's surface, clashing violently with the dark energy. The Holy Mother Wudong's expression changed as the phantom of the Qingping sword instantly formed a protective barrier around her. She clearly sensed that the aura erupting from the demon ape phantom had actually reached the quasi-saint level. Crack! A crisp snapping sound rang out as the green patterns on the whisk's outer layer shattered. A wisp of extremely pure clear energy escaped, but before it could drift far, it was swallowed in one gulp by the demon ape phantom. At the same time, Sun Wukong's physical body sat cross-legged on the ground, dark energy churning from his 7 orifices as earth-shaking transformations occurred within his body. After that wisp of clear energy entered his body, the chaotic demon ape essence treated it like a precious treasure and began spontaneously evolving according to some profound and mysterious pattern. In a trance, Sun Wukong seemed to see a towering giant tree, its trunk piercing through the 33 heavens while its roots extended deep into the 9 netherworld. Its branches and leaves spread layer upon layer, each forming its own small world, with the sun, moon, and stars hanging from its crown, a magnificent scene unfolding before his very eyes. The 7 treasures wonderful tree. His heart trembled with shock as he immediately understood the origin of that wisp of pure chi. His thoughts flashed like lightning as he quickly gathered his scattered mind and guided the pure chi to merge with the chaos demon ape essence within his body. The demon ape phantom immediately gained the blessing of its true form, its 6 ears twitching as it opened its mouth to release an earth-shaking roar. Black chi surged like raging waves toward the whisk, causing the snow-white silk threads to tremble violently, while the blue patterns dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sun Wukong's golden pupils contracted sharply, and his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated through appearances to reveal a drop of crystalline liquid hidden at the whisk's core. Though the liquid appeared ordinary, it contained immeasurable and boundless life force. It was indeed the essence of the 7 treasures wonderful tree. So that's how it is. Sun Wukong's blood surged with excitement. No wonder Patriarch Bodhi felt such heartache. This was no ordinary whisk, but clearly a manifestation of essence bestowed by Saint Junti himself. The demon ape phantom sensed the precious treasure and extended all 6 arms to firmly grasp the whisk. Black and red chi flowed through the gaps between the silk threads, penetrating to the core and wrapping that drop of liquid layer by layer. Boom! The moment the liquid entered his mouth, it felt as if stars had exploded within his body. The chaos demon ape essence expanded wildly, growing more than double its size in the blink of an eye. Amidst the churning black chi, intricate golden patterns emerged, and power flowed like a bursting dam. Sun Wukong looked inward to see that the essence in his dantian had swelled from the thickness of an arm to the size of a water barrel, its surface flickering with gold and blue patterns, while a sapling phantom bearing 70% resemblance to the Seven Treasures wonderful tree appeared at its core. Ha! He burst into laughter, his irrepressible joy echoing throughout the stone chamber. Holy Mother Wudong had already retreated to the cave entrance, with layers of Qingping sword phantoms spreading before her. Shock was evident in her eyes as her delicate hands gripped the sword hilt tightly. Ew. You can actually devour a saint's essence? Sun Wukong restrained his laughter and withdrew the demon ape phantom back into his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging mighty power, and replied calmly. Senior, please rest assured this old monkey knows what he's doing. Though his cultivation remained at the middle stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, the qualitative change in his essence had multiplied his true combat power several times over, allowing him to directly confront peak Daluo Golden Immortals. Holy Mother Wudong took a deep breath, dismissed the Qingping sword phantom, and said with a bitter smile, It seems I've become superfluous. This whisk was originally meant to serve as your weapon. Sun Wukong grinned and handed back the now bare whisk handle. I appreciate the kind intention, but the demon-subduing staff is sufficient. Besides, if Saint Juanti senses this, the trouble would be considerable. The Holy Mother took the wooden handle and discovered that the snow-white silk threads had all turned to ash, leaving only a blue-colored shaft. As her fingertips lightly caressed it, her expression changed slightly. There's still an almost imperceptible trace of Saint's aura remaining inside the handle. Sun Wukong immediately paid attention. What's wrong, Senior? Holy Mother Wudong didn't answer, but instead formed hand seals and chanted incantations, causing a Qingping sword phantom to lightly slice across the handle. A flash of green light swept across the wooden shaft, and countless tiny characters appeared on its surface. Sun Wukong activated his truth-piercing golden eyes, peering through the emerald glow to discern those rows of ant-like mystical symbols. He immediately gasped in shock. It was the complete version of the 8-9 profound arts. Moreover, it was the most original version, even more complete than what Patriarch Bodhi had taught him years ago, including secret techniques that only direct disciples of saints were permitted to practice. That cunning Bodhi, Lady Wudong sneered coldly, hiding the cultivation method inside the whisk handle. Only then did the monkey realize the truth, muttering to himself. No wonder Patriarch Bodhi was so protective of this item back, then there was such a reason behind it. Senior, this. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together, golden light dancing in his eyes. Lady Wudong tossed the wooden shaft to him. Since you obtained it, it rightfully belongs to you. However, Sun Wukong shook his head and waved his hands, not catching the whisk. This old monkey only needs to memorize the cultivation method. His truth-piercing golden eyes flashed, and he had already imprinted the complete 8-9 profound arts in his heart. He immediately handed the shaft back. Senior, please keep this staff. My memory serves me well. Lady Wudong took back the whisk handle, the phantom of her Qingping sword trembling slightly in her palm as surprise flickered in her eyes. Are you certain you don't want it? This item was formed from a branch of Saint Juani's true body. Though it has lost its essence, it remains a rare spiritual treasure. Sun Wukong scratched his head, his golden fur gleaming in the sunlight. This old monkey isn't used to such things. The demon-subduing pestle feels more natural in my hands. He weighed the golden short pestle in his palm, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. However, Lady Wudong's lips curved upward. Speak plainly. Could Senior help me refine this demon-subduing pestle? Otherwise, the Buddhist sect would recognize it at first glance. You monkey are quite cautious indeed. She nodded, raising her elegant hand to receive the demon-subduing pestle as the phantom of her Qingping sword circled around her palm. Green light flowed like silk threads across the pestle's body, and in an instant, the golden Buddhist patterns had been erased. However, Lady Wudong didn't stop there, saying calmly, merely changing its appearance is a trivial method. Since I've begun, I might as well be thorough. Before her words finished, she pointed her fingers like a sword, and a strand of Shangqing's sword chi suddenly shot forth, striking precisely at the center of the pestle. Golden light immediately trembled violently, with endless humming. Sun Wukong widened his eyes, fully activating his truth-piercing golden eyes to see that each wisp of that sword chi was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, carving profound array patterns within the pestle's interior, emanating deep and majestic Tao essence. Senior, what are you? He couldn't help but speak. Lady Wudong didn't answer, her Taoist robe moving without wind as clear chi surged powerfully. She gave a light shout. Open. Crack. Fine fissures appeared on the demon-subduing pestle's surface as brilliant golden light burst forth from the gaps. The pestle's body visibly elongated, transforming from a short pestle into a 12-foot staff. The golden yellow turned to dark gold, with dragon scale-like intricate patterns emerging, while green Taoist markings encircled both ends, emanating an ancient aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos. It had become completely different from any Buddhist artifact. Lady Wudong lightly touched the staff with her fingertip, her voice clear and cold. Refined with Shangqing's secret methods, the Buddhist sect will no longer be able to detect it. Sun Wukong received the staff, immediately feeling his palms sink heavily. Though the staff appeared light in appearance, it was heavier than mountains. Without his current cultivation as a Daluo Golden Immortal, he would likely struggle to wield it. He attempted to infuse a trace of the Chaos Demon Ape's essence into the staff, and instantly, its surface erupted with a brilliant black-gold glow. A faint dragon's roar echoed in the air. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up as he spun the staff in his hand, creating a dazzling display of shadowy golden arcs. The staff moved with such fluidity and precision that every swing generated subtle ripples in the air, far surpassing the ease and mastery he once felt wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. What a treasure! He laughed heartily. Nearby, Wudong Shengmu observed the scene, her lips curving into a faint smile. Since you found your weapon, I won't linger any longer. Before her words fully faded, her white robes fluttered as she transformed into a gentle beam of light, disappearing into the sky. As the goddess departed, silence returned to the cave. Sun Wukong lowered his gaze, running his fingers over the staff's dark golden surface. The dragon patterns shifted beneath his touch, emanating a cool, bone-chilling energy. The immense power contained within made his heart burn with excitement. Dark gold all over, with dragon patterns coiled around his eyes, gleamed with mischief as he grinned widely. He'll call it Huan Yuan Gun. As the name left his lips, the staff trembled violently, and a clear dragon's roar reverberated against the stone walls. Cyan-colored Dao patterns lit up across its surface, resonating deeply with the Chaos Demon Ape essence within him. Perfect! Sun Wukong burst into laughter. I walk the path of Hunyuan, and this staff matches me perfectly. He poured more of the Chaos Demon Ape's essence into the staff, and in an instant, the Hunyuan gun expanded with the wind, growing to 100 zhang in length and as thick as a bowl. Black energy coiled around it, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Go! He swung his arm with full force, sending the massive staff hurtling out of the cave like a black dragon tearing through the sea. The waterfall outside shattered instantly, and the staff's shadow sliced through the clouds, causing the very void to tremble. Sun Wukong raised 2 fingers and commanded sharply, "Return." The Hunyuan gun curved in midair, tracing an arc as it flew back into his palm, its immense weight pressing firmly into his grip. He then suppressed his aura, forcibly restraining his cultivation to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The golden circlet on his head tightened once more, a reminder of the restraints imposed by the Buddhist order. It's time to visit the Dragon Palace, he muttered, turning toward the East Sea with a sly smirk. Patriarch Bodhi told me to wait 3 days? I'll go right now. The thought alone stirred the Chaos Demon Ape's essence within him, sending black energy surging through his meridians. The golden circlet flashed faintly, but it was powerless to suppress him. This time, it won't just be about borrowing treasures. A cold glint flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he unleashed the ground-shifting glow at full power. A streak of golden black light tore through the sky, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. Above the East Sea, endless waves stretched as far as the eye could see. Sun Wukong hovered high in the air, his primal golden eyes piercing through layers of seawater to clearly see the crystal palace below. Inside, Ao Guang sat across from his trusted minister, the Turtle Prime Minister, seemingly discussing important matters. Old Eel, it's time to settle accounts from last time. Sun Wukong sneered, and the Hunyuan gun appeared in his hand. The dragon patterns writhed across its surface, radiating an oppressive force that pressed down upon the sea. Unleashing the full momentum of his early-stage Tai Golden Immortal aura, he raised the colossal staff high and smashed it downward with overwhelming force. Boom! The sea split open with a deafening roar, forming a 1,000-zhang trench. The terrifying shockwave sent towering waves crashing to either side, revealing the intricate palace structures on the seabed. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals were obliterated in the blast, reduced to nothing before they could even react. Inside the Crystal Palace, Ao Guang froze as he sensed the wave of destruction. The memorial he held slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. His entire body stiffened in disbelief. The Jade Emperor had assured him that Sun Wukong would arrive in 3 days. Yet here he was, before even a single day had passed. While Ao Guang stood there in stunned silence, a cold gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he summoned his primordial staff. The dark golden staff refracted blade-like cold light through the deep blue seawater, with dragon patterns flowing along its surface, wreathed in wisps of chaotic black energy. Old turtle, I'll start with you, he roared, and the primordial staff expanded with the wind, transforming in an instant into a 100-zhang giant pillar that struck toward the turtle chancellor with the force of thunder. The turtle chancellor's cloudy old eyes suddenly widened, his wrinkled face twitching with terror. His cultivation was merely at the golden immortal level, and before the full force strike of a Tai Golden Immortal, he couldn't even form the thought of resistance. Dragon, Dragon King, save before his plea could escape his lips, the staff's shadow had arrived. His protective treasures shattered like paper shells, and before the staff even landed, the terrifying pressure crushed every bone in his body to fragments. Bang! Flesh and blood exploded, staining the white jade steps crimson red, his Tenthisandier turtle shell crumbling to dust, his primordial spirit destroyed before it could even attempt escape. The surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals collectively gasped, their weapons clattering to the ground. The usually arrogant turtle chancellor had been obliterated by this monkey's single strike. They had never witnessed such a brutal scene. At this moment, Ao Guang awakened as if from a dream, his dragon eyes blazing with fury. Insolent monkey! How dare you! Before he could finish, Sun Wukong transformed into a golden light and closed in, his primordial staff sweeping horizontally as the shrimp soldiers and crab generals fell and rose like harvested wheat. The seawater quickly turned red with blood, whales rising one after another. Old mudfish, it's time to settle our old score. Sun Wukong grinned coldly, his staff strikes appearing casual, yet precisely targeting the Dragon Palace's elite forces. In just a few breaths, dozens of golden immortal-level generals lay dead in the water. Ao Guang's rage made his dragon whiskers stand on end as he suddenly revealed his thousand-zhong golden dragon true form. With a sweep of his massive tail, he stirred up towering tsunamis. All generals, heed my command. Form the 10,000 dragons formation. The seabed instantly blazed with golden light as dragons charged forth from every corner of the Dragon Palace, gathering in the blink of an eye into a sky-covering swarm. They moved in specific patterns, their dragon chi weaving into a massive formation diagram, with Ao Guang anchoring the formation's center, his dragon might surging until his aura faintly approached that of a Daluo Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong's eyes flowed with golden light, his truth-piercing golden pupils penetrating the formation structure. Each dragon served as a formation node, their dragon chi tracing mysterious patterns through the seawater. Monkey, today you will pay blood for blood. Ao Guang roared, opening his dragon maw to breathe forth a golden dragon's breath. Simultaneously, all the dragons within the 10,000 dragons formation exhaled their breath, tens of thousands of golden beams converging into a golden torrent that spanned the seabed, thundering towards Sun Wukong. Excellent. Sun Wukong advanced instead of retreating, spinning his primordial staff rapidly in his palm, stirring up a black vortex. He pushed the chaotic demon ape essence within his body to its limit, black energy surging as a blurred demon ape phantom condensed around the staff shadow. Break! With his explosive shout, the primordial staff struck downward, the black vortex colliding head-on with the golden torrent, erupting in a deafening roar. The terrifying energy wave instantly vaporized seawater within a 1,000-mile radius, exposing the barren seabed. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of shattering followed as the 10,000 dragons formation surrounding them split, with fissures spreading rapidly like centipedes. Dozens of flood dragons were torn apart by the backlash, their bodies exploding on the spot, flesh and blood turning to crimson mist in the scorching steam. At the formation's center, Ao Guang's dragon scales burst apart, golden dragon blood spilling across the sky. Impossible! Ao Guang's dragon eyes widened as he stared at Sun Wukong, who stood completely unharmed. His mind reeled. The 10,000 Dragons formation was a secret dragon clan array that gathered the power of 10,000 dragons, capable of challenging even a Daluo Golden Immortal. This monkey was merely at the Tai cultivation level. How could he remain completely unmoved? Before the thought could settle, Sun Wukong had already leaped up, his primordial staff transforming into a heaven-supporting pillar as it crashed down toward the formation's core. Old mudfish, take this staff from your grandfather's son. Ao Guang hastily raised his claws to block. The moment Dragon Claw met primordial staff, overwhelming force came crashing down, his entire dragon arm shattered inch by inch in an instant, dragon blood gushing like a fountain. Ah! A piercing dragon's roar echoed through the seabed. Ao Guang's 1,000-zhong dragon body was sent flying, crashing through several glazed pavilions before finally stopping. The 10,000 dragons formation collapsed with it, the surviving flood dragons scattering in terror. How could Sun Wukong let them escape? A flash of golden light later, he had pressed close to Ao Guang. His primordial staff pointed directly at the dragon's head. Now, let's discuss compensation. Ao Guang endured the excruciating pain, fear evident in his eyes. The imposing aura condensed within that dark golden staff actually made him, a Dragon Clan member at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, tremble with terror. What do you want? Sun Wukong grinned, the tip of his staff lightly touching Ao Guang's brow. Simple. First, the Dragon Palace treasury is mine. Second, you personally go to the Heavenly Court to file a complaint, saying that a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi from Mount Lingtai Fongsuan has come to cause trouble in the Dragon Palace again. Patriarch Bodhi? Ao Guang was stunned. The staff tip pressed slightly deeper, and the dragon scales on his brow cracked with a sound, fresh blood rolling down his nose. Sun Wukong said coldly, "What unwilling? Willing. Ao Guang agreed repeatedly, though his heart was in turmoil. Sun Wukong clearly intended to frame the Buddhist sect last time when he reported to the Jade Emperor. He had mentioned that Patriarch Bodhi was the benevolent corpse of Saint Juandi. Now this monkey dared to scheme against the saint. As for the treasury, he actually didn't feel the loss keenly. With Buddhism backing him, it would eventually be compensated. Before the words had finished, Ao Guang transformed into a golden light and fled hastily toward the heavenly court. Sun Wukong put away his primordial staff, his golden pupils sweeping the surroundings. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals had long been intimidated by his killing intent, and seeing his gaze turn their way, they all dropped their armor and prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling all over. Get lost, Sun Wukong snorted coldly. The aquatic creatures, as if granted amnesty, crawled away in all directions to escape. Looking at the shattered dragon palace, he curled his lips in a cold smile. The dragon clan elites he had just slaughtered were enough to give Buddhism a headache. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Sun Wukong stepped onto the broken coral, each step causing the crystal palace walls to tremble. Guards along the way turned pale and retreated repeatedly upon seeing him approach, some even scared into revealing their true forms, cowering in corners afraid to move. If only they had known this would happen, why did they act as they did in the first place? Sun Wukong snorted with disdain, showing nothing but contempt for these cowardly bullies who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. He raised his head, his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrating through layers of palace walls to lock onto the dragon palace treasury. His figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared before the treasure vault. The massive ice doors were adorned with intricate dragon patterns, radiating bone-chilling cold that would give even ordinary Tai golden immortals a headache. But to him, a mid-stage Daluo golden immortal, it was nothing more than paper. Dark energy swirled in his palm as his chaotic demon ape essence transformed into pitch-black vines that pressed against the door panels. Crack! The dragon patterns shattered inch by inch, and the heavy doors slowly swung outward as ice fragments scattered to the ground. What greeted his eyes, however, was a scene of poverty. The vast treasury contained only a few post-heaven spiritual treasures with dim spiritual light, completely devoid of innate energy. In one corner sat several chests of pearls and agates that sparkled with treasure light, yet were merely mundane trinkets. Sun Wukong curled his lip in disgust and picked up a bronze bell, tapping it lightly with his finger. The resulting tone was dull and muffled, inferior even to the bells of ordinary temples in the mortal realm. He tossed the bell aside and rummaged through several weapon swords with edges serrated like saw teeth, halberds with bodies pitted and broken, all completely devoid of spiritual essence. Finally, a broken sword caught his attention, its blade covered in cracks and its edge worn dull. Sun Wukong sneered. This dares to call itself a spiritual treasure? Even if thrown on the street, no one would bother picking it up. Considering the dragon clan's fallen state, he felt somewhat understanding. After suffering grievous losses in the Dragon Phoenix Chilan tribulation, their former glory was no more. Having submitted to the heavenly court, they had been repeatedly plundered, so maintaining even this facade was already remarkable. With a shift in thought, he casually swept several barely acceptable spiritual treasures into his sleeve, useless to him, but perfect for pinning the blame on Buddhism. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught something unusual in the deepest part of the treasury. A hidden compartment concealed by faint restrictions that would have been indistinguishable from the wall without his truth-piercing golden eyes. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow and strode over. Dark energy manifested again, effortlessly tearing through the restrictions. Within the hidden compartment lay a palm-sized bronze fragment, mottled with rust and seemingly unremarkable. He reached out to touch it. Boom. His mind suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Fight! 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 Like ancient war drums hammering at his very soul. In that instant, his spiritual power went berserk, his chaotic demon ape essence boiled, and dark energy surged wildly through his meridians. His mid-stage Daluo cultivation nearly broke through his disguise, while the tight band atop his head vibrated violently with piercing buzzing sounds. Sun Wukong's heart lurched in alarm, his golden pupils contracting to pinpoints as he desperately circulated the supreme purity spiritual treasure formula. Clear energy intertwined with dark energy as he struggled to suppress the raging torrent within his body. But the power emanating from the bronze fragment was too domineering. Even his chaotic demon ape essence showed signs of losing control. At this critical moment, a deep roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the Chaos Demon Ape's origin. The sound seemed to have lurked in his bloodline since the dawn of creation, carrying the most primal ferocity and battle intent, instantly dispersing the rampaging spiritual energy within Sun Wukong's body. The spiritual energy receded like a tide back to his dantian as he gasped heavily, sweat beading on his forehead and rolling down, his golden fur dampened and clinging to his skin. What exactly is this fragment? He suppressed his palpitations, his gaze fixed intently on the seemingly ordinary bronze fragment in his hand. His truth-piercing golden eyes operated at full power, golden light penetrating layers of illusion, yet it reflected back when it met the mottled patina, leaving even this Daluo golden immortal unable to fathom its mysteries. That seemingly ordinary layer of patina concealed power sufficient to make the Chaos Demon Ape's origin tremble. Sun Wukong licked his cracked lips, excitement dancing in his eyes. He activated the Chaos Demon Ape's origin, wrapping the fragment with black energy like serpents. Where the black energy corroded, the patina flaked away piece by piece, revealing dark red patterns bit by bit. These patterns appeared chaotic on the surface, yet invisibly connected to form profound trajectories. With just a cursory glance, Sun Wukong's mind thundered with countless battlefields, flashing blades and swords, bloody storms, gods and demons locked in combat. Even the colors of heaven and earth stained the tragic crimson of war, the imprint of the law of war. He abruptly averted his gaze, feeling his temples throb. Among the 3,000 great Daos, the law of war was the most ferocious. If one could comprehend it, their battle power would multiply, making cross-realm combat no mere fantasy. No wonder the Chaos Demon Ape's origin was provoked to roar. The Chaos Demon Ape was born for battle. He gazed at the fragment again, golden light churning in the depths of his pupils. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, making every hair on his body stand on end. The jade disc of creation. The four words escaped his lips, startling even himself. His truth-piercing golden eyes refocused, and those dark red patterns were unmistakably the most primitive manifestation of the great Tao of war. Legend had it that when Pangu split the heavens, the jade disc of creation shattered into fragments scattered across the primordial world. Though Taoist Hongjun collected most pieces, some fragments still remained lost. Now, one lay quietly gathering dust in the treasure vault of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Sun Wukong murmured softly, black energy swirling in his palm as he carefully enveloped the fragment. Though the law of war within this fragment was incomplete, it was the supreme treasure that the Chaos Demon Ape had dreamed of. Clearly, it was only upon sensing this kindred instinct that it revealed its true nature. In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the Jade Emperor was playing chess with Taishang Laojun, contemplating the additional tribulation facing the heavenly court. Suddenly, voices erupted outside the hall as the duty spirit officer called out urgently. Dragon King Ao Guang of the East Sea requests an audience. The white stone in the Jade Emperor's hand trembled slightly as he exchanged glances with Laojun, both hearts filled with doubt. For Ao Guang to come to court at this time, could something have happened in the East Sea? Without waiting for summons, Ao Guang had already stumbled into the hall, his dragon robes covered with sea sand, his face filled with panic. Seeing his disheveled appearance, the Jade Emperor's heart sank. The 3 days weren't up, yet why would Ao Guang be in such a state? Your Majesty, you must seek justice for this humble dragon. Ao Guang collapsed to his knees with a thunderous crash in the center of the Lingxiao Hall, his dragon horns striking the jade tiles with such force that they rang out, his voice carrying a heart-wrenching desperation. The Taishang Laojuan's whisk paused mid-motion, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes beneath white brows. The Jade Emperor reclined against his dragon throne, his tone calm, yet laced with icy undertones. What has befallen you, my dear minister? That accursed monkey. That wretched monkey has returned. Ao Guang jerked his head up, his dragon eyes bloodshot and wild with fury and terror. Sun Wukong, disciple of Patriarch Bodhi from Mount Lingtai Fangsuan, stormed into the East Sea Dragon Palace this morning and struck down Prime Minister Turtle with a single blow, obliterating both his body and soul. Thousands of my palace's elite warriors have all perished beneath his staff. The assembled deities gasped in unison. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing's grip on his tower trembled, nearly dropping it, while Nez's eyes blazed with murderous intent as his fire-tipped spear materialized silently. The Jade Emperor's expression remained unchanged, though behind his imperial crown, his eyes gathered a chilling frost. Wasn't that monkey supposed to arrive 3 days hence? Ao Guang froze momentarily, then prostrated himself again. Your Majesty's wisdom sees all. That monkey follows no conventional path, claimed Patriarch Bodhi found 3 days too long a wait, and commanded him to retrieve the treasure today. With that, he produced a memory jade slip from his robes, holding it high with both hands. This humble dragon risked his life to record the massacre. Please, Your Majesty, witness it yourself. The Jade Emperor flicked his sleeve, and the jade slip floated into the air, immediately projecting its contents. In the images, Sun Wukong wore a golden circlet and wielded a dark gold staff, rampaging through the Dragon Palace. With each strike of his weapon, Dragon Elite fell with shattered bones and flesh. The moment Prime Minister Turtle was reduced to a spray of blood was particularly gruesome, accompanied by Sun Wukong's maniacal laughter. Old Mudfish. This is the interest Patriarch Bodhi sent me to collect. The final frame froze on his silhouette entering the treasure vault, the characters Hun Yuan faintly visible on his staff. The Taishang Laojun gently swayed his whisk, murmuring softly, "The Hun Yuan staff? This old Taoist has never seen such a weapon." The Jade Emperor's fingertips drummed lightly against his throne's armrest, his gaze profound. What else did that monkey say? Ao Guang's eyes darted about as he embellished his account. He declared that Buddhism's great rise was imminent, and our Dragon Clan's possessions should be considered tribute. This statement sent shockwaves through the hall. The four heavenly masters exchanged meaningful glances, while the 28 lunar mansions whispered among themselves. The secret power struggle between Buddhism and the heavenly court over the journey to the West Tribulation was common knowledge. But for Patriarch Bodhi to provoke so brazenly? The Jade Emperor's eyes flashed with cold light as he looked toward the hall's entrance. Thousand Li, wind following year, did you observe where that monkey went? The two divine generals strode into the hall and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, after leaving the Dragon Palace, Sun Wukong headed straight for Flower Fruit Mountain. However what? The Jade Emperor's voice turned glacial. Thousand Li, I broke into a cold sweat. However, this humble servant observed that his aura was chaotic, and the Buddhist light from his golden circlet flickered erratically, as if he were being compelled to act against his will. The Jade Emperor and Taishang Laojun exchanged glances, their meaning unclear. The old sage stroked his beard with a light chuckle. Your Majesty, this matter is most peculiar. Patriarch Bodhi is at the pinnacle of Kwasasane Thudwold. He truly act so recklessly. Ao Guang desperately clawed at the jade steps, his voice hoarse with desperation. Venerable Laojun speaks in error. This humble dragon heard with his own ears and saw with his own eyes. That monkey repeatedly claimed he acted on Patriarch Bodhi's orders. Otherwise, how could our Dragon Clan have come to this? At this point, Ao Guang choked up, dragon tears rolling down the palace steps like broken pearls. He thought of those dragon sons and grandsons who had died tragically, his heart aching as if pierced by nails. The Lingshao Hall fell silent, with only his low sobs echoing through the chamber. The Jade Emperor sat high on his throne, fingers lightly tapping the jade table. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly looked up. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, immediately stepped forward with a bow, his bronze armor gleaming coldly in the lamplight. Your subject is here. Take 100,000 heavenly soldiers and make a trip to Flower Fruit Mountain. The Jade Emperor's tone was measured but carried unquestionable authority. Bring that monkey here for questioning. Just as Li Jing was about to bow and accept the command, Neza stepped forward, flames sparking from the edges of his wind-fire wheels. Father Emperor, your son wishes to accompany father on this mission. That monkey has gone too far. He must let him taste the power of my fire-tipped spear. The Jade Emperor's gaze swept between father and son, then nodded slightly. Very well. Before his words had faded, a resonant Buddhist chant suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Amit Ba. Golden light pierced through the clouds as Buddha Tathagata appeared in the hall, standing upon a 9-grade lotus platform. As the Buddhist radiance dimmed, the blood-red Buddha mark on his forehead flickered, his expression grave. Your Majesty, there may be a misunderstanding in this matter. The Jade Emperor looked at him with a half-smile. Oh? How so, Buddha? Tathagata pressed his palms together, his voice booming through the hall like a great bell. That monkey is naturally mischievous. His words may not be truthful. How could fellow Taoist Bodhi commit such acts? Hearing this, Ao Guang's dragon whiskers trembled with anxiety. He was counting on Buddhist compensation. How could he allow Tathagata to clear their name? He quickly stepped forward. Buddha, please see clearly. If this humble dragon speaks even half a lie, I willingly accept heavenly punishment. That monkey not only killed and stole treasures, but also spoke arrogantly, saying that after Buddhism's great rise, the first target would be our Dragon Clan. These words were Ao Guang's improvisation, yet they struck like a heavy hammer. The immortal officials in the hall erupted in shock, and even the Buddhist disciples' expressions changed. The Buddhist light wavered as Tathagata's face suddenly darkened. The Jade Emperor smiled coldly. Buddha, 3 days ago you promised us that Buddhism would no longer interfere in Dragon Clan affairs. Now it seems. Before he could finish, Tathagata felt cornered but momentarily unable to refute. Guang spoke with such certainty and even had visual evidence. In a corner of the hall, immortal mist swirled as Taishang Laojun coughed lightly. Your Majesty, this old Taoist has a suggestion. The Jade Emperor gestured for him to continue. Please speak, Laojun. Laojun smiled as he stroked his beard. Since Buddhism has failed to discipline properly, allowing disciples to commit violence, why not transfer the karmic fortune of one tribulation from the journey to the west to the Dragon Clan as compensation? The Buddhist light around Tathagata's lotus platform suddenly blazed. Laojun speaks incorrectly. The journey to the West tribulation is ordained by heaven's way. How can it be altered at will? Moreover, our Buddhist saints have already yielded one tribulation, which is our greatest concession. The Jade Emperor's voice turned icy. So Buddha's meaning is that our heavenly court's subordinates should suffer insults in vain? In Lingxiao Hall, tensions reached a breaking point. The Buddhist light flickered as Tathagata's expression changed several times, knowing that without an explanation, this matter would not be resolved. Meanwhile, at the water curtain cave on Flower Fruit Mountain, on his stone throne, Sun Wukong sat with his legs crossed, golden eyes gleaming with cunning light. Hee, old Bodhi, you're definitely taking the blame for this. Buddhism has schemed against old Sun for so long today, I can finally collect some interest. If his strength were sufficient to crush the saints, he would have already stormed Mount Ling and overturned that western paradise. This performance was merely borrowing another's blade for murder. His truth-discerning golden eyes pierced through the nine heavens, clearly seeing Li Jing holding his pagoda, Neza riding his wind-fire wheels, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers with banners fluttering as they descended from the firmament. That formation was indeed more magnificent than in the original course of events. It seems this incident has caused quite a stir. Even the Jade Emperor can no longer sit idle. Sun Wukong grinned, a cold glint flashing briefly in his eyes. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, the primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence within him quietly circulated, forcibly suppressing his cultivation to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The golden circlet atop his head flickered with light, and he deliberately assumed the appearance of being constrained by Buddhist restrictions. If he was going to put on a show, he might as well go all out. With a swift leap, he burst from the water curtain cave and landed atop the jagged boulder on Flower Fruit Mountain's peak, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed toward the horizon, calmly awaiting the celestial army. Thunder rumbled through the churning dark clouds as Li Jing's voice boomed like a great bell. Demon Monkey Sun Wukong, you have wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace and slaughtered the aquatic clans. Your crimes are unforgivable. Surrender immediately. 100,000 celestial soldiers roared in unison, their battle cry so thunderous it interrupted the waterfall's flow for half a breath. Sun Wukong picked at his ear with feigned irritation. How noisy. This old monkey was merely following the orders of Patriarch Bodawat. Business is it of your heavenly court? He deliberately drawled his words, ensuring every celestial soldier could hear him clearly. Nez's fury blazed as he pointed his fire-tipped spear toward the mountain peak. Nonsense. Patriarch Bodhi is an enlightened Saji, would never instruct you to commit such violence. The flames beneath his wind-fire wheels surged, and his three-headed, six-armed divine form began to manifest. Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly while displaying righteous anger on his face. What would a mere child understand? Patriarch Bodhi said that Buddhism's great flourishing is imminent, and the Dragon Clan's treasures should be considered tribute. Li Jing's expression darkened as the pagoda in his palm suddenly blazed with golden light. What an arrogant demon monkey. Today I will surely capture you and report back to the Jade Emperor. He then turned to whisper quietly to Neza. This monkey keeps mentioning Bada. There may be more to this than meets the eye. Test him first, but don't strike to kill. Neza understood and shot downward on his wind-fire wheels, his fire-tipped spear transforming into a crimson beam aimed at Sun Wukong's heart. Demon monkey, taste my spear. Golden light flashed as the Rui staff swept across the sky, its dark golden shadow colliding with the spear tip. Bang! The air exploded into white waves, sending Neza flying thousands of zhong. His hands ached from the impact, and shock crept across his brow. How could this monkey possess such tremendous strength? After all, he was at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal and wielded numerous magical treasures, yet he had been overpowered in raw strength. Sun Wukong pressed his advantage, leaping into the air with his Rui staff falling like Mount Tai. Boy, let me show you the skills Patriarch Bodhi taught me. He emphasized the words, Patriarch Bodhi, with particular force. Neza hastily raised his spear to block, resulting in another thunderous crash that shattered Flower Fruit Mountain's cliff face inch by inch. He was driven halfway into the ground, the dark energy surrounding the Rui staff, suppressing his true Samadhi fire. Father, help me. Neza finally sensed danger and cried out urgently. Li Jing raised his pagoda, which instantly transformed into a 1,000-zhong tower descending from above. Demon monkey, cease your arrogance. As the tower's shadow pressed down, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with golden light, and a cunning smile played at his lips. Rather than dodge, he completely suppressed his aura and allowed the massive tower to seal him within. Seal! Li Jing roared. The pagoda blazed with golden light and instantly shrank back to palm size, settling steadily in his grasp. The tower trembled slightly as muffled sounds echoed from within. Neza flew over on his fire wheels, his three-headed, six-armed form still manifested. Father, why did this demon monkey surrender so easily? Neza frowned, sensing something was amiss. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled, a glint of pride flashing in his eyes. My seven-treasure exquisite pagoda is specifically designed to subdue all demons and evil spirits in the world. As he spoke, he gently shook the pagoda in his hand, and immediately the sound of clashing metal rang out from within the tower walls. Nothing more than that, he snorted coldly, then commanded loudly. The demon monkey has been captured. Return to the heavenly court to report. The 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals responded in unison. War drums thundered like lightning, auspicious clouds rolled, and the massive military formation turned toward the southern heavenly gate in a grand procession. Inside the seven-treasure exquisite pagoda, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged. His truth-piercing golden eyes saw through the tower walls, taking in everything outside. He grinned and chuckled softly. Old man Li Jing, you'll have plenty to cry about soon. Before his words faded, the chaotic demon ape essence within him erupted thunderously, thick black demonic energy surging throughout the tower like a bursting flood. In the oppressive space, the aura of a mid-stage duo golden immortal rose endlessly. The primordial staff trembled violently in his palm, and dense dragon scale patterns appeared on its dark golden surface. Break, he roared, and the primordial staff expanded dramatically in the wind, instantly transforming into a 100-jong giant pillar that smashed fiercely against the tower wall. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the seven-treasure exquisite pagoda shook violently. Buddhist Sanskrit characters cracked inch by inch, golden light dimmed like a dying candle, and the entire tower was covered with spider web cracks. Outside the tower, Li Jing was proudly riding the clouds forward when his palm suddenly stung with sharp pain. Looking down, he saw the pagoda covered with cracks and its spire tilted. His face instantly turned deathly pale. How is this possible? He frantically formed hand seals, trying to stabilize the tower. But the power of a peak Tai golden immortal ultimately could not withstand Sun Wukong's fierce assault. Father, Neza cried out in alarm, shaking his fire-tipped spear into a crimson light to protect Li Jing. His three-headed, six-armed manifestation fully activated, true samadhi fire blazing fiercely, but in the next instant, another tremendous explosion erupted from within the tower. Boom! Pagoda fragments scattered like meteors, and a golden light shot skyward. Sun Wukong wielded the primordial staff, black energy swirling around him, dragon patterns flowing across the dark golden staff. He once again concealed his true realm, displaying only the might of a mid-stage duo golden immortal to deceive everyone. His golden eyes swept across them, mockery evident. Did you really think that broken tower could contain old Sun? The 100,000 celestial soldiers immediately erupted in chaos, their battle formation in disarray. Those with shallow cultivation were knocked about by the overwhelming pressure, weapons clanging as they fell to the ground. Li Jing endured the severe pain, his voice hoarse. Mid-stage Tai golden immortal? You broke through inside my tower. Even with a breakthrough, he couldn't believe the opponent could destroy his precious pagoda. Neza's face turned pale, knowing he could barely match Sun Wukong from before, let alone now. Sun Wukong approached carrying his staff, each step causing spatial tremors. Li Jing frantically formed hand seals, trying to recall the scattered pagoda fragments, but as soon as the pieces gathered, they were pulverized by the primordial staff. Uffed. With his natal treasure completely destroyed, Li Jing spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his form swaying unsteadily. When Neza saw Li Jing's pagoda shatter and witnessed his father suffer severe backlash injuries, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his fire-tipped spear, the blade trembling as it aimed straight for Li Jing's chest. Bang! The spear's shaft vibrated as the true samadhi fire erupted along its length. Li Jing's pupils contracted sharply, staring in disbelief at the fire-tipped spear piercing through the air its tip ablaze, reflecting his son's youthful face filled with murderous intent. You rebellious child. Li Jing struggled to dodge with his battered body, but the backlash from his destroyed natal pagoda made his movements sluggish. Thud! The fire-tipped spear pierced his right shoulder, instantly soaking his golden armor with blood. This strike is for myself. Neza's three-headed, six-armed manifestation burst forth as he spoke with icy coldness. He yanked the spear free, creating a spray of blood, then twisted his wrist to thrust again at Li Jing's throat. The 100,000 celestial soldiers standing upon the clouds cried out in unison, their formation instantly scattering. None had expected the great god of the three altars to attempt patricide in public. On the other side, Sun Wukong casually observed the battle, shouldering his primordial staff. Deep within his golden pupils flashed understanding. Years ago, when Neza killed Ao Bing, Li Jing had forced his own son to carve flesh from bone to return to his father and cut flesh to return to his mother, even destroying his clay body to curry favor with the Dragon Clan and heaven, nearly severing all paths to resurrection. Had it not been for Master Tai reconstructing him with lotus roots, the reborn third prince would have become nothing but a dream. Poor parenting brings today's retribution. Wukong grinned, tapping his shoulder with the primordial staff, while secretly channeling his chaotic demon ape essence to cast an invisible barrier over the battlefield, preventing the generals from interfering as he watched this blood feud between father and son unfold. At the center of the battle circle, Li Jing staggered backward, his face pale as paper, trembling as he pointed at Neza. "You monster! Patricide is an unforgivable sin." "Silence!" Neza roared, his wind fire wheels blazing with thunderous flames. All 6 arms rose the fire-tipped spear, universe ring, and cosmic silk simultaneously transformed into streaks of light. "When you destroyed my clay body, did you remember our father-son bond?" The universe ring became a golden rainbow, heavily striking Li Jing's chest with the crisp sound of cracking bones. "When you forced me to carve flesh to return to mother, did you consider our blood connection?" The cosmic silk moved like a crimson serpent, wrapping around Li Jing's legs as true samadhi fire traveled up the silk, making him scream in agony. Neza's killing intent surged like rolling waves, his spear technique like a dragon. "Today, I will destroy both your body and soul." As the spear point approached, a beam of golden light descended from the 9th heaven, suddenly interposing itself between father and son. The light condensed into a golden whip, spinning and vibrating, forcibly deflecting the fire-tipped spear, universe ring, and cosmic silk. Golden whip. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, his truth-piercing golden eyes peering through the clouds to see a white-bearded Taoist approaching on golden clouds. Wang Lingguan, chief of the 500 spirit officials, at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal Realm. "Third prince, please wait." Wang Lingguan held his golden whip horizontally, his voice booming like a great bell. "Patricide is a crime against heaven, please reconsider." Neza sneered coldly, showing no intention of stopping. The radiance of his 3-headed, 6-armed form blazed brighter as all his magical treasures gleamed, and he targeted Wang Lingguan as well. "Get lost. Today, whoever blocks my revenge, I will kill." The fire-tipped spear transformed into a 100-jong fire dragon. The cosmic silk hung inverted like a vast river of blood, and the universe ring split into countless phantom images, sealing off Wang Lingguan's escape routes. Xiao Sheng's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly wielded his golden whip to block Neza's frenzied assault. Taking advantage of this moment, the severely wounded Li Jing gritted his teeth and crushed a jade talisman. Instantly, a beam of golden light burst forth from his chest like a shooting star in reverse, enveloping his entire body as he raced toward the southern heavenly gate, trailing a long fiery tail. "Think you can escape?" Neza roared, stomping hard on his wind fire wheels as he transformed into blazing lightning shooting skyward. However, just as he flew several yards, a golden whip coiled around his waist like a python binding a dragon, pulling him back with tremendous force. At the other end of the golden whip, Wang Lingguan knelt on one knee, veins bulging on his shoulder blades as he desperately maintained his spell with all his might. Fire blazed in Neza's eyes as his 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation suddenly expanded. Surrounded by raging flame, she was preparing to self-destruct his manifestation to break free from the golden whip. TSK, this kid's ruthless enough." Sun Wukong floated nearby with arms crossed, his golden hooped staff now transformed into the primordial staff casually resting on his shoulder. He raised an eyebrow, his mind racing, then suddenly grinned and lightly tapped with the tip of his staff. His sand invisible force seemed to pierce through the void, silently striking the golden whip. Crack! Fissures suddenly appeared on the whip's surface, and its previously smooth spiritual light instantly became chaotic. The opportunity was fleeting. Neza roared as his fire-tipped spear transformed into a crimson dragon, thrusting forward with a shake. The spear point exploded through the air with a thunderous sound, accurately piercing Wang Lingguan's left shoulder. "Ah!" Wang Lingguan screamed in agony as blood spurted forth. The tremendous force sent him reeling backward, stumbling in retreat. The out-of-control golden whip dimmed and fell back into his hand with a thud. Neza didn't bother looking back as his wind fire wheels roared to acceleration, chasing after that distant golden speck. By now, Li Jing had become a needlepoint of golden light disappearing into the clouds. Damn it! Unable to catch his target, Neza flew into a rage and punched at the void. The true samadhi fire raged wildly, burning a hole several feet wide in the cloud layer, its boiling edges glowing white-hot. He whirled around and coldly questioned Sun Wukong. "Why did you stop me?" Though the primordial staff's subtle force had been concealed, it couldn't escape his perception. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, shouldering his staff as he approached. "Little one, don't be so hot-tempered. Old Sun didn't block you, I helped you break that golden whip." Neza's anger subsided slightly, but he still said through gritted teeth. "Then why did you let Li Jing escape?" "Let him escape?" Sun Wukong picked at his ear with a carefree laugh. "If old Sun wanted to stop him, could he have gotten away?" With that, he pointed his staff tip down toward the sea of clouds. Following his gaze, Neza looked down to see that along Li Jing's escape route, dark chi was faintly churning in the depths of the clouds like a sinister vein wrapped around his body. Sun Wukong grinned, his fangs gleaming. That old fool has fallen victim to my technique. The farther he runs, the deeper the corruption spreads. Within an hour, he clenched his fist, then suddenly opened it. Bang! He made an explosive gesture. Nez's eyes flickered with complex emotions as he stared at Sun Wukong for a long moment before asking in a muffled voice, "Why help me?" "Help you?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and spread his hands innocently. Old Sun just can't stand that old fool. Besides, a turncoat like Li Jing is nothing but trouble if left alive. At this moment, outside the southern heavenly gate, Li Jing rode his remaining escape light like a fish that had barely escaped the net. Suddenly, he felt his spiritual power boiling in his dantian as a cold, sinister chi spread wildly along his meridians. His heart turned cold as he quickly looked inward. Black chi coiled around his organs like living snakes devouring his essence and blood, darkening every meridian it touched. "This is that monkey demon's doing." Li Jing's face turned pale as sweat rolled down his forehead. He quickly formed hand seals and circulated his cultivation, desperately trying to expel the black chi. But the black chi grew stronger when met with resistance, its backlash even more fierce. Boom! His chest heaved with churning blood and chi. Something sweet rose in his throat. Huh! He spewed blood violently. His escape light went out of control as he stumbled and crashed onto a cloud, no longer daring to move an inch. Even my Tai golden immortal cultivation can't resist it. Fear filled his eyes. The wind fire wheels roared. Fire clouds split apart as Nez's three-headed, six-armed manifestation arrived wreathed in flames. His fire-tipped spear's cold gleam aimed directly at Li Jing's back. "Old thief, your life is forfeit." Li Jing spun around hastily, the broken fragments of his pagoda barely coalescing into a makeshift shield that just managed to block this lethal strike. The shield's surface cracked inch by inch, shattered light scattering wildly, while the residual force left his arm bones numb. "You rebellious son, do you truly intend to commit patricide?" Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he roared hoarsely in fury. Flames boiled in Nez's eyes, as if all past grievances had turned to molten lava in this moment. "When you forced me to carve flesh from bone and return it to you years ago, did you ever consider our father-son bond?" As his words fell, the fire-tipped spear transformed into a dragon and shot forth, its tip tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. The true samadhi fire danced with the spear, becoming a rain of fire that completely surrounded Li Jing. At this critical moment, a blazing golden light split through the wall of flames. Wang Lingguan descended with his golden whip, positioning himself between the two. "Third Prince, stop. You absolutely cannot. Get out of my way." Neza roared violently. The cosmic silk shot out like lightning, resembling a crimson serpent as it coiled around Wang Lingguan's legs. The universe ring immediately transformed into a savage golden arc, striking hard against his chest. The thunderous crash mixed with the sound of breaking bones as the mighty Wang Lingguan, at the peak of Tai golden immortal realm, spewed blood and was sent flying hundreds of zhang. Before he could steady himself, a tearing gale suddenly arose above his head. Looking up, a dark golden staff carrying the force of mountains crashed down, dragon patterns swimming along its surface, its cold gleam piercing to the eye. "Your opponent is this old monkey." Sun Wukong grinned, his primordial staff showing no hesitation. Bang! The golden whip collided with the primordial staff, the deafening thunder rolling across the nine heavens. Wang Lingguan's tiger's mouth burst open, his golden whip flew from his grasp, and he stared in horror at this golden-furred monkey, shocked by that nearly primitive, terrifying divine strength. Before he could finish speaking, the primordial staff swept horizontally at his waist. Wang Lingguan shot through the cloud layers like a kite with a broken string, smashing through several floating immortal islands, debris raining down. When he finally stopped, he was barely clinging to life. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers' eyes blazed with fury, their military formation instantly scattering like sand. No one had expected Neza would actually commit patricide. The four heavenly kings were about to step forward when Sun Wukong's cold gaze locked onto them. With just one glance, their primordial spirits felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cave, and they dared not move again. At the center of the battlefield, Neza completely overwhelmed Li Jing. Each thrust of the fire-tipped spear burned charred holes in the golden armor. The cosmic silk tightened while the true samadhi fire heated the armor until it glowed red-hot, showing signs of melting. "This spear is for Ao Bing." The spear light pierced through his right leg. "This spear is for the people of Chintang Pass." Another spear tore through his left shoulder. Li Jing screamed as he tumbled from the clouds, crashing heavily onto the peak of Flower Fruit Mountain, rocks flying in all directions. He tried to rise but discovered dark chi flowing backward through his meridians. His dantian invaded, his primordial spirit collapsing like a broken net or dying lamp. "No, impossible." He stared blankly at his gradually transparent hands. "I am a righteous god of the celestial court. My true spirit is on the investiture of the gods. How could Neza descended through the flames, his spear point pressed against Li Jing's throat, his voice like an icy blade. Old thief, did you ever imagine this day would come? Li Jing's face turned ashen. Then suddenly he looked up and laughed maniacally. Rebellious son, do you think killing me will bring you liberation? The Jade Emperor will never forgive you. Enough noise. Cold light flashed. Pucci. The spear tip pierced his throat, true samadhi fire instantly blazing up, burning Li Jing's form to ashes. The moment his remaining primordial spirit tried to escape, it was devoured by the chaotic demon ape essence within Sun Wukong, completely eliminating even the possibility of resurrection through the investiture of the gods. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king who had dominated the investiture war was thus utterly destroyed in both body and spirit. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. The fire rain scattered, leaving only scorched earth and smoke. The 100,000 heavenly soldiers stood dumbfounded, the four heavenly kings' faces pale, as earth no one dared believe that the celestial courts martial had met such an end. Sun Wukong shouldered his primordial staff and sauntered over to Neza's side, his grin revealing savage fangs as he patted the young deity's shoulder. Kid, that was ruthless enough. Neza put away his fire-tipped spear and gazed at the flames filling the sky, his expression complex. Why did you help me? Sun Wukong picked at his ear with a mischievous grin. Help you? This old monkey just couldn't stand the sight of that old fool. That's all. He tilted his head back, his golden eyes reflecting the outline of the southern heavenly gate, a glint of cunning flickering in their depths. Besides, the real show is just getting started. Meanwhile, within the hall of miraculous mist, clouds hung heavy and still. The Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, his ceremonial crown hanging low, his eyes calm as deep waters. The Haotian mirror suspended in midair cast its cold light, revealing every detail of the battle raging above Flower Fruit Mountain. The moment Neza's fire-tipped spear pierced Li Jing's throat, blood erupted in a brilliant flash, and the Jade Emperor merely raised his hand to tap, once lightly on his armrest. Li Jing, that fool, failed to properly discipline his son and deserves this calamity. His tone was measured and unhurried, yet it echoed throughout the vast hall. The celestial ministers on both sides bowed their heads in silence, all knowing that the Jade Emperor had harbored resentment toward Li Jing ever since Neza's rampage in the Dragon Palace years ago. Tai Bai Jinxing, holding his whisk, carefully stepped forward. Your Majesty, though Li Jing has erred, he remains a righteous god of the heavenly court, his true spirit inscribed upon the investiture of the gods. Perhaps we should. The Jade Emperor raised his hand to interrupt. No matter. Let him suffer for his mistakes. With these words, he flicked his sleeve, and a golden light flew forth, materializing in the center of the hall as an ancient bamboo scroll, the investiture of the gods. The scroll gleamed entirely golden, with mystical runes flowing across its surface, causing all the immortals in the hall to hold their breath. Since the investiture calamity, this artifact had been enshrined in the depths of the palace, nearly forgotten. The Jade Emperor touched it lightly with his fingertip, and the investiture slowly unfurled, revealing thousands of golden names flickering like swimming fish across its surface. Li Jing, return. The Jade Emperor spoke with imperial authority, his voice resonating like great bronze bells. As his decree fell, the scroll blazed with golden light, the names swimming about, while the hall fell so silent that only the humming of flowing radiance could be heard. 3 breaths dead silence. 5 breaths no response. 10 breaths still nothing. Forget Li Jing's resurrection. There wasn't even the slightest ripple. The Jade Emperor's brow twitched slightly, and his fingertip tapped 3 times on the armrest. The 12 jade beads hanging from his crown swayed gently, reflecting cold light that flickered in his eyes. Your Majesty? Tai Bai Jinxing stepped forward half a pace, his white eyebrows trembling. Having served the Jade Emperor for countless eons, this was the first time he had seen the supreme ruler of the 3 realms show such bewilderment. The Jade Emperor remained silent, merely raising his hand to steady the investiture. Golden radiance flowed across its surface, thousands of true spirits swimming like schools of fish, yet the 2 characters belonging to Li Jing had completely vanished. His sharp intakes of breath rose and fell throughout the hall. The 4 heavenly masters exchanged glances, while the 28 lunar mansions whispered among themselves. The investiture of the gods was personally bestowed by Patriarch Hongjun and had never erred since the Great Calamity. For a righteous god's name to disappear into thin air was truly unprecedented since the dawn of creation. How is this possible? Tai Bai Jinxing's voice trembled. The investiture was personally bestowed by the Patriarch himself. Those whose true spirits are inscribed upon it are immortal and indestructible. How could they? The Jade Emperor raised his hand, cutting off Tai Bai Jinxing's words. His wide imperial robe swayed gently at the sleeves, and the golden tassels of his crown hung low as he murmured to himself. Could this be karma? His tone carried a barely perceptible gravity. Tai Bai Jinxing stood silently beside him, holding his breath and using his whisk to conceal his trembling fingertips. From the corner of his eye, He watched the Jade Emperor's expression intently and softly advised, "Your Majesty, I fear there may be hidden circumstances behind this matter." Before he could finish, the Jade Emperor flicked his finger, sending a golden ray shooting through the air that struck directly into the investiture of the gods hanging high in the center of the hall. Hum! The investiture trembled instantly, its bamboo slips unfurling like a fan. Countless golden runes, like startled fish awakening, swiftly interwove in the void, forming scene after scene. At Shintang Pass, young Neza stood on his wind-fire wheels, his fire-tipped spear piercing through the sea wind, as third Prince Ao Bing was stripped of his tendons and skin, blood spattering everywhere. The Dragon Clan's fury erupted, and Li Jing, to quell the disaster, forced Neza to carve away his bones to return to his father and slice away his flesh to return to his mother. Lady Yin secretly built a temple for her son to gather incense offerings. But in the deep of night, Li Jing secretly destroyed the clay statue, leaving incense ash scattered across the ground. Master Tai used lotus roots to reshape Neza's true form, white lotus petals closing together as flesh and blood were reborn. The four scenes alternated, and the force of karma seemed tangible, pressing down until the immortals in Lingxiao Hall turned pale, not daring to raise their sleeves even half an inch. The Jade Emperor let out a long sigh, the sound like an ice waterfall crashing against stone. Indeed, it is so. Li Jing planted the cause in the past and reaps the bitter fruit today. His gaze pierced through the clouds of heaven, falling upon Flower Fruit Mountain. There, dark clouds had not yet dispersed, and lightning serpentined through the sky. Neza stood in the clouds gripping his fire-tipped spear, the true fire of Samadhi warping the surrounding air with heat, his killing intent still boiling. Beside him, Sun Wukong shouldered his dark golden primordial staff, a glint of cunning flashing in his golden eyes, as if calculating his next move. The Jade Emperor shook his head lightly, the jade beads of his crown chiming crisply. With merely Tai cultivation, how could he have the means to completely annihilate a true spirit? Li Jing's complete destruction of body and soul stems from the accumulated hatred between father and son. Had Li Jing not acted so ruthlessly in the past, how could he have met such an end today? Suddenly, the soft sound of a whisk was heard as Taishang Laojun appeared beside the Jade Emperor, his white beard stirring slightly as he spoke in a peaceful tone. Though that monkey is strange, he is ultimately just a chess piece of Buddhism. As for the karma of father and son killing each other, though his words were incomplete, he had already made clear that Li Jing's death was his own doing. The Jade Emperor nodded and looked again at the investiture of the gods. The runes gradually calmed, but only the two characters, Li Jing, failed to appear. He suddenly spoke, his voice like great bronze bells, shaking the dragon scales on the pillars of Lingxiao Hall. Convey our decree. Li Jing failed to properly educate his son, leading to father and son killing each other. His true spirit has been extinguished through his own actions. Immediately strip him of his position as pagoda-bearing heavenly king, with Wang Lingguan temporarily assuming his duties. The hall immediately erupted in commotion. In the recent conflict, Wang Lingguan had been struck down by Sun Wukong's staff and was still lying outside the South Heavenly Gate, coughing up blood. Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Wang Lingguan's injuries have not yet healed, I fear." The Jade Emperor cast a cold glance, and Tai Bai Jinxing immediately lowered his head in silence, retreating to his original position. The Jade Emperor tapped his armrest, weighing the matter for a moment. As for Neza, though patricide is a grave sin, there were reasons behind it. Order him to reflect in confinement for 100 years, and we shall observe his conduct thereafter. The punishment was clearly lenient, yet not one immortal dared speak further. Everyone understood that the Jade Emperor had long been dissatisfied with Li Jing and was merely using this opportunity to act. For Neza to be confined for 100 years was but a snap of the fingers for immortal beings who lived forever. For them, even 10,000 years was merely an instant. That demon monkey Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor's tone shifted sharply, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace, slaughtered the aquatic tribes, and even aided Neza in patricida. His crimes are unforgivable. He rose abruptly, the jade beads on his imperial crown clinking together, their crisp sound echoing through the Lingxiao Palace. By our decree, command Erlang Jinjuan Yangjian to lead 100,000 celestial troops and capture that fiend without fail. By your Majesty's command. The immortal ministers in the hall responded in unison, their collective qi resonating through the air. Tai Bai Jinxing was about to receive the order and depart for Guanjianku when he caught sight of the Haotian mirror suspended above the palace. Its image suddenly shifted. In the mirror, Sun Wukong had returned to the water curtain cave of Mount Huagua. He lay casually on a stone bed with his legs crossed and head pillowed on his arm, looking completely at ease, as if the bloody battle had never occurred. Tai Bai Jinxing paused mid-step, his white eyebrows trembling with confusion. The immortals whispered among themselves. Why did this demon monkey suddenly withdraw? Is he afraid of the heavenly court? Just moments ago, he was helping Neza commit patricide. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, equally puzzled by this strange behavior. Whether Sun Wukong sought fame or his master patriarch Bodhi was orchestrating from behind the scenes, neither should have called for retreat at this moment. The Haotian mirror's light shimmered, revealing Mount Huagua's peaks and waterfalls in full view. Outside the water curtain cave, everything appeared normal, with no trace of battle remaining. Your Majesty, Taishang Laojun pointed with his whisk, his snow-white beard swaying gently. That monkey's behavior is peculiar. There must be something amiss. The Jade Emperor nodded. What does the old lord think? Laojun stroked his beard thoughtfully. He could aid Neza in patricide, yet suddenly withdrew his forces and returned to his mountain. These actions contradict each other. In this old Taoist's opinion. Before he could finish, the mirror's surface suddenly distorted, and Sun Wukong's image vanished without a trace. What? The Jade Emperor's expression changed as he shot a golden beam from his fingertip into the mirror, but it disappeared like a stone dropped in mud, creating no ripples. The hall erupted in commotion. Laojuan's whisk trembled as his brow furrowed. This is bad. That monkey can actually interfere with the Haotian mirror. The Haotian mirror was a gift from the Tao ancestor, capable of observing all things in the three realms without error. For a mere Tai golden immortal to disrupt, it was simply astounding. The Jade Emperor's face darkened as he rose again, the jade beads on his crown chiming once more. By our command, delay the decree. Thousandly eyes and wind following ears. Investigate Mount Huagua immediately. Meanwhile, deep within the water curtain cave of Mount Huagua, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on his stone bed, the golden circlet above his head glowing faintly, but having no effect on him. In his palm, a mass of pitch-black, demonic chi churned the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape. Within that dark energy, fragments of Li Jing's shattered true spirit were being devoured bit by bit. Just as I thought. His golden pupils blazed with intense light. The Chaos Demon Ape essence could not only devour Buddhist power, but completely annihilate true spirits. With a thought, the black chi contracted rapidly, and Li Jing's final trace of spiritual imprint crumbled away. In the mysterious depths of existence, invisible karmic bonds were completely severed. Things are about to get interesting. Sun Wukong withdrew the demon ape essence, cunning gleaming in his eyes. If the heavenly court knew that their precious investiture of the gods, which granted them immortality, was useless against me. After all, the reason the righteous gods on the investiture of the gods dared to act so brazenly was because they relied on their indestructible true spirits. Now that this greatest advantage had been shattered, even the Jade Emperor would likely lose his composure. After all, the Jade Emperor's authority over the immortals depended entirely on the investiture of the gods. Otherwise, how could the heavenly court possibly harbor so many powerful beings? Sun Wukong stood deep within the water curtain cave, his thoughts racing like lightning. Disciples of the Jie sect were scattered throughout the heavens, and if not for the investiture of the gods and the god-beating whip keeping them in check, they would have long since lost their restraint. He needed to devise a plan that would make the heavenly court wary of acting rashly, yet not push them to desperate measures. Before his thoughts could settle, he suddenly detected two faint auras. His fiery golden eyes pierced through the waterfall and spotted thousandly eye and wind-following ear lurking behind clouds 1,000 zhang away, poking their heads about furtively. Perfect timing. Golden light swirled in the depths of his pupils as he flickered out from behind the water curtain. Though he didn't employ his earth-shrinking technicia, mere 100 li was child's play for him. Above the clouds, the wind stirred slightly. Sun Wukong concealed his aura and quietly activated the essence of the chaotic demon ape. A thread of black chi, thin as a hair, slithered along the clouds toward Thousand Li Eye's pupils. A piercing scream rang out. My eyes! Thousand Li Eye clutched his head and tumbled down, tears and snot streaming from the pain. Wind following ear turned pale with shock and reached out to help his companion, only to have his eardrums assaulted by a thunderous roar that made blood seep from all 7 orifices before he fainted on the spot. Having accomplished this, Sun Wukong returned to his cave in an instant, nodding to himself with satisfaction. The chaotic demon ape essence could annihilate true spirits, giving him another trump card against the celestial immortals. The most urgent matter now was to locate the Six-Eared Macaque. At that moment, the water curtain outside the cave suddenly rippled with strange patterns, and a streak of azure light broke through the waterfall, landing before the caveat was the Holy Mother Wudong. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, with the heavenly court's attention focused on Flower Fruit Mountain. Wouldn't her sudden appearance expose their relationship? Moreover, if the chaotic aura that had leaked from Mount Li some days ago were connected to him, it would spell even more trouble. Fortunately, he had already used the chaotic demon ape essence to shroud his cave heaven, making it undetectable even to the Haotian mirror. The azure light flickered, and the Holy Mother Wudong's figure materialized. Sun Wukong gripped his Rui staff tightly as black chi spread like a tide, instantly sealing the cave entrance from all prying eyes. Only then did he clasp his hands and bow. Senior, what urgent matter brings you here so suddenly? The Holy Mother Wudong waved her delicate hand, the phantom of the Qingping sword hovering at her side. She glanced around and nodded with a smile. You clever monkey are quite cautious indeed, even fooling the Haoyan mirror. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned. Senior flatters me. These are merely small tricks. May I ask what brings you here? Before he could finish, the Holy Mother Wudong cut straight to the point. I have discovered the whereabouts of the Six-Eared Macaque. Boom. Golden light exploded in Sun Wukong's eyes, and every hair on his body stood on end. He leaped forward to stand before the Holy Mother, his voice trembling with excitement. Senior, are you certain of this? With only the Six-Eared Macaque's essence missing, the four chaotic monkeys could finally be united. Combined with the chaotic demon god's essence, he would be able to walk the path of primordial unity and restore the glory of the chaotic demon ape. Only then would he truly be free from all schemes. The Holy Mother Wudong raised her eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. The Six-Eared Macaque excels at listening to sounds, perceiving truths, knowing past and future. All things are clear to him, and his traces are rarely found in this world. However, precisely because of this, the Tathagata has hidden him deep within Jinchangzi's cave dwelling. Sun Wukong's golden pupils contracted slightly, his heart skipping a beat. Jinchangzi? He calculated silently Jinchangzi was the future Tang Xuanzang. By his reckoning, Jinchangzi had not yet entered his 10 cycles of reincarnation, so how could the Six-Eared Macaque be cultivating alongside him? But what connection could there be between Jinchangzi and the Six-Eared Macaque? Why would the Tathagata have them stay together? He asked with suspicion. The Holy Mother Wudong's gaze deepened as green light swirled around her fingertip, sketching the outline of Spirit Mountain in the void. I don't know the specific reasons either, but the Tathagata has commanded the Six-Eared Macaque to preach and expound the Dharma to Jinchangzi daily for 300 years now. Preaching, to make Jinchangzi memorize the Six-Eared Macaque's aura, laying the groundwork for the future calamity of the true and false monkey kings. Wukong's thoughts flashed like lightning, cold dread creeping up his spine. So from this very moment, the Tathagata had already laid the trap for future slaughter. The Holy Mother Wudong suddenly added, hundreds of years ago, Jinchangzi openly defied the Tathagata. In another 100 years, it will be time for his punishment of 10 cycles of reincarnation. Oh, there's such a matter? Wukong's eyes blazed with golden light as the chaotic demon ape essence within him surged continuously. If he could devour the Six-Eared Macaque before Jinchangzi's reincarnation, he would not only strengthen his essence, but also disrupt the Buddhist sect's chess game. The Holy Mother Wudong saw through his thoughts and warned softly. Jinchangzi's cave dwelling is in the back mountains of Spirit Mountain, protected by restrictions created by the Tathagata himself. If I rashly intrude, it would inevitably alert our enemies. Wukong grinned wickedly, revealing his cunning. Elder, don't worry, this old monkey has a clever plan. As he spoke, dark energy churned in his palm, his essence condensing into a miniature Six-Eared Macaque. The Holy Mother Wudong raised an eyebrow. A diversion? Exactly. Wukong tucked the small monkey into his sleeve. I'll first make a trip to the underworld and cause some trouble for the King of Hell. Once Spirit Mountain's attention is completely diverted, I'll infiltrate Jinchangzi's cave dwelling. Then he scratched his head and added, by the way, Elder, why did Jinchangzi defy the Tathagata? The Holy Mother Wudong's expression turned cold. The Tathagata wished to widely spread the lesser vehicle Buddhism, but Jinchangzi insisted that the greater vehicle was the true path. Wukong wasn't surprised. He had long known that Jinchangzi was originally a peerless great demon who achieved instant Buddhahood upon comprehending the greater vehicle. Now the Tathagata, jealous of his Buddhist teachings, had cast him into reincarnation to wash away his memories. Then the Buddhist sect could claim the greater vehicle as their own. The Buddhist sect was full of schemes at every turn. The Tathagata calculated every human heart. However, next, the situation would take a dramatic turn. The Holy Mother Wudong's eyes narrowed slightly as she raised her delicate hand, the phantom of the Qingping sword swirling in her palm. She gazed down at Sun Wukong, her attention fixed on the dark energy twisted into the form of the Six-Eared Macaque, her white Taoist robes billowing in the wind. You foolish monkey, do you truly believe you can use the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape to mimic the Six-Eared Macaque's aura and slip past Tathagata's restrictions? As her words fell, she flicked her fingertip, sending threads of azure light shooting forth. The dark energy instantly scattered. A cold laugh escaped her lips. Xuanti and Jane are not mere decorations. The moment the dark energy dissipated, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, his golden fur standing on end. He had indeed harbored wicked intentions, using the Chaos Demon Ape's essence to disguise the Six-Eared Macaque's fluctuations, planning to devour it suddenly when he drew near. The Holy Mother Wudong's cold reality check sent chills through his heart. Does the senior mean that the saints can see through it directly? His voice was hoarse and low as his truth-discerning golden eyes stared intently at her face. The Holy Mother Wudong's fingertip azure radiance transformed into a spiritual serpent, sketching the outline of the seven treasures' wonderful tree in the void as she spoke softly. No matter how powerful the Chaos Demon Ape, you have not yet fully recovered. When Juanti converted the Golden Hoop immortal in the past, did he exert much effort? Sun Wukong's heart skipped a beat. Back when he had devoured the essence of the whisk, he had exhausted all his strength. If he truly faced the two Western saints, the outcome was self-evident. Before he could think further, the Qingping sword phantom suddenly multiplied into countless forms, sword energy sealing off the entire water curtain cave. The Holy Mother Wudong coldly enunciated each word. The seven treasures' wonderful tree can brush away all things. Your little tricks are mere child's play in the eyes of the saints. The air instantly froze. Sun Wukong broke into a cold sweat. His arrogant demeanor completely vanished, yet he still gripped the Hunyuan staff tightly, its dark gold dragon patterns burning hot. But the six-eared macaque, this old son, must obtain it. If you wish to seek death, that's your choice. Don't drag the Jieskull into it. The Holy Mother Wudong flicked her sleeves and turned away, the sword formation retracting with sharp winds as her figure gradually faded. This turn awakened Sun Wukong from his obsession had indeed been too naive. I was arrogant. Her steps paused slightly, the Qingping sword phantom trembling lightly. The cloud patterns on her white Taoist robe flickered in and out of the dim light. Though the Chaos Demon Ape's essence is powerful, you are merely at the Daluo level now. If you faced a saint, even escape would be difficult. The cave fell into deathly silence, with only the thundering of the waterfall outside. Sun Wukong knelt on one knee, his golden circlet gleaming coldly in the shadows as a drop of sweat slid down. Just moments ago, he had been pleased with himself for erasing Li Jing's true spirit from the investiture of the gods. But Li Jing was merely a Tai golden immortal. How could he compare to a saint? Senior, this old son was confused. Had you not awakened me, I would have nearly caused great disaster. The Holy Mother Wudong finally turned back, the Qingping sword phantom slowly retracting. The suppressed air began to flow again. Good that you recognize your error. She raised her finger and pointed lightly, a thread of azure light lifting Sun Wukong up. That you can see reason makes this trip worthwhile. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, his brow suddenly furrowed. His truth-discerning golden eyes peered through the water curtain toward the horizon above Flower Fruit Mountain. The cloud layers churned as a golden light broke through the sky, revealing the figures of one person and one dog. The figure had 3 eyes on his forehead and wielded a 3-pointed, double-edged blade. It was none other than Erling Shun, Yang Jian. His howling celestial hound crouched beside him, fangs slightly bared, its low, menacing growls echoing through the cave as murderous intent filled the air. The heavenly court had indeed acted swiftly. Inside the cave, the Holy Mother Wudong raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. The phantom of her Qingping sword trembled beside her, radiating bone-chilling coldness. Knowing well how troublesome Yang Jian could be, she immediately transmitted a warning. That Yang Jian is the most difficult to deal with. Be careful in your response. Sun Wukong grinned, his golden eyes gleaming as he hefted his primordial staff. Don't worry, senior. Old Sun knows what he's doing. The Holy Mother said no more. With graceful hand seals and a sweep of her sleeve, she transformed into a streak of azure light that shot out from the cave entrance. Before leaving, she gave Sun Wukong a meaningful look. Remember what I just told you? Didn't act rashly. The azure light pierced the sky, and her figure vanished in an instant. The cave returned to silence. Sun Wukong exhaled a breath of stale air, forcibly suppressing the boiling chaotic demon ape essence within him and reducing his cultivation to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The golden circlet on his head glowed faintly as he deliberately showed signs of constraint and distress, indicating his control by the Buddhist sect. In the next moment, he burst out of the water curtain cave and stood suspended in midair, mountain winds billowing his golden robes and crimson cloak. You 3-eyed fellow, what brings you to Old Sun's Flower Fruit Mountain? He deliberately raised his voice, his shout shattering clouds and echoing throughout the mountain forest. Across from him, Yang Jian's third eye gleamed with golden light, his gaze cold and sharp. Demon monkey, the Jade Emperor has decreed that I capture you for judgment. Sun Wukong scratched his ear with a disdainful expression. Judgment? What crime has Old Sun committed? You wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace, slaughtered the Water Tribe, and helped Neza commit patricide. Which of these isn't a capital offense? Yang Jian raised his hand, and his 3-pointed blade sang through the air. Sun Wukong threw back his head and laughed heartily, resting his primordial staff on his shoulder, sparks flying where the staff met his shoulder bone. That old fool Li Jing failed to raise his son properly, deserved his fate. As for the Dragon Palace, his tone shifted, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Old Sun was acting on orders from Patriarch Bodhi. Stop your lies. Yang Jian's expression darkened, his third eye blazing brighter. Patriarch Bodhi is an enlightened sage. Why would he order you to commit violence? Sun Wukong spread his palms with an aggrieved look. If you don't believe me, you can go to Mount Lingtai Fengsuan and ask for yourself. As the two exchanged verbal barbs, the howling celestial hound suddenly raised its head and barked wildly, its blood-red eyes fixed on Sun Wukong. Yang Jian frowned, his third eye emitting a golden beam that swept Sun Wukong from head to toe. Strange, he muttered under his breath. This monkey's aura clearly shows only Tai level, so why is Howling Sky so agitated? Sun Wukong secretly rejoiced. With his chaotic demon ape essence, he had calculated that the howling celestial hound could only sense something amiss but couldn't grasp the truth. He impatiently waved his primordial staff, the staff's wind scattering nearby clouds. Three Eyes, have you seen enough? If you want to fight, then fight. Old Sun doesn't have time to waste dawdling with you. Yang Jian snorted coldly. Arrogant. With his shout, the three-pointed blade transformed into cold light, instantly tearing through 100 zhang of void space, striking directly at Sun Wukong's throat. Clang. The primordial staff swept horizontally, the clash of steel shattering mountain walls as sparks flew everywhere. Both figures seemed pulled apart by giant hands, each retreating several zhang before stabilizing. Yang Jian was secretly amazed. He had cultivated the 89 mysterious arts, his physical strength far exceeding others of the same level, yet he hadn't expected the monkey to hold his ground in direct combat. Sun Wukong's grip on his staff left his hands slightly numb, but he also silently praised. Worthy of being Yang Jian, though he's only at Tai peak, that brute strength probably approaches the great principal level. Again, Yang Jian's fighting spirit ignited as his figure became a blur, his three-pointed blade dancing out countless blade shadows, each strike targeting vital points. Sun Wukong stopped testing and spread his primordial staff into a dark golden staff screen, layer upon layer blocking the blade edges. Strong winds overturned the sea of clouds on Flower Fruit Mountain, and shattered stones shot like rain. The sounds of clashing weapons, the hound's wild barking, and rolling thunder merged into one. Trees on the mountain peak were uprooted, and waterfalls reversed into water dragons spiraling around the two combatants. As their battle intensified, the East Sea was already churning with rising winds and towering waves. Sun Wukong wielded the primordial staff with lightning speed, each swing carrying the force of thunder as he drove Yang Jian into continuous retreat. The three-pointed, double-edged blade gleamed with cold light, each strike targeting Sun Wukong's vital points with bone-chilling precision, its blade energy slicing the sea breeze into fragmented whirlwinds. Demon Monkey, today you shall meet your doom. Yang Jian roared furiously as his third eye suddenly opened, shooting a brilliant golden beam of divine light towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong grinned wickedly, vanishing from his original position with the golden-banded staff as he dodged the divine light. Immediately following with a sweeping strike, the dark golden staff shadow resembled a black dragon emerging from the sea, powerfully striking toward Yang Jian's waist. Yang Jian hastily raised his blade to block, and with a deafening roar, he was sent flying hundreds of zhang by this single strike, his landing point splitting the ocean waves into an unfathomably deep chasm. Three Eyes, is this all you've got? Sun Wukong sneered mockingly, golden light dancing in his eyes. Yang Jian steadied himself, his expression dark as storm clouds. He realized this monkey's strength far exceeded his estimates. Without going all out, there was no way to suppress him. Taking a deep breath, he activated the 89 mysterious arts at full speed, golden light bursting from his pores as his body instantly expanded to 100 zhang tall, like a golden mountain standing across the sea, his three-pointed, double-edged blade growing proportionally larger with a menacing cold edge. Heaven and Earth transformation? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow but showed no fear. Instead, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He secretly channeled his chaotic demon ape essence, keeping his cultivation steady at the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal while maintaining an effortless exterior appearance. Excellent. He laughed heartily as the primordial staff expanded with the wind, transforming into a heaven-supporting pillar that crashed heat-in against Yang Jian's giant blade. Boom. The two divine weapons clashed, their explosive sound piercing through sea and sky. The great battle swept from the East Sea to the South Sea, then crashed into the West Sea, leaving rolling dark clouds and endless tsunamis in their wake. Sun Wukong secretly controlled the battle's flow, directing each of Yang Jian's strikes toward areas where aquatic creatures gathered. In the depths of the South Sea, a blade strike fell, actually splitting the ocean surface in half, exposing the seabed as shrimp soldiers and crab generals turned to bloody mist, staining the entire sea area red. Above the West Sea, Sun Wukong's heaven-reaching staff crashed down, creating a massive crater in the ocean surface, its shockwaves spreading hundreds of li and causing schools of aquatic creatures to bleed from all 7 orifices, their corpses floating in masses. Initially, Yang Jian remained immersed in fierce combat, unaware of the anomaly, but as waves of corpses emerged, he finally realized something was wrong with each blade strike. Innocent lives perished, while Sun Wukong could always dodge precisely, even deliberately guiding the attacks. Demon Monkey, you dare scheme against me. His fury erupted like wildfire, the golden light from his third eye fluctuating as his voice shook all four seas. He knew well that as a righteous deity of the heavenly court, he must avoid karmic consequences above all else. Having now created such bloodshed, his future cultivation would surely be hindered. Only realizing it now? Too late, three eyes. Sun Wukong laughed maniacally, the primordial staff spinning up a whirlwind in his palm as seawater was swept into towering walls by the staff's shadow. Despicable, had barely left Yang Jian's lips before being drowned out by Sun Wukong's mocking laughter. When your heavenly court schemed against this old monkey, did you ever utter a word about being despicable? Today I'm merely giving you a taste of your own medicine. Before his words finished, the primordial staff descended like torrential rain. This time he completely unleashed himself, each strike carrying the terrifying power of a Daluo golden immortal, forcing Yang Jian into continuous retreat as massive waves surged toward the heavens. Of course, Sun Wukong was merely manifesting power at the level of a Daluo golden immortal. His cultivation remained concealed at the midstage of Tai golden immortal. Yang Jian's heart filled with terror. The monkey's power had surged several times beyond what it was moments before, and he could barely track the trajectory of its staff strikes. In desperation, he summoned Xiaotian, his celestial hound, commanding it to attack Sun Wukong from the flank. But as soon as Xiaotian drew near, it was swept aside by the primordial staff, the dull crack of shattering bones accompanied by an agonized howl as the hound plummeted into the sea, its fate unknown. Xiaotian. Yang Jian's eyes blazed with fury, his rage boiling over as he held nothing back. His three-pointed, double-edged blade erupted with golden radiance, cleaving through the air straight towards Sun Wukong's head. The Monkey King's eye shot forth beams of golden light as he thrust his staff forward to meet the attack. Boom. The instant the two divine weapons clashed, a deafening explosion spread across the wilderness, violent waves of energy sweeping away vast amounts of seawater and exposing the dried seabed. Countless sea creatures had no chance to flee before being crushed into bloody mist, crimson rapidly staining the ocean's surface. Witnessing this carnage, Yang Jian felt regret cut through him like a blade. He had originally sought to avoid harming innocents, yet Sun Wukong had manipulated him step by step, and now countless sea creatures lay dead or dying. How could such overwhelming karmic debt ever be repaid? Demon Monkey, I am irreconcilable with you, he roared, transforming into golden lightning as he charged at Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong sneered coldly, his primordial staff weaving an impenetrable wall of shadows that deflected all of Yang Jian's attacks, while secretly shifting position to let the blade's light continuously strike the four seas. A lone island in the North Sea was cleaved in two, its birds and beasts instantly annihilated. In the depths of the East Sea, a group of clam spirits who had cultivated for 1,000 years were shattered by the aftershocks, their shells cracked and flesh torn, their souls scattered to the winds. The longer Yang Jian fought, the more alarmed he became whenever he seemed to gain the upper hand. Sun Wukong would counter with even more terrifying force, and the Monkey King showed no concern for the tragedy befalling the sea creatures, even using it to compound Yang Jian's karmic burden. I cannot drag this out any longer. Yang Jian retreated 1,000 zhang, his third eye blazing with golden light, as if summoning reinforcements. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, calling for backup. Too late. Before the words had finished leaving his lips, dark golden dragon patterns surged along the primordial staff as it crashed down toward the three-pointed, double-edged blade with the force of thunder. When the two divine weapons collided again, a serpentine wisp of black energy quietly slithered from the staff and wrapped around the blade. Crack! The sharp sound reverberated across the four seas as Yang Jian's pupils contracted. His three-pointed, double-edged blade, companion of 1,000 years, was actually fracturing inch by inch, and then the entire divine weapon shattered into countless fragments that fell into the sea. Impossible. His third eye trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead. This divine weapon, bestowed by Master Yuding, had survived 10,000 battles without damage. How could it be destroyed by a single staff strike? Sun Wukong threw back his head and laughed, the primordial staff spinning lightly in his palm. Three eyes, how will you fight without your weapon? Secretly, the essence of the chaotic demon ape devoured all the remaining spiritual energy from the fragments. In that instant, Yang Jian groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The backlash from his natal treasure's destruction disrupted his chi, causing the golden light around his body to flicker erratically. He stared intently at that dark golden staff, his heart churning like a stormy sea. Demon Monkey, what evil sorcery have you used? He wiped away the blood, his hands rapidly forming mystical seals as he pushed the 8-9 profound arts to their limit. His third eye and both regular eyes blazed with golden light simultaneously, while 72 protective divine radiances manifested around his body. Sun Wukong hefted his primordial staff and grinned wickedly, his golden pupils gleaming with mockery. Three eyes. Is this the best heaven could send to capture me? You can't even hold on to a decent weapon, what a waste. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring every word was clearly captured by the floating Haotian mirror. I think Patriarch Bodhi was right, it won't be long before Buddhism replaces heaven. The moment these words left his lips, the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to twist violently. Erling Shen's third eye snapped wide open, veins instantly bulging across his forehead. You insolent monkey, do you realize what you're saying? The broken hilt in his grip creaked and groaned under the pressure. As the Jade Emperor's nephew, he knew full well that this statement was tantamount to slapping heaven across the face in public. In the Lingxiao Hall, the immortal ministers before the Haotian mirror collectively gasped in shock. The four heavenly masters' whisks clattered to the floor, the 28 lunar mansions exchanged bewildered glances, and even the usually composed Tai Bai Jinxing staggered back half a step. The great hall fell deathly silent as all the deities bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at the Jade Emperor on his dragon throne. The Jade Emperor sat motionless, yet secretly clenched the armrests of his throne, veins standing out one by one. From the Haotian mirror, Sun Wukong's arrogant voice continued to echo. Patriarch Bodhi said heaven is utterly corrupt, they can't even send out a decent warrior. Outrageous. The roar struck like thunder. The Jade Emperor shot to his feet, his sleeves sweeping across as the dragon table before him exploded into fragments, splinters flying like boiling water. All the ministers prostrated themselves, not daring to breathe. Tai Bai Jinxing steeled himself to speak. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. That monkey speaks nothing but lies. The Jade Emperor laughed coldly, his chill reaching to the four corners. Lies? Bodhi dares to teach a monkey to speak such insolent cedos, he truly think I wouldn't dare touch his mountain of mind and heart. The temperature in the hall plummeted, frost nearly forming on the eaves. Taishang Laojun remained composed, gently waving his whisk as a wisp of blue light quietly dispelled the oppressive cold. Your Majesty, that monkey is cunning, these words may not be true. The Jade Emperor's gaze turned to Laojun. What do you suggest? In this old Taoist's opinion, perhaps we should let Erling shun. Before Laojun could finish, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the hall. Clairvoyant stumbled in, covering his bloodied eyes. Your Majesty, that monkey. Before he could finish, Clairaudient also tumbled into the hall, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Your Majesty, disaster. Erling shun, he. The Jade Emperor's expression changed drastically as he strode out of the hall. Beyond the southern heavenly gate, clouds churned as a golden light streaked through the sky. It was the barely breathing Erling shun. His armor was shattered, his third eye bleeding profusely, carried on the back of his howling celestial dog. After delivering his master to the hall's entrance, the dog collapsed and died, having clearly expended its last breath. Erlang Shin's breathing was thread-thin as he struggled to raise his hand and speak. That monkey, something's wrong. Before he could finish, he lost consciousness. The Jade Emperor caught Erlang Shin, scanning him with divine consciousness. He found his meridians ruptured, his 8-9 mysterious arts barely functional. Had his physical body not been extraordinarily strong, he would have perished long ago. Cold light blazed in the Emperor's eyes. What a demon monkey. Relay my decree, immediately dispatch troops to the mountain of mind and heart. I want to ask Bodhi exactly what his intentions are. Divine energy surged as war drums rumbled faintly. Taishang Laojun hastily intervened. Your Majesty, please reconsider. After all, Bodhi was. The Jade Emperor suddenly spun around, his crown beads clashing violently as he said coldly, what is he? Does Junti's good corpse think he can act without restraint? If we don't get an explanation today, what face do I have left to rule the 3 realms? His furious roar echoed through the Lingxiao Hall, causing the golden steps and jade pillars to tremble, while all the celestial generals bowed their heads in silence. Just as heaven's court was seething with rage, inside the water-curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong sat on his stone throne with his legs crossed, his tail swaying lightly. Golden light flickered between his brows as his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated through layers of formations, directly locking onto the chaotic scene in Lingxiao Hall. After assessing the situation, he grinned, his fangs gleaming white. Hee, now this will be quite a show. The Chaos Demon Ape essence surged within his body, black chi rushing through his meridians. The spiritual essence of Yang Jian's magical treasure he had just devoured had been refined, making that black chi even more concentrated. With a thought, the tight band on his head glowed with faint Buddhist light, putting on the appearance of being bound by Buddhist restraints. Then, he deliberately raised his voice, his words rolling out like thunder from the cave. Patriarch Bodhi was right, heaven's court is indeed strong on the outside, but weak within. When Buddhism rises to power, the first thing we'll do is take down that damn Jade Emperor. Each word rang out clearly, deliberately leaving echoes to ensure that anyone lurking in the shadows could hear every word distinctly. Meanwhile, In the great thunderclap temple on Spirit Mountain, incense smoke curled upward as Buddha Tathagata's prayer beads suddenly shattered with a crack, sending 108 Bodhi seeds rolling across the golden brick floor with tinkling sounds. His eyes snapped open, the blood-red Buddhist seal on his forehead pulsing wildly. Buddha. Guanyin Bodhisattva held her jade vase, her willow branch trembling slightly, her face showing alarm. Tathagata calculated with his fingers, his expression changing instantly. This is bad. That monkey actually dares to. Before he could finish, he sensed over 100 powerful auras from Heaven's Court rushing from Lingshao Hall straight toward Mount Fangsuan. His golden Buddha eyes contracted sharply as the broken prayer beads rolled from his palm. This is terrible, Tathagata said in a low voice, the Buddhist light on his 9-grade lotus throne flashing wildly. He tried to divine again, but the heavenly secrets were utterly chaotic, couldn't even calculate who was behind Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Guanyin's jade vase began to ripple without wind, her willow branch rising. My Buddha, has that spirit stone monkey caused trouble again? Tathagata's face darkened, his Buddhist seal growing even more crimson. The Jade Emperor is personally leading 100,000 celestial soldiers toward Mount Fangsuan. At these words, the great thunderclap temple immediately erupted in commotion. Manjusri Bodhisattva gripped his sword, the wisdom blade humming. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's white eyebrows furrowed tightly, his Vajra pestle striking the ground with tremors. The various arhats looked at each other in bewilderment. They all knew in their hearts that Patriarch Bodhi was the good corpse of Saint Juanti. Guanyin asked doubtfully, what exactly did that monkey say? Tathagata took a deep breath, his Dharma eye rising into the air, projecting the scene from Flower Fruit Mountain onto the golden temple wall. Everyone saw Sun Wukong shouldering his primordial staff, pointing toward the direction of the Haotian mirror and laughing wildly. Patriarch Bodhi said that when Buddhism rises to power, the first thing we'll do is take down that damn Jade Emperor. Outrageous. The Bodhisattvas in the hall shouted in unison, their Buddhist light surging violently. Samantabhadra raised his Vajra pestle and struck it down heavily, shaking dust from the beams. This unruly monkey dares to frame us like this. But Tathagata's expression suddenly changed. Something's wrong. Bodhi has long since returned to the Western Paradise to meditate in seclusion. Mount Fangsuan is currently empty. He rose abruptly, his 9-grade lotus throne bursting with immeasurable Buddhist light. Quickly invite the two saints. Before his words faded, a sigh came from the distant Western Paradise, and the phantom of the 7 treasures wonderful tree stretched across the sky. Saint Juanti's voice shook the void. Tathagata, go and stop the Jade Emperor. Saint Jane's voice followed immediately. This matter concerns Buddhism's rise to power. We cannot let Heaven's Court use this as an excuse. Cold sweat beaded on Tathagata's forehead as he understood the stakes involved, yet he also knew that with the Jade Emperor leading the expedition personally, it would be no easy task to stop him. At this moment, before the cave of the slanted moon and 3 stars, the Jade Emperor stood on the clouds with his hands behind his back, his crown beads clashing together. Behind him, 100,000 celestial soldiers stood in strict formation, with the 4 heavenly kings each wielding their sacred treasures and the 28 lunar mansions blazing with starlight. Even more terrifying was Taishang Laojun, standing to the left of the Jade Emperor with a whisk in hand, his silver beard trembling slightly, and an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Where's Bodhi? The Jade Emperor's thunderous demand pierced through all 33 heavens, shaking Mount Fangsuan until its bamboo forests surged like ocean waves. Celestial cranes fled in panic, spiritual deer scattered in terror, yet not a single human figure could be found. The Haotian mirror blazed with golden light, sweeping across every inch of Mount Lingtai from the clouds above. The bamboo hut stood empty, the alchemy furnace gathered dust, and not even a trace of Bodhi's whisk remained. Excellent. How excellent. The Jade Emperor laughed in fury, the investiture of the gods rustling within his sleeve. Relay my command. We marched to Spirit Mountain. A 9th-grade lotus throne tore through the void as Buddha could no longer remain seated. He pressed his palms together and lowered his brow, the Buddhist seal on his forehead flowing with radiant light. Your Majesty, please wait. There may be a misunderstanding here. A misunderstanding? The Jade Emperor snorted coldly. The Haotian mirror's image shifted, projecting Flower Fruit Mountain onto the cloud screen. In the reflection, Sun Wukong wielded his primordial staff, striking Yang Jian with such force that he spat blood and flew backward, all while shouting about Patriarch Bodhi's teachings. Buddha's face turned ashen as he silently cursed that monkey 10,000 times. The creature was clearly trying to drag Buddhism into the fire pit. On the surface, he still suppressed his rage, his voice echoing across the vast sea of clouds. That monkey is naturally rebellious. His words certainly do not reflect Bodhi's true intentions. Taishang Laojun waved his whisk lightly with a half-smile. Oh, if that's the case, then where is our friend Bodhi? Why doesn't he dare show himself for questioning? This struck at the heart of the matter. Buddha's eye-twitched Bodhi was currently in seclusion in the Western Paradise, and if the Jade Emperor discovered this, it would confirm Buddhism's guilt. During the standoff, a cold snort suddenly echoed from beyond the 33rd heaven. The phantom of the Seven Treasures tree descended with billions of golden rays as Saint Junti's voice shook the universe. Hao Yin, you go too far. Rather than anger, the Jade Emperor burst into laughter, his crown's jade beads chiming crisply. Junti, is this Buddhism's explanation? He suddenly unfurled the investiture of the gods, its Tinthasan's golden radiance shooting straight to the heavens. Li Jing's name remained conspicuously absent from the scroll, glaring like blood. My heavenly king has been utterly destroyed in body and soul. Countless beings across the four seas have died, and now there isn't even an explanation? Golden light churned in the Western Paradise as St. Jean's majestic voice drifted across the heavens. What that monkey said was absolutely not authorized by Buddhism. Is that so? The Jade Emperor raised his palm, and the Haoyin mirror changed again. Sun Wukong's golden circlet gleamed with Buddhist light atop his head. This tight fillet spell was placed by your Buddhism, and now you wish to wash your hands of it. Junti and Jane fell silent. The origins of the golden circlet were undeniable, leaving them no room for argument. The Jade Emperor's eyes grew cold as frost. His right hand slowly rose, the investiture of the gods unfurling in midair, its vacant spaces like wounds that made the surrounding space tremble faintly. Since you two have nothing to say, then I shall have to ask my teacher to uphold justice. His voice soared to the ninth heaven, shaking the very stars. Wait! The phantom of the Seven Treasures tree shuddered violently, Junti's voice unusually urgent. The golden light of the Western Paradise receded as Jane's bitter expression appeared, his saintly dignity completely lost. Jane stepped forward half a pace, the phantom of a ninth-grade golden lotus of merit flickering beneath his feet. His voice was utterly hoarse as he spoke. Junior brother Haoyin, why must it come to this? It's merely a stubborn monkey spouting nonsense. A stubborn monkey? The Jade Emperor raised his finger and tapped lightly, causing the Haoyin mirror to shimmer with light. Sun Wukong raised his arms and roared wildly. This golden circlet was placed on my head by your Buddhist sect. His roar shook through the mirror's surface. The mirror's light shifted again, revealing the bloody battle at Flower Fruit Mountain. Erlang Shin's three-pointed, double-edged blade shattered inch by inch, while the howling celestial dog, wounded, dragged its master back in a stumbling retreat before dying instantly. The Jade Emperor's gaze turned cold and deep, clearly recording this blood debt as well. The Seven Treasures' wonderful tree suddenly swayed, and Junti cast down 10,000 golden rays, instantly disrupting the celestial mechanisms across thousands of miles. Suppressing his rage, he growled, that monkey is clearly. Is what? The Jade Emperor's stern voice cut him off. The investiture of the gods unfurled with a thunderous sound, golden patterns surging forth. Is he a chess piece secretly planted by your Buddhist sect, or the key to this great tribulation? Each word struck like a sharp sword, piercing straight to the hearts of the two saints. Jane's face turned pale instantly, and the 9-grade golden lotus beneath his feet dimmed immediately. Only then did they realize with shock that Haoyin, who had once served as Tao ancestors' attendant, possessed control over celestial mechanisms far beyond their imagination. Taishang Laojun coughed lightly and tapped his whisk against his palm. Fellow Taoists, this matter is indeed improper. He narrowed his eyes and spoke gravely. Sun Wukong's disruption of the Dragon Palace was one thing, but now he dares to slaughter the righteous gods of heaven. Do you take the investiture of the gods for mere decoration? That is a supreme treasure bestowed by Tao ancestor himself. His words carried the weight of 1,000 June. The wonderful tree in Junti's hand trembled violently, and countless Bodhi leaves fell. Each leaf reflected scenes of Sun Wukong's bloody massacre across the four seas, with blood waves surging and Buddha light lurking within. From the depths of the Western Paradise, a long, melancholy sigh echoed. Jane pressed his palms together, and 10,000 zhong of Buddha light surged from within his body. Within the light appeared the phantom of the 8 treasures merit pool, with golden arhats rising and falling. Through gritted teeth, he said, this matter stems from our Buddhist sect's lax supervision. Our Buddhist sect is willing to relinquish the karmic fortune of one tribulation from the journey to the West as compensation. The Jade Emperor's eyes blazed brighter, yet he feigned contemplation. Oh, only one tribulation. Junti suddenly waved his tree, golden radiance sweeping across. 2 tribulations. But heaven must guarantee the smooth progress of the journey to the West. The Jade Emperor and Laojun exchanged glances, their gazes profound. At that moment, purple light suddenly descended from beyond the 33rd heaven, and just one ray caused the 7 treasures' wonderful tree to hum and vibrate. Tao ancestor? Junti's expression changed dramatically. All immortals and deities knelt in unison. From the depths of chaos, a wisp of purple chi descended, and wherever its gaze fell, primordial spirits trembled. Within the purple chi, Tao ancestor Hongjun spoke with indifference. For the journey to the West tribulation, the Buddhist sect shall relinquish 3 tribulations. These 9 words were like heavenly decree. The 7 treasures' wonderful tree instantly dimmed, and the phantom of the golden lotus beneath Jean's feet crumbled. The 2 saints' faces turned deathly pale as they bowed and kowtowed. We respectfully obey Tao ancestors' decree. The moment the purple chi dispersed, the Jade Emperor's lips curved slightly upward. With a flick of his sleeve, the investiture of the gods slowly closed. Since our teacher has spoken, this matter ends here. However, the Jade Emperor's gaze suddenly shifted toward Flower Fruit Mountain, and the Haotian mirror revealed Sun Wukong lounging with his legs crossed, casually eating peaches. That monkey, I shall deal with him personally. The Jade Emperor's sleeves fluttered as his voice echoed through the Lingshao Palace. Buddha was about to speak in council, but Juanti stopped him with a single glance. The phantom of the 7 treasures tree immediately withdrew, and the golden light pouring from the western paradise receded like a tide. The 2 saints' forms dissolved into faint shadows, leaving only their cold, telepathic message. That monkey, let him handle it as he sees fit. As the Buddhist assembly departed, the Lingshao Palace fell into sudden silence. The next moment, the Jade Emperor threw back his head and laughed so thunderously that all 33 heavens resonated, even causing the celestial river to flow backward instantly. Lao Jun gently raised his whisk, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Your Majesty, the Buddhist sect must be feeling the pinch now. The Jade Emperor's laughter subsided as the jade beads of his crown clinked together with crisp clarity. The karmic fortune from 3 tribulations is enough for the heavenly court to cultivate 3 Quasar saints. His tone shifted as he looked toward Lao Jun. However, that monkey. Lao Jun narrowed his eyes, pointing his whisk toward Flower Fruit Mountain. Doesn't your Majesty find it strange? How could a mere Tai golden immortal kill Yangjian and interfere with the Haotian mirror? The Jade Emperor's expression grew stern as he formed hand seals to divine the truth. After a moment, his brow furrowed deeply. The heavenly secrets are in chaos, even I cannot see clearly. Lao Jun lowered his voice. Therefore, this old Taoist suggests we play along with their scheme. At Flower Fruit Mountain, in the water curtain cave, Sun Wukong suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose as his truth-piercing golden eyes looked through the cave opening into the void, seeing the heavenly army withdrawing from the southern heavenly gate. Has that old Jade Emperor already chickened out? Not attacking Mount Lingshan. He quickly calculated in his mind, sensing something was amiss. Something's wrong. He sprang to his feet, the primordial staff instantly appearing in his palm, dark golden dragon patterns flowing along its surface as it hummed ominously, as if warning him. His truth-piercing golden eyes operated at full power, rewinding the heavenly dispute frame by frame. When the Jade Emperor had brandished the investiture of the gods to question Buddha, suddenly a purple light had flashed. The moment that light appeared, all the immortals and Buddhas in the hall had knelt in unison, and then both sides' attitudes had changed drastically. Purple light. Sun Wukong murmured, his fur standing on end. The chaotic demon ape essence within him trembled violently, black chi surging through his meridians. In the 3 realms, only one being could command the Jade Emperor's submission with purple light. Ancestor Hongjun. The moment this thought arose, dark clouds rolled above Flower Fruit Mountain, and a purple lightning bolt struck directly before the water curtain cave, severing the waterfall's flow for several heartbeats. Sun Wukong's form trembled as he quickly suppressed his aura. The tight band on his head flickered briefly, and he deliberately assumed the appearance of being bound by Buddhist constraints, yet his truth-piercing golden eyes remained fixed on the fading purple lightning. Why has the ancestor intervened? He stroked his chin, light dancing in the depths of his golden eyes. Logically, after merging with the Tao, Hongjun rarely interfered in worldly affairs, unless the investiture of the gods that had been bestowed by the ancestor himself, and he had recently erased Li Jing's name from it. So that's it. I forgot about this. Sun Wukong whispered to himself, cold sweat sliding down his golden fur. His gaze pierced through the water curtain cave, pointing directly toward the 33rd heaven and beyond. The purple cloud palace hung silently in the void, where the ancestor resided after merging with the Tao, overlooking all beings. The chaotic demon ape essence within him roared again, black chi crashing through his meridians like furious waves. That purple lightning that had struck the water curtainment had been triggered merely by his mental invocation of the name Hongjun. What terrifying karmic resonance was this? Fortunately, it seemed the Tao ancestor hadn't noticed him. Sun Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced himself to calm down. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed as the essence of the chaotic demon ape flowed like a dark torrent through his meridians, instantly calming his restless demonic energy. However, just as his heart began to settle, a doubt arose given Hongjun Tao ancestor's supreme status as one who had merged with the Tao. Nothing in the 3 realms could escape his perception. How could he turn a blind eye to such an anomaly? Even if the chaotic demon ape essence could obscure heavenly secrets, it could only briefly deceive a sage. Unless, golden light suddenly blazed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he boldly speculated. Was the Tao ancestor deliberately allowing this? The moment this thought formed, thunder clouds suddenly rolled across the peak of Flower Fruit Mountain, and a purple lightning bolt silently struck down, severing the waterfall before Water Curtain Cave once more. The lightning struck less than 10 feet from the cave entrance, tearing fine cracks in the very space around it. Sun Wukong shuddered and immediately reined in his thoughts. This was the Tao ancestor's warning that further contemplation would invite disaster. Forget it, forget it. Since the Tao ancestor doesn't interfere, I'll live freely. He casually scratched his head, but his heart already understood clearly. His ability to stir up trouble in the three realms was likely with Hongjuan's tacit approval. As for the reason, he couldn't deduce it for now. His only immature speculation was that the Tao ancestor didn't want Buddhism to flourish greatly. Buddhism's rise was originally Hongjuan's way of compensating for the karmic debt of destroying the Western spiritual veins, but Zhuanti and Jane had completely severed Buddhism from Taoism. No matter how prosperous their incense offerings, not a bit of fortune would flow to the Taoist sect. While pondering this, he suddenly detected a strange and powerful aura approaching Flower Fruit Mountain, immediately raising suspicions. Before he could use his fiery eyes and golden pupils to investigate, a figure quietly stepped into Water Curtain Cave without disturbing even a drop of the waterfall's flow. The newcomer wore a 12-tasseled crown and 9-chapter imperial robes, surrounded by faint purple imperial energy that naturally commanded respect. It was the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong's heart jumped, but he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, scratching his ear and glancing sideways at the visitor, deliberately shouting, "Which blind fool dares disturb this old monkey's rest?" The Jade Emperor showed no anger, merely smiling faintly. His gaze behind the crown tassels was as deep as an abyss, as if seeing through all illusions. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, his calm voice brooked no argument. "Insolent monkey, seeing me, why do you not kneel and bow?" Sun Wukong scoffed, shouldering his Rui staff and deliberately shaking his head to make his golden circlet more prominent. "Kneel and bow. This old monkey only kneels to Patriarch Subodhi. What are you supposed to be?" The Jade Emperor's gaze lingered on the golden circlet for a moment, meaningfully. Then he raised his hand, and a strand of golden light bloomed from his fingertip, gently pointing toward the void. Instantly, time froze within Water Curtain Cave. Waterfall droplets suspended in midair, dust particles motionless, as if the entire cave had been extracted from the flow of time. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply as the chaotic demon ape essence issued violent warnings. Knowing the Jade Emperor was testing him, he feigned panic, retreating 2 steps while waving his Rui staff and shouting, What sorcery is this? This old monkey isn't afraid of you." The Jade Emperor withdrew his finger, and time resumed its flow. Dust in the cavern drifted silently downward as he gazed at Sun Wukong with an enigmatic smile. "Sorcery? I rule the 3 realms. Why would I need such petty tricks?" Sun Wukong tilted his head, scratching his scalp with a fingertip, a cunning gleam flashing briefly in his golden eyes. "Lord of the 3 realms? Where were you hiding when I wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace? And where were you when I beat Erlangshan's 3rd eye until he spat blood?" The Jade Emperor showed no anger at these words, merely chuckling softly. "Insolent monkey, do you truly think I cannot see through your pretense?" As his words fell, Sun Wukong's heart skipped a beat. Every hair on his body stood on end as the chaotic demon ape essence within him issued urgent warnings. He secretly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes, staring intently at the Jade Emperor, trying to catch even the slightest crack in that serene countenance, but found nothing. Has he truly seen through something? Sun Wukong gripped his primordial staff tighter, dragon patterns flowing along its surface as dark golden light cast flickering shadows on the cave walls. But then he reassured himself. Even saints could hardly glimpse the chaotic demon ape essentia. Mere peak quasi saint like the Jade Emperor could never see through it. With this thought, he relaxed slightly while maintaining his defiant posture. "Old Jade Emperor, you say I'm pretending? I've always acted with complete honesty." Behind his ceremonial crown, a hint of amusement flickered in the Jade Emperor's eyes as his 9-chapter imperial robes billowed. "Oh? When you caused havoc in the Dragon Palace, why did you specifically invoke Patriarch Bodhi's name? And when fighting Erlangshan, why did you manipulate him into directing his fury toward the creatures of the 4 seas?" Each sentence struck Sun Wukong's heart like a heavy hammer. Golden light trembled slightly in his eyes as the primordial staff unconsciously spun in his grip. The Jade Emperor had seen through his schemes completely. Amid his shock and suspicion, he became even more boisterous, shouldering his staff with loud laughter. "Why should I explain myself? Patriarch Bodhi told me to follow my heart, so that's exactly what I did." The Jade Emperor chuckled softly, his tone calm, yet making Sun Wukong's hair stand on end like needles. "Your scheme is nothing more than framing Bodhi to sow discord between Buddhism and the heavenly court." Hearing this, Sun Wukong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So the Jade Emperor had only seen the surface intentions and hadn't discovered the true secret of the chaotic demon ape. A cunning light flashed in his eyes as he scratched his ear. Heh, no harm if you figured it out. That old Bodhi is always chanting and meditating so annoying. It's only natural for me to give him some trouble. The Jade Emperor's gaze was profound, as if it could tear through any disguise. He stepped forward, each footfall causing space itself to tremble slightly. Do you know that with a single word, I could make you vanish completely, body and soul? Sun Wukong's heart tightened, yet he threw back his head in wild laughter. I have an indestructible Vajra body, why should I fear you? Secretly, he had already mobilized his chaotic demon ape essence, ready to unleash everything the moment the Jade Emperor attacked. Though the Jade Emperor was only at peak Kwasa-Saint level, as Patriarch Hongjuan's former attendant, who could say he didn't possess heaven-defying trump cards? The Jade Emperor suddenly stopped, the jade beads of his crown chiming softly, their clear sound echoing off the stone walls. He raised his hand and pointed, a golden light shooting from his fingertip to form an image in the void. In the vision, Sun Wukong was wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace, shouting the name of Patriarch Bodhi at the top of his lungs. The Jade Emperor gazed through his magical mirror, his voice laden with meaning. With this footage alone, I can make the Buddhist sect pay the price. Sun Wukong's eyes darted around as he immediately grasped the situation. This heavenly ruler clearly wanted to use him to continue suppressing Buddhism. In the journey to the West Tribulation, Buddhism would be the greatest beneficiary while heaven would only receive scraps of fortune. If he could stir up trouble now, it would bring him nothing but benefits. With this thought, he grinned widely, his voice echoing through Water Curtain Cave. Old Jade Emperor, speak plainly. What do you want this old monkey to do? The Jade Emperor waved his sleeve, and the Dragon Palace images shattered into fragments of light. His gaze was sharp as lightning, piercing straight at Sun Wukong. Simple, keep causing trouble. The bigger the better. But every time, you must raise Bodhi's banner high. This suited Sun Wukong perfectly. He could both disgust the Buddhist sect and secretly devour karma with his Chaos Demon Ape essence to strengthen himself. Yet he feigned hesitation, scratching his head with a hearty laugh. Well now, this old monkey should get some benefits, right? Before he finished speaking, a pill blazing with golden light rose from the Jade Emperor's palm, its medicinal fragrance instantly filling the entire cave. 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. Sun Wukong's truth-piercing golden eyes recognized it as Supreme Lord Laozi's treasure. It had limited use for his Daluo golden immortal body, but he was only displaying Tai realm cultivation. If he showed indifference, wouldn't that blow his cover? So he feigned greed, rubbing his hands together rapidly. Now that's more like it. The Jade Emperor tossed him the golden pill, his tone flat. After the deed is done, there will be greater rewards. As the pill entered his mouth, Sun Wukong pretended to swallow it whole, while actually having his Chaos Demon Ape essence instantly seal it away. After swallowing, he brandished his golden staff. Speak up, or should this old monkey cause trouble next? The Jade Emperor's gaze pierced through the cave walls toward the western netherworld, the underworld. The 10 Yama Kings have been getting too close to Buddhism lately, time to teach them a lesson. The underworld. Golden light blazed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Not only could he cause earth-shaking chaos there, but the place was filled with souls. She could test whether he could strengthen his essence. The thought flashed through his mind as he laughed heartily. Easy enough. I'll head to the underworld right now and give those Yama Kings Patriarch Bodhi's regards. As his words fell, he leaped up, tore through the 9 nether barriers, and his escape light plunged straight toward the Yellow Springs. In Water Curtain Cave, the Jade Emperor's figure gradually faded, his eyes beneath the imperial crown unfathomably deep, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Purple chi swirled as he quietly vanished. Meanwhile, sinister ghostly energy was already rushing toward him. On the Yellow Springs Road, countless wandering souls wailed and wandered. Sun Wukong stood before the ghost gate, battle intent boiling over as he laughed wildly. Yama Kings, this old monkey has arrived. His primordial staff expanded with the wind as he smashed it fiercely toward the ghost gate. As Sun Wukong's primordial staff crashed down heavily upon the gates of hell, a thunderous roar erupted that shook heaven and earth. The ancient runes on the weathered gates flashed wildly from the impact, while ghostly energy surged like a reverse tide, forcibly swallowing the blow. Meanwhile, the Yellow Springs Road before the gates split open with a bottomless chasm, and countless wandering souls were torn apart by the shockwave, their piercing wails merging into a symphony of anguish. At this moment, though he outwardly displayed only the cultivation of a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, the power he unleashed was that of an early-stage Daluo Golden Immortal. Such might was perfectly reasonable. Who dares trespass in the underworld? Came a furious bellow from within the gates of hell. Immediately, a squadron of ghost soldiers surged forth like black waves, led by a black-armored ghost general wielding soul-binding chains, his malevolent aura overwhelming. Sun Wukong grinned, resting his primordial staff on his shoulder as dragon patterns flowed with light across the dark golden shaft. Your grandfather's son comes on orders from Patriarch Bodhi to pay his respects to old King Yama. The ghost general froze momentarily, then roared in fury. Insolence! Patriarch Bodhi is a Buddhist sage. Why would he send you to disturb the underworld? With those words, his soul-binding chains transformed into black serpents lunging forward. Golden light exploded from Wukong's eyes as he swept his hand horizontally. The soul-binding chains shattered with a thunderous crash, iron fragments scattering everywhere. Immediately following, his staff struck the ghost general squarely in the chest. The ghostly armor crumbled like paper, and the general flew backward, crashing into the gate wall with his soul nearly dispersing. Pathetic! Wukong sneered, leaping into the air and bursting through the gates of hell. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated layers of ghostly mist as he locked onto the direction of Yama's hall, transforming into lightning as he raced forward. Ghost soldiers and underworld officials swarmed to block his path along the way, yet couldn't even touch the hem of his garments. Each sweep of his primordial staff felled ghost soldiers in droves, their soul light scattering. The underworld's order collapsed instantly as wandering souls fled in the chaos, turning the netherworld into complete pandemonium. Within Yama's hall, King Yama suddenly rose to his feet, his face dark as iron. First feeling the tremors from the gates of hell, then witnessing names dimming one by one in the book of life and death, he was both shocked and enraged. This insolent monkey dares to be so brazen. The judge trembled as he spoke. That Sun Wukong keeps claiming he acts on Patriarch Bodhi's orders. This matter might be nonsense, King Yama bellowed. Patriarch Bodhi is a Buddhist master. Why would he allow his disciple to commit such violence? This monkey is surely framing and slandering. He slammed his hand on the desk and roared. Send word to the other Yama kings, deploy the 10 Directions Netherworld formation and capture this beast at all costs. The judge received his orders and withdrew. By this time, Sun Wukong had already fought his way to the front of Yama's hall. He looked up at the towering palace gates and, with a sinister grin, brought his primordial staff crashing down once more. Protective barriers shattered inch by inch, and broken wood from the doorframe fell like rain. The underworld officials inside were so terrified their soul flames flickered wildly as they scattered in all directions. Old King Yama, come out and face your grandfather's son. Wukong roared, his voice causing the candle flames within the hall to dance wildly. Blazing with fury, King Yama's form expanded into a 100-jong Dharma body, wielding his judge's brush with eyes wide as bells. Insolent monkey. The underworld is a sacred realm of the 3 realms. How dare you run wild here? Wukong picked at his ear with complete disdain. Cut the chatter. Patriarch Bodhi said your underworld has been colluding with Buddhism, so today he specially ordered your grandfather's son to come demand an explanation. Preposterous lies. King Yama's beard quivered with rage. This king will cast you into the 18 levels of hell today, never to be reborn for all eternity. Before his words had even finished, he swept his judge's brush through the air, unleashing a pitch-black ghostly thunder wrapped in netherworld flames that tore through the dark clouds above the hall and struck directly at Sun Wukong. This ghostly thunder was infused with the laws of the underworld. Even an ordinary Tai golden immortal would have their soul scattered upon contact. Yet Sun Wukong remained perfectly still, veins bulging on his muscled arms as he held his primordial staff horizontally above his head to block the strike. Lightning exploded against the dark golden staff, sparks flying everywhere and filling the air with the smell of burning. But he stood firm as a mountain, even grinning mockingly. Is that all you've got? King Yama's pupils contracted sharply, his heart churning like stormy seas. This thunder was one of the underworld's most powerful divine abilities. Though he had only used his peak Tai golden immortal cultivation, it shouldn't have been completely ineffective. How could it not even singe a single monkey hair? Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light as he quietly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes, seeing through King Yama's true strength in an instant. Peak WO golden immortal. The ghostly energy around him was so dense it seemed solid, and with a mere gesture he could manipulate the laws of the underworld. If they truly fought to the death, even if he unleashed the full power of his chaotic demon ape origin, victory would be difficult. Indeed, everything is just an act for my benefit, he thought coldly. Wreaking havoc in the underworld, wreaking havoc in heaven, it's all just setting the stage for the great tribulation. Haha, old King Yama, your underworld is quite the lively place. On the surface, Sun Wukong shouldered his primordial staff with a slight shrug, feigning casualness, but internally his nerves were taut as bowstrings. He quickly reconsidered. Since brute force wouldn't work, he'd continue the charade and redirect the trouble toward Buddhism. King Yama snorted coldly as a 100-jong Dharma form rose behind him, ghostly energy pressing down like a mountain. Insolent monkey, trespassing in the underworld and killing ghost officers. If you don't provide an explanation today, don't blame this king for showing no mercy. He swept his judge's brush again, condensing new ghostly thunder at its tip, the destructive aura causing the surrounding stone pillars to crack audibly. Sun Wukong's eyes darted about. Then suddenly he crouched down, holding his head as a blazing golden light emanated from the tight band around his skull, crying out in anguish, "Ow! It's killing me. Patriarch Bodhi, why is this golden band suddenly acting up?" While wailing, he secretly glanced at King Yama. Sure enough, King Yama frowned, the ghostly thunder at his brush tip pausing. Patriarch Bodhi? This golden band is a Buddhist artifact. Sun Wukong immediately put on a pitiful expression, raising his voice. That's right. The patriarch said I was disobedient and insisted on making me wear this cursed thing. Today he even forced me to come cause trouble in the underworld, saying it was to test your majesty's abilities. Getting into character, he gestured dramatically with embellished details. The patriarch also said that if your majesty can't even handle a mere tiny golden immortal like me, the underworld might as well be managed by Buddhism instead. Outrageous. King Yama roared, the ghostly energy around his Dharma form surging and causing the entire Yama hall to resonate. He knew Sun Wukong was likely spouting nonsense, but Buddhism coveting the netherworld was indeed his deepest concern. In recent years, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had been stationed in the netherworld, and Buddhist influence had been penetrating ever deeper. However, Ksitigarbha had made the great vow, until hell is empty, I shall not become Buddha, making him impossible to expel. Seeing the moment was ripe, Sun Wukong leaped up and rushed out of the hall, shouldering his primordial staff and laughing loudly. The message has been delivered. Old King Yama, if you're not satisfied, feel free to go to Mount Lingtai Fongsuan and argue with Patriarch Bodhi yourself. With those words, dark energy flashed around him as he pushed his earth-traveling golden light technique to its limit, shooting through the ghost gate like lightning. King Yama's fury turned to cold laughter as he traced chilling runes in the air with his judge's brush, calling out icily. Think you can escape? 10 kings of hell, form the array. Instantly, 9 thunderous roars echoed from the depths of the underworld as the other 9 Yama halls simultaneously blazed with ghostly light. 10 pillars of dark energy shot skyward, weaving together into a massive net that sealed off the entire netherworld. Sun Wukong had barely set foot on the Yellow Springs Road when the formation's crushing force slammed him back to the ground, shattering the stone beneath his feet as ghostly flames surged like a tide, making the air hiss and crackle. The monkey's golden eyes narrowed as he cursed inwardly. This is bad. The 10 Directions Netherworld formation was the foundation of the underworld. Even Tayuo golden immortals would struggle to escape it. If he forced his way through, his true cultivation would be exposed. But if he surrendered, his entire plan would collapse. As he hesitated, rolling dark clouds revealed King Yama's 100-jong manifestation, his thunderous voice booming. Insolent monkey. Today you'll taste the torments of the 18 levels of hell. The judge's brush expanded into a 1,000-jong black peak, wreathed in the wails of 10,000 ghosts, crashing down with the force of a collapsing mountain. In that life-or-death moment, golden light flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as a brilliant idea struck. He suddenly threw back his head and roared, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? This old monkey comes on orders from Patriarch Bodhi, save me. His cry shook the entire underworld, causing the waves of the river of forgetfulness to freeze mid-surge. The judge's brush stopped 3 inches above his head, dark energy swirling as the brush tip trembled. King Yama's brow furrowed. This insolent monkey dares invoke Ksitigarbha's name? Could the Buddhist sect truly be behind this? Before the thought finished, a long Buddhist chant echoed from the depths of the underworld. Amit Ba. Golden light pierced through 18 layers of darkness as Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva rose on his lotus platform. His robes shimmered gold and crimson, his left hand gripping a chiming staff while his right held a luminous pearl. The Buddha light behind his head blazed like the sun, illuminating the dark underworld. The divine beast Diding crouched at his feet, its 6 ears twitching to catch every sound. Ksitigarbha's voice was gentle, yet brooking no argument. Fellow Taoist, please stay your hand. This monkey has karmic ties with our Buddhist sect. King Yama snorted coldly, withdrawing the judge's brush but keeping his 100-jong manifestation suspended. Bodhisattva, your timing is perfect. This insolent monkey claims he comes to cause trouble in the underworld on orders from Patriarch Bodhi. What explanation does the Buddhist sect offer? Sun Wukong seized the chance to dart to Ksitigarbha's side, clutching his head and feigning grievance. Bodhisattva, finally you've come. This old monkey came to deliver a message as my master instructed, but this old King Yama tried to kill me without asking any questions. Ksitigarbha's eyes were profound, the pearl in his palm growing slightly warm. Through Diding, he already knew the monkey was lying through his teeth, yet now he could only accept this hot potato. To deny it would be slapping a sage's face. To acknowledge it would make Buddhism responsible for disrupting the underworld. After weighing his options, he pressed his palms together, Buddha light flowing. Fellow Taoist, please understand this monkey is mischievous. and his words may not be entirely truthful. Allow this humble monk to take him back to the Xitigarbha hall for thorough questioning, and I will surely give the underworld a proper explanation." King Yama's eyes flashed with dark light as he suddenly laughed heartily. What a fine explanation! This monkey has slain over 300 underworld guards, scattered tens of thousands of wandering souls, and destroyed the restrictions at Ghost Gate Pass. Can it all be settled with taking him back for questioning? He violently flipped open the Book of Life and Death, pages rustling as countless dim names appeared. These souls that have been utterly destroyed, can the Bodhisattva restore them to the cycle of reincarnation? Dark winds rose suddenly as the manifestations of all 10 kings of hell appeared. King Qingguang raised the mirror of karma, its surface roiling with dark light. King Chujiang stood atop the freezing hell, ice shards dancing wildly. King Song had a sea of fire churning above his head, blue flames blazing fiercely. 10 streams of Daluo golden immortal level pressure wove together into a net, warping space itself. Sun Wukong's golden eyes narrowed slightly as the Rui staff spun gently in his palm. The moment King Yama opened his mouth, he saw through the true intention. The real target was Xitigarbha, the Buddhist nail house in the underworld. The monkey secretly applauded in his heart while maintaining a calm expression on his face. Sure enough, King Yama's tone suddenly shifted. However, if the Bodhisattva is willing to relocate Xitigarbha Hall out of the netherworld, the underworld can let this matter slide. Xitigarbha's nine-earing staff struck the ground with a resounding clang, and pale golden Buddhist light rippled outward. Fellow Taoist, you speak wrongly. This humble monk has vowed, until hell is empty, I shall not become Buddha. How can I abandon this halfway? Before the cold snort faded, King Yama flicked his judgment brush, and ink-light cut through the ghostly mist. Then don't blame this king for being ruthless. 10 kings of hell, heed my command. Activate the 6 paths of reincarnation formation. With thunderous rumbling, the entire underworld shook as if struck by a giant hammer on a drum surface, mountains and rivers trembling. 6 wheels of light emerged from the void: the heavenly path, human path, Asura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path arranged in sequence, their ghostly light surging like a tide. This formation could silence even peak quasi-saints. Xitigarbha was merely at the middle stage of quasi-saint, and even Tathagata's arrival would find it difficult to gain advantage. For the first time, Xitigarbha's expression changed as his staff suddenly transformed into a 10th Sanshang golden dragon, coiling before the formation and forcibly blocking the reincarnation's assault. He turned his head and whispered, "This matter is beyond your ability to intervene. Leave quickly." But Sun Wukong grinned and not only refused to retreat, but stepped forward half a pace. "Don't panic. Bodhisattva old Sun values loyalty above all." On the surface righteous and stern, inwardly he was already secretly delighted. The harder Buddhism and the underworld clashed, the better he could fish in troubled waters. He slammed the Rui staff heavily into the ground, and dark golden dragon patterns immediately writhed. "Old King Yama, old Sun can't stand watching this. Xitigarbha Bodhisattva saves all beings. What right do you have to drive him away?" Simultaneously, a wisp of pitch-black demonic energy followed the staff into the ground, the Chaos Demon Ape's essence silently creeping toward the core of the 6 paths where the purest reincarnation laws since the creation of the primordial world converged. King Yama thought the monkey was merely causing trouble and laughed in extreme anger. "Fine. Today I'll suppress you along with this troublesome monkey." In an instant, the formation contracted, reincarnation power condensing into 6 chains that hissed as they coiled toward the 2. Xitigarbha sighed softly, the jewel in his palm blazing with immeasurable Buddhist light. As a 10th Sanshang, Xitigarbha Dharma body rose from the ground, crashing heat into the chains. The mighty reincarnation force was forcibly blocked. At the same time, Sun Wukong suddenly crouched down, holding his head, the golden circlet bursting with blinding golden light. "Ouch! Bodhisattva, save me. Why is this golden circlet suddenly hurting?" He performed so convincingly that even Xitigarbha couldn't tell if it was real or fake. The moment everyone's attention was drawn away, the Chaos Demon Ape essence that had infiltrated the core suddenly erupted. Boom! The animal path light wheel was the first to show cracks, spreading like a spider web. Countless souls that should have been reborn as animals seized the opportunity to escape, transforming into a black tide that swept through the netherworld. What's happening? King Yama was horrified, hastily forming hand seals to stabilize the formation. The 10 kings of hell also couldn't spare attention for the siege, all pouring their magical power to desperately suppress the cracks. From the corner of his eye, Xitigarbha caught the fleeting smile at Sun Wukong's lips and understood completely. Just as he was about to speak, the divine beast Diding suddenly bit his kasaya, its 6 ears shaking frantically. This was the signal for sensing mortal danger. Sun Wukong suddenly pointed into the distance and cried out in alarm, "Bodhisattva, look! The Buddhist forces are attacking." Everyone turned to look and saw brilliant Buddha light blazing beyond the ghost gate. with layers of Buddhist chanting echoing through the air. Rows of golden Arhat forms could be faintly discerned. King Yama's sword-like eyebrows shot upward as he roared furiously. How dare the Buddhist sect to brazenly storm the underworld? His voice exploded like rolling thunder. However, Xidagarba's expression instantly darkened, a chill flashing through his heart. This was no rescue force, but an illusion created by Sun Wukong's transformed hairs. King Yama knew this full well too. His earlier rage was merely an act. Before Xidagarba could speak, Yama had already flipped open the book of life and death. Dark runes soared into the air as he unleashed a bolt of underworld lightning that streaked across the netherworld, striking directly at the ghost gate. Boom! The Buddha light phantoms were torn to shreds by the dark lightning, revealing the empty Yellow Springs road beyond the ghost gate. We've been tricked. King Yama spun around suddenly, only to see Sun Wukong had already flashed to the 6 paths of reincarnation, bringing his Rui staff crashing down from above onto the animal realm's light wheel. Crack! The light wheel fractured, and the power of reincarnation gushed out like a flood. The chaotic demon ape essence within the Monkey King devoured it frantically. Amid the surging black chi, the phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation flickered in and out of view behind him. Insolent monkey, how dare you? King Qingguang shouted angrily. The karma mirror transformed into a streak of dark light, stabbing straight towards Sun Wukong's back. Xidagarba swept his staff horizontally, the golden rings clanging as he shattered the dark light. Fellow Taoist, wait. This monkey is clearly trying to sow discord between the underworld and Buddhism. But Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, instead scratching his head and putting on a pitiful expression. Bodhisattva, wasn't this what you told old Sun to do? Why are you blaming me now? While chattering away, his hands never stopped moving. The Rui staff lightly tapped the crack, extracting another strand of reincarnation law that was instantly devoured by the demon ape essence. Within the black chi, the 6 paths phantom grew increasingly solid, its light wheels slowly rotating. Xidagarba's face turned iron gray as he struck his 9-ringed staff heavily against the ground, Buddha light rippling outward. Insolent monkey, stop your lies. When did this poor monk ever instruct you to do such a thing? Have you forgotten, Bodhisattva? Sun Wukong's eyes rolled as he continued to add fuel to the fire. Just now you transmitted a message telling me to destroy the reincarnation cycle so Buddhism could take over the underworld. Those were your words. As he spoke, he secretly urged the demon ape to extract more pure laws from the light wheel, causing his essence power to surge wildly. Outrageous. King Yama could no longer contain himself. He raised his judge's brush and traced out a pitch-black bolt of underworld lightning that struck directly at Sun Wukong's brow. This lightning condensed the ultimate power of the underworld, enough to severely wound a Daluo immortal. Staff shadows danced as the underworld lightning was forcibly absorbed by the Rui staff, causing the staff body to hum and heat up. The demon ape essence rejoiced wildly, refining even the ultimate power. Sun Wukong feigned alarm and jumped back. Bodhisattva, look! King Yama wants to kill me to silence me. Fortunately, the methods you gave me allowed me to block it. The rage in Xidagarba's chest nearly exploded as the Buddha light from the precious pearl in his palm shot straight to the ceiling. He had seen through the Monkey King's intent to use this opportunity to provoke an all-out conflict between Buddhism and the underworld. Suddenly, Diding raised its head and howled, its 6 giant ears trembling violently. Xidagarba's heart lurched. This divine beast had caught the scent of great terror. Sure enough, golden light blazed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he suddenly thrust the Rui staff into the core crack of the animal realm. Crack! A crisp splitting sound shocked the entire netherworld as the great formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently. This is bad. The 10 kings of hell cried out in unison. King Qingguang's mirror of sins blazed with 10,000 rays of dark light, while beneath King Chujiang's feet, the ice hell spread for 1,000 miles, and above King Song's head, a sea of fire churned violently. All 10 Yama kings struck simultaneously, intent on suppressing this insolent monkey on the spot. Yet Sun Wukong merely grinned, his ape form dissolving like mist and fading silently away. The dark, golden dragon patterns on his primordial staff instantly burst with blinding radiance, carrying him directly into the void. Think you can escape? King Yama roared in fury, his judge's brush tearing through layer after layer of space in hot pursuit. Deep within the void, everyone could see the monkey's shadow flickering in and out of sight, appearing beside each wheel of light with every manifestation. The primordial staff struck and swept, forcibly extracting strands of reincarnation law. The surfaces of the animal realm, hungry ghost realm, and hell realm wheels cracked continuously. Though they hadn't shattered completely, the Great Formations operation was clearly disrupted. Bodhisattva, is this your Buddhist sect's grand scheme? King Yama's rage boiled over as he turned to question Xidagarba. The Bodhisattva's Buddhist light trembled slightly as he sighed and pressed his palms together. Fellow Taoist, Please understand this monkey's obstinacy is certainly not at Buddhism's behest. Before his words had finished, Sun Wukong's carefree voice suddenly rang out from beside the heavenly realm wheel. Bodhisattva, how can you turn your back on me like this? After the deed was done, weren't you the one who told this old monkey to go to Spirit Mountain for his reward? The primordial staff thrust into a gap in the heavenly realm wheel as he spoke. With a thunderous shake, the giant will trembled violently, and souls destined for immortal rebirth scattered like unrestrained dust and smoke. Insolent monkey seeks death. King Yama could restrain himself no longer. His 100-jong Dharma body rose from the earth with a roar, the judge's brush transforming into a pillar that could support the heavens, accompanied by the wails of 10,000 ghosts as it crashed down to cover the sky. Space was brutally torn apart, pitch-black fissures crisscrossing everywhere. However, Sun Wukong activated his chaotic demon ape essence, his form becoming lightning as he shifted horizontally in an instant. Beyond the giant pillar struck empty air, leveling the ghost city for 1,000 miles. Countless ghost officials and soldiers ground to powder by the aftershock. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong gave the Hell Realm wheel another swipe, dark energy joyfully devouring the pure power of reincarnation. He rejoiced inwardly. This expedition's gains far exceeded expectations, but if the commotion awakened Empress Hutu, escape would prove difficult. With this thought, Sun Wukong suddenly crouched down holding his head, the golden circlet blazing with piercing golden light. Ow! This old monkey is dying of pain. Bodhisattva, why has this golden circlet suddenly activated? He stumbled toward Xitigarbha for shelter, crying out loudly. Save me, Bodhisattva? That old King Yama wants to kill me to silence me. Xitigarbha's Buddhist light trembled, his face pale under everyone's watchful eyes. He couldn't simply abandon the monkey. In that split second, Sun Wukong had already flashed behind him, forming hand seals to secretly guide a wisp of dark energy that quietly slipped into the hem of the Bodhisattva's kasaya. Bodhisattva, be careful. Diding suddenly erupted, its fangs lunging straight for the monkey's head. Sun Wukong's form flickered once, dispersing like wind-blown mist, vanishing into thin air. Escape technique? King Yama's third eye blazed with golden light, shattering the void, revealing only a golden-black stream of light piercing through gaps in the Six Realms reincarnation formation, heading straight for Ghost Gate Pass. Stop him! The 10 Yama Kings roared in unison, ghost soldiers and officials surging forward like a tide. Sun Wukong laughed wildly, his primordial staff sweeping horizontally, its black gold radiance shattering ghost shadows to pieces. Old King Yama. This old monkey is off. Remember to settle accounts with Patriarch Subodhi. He deliberately emphasized the words, Patriarch Bodhi, his deep voice echoing through the cold underworld, making even the soul-binding chains hum with resonance. With the ghost gate mere steps away, Sun Wukong stamped his foot, golden light exploding as his entire form blurred into an afterimage, attempting to rush out of the netherworld. Without warning, a blazing beam of Buddhist light struck down from above the 9 depths. The Bodhisattva Xitigarbha's 9-earing staff instantly unfurled, transforming into a 10th Sanshang golden dragon that bared its fangs and claws, blocking the ghost gate. Impudent monkey, stay and explain yourself. The Bodhisattva's voice boomed like a bell, reversing the ghostly winds and sending sharp pain through Sun Wukong's ears. His golden pupils contracted slightly, knew further pretense would trap him here. Immediately, he unleashed the full power of his golden light earth-shrinking technique. In the blink of an eye, his form was swallowed by golden radiance, vanishing without a trace before even the soulfire lamps could catch his shadow. His golden light earth-shrinking had reached grand completion, and with his mid-stage Daluo golden immortal power, traversing 1,000,000 li in one stride was effortless. Bodhisattva Xitigarbha stood motionless, the Buddhist light in his pearl dimming slightly, his expression darkening. This monkey's escape speed is truly terrifying. Could he really be acting on Bodhi's instructions? Shortly after, King Yama arrived at the ghost gate leading the 10 kings of hell, seeing only a faint golden streak lingering in the sky. He glared back at Xitigarbha, his voice cold and harsh. Xitigarbha, Buddhism must give us an explanation for this. Xitigarbha sighed deeply, knowing the situation was irreversible. He could only press his palms together and bow his head. Amitabha, this poor monk will return to Spirit Mountain to report to the Buddha. As his words faded, he ascended on his lotus platform, transforming into a gentle Buddhist light heading west. The divine beast Diding stood beside the dark stone steps, looking back at the chaotic underworld. Its 6 ears trembled slightly, as if catching some ominous whispers. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong fled in one breath to the outer layers of the 9 depths, only slowing when he sensed no pursuers. Examining his dantian internally, he found the Chaos Demon Ape's primordial essence had grown by a full 30% compared to before. Excellent. He grinned wickedly. golden eyes brimming with excitement. This underworld farce had not only sown discord between Buddhism and the netherworld, but had also transformed his own essence. Suddenly, his heart chilled slightly. His golden eyes of truth pierced through the clouds, spotting a golden rainbow streaking from Spirit Mountain's direction, moving so fast it nearly left a trail of flames. In a flash of lightning, the rainbow dispersed, revealing Guanyin Bodhisattva's beautiful yet grave figure. She held her jade vase, her delicate brows tightly knitted, speaking solemnly. Wukong, you've caused a catastrophe. Sun Wukong's eyes darted, immediately adopting an aggrieved expression. Bodhisattva, please understand. This old monkey was merely following Patriarch Bodhi's orders. Who knew that old King Yama would be so unreasonable? Silence. Guanyin showed rare anger. The willow branch in her jade vase trembled slightly, Buddhist-like quivering. Do you realize that with the 6 paths of reincarnation damaged, the order of the 3 realms will descend into chaos? Sun Wukong scratched his head and ears, feigning confusion. Is it really that serious? This old monkey merely touched things lightly. Guanyin took a deep breath to suppress her anger. Come with me to Spirit Mountain to see the Buddha. With that, she raised her delicate finger, sending a golden light towards Sun Wukong, containing Buddhism's converting power that would have captured any ordinary demon's soul. As the golden light touched him, Sun Wukong secretly circulated his Chaos Demon Ape essence. An invisible black chi quietly emerged, devouring all the converting power. On the surface, he still pretended to be immobilized, sighing deeply. Go easy, Bodhisattva. This old monkey will come with you. Guanyin noticed nothing amiss, riding her auspicious cloud, while carrying Sun Wukong swiftly towards Spirit Mountain. Along the way, she lowered her voice to interrogate. Why did you frame Patriarch Bodhi? Sun Wukong blinked innocently. What does the Bodhisattva mean by this? It was clearly the Patriarch who. Guanyin interrupted. Enough. Patriarch Bodhi entered seclusion in the Western Paradise 300 years ago. How could he have instructed you? Soon, Mount Ling appeared before them. The great thunderclap temple blazed with Buddhist light, and the melodious chanting of sutras echoed through the sea of clouds. Sun Wukong secretly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes and immediately captured the scene within the hall. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas lined up on both sides with solemn dignity, as if they had been waiting for quite some time. A sly smile played at the corner of his mouth. This was the perfect opportunity to discover the whereabouts of the Six-Eared Macaque. Originally, he had planned to infiltrate Mount Ling and devour the Six-Eared Macaque to strengthen his divine soul, but Lady Wudong's warning that it was too dangerous had made him postpone the action. Now that he was being invited in, it was the perfect chance to first confirm whether that monkey was truly imprisoned in Golden Cicada's cave dwelling. As Guanyin Bodhisattva stepped into the territory of Mount Ling, Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings. Buddhist light stretched for miles. Bells and chimes rang in unison. Celestial arhats and bodhisattvas stood solemnly on both sides with dignified appearances. Buddha Tathagata sat upright on his lotus throne, the blood-red Buddhist seal on his forehead flickering as his cold gaze locked onto Sun Wukong. Insolent monkey, do you know your crimes? The deep voice resonated like a great bell, causing Mount Ling to tremble slightly. Sun Wukong feigned terror, scratching his ears and cheeks, though cunning still glinted in his eyes. Buddha, please see clearly. This old monkey was acting under the orders of Patriarch Bodhi. How was I to know that the king of hell would be so unreasonable and insist on killing me? Buddha's brow furrowed slightly as he lightly tapped his lotus throne, sending a golden ray from his fingertip that circled around Sun Wukong's entire body, clearly probing his true nature. Wukong silently cursed and quickly used his chaotic demon ape essence to conceal his cultivation, restraining his aura until not a drop leaked out. Subodhi has long been in death meditation. How could he send you to disturb the underworld? Buddha's voice grew colder. Wukong's eyes darted about as he feigned shock. Then who has been preaching daily on Mount Fonsuan? Could it be an impostor? As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly tensed. Manjusri's wisdom sword trembled lightly in his hand, and Samantabhadra's brows furrowed deeply. Guanyin quickly intervened. Buddha, this monkey is stubborn and speaks wildly. Why not suppress him first and interrogate him thoroughly later? Buddha pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. First imprison him in the forbidden area behind the mountain. After we investigate the truth, we'll decide his fate. Sun Wukong was overjoyed in his heart. The forbidden area behind the mountain was exactly where Golden Cicada's cave dwelling was located. On the surface, however, he appeared terrified. Buddha, spare my life. This old monkey will never dare again. 2 Vajra guardians stepped forward, flanking Sun Wukong on both sides as they flew swiftly through the air. Wukong took the opportunity to activate his truth-piercing golden eyes again, memorizing the terrain of Mount Ling thoroughly. Behind the mountain, clouds and mist churned, and an ancient cave dwelling was half hidden within. The 3 characters Golden Cicada Cave were carved on a stone tablet, the cave entrance tightly sealed with Buddhist light barriers faintly visible. This is it. His heart raced, and his chaotic demon ape essence stirred restlessly, his desire for the six-eared macaque almost impossible to suppress. However, he knew clearly that Buddha's divine consciousness was enveloping Mount Ling, and the slightest movement would alert all the Buddhas. He must endure. The Vajra guardians pushed him into a stone prison beside the cave dwelling and said coldly, "Insolent monkey, reflect on your actions." With that, they slammed the door shut with a thunderous sound, and several layers of restrictions quickly overlapped. After the Vajra guardians left, golden light flashed in Wukong's eyes, and a wisp of black chi escaped from within his body. It was the manifestation of his chaotic demon ape essence. The black chi slithered along the ground, silently passing through gaps in the restrictions and creeping toward Golden Cicada Cave. Before the cave, golden Buddhist light barriers stretched like walls, clearly crafted by Buddha's own hand. The black chi dared not force its way through, only feeling along the edges of the barrier for weaknesses. Suddenly, the low sound of sutra chanting came from within the cave, the voice gentle, yet carrying an indescribable compassion. Wukong's heart trembled. Golden cicada. The black chi followed the sound and slipped through the door crack. The cave's furnishings were extremely simply white-robed monk sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, holding prayer beads and chanting with closed eyes. The monk had delicate features with a cinnabar between his brows, and the Buddhist light surrounding his body was pure and clear, completely different from the golden light of Mount Ling's other Buddhas. Wukong secretly observed Buddhist light surged like an ocean within the monk's body, seemingly ready to break through its shackles. No wonder Buddha was wary of him. Just then, the white-robed monk suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, pointing directly at the black chi. What demon dares to spy on this poor monk? Wukong was greatly alarmed, and the black chi instantly retreated to the stone prison, his heart pounding wildly. Golden Cicada's perception was so acute. Wait, something wasn't right. Sun Wukong calmed himself and carefully reflected. If Jin Chanzi was under house arrest by the Tathagata, how could he still possess such astonishing cultivation? Unless he was biding his time. At this thought, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with sharp light. Before becoming a Buddha, Jin Chanzi had been a peerless demon. How could he be easily converted by Buddhist teachings? Forget about Jin Chanzi's self-enlightened Buddhist doctrine. Even if personally taught by the Tathagata, it wouldn't be this formidable. Stroking his chin, he activated his truth-piercing golden eyes to penetrate the stone prison's restrictions and gazed once more toward the Golden Cicada Cave. Outside the cave, Buddha's light flowed like water, while inside, the white-robed monk still sat cross-legged on his meditation cushion, prayer beads rolling through his fingers one by one. Though he appeared serene, the cinnabar mark between his brows faintly revealed a blood-red tinge. Sun Wukong grinned, quietly circulating the primordial essence of the chaotic demon ape within him as a wisp of black chi slithered out through cracks in the ground. This time, he was even more cautious. The black chi crept along the walls, avoiding the most stringent restrictions. The Buddha's light barrier rippled in layers before the Golden Cicada Cave, appearing intact. Yet there was an imperceptibly thin crack, a remnant from when Jin Chanzi had defied the Tathagata years ago. Perfect opportunity. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with intense light as the black chi transformed into a spirit serpent, silently infiltrating through the crack. The scene inside the cave instantly came into view. A monkey bearing 7/10 resemblance to himself was pinned to a stone platform by 9 golden chains, his 6 ears trembling slightly, as if sensing someone's approach. The six-eared macaque was indeed here. Sanskrit characters flowed with light across the chain's surface, their quiescent pressure intimidating the mind. Deeper within, a trace of sage-level authority lurked, clearly a contingency left by the 2 Western sages. Sun Wukong's heart sank. With his current cultivation at the middle stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, or even at its peak, he could hardly break these restrictions by force. Though the devouring power of the chaotic demon ape's primordial essence was profound, forcibly activating it would surely alert the sages, instantly trapping him in a deadly situation. As he weighed the pros and cons, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. His truth-piercing golden eyes looked beyond Lingshan's restrictions toward the horizon. A brilliant golden light streaked from the heavenly court, tearing through the void with magnificent power. Clearly, the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong's heart leaped with wild joy. The Jade Emperor had secretly permitted him to infiltrate the underworld to undermine Buddhism. Now that the mission was complete, the Emperor had personally arrived to pressure the scene, both to condemn the Buddhist sect and conveniently extract him. Unfortunately, though the six-eared macaque had been located, he was protected by sage-level methods and temporarily impossible to rescue. The golden light arrived in an instant, causing Lingshan's sea of clouds to churn as the Sanskrit chanting abruptly ceased. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas raised their heads to see the Jade Emperor standing upon 9-layered auspicious clouds, his crown's 12 strings of jade beads chiming crisply as they collided, with 100,000 celestial soldiers arrayed like mountains, their overwhelming pressure surging forth. The Tathagata's brow furrowed slightly. Beneath him, his 9-grade lotus throne radiated flowing Buddha light as he spoke in a deep voice. Your Majesty honors Lingshan with your presence. May I ask what instruction you bring? The Jade Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating like great bronze bells, causing Mount Ling to tremble slightly. Buddha, I have come today to demand an explanation. The Buddha's palm flickered with divine light as he responded calmly. What does your Majesty mean by this? The Jade Emperor's gaze swept over the assembled Buddhas of Mount Ling as he said coldly. This rebellious monkey wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace and disturbed the underworld. He should rightfully be taken back to the heavenly court for judgment. As his words fell, cries of alarm erupted throughout the great Thunder Sound Temple. Bodhisattva Puxian frowned and stepped forward. Your Majesty, this monkey belongs to our Buddhist. Buddhist what? The Jade Emperor raised his eyes, his celestial vision blazing with golden light. Are you suggesting that the monkey's actions were all sanctioned by Buddhism? His words struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Puxian momentarily speechless. The Buddha pressed his palms together and chanted softly. Amitabha, your Majesty sees clearly this monkey is unruly and is not a disciple of Buddhism. However, his tone shifted. Sun Wukong is now imprisoned in Mount Ling's forbidden grounds. It would be improper for your Majesty to take him away. The Jade Emperor smiled coldly. Does the Buddha not trust me? Or, his gaze sharpened, are you worried about what I might uncover? The Buddha's lotus platform flickered with unstable light, and his expression grew grave. As tensions reached a breaking point, Guanyin spoke. Buddha, why not allow the true Lord and this disciple to go together to the back mountain to interrogate the monkey face to face? After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha nodded. Very well. Above the clouds, the Jade Emperor's crown remained perfectly still, its 12 strings of jade beads hanging down with imperial majesty. His gaze swept across Mount Ling like lightning before finally settling on the Buddha's golden face, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Is the Buddha defying imperial decree? Though spoken lightly, these words shook the very pillars of the great Thunder Sound Temple. 100,000 celestial soldiers stepped forward in unison, their armor clanging like thunderclaps. The lotus platform's Buddha light flickered erratically, and the blood-red Buddha seal on the Buddha's forehead pulsed. He knew the Jade Emperor was determined to succeed if he released the prisoner. Where would Buddhism's dignity stand? Guanyin quickly raised her jade vase, its willow branch swaying without wind. Your Majesty sees clearly the Buddha has no such intention. It's just that this monkey is involved in the underworld's turmoil, and if we don't investigate thoroughly. Investigate? The Jade Emperor laughed coldly. The Haotian mirror in his sleeve blazed with golden light, projecting scenes of Sun Wukong's rampage in the underworld across the sky. The Monkey King, shouting the name of Patriarch Bodhi, while his Rui staff cracked the 6 paths of reincarnation. What more investigation is needed? Does the Bodhisattva think my Haotian mirror would lie? Guanyin was struck speechless, her jade vase tilting slightly as drops of sweet dew fell onto the lotus platform. She looked toward the Buddha, only to see his golden form trembling slightly. Bodhisattva Manjushri gripped his wisdom sword and stepped forward. Your Majesty, this monkey is unruly in might. Enough chatter. The Jade Emperor roared, his voice so powerful that the wisdom sword clattered to the ground. Purple chi rose from his celestial eye as the investiture of the gods burst from his sleeve. Slowly unfurling above Mount Ling, Li Jing's name was conspicuously absent from the scroll, like a bloody wound that pierced the hearts of all the Buddhas. The Jade Emperor's voice rolled like thunder. My heavenly king has been utterly destroyed in body and soul. Countless beings across the 4 seas have died or been injured, and the underworld cycle of reincarnation has been damaged. If I cannot take this rebellious monkey today, I shall ask my teacher to preside over justice. The word teacher caused every face on Mount Ling to change color. Though Xuanti and Jane were saints, they could hardly compare to the Tao ancestor. The Buddha's expression changed dramatically, the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead flashing violently, while the 9-grade lotus platform beneath him flickered between bright and dim. The purple chi that descended from the Purple Heaven Palace remains vivid in memory, and the scene where Ancestor Hongjun casually stripped away 3 portions of Buddhist fortune with a mere gesture still makes his heart tremble. Now the great Thunderclap Temple is surrounded by Buddhist light, which should appear solemn, yet it's shrouded in an oppressive chill. Tathagata suddenly rose, his heavy ordination scars gleaming coldly under the temple lamps as he spoke for the first time with an anxious tone. Guanyin, quickly go to the back mountain and bring that monkey here. The golden Sanskrit chanting still echoed from the temple roof when all the Buddhas' faces had already turned pale. Manjusri trembled in shock, his wisdom sword clattering to the ground with sparks flying from its cold gleam. Samantabhadra's white eyebrows stood on end as he froze on his lotus platform. Even the usually gentle Guanyin lost her composure in an instant, her jade vase tilting slightly as the willow branch swayed without wind. Even these mighty Buddhist saints recalled the scene of Hongjuan's sleeve wave that stripped away their fortune and felt a chill in their hearts. Tathagata roared, "Go quickly!" The shout shook dust from the beams and pillars. Guanyin dared not speak further and transformed into a piercing golden light, rushing out of the great hero hall. As her lotus platform cut through the sky, her mind churned. Since Buddhism was established on Spirit Mountain, when had they ever bowed to the heavenly court? Today they must offer Sun Wukong with both hands. What a humiliation. In the stone prison behind Spirit Mountain, hundreds of restrictions formed a glass-like dome that sealed the cave completely. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, his truth-piercing golden eyes seeing clearly through the restrictions to witness the turmoil in the hall moments before. The corner of his mouth curved upward. What a show, it's beginning. The chaotic demon ape essence surged like an undercurrent, and the dark chi instantly retreated into his body. He suppressed his cultivation to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal, the tight band on his head flickering slightly as he feigned the pitiful appearance of being firmly controlled by Buddhism. Wretched monkey, Guanin's rebuke rolled like thunder through the mountain stone. With a wave of her delicate hand, several Buddhist seals broke through the restrictions, and the stone prison cracked open with a bang. Come with me to see the Jade Emperor. As stone fragments flew, Wukong remained motionless, only lifting his eyes to glance at her, his golden pupils carrying 3 parts contempt and 7 parts mockery. Want me to come when called and leave when dismissed? He naturally had to take this opportunity to thoroughly swindle Buddhism. So he slowly picked his ear, his mouth stretching to his cheeks. The Bodhisattva speaks strangely. This old sun has been eating well and living warmly on Spirit Mountain. Why suddenly drive me away? Guanin's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed, her willow branch spinning without wind. If not for the Jade Emperor's presence in the hall, she would have already activated the tight band. Wretched monkey, stop fooling around. The Jade Emperor has personally come to Spirit Mountain demanding you dare defy the imperial decree. Wukong exaggeratedly widened his eyes as if frightened. Defy the decree? This old sun is merely a small demon monkey at the Tai Golden Immortal level. How would I dare? Before his words finished, he suddenly crouched down, holding his head as the tight band blazed brightly with a buzz of exploding Buddhist light. Ouch, it's killing this old sun. Why is this golden band suddenly acting up? It must be that Buddha can't bear to let me go. Guanin saw through his little trick, her Buddhist light fluctuating with anger, yet she was helpless against him. Any further delay would give the heavenly court more ammunition against Buddhism. She warned sternly, "Wretched monkey, don't forget who put that golden band on you." A cold gleam flashed in Wukong's eyes, though his mouth continued wailing pitifully. Bodhisattva knows clearly. How dare this old sun forget? Wasn't it Patriarch Subodhi who put it on me? He deliberately emphasized these 4 words like hammer blows against Spirit Mountain's dome, the echoes thundering. In the great thunderclap temple, the Jade Emperor smiled ambiguously, his gaze turning toward Tathagata. Buddha, it seems this monkey has quite deep connections with Buddhism. Each word carried sharp edges. Tathagata's face darkened like water, the Buddhist light on his lotus platform flickering. He naturally heard the provocation, but if he forcibly suppressed Wukong, wouldn't that confirm his guilt? He could only press his palms together, his voice resonating through the hall. Amitba, the wretched monkey is unruly. Your Majesty's laughter is warranted. The Jade Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the jade beads of his crown clinking crisply as he spoke. No matter. I'd like to see what other tricks this monkey can pull. Outside the stone prison in the back mountain, mountain winds carried the scent of sandalwood. Guanin took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. Sun Wukong, what will it take for you to come with me to see the Jade Emperor? Inside the cell, a flash of cunning crossed Sun Wukong's eyes. He instantly shed his pained expression, dusted himself off, and stood up with a cheerful grin. Since the Bodhisattva is so sincere, this old monkey isn't unreasonable. He rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice mysteriously. As long as Buddhism agrees to my 3 conditions, I'll come with you immediately. Guanin's brow furrowed slightly, her gaze sharp. What conditions? Sun Wukong raised one finger. First, during my days here at Spirit Mountain, I've heard that Jin Shanzi is deeply versed in Buddhist teachings. I'd like him to lecture me on the scriptures. Jin Shanzi is in seclusion and cannot receive visitors. Guanin's voice grew slightly deeper. Jin Shanzi was crucial to the great plan of the westward journey for scriptures. If he met Sun Wukong, unpredictable complications might arise. A golden gleam flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as his smile widened, raising a second finger. Then for my second condition, I've heard Buddhism has the 8 treasures merit pool. This old monkey would like to take a bath in it. Guanin's eyebrows shot up in fury, the willow branch in her jade vase instantly swelling. Insolence. The 8 treasures merit pool is Buddhism's sacred ground. How dare you? You impudent monkey, defile it. Sun Wukong remained unmoved, slowly raising his 3rd finger. Surely you can agree to the 3rd condition? This old monkey wants. He deliberately drew out his words, his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrating the void, pointing directly toward Jin Shanzi's cave. A single hair from the Six-Eared Macaque. As his words fell, Guanyin was struck as if by lightning, her form trembling slightly, shock written across her face. You? How do you know the Six-Eared Macaque is at Spirit Mountain? I am the spiritual stone monkey. Naturally, I can sense such things, Sun Wukong grinned. Several drops of sweet dew splashed from the jade vase onto the stone floor. Only then did Guanyin truly realize that this monkey was far more dangerous than she had imagined. The spiritual stone monkey naturally knew the ways of heaven and earth, and the Six-Eared Macaque was one of the four spiritual monkeys. It wouldn't be strange if they were connected. She immediately shook her head. This too is impossible. Before her refusal finished echoing, Sun Wukong had already struck, his compliant staff like a black dragon breaking through water, thrusting straight at Guanyin's throat. In that split second, Guanyin raised her vase to block crash. The jade vase shook violently, its resonance echoing. Guanyin was both shocked and enraged. This primordial spiritual treasure had actually been made to tremble? Even more alarming was that Sun Wukong was merely at the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal, yet she had been slow to react by an instant. Sun Wukong pressed his advantage relentlessly, his staff shadows layering like mountains, forcing Guanyin to retreat repeatedly. Though surprised, Guanyin didn't take it seriously. She was at the quasi-saint realm, and if not for her concern about accidentally harming this monkey, she could have subdued him long ago. Bodhisattva, be careful. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, his staff wind surging. This third move of mine was carefully taught by Patriarch Subodhi. His deliberate loud shout broke through Spirit Mountain's restrictions, carrying directly to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Upon hearing this, Tathagata's expression changed drastically. This impudent monkey was clearly trying to solidify the false impression that Subodhi had taught him. A sharp gleam flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes as he suddenly spoke. It seems the Buddha is reluctant to release him. Then I have no choice but to. When the Tathagata saw the Jade Emperor preparing to summon the Tao ancestor, his heart filled with alarm. He quickly pressed his palms together and said, Your Majesty, please wait. This humble monk will personally capture that monkey. Before his words had finished echoing, he had already transformed into a brilliant golden light, tearing through the clouds and heading straight for the back mountains of Mount Ling. Deep in the bamboo grove, Guanyin was being forced to retreat step by step under Sun Wukong's relentless staff strikes, shattered bamboo flying beneath her feet. As the Buddha's figure descended, Buddhist patterns spread across the ground. Guanyin immediately withdrew her hands and stepped aside, her cheeks flushed, head bowed in silence. The Tathagata offered no words of reproach, merely casting her a brief glance, though he understood in his heart. If this monkey were truly harmed, the journey to the West Tribulation would immediately collapse, and Buddhism would face karmic retribution. He raised his eyes, his voice booming like a great bell, causing bamboo leaves to rustle. Insolent monkey, do you know your crimes? Sun Wukong shouldered his primordial staff and laughed heartily. Buddha speaks strangely. What crimes has this old monkey committed? I merely act on the orders of Patriarch Subodhi. The blood-red Buddhist seal on his forehead flickered slightly. The Tathagata silently sighed at the monkey's cunning, but remained composed. With a gesture, he spread a fine golden light that completely sealed off the back mountain from the outside world. Once isolated, he softened his tone and spoke gently. Wukong, since you studied under Subodhi, why do you still cause such trouble? Sun Wukong's golden eyes flashed, his truth-piercing power penetrating the golden light to see that the Buddha was clearly putting on a show for the Jade Emperor. His mind racing, he immediately played along. He cupped his fists in salute, his face full of grievance. Buddha, please see clearly. I studied at Mount Lingtai for 300 years, listening to scriptures daily, and have long reformed my ways. The Tathagata's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself that this monkey changed faces faster than flipping pages, yet he continued sternly. Then why did you wreak havoc in the Dragon Palace and disturb the underworld? Master said he wanted to test this old monkey's abilities. Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks with an innocent expression. Guanyin, listening nearby, was stunned, thinking how this insolent monkey dared to frame someone so brazenly. The Tathagata merely sighed softly. I see. Friend Subodhi's intentions were good, though his methods were inappropriate. Wukong secretly rejoiced and added. Master also said that if I performed well, he would take me to Mount Ling to pay respects to the Buddha. The Tathagata's expression stiffened, and he coughed lightly to change the subject. Wukong, His Majesty the Jade Emperor has personally come to Mount Ling seeking you. Are you willing to accompany this humble monk to pay your respects? The Jade Emperor? Sun Wukong feigned surprise, then scratched his head and laughed. That sounds wonderful. I was just wondering why he sent that three-eyed young Jian to capture me. Seeing his agreement, the Tathagata felt somewhat relieved and instructed Guanyin. Go first and inform the Jade Emperor that this humble monk will bring Wukong shortly. Guanyin accepted the order and departed in a flash of golden light. Once she was gone, the Buddha raised his palm, enveloping Sun Wukong in Buddhist light, his gaze turning cold. Insolent monkey, do you know the consequences of mocking Buddhism? Wukong remained unhurried, lightly tapping his shoulder with the primordial staff. Buddha speaks harshly, how would this old monkey dare? However, I do have a question I'd like to ask. The Tathagata frowned slightly. Speak. Sun Wukong grinned, golden light dancing in his eyes. The six-eared macaque imprisoned in Jin Shanzi's cave, was it prepared for this old monkey? The Tathagata's expression changed abruptly, and the Buddha light beneath his lotus throne flickered chaotically. He truly hadn't expected this monkey to discover such a closely guarded secret. Where did you hear this? His voice was unusually heavy. Sun Wukong picked at his ear and grinned carelessly. I'm the intelligent stone monkey. Did you think such a trivial matter could escape my notice? The Tathagata stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly sighed softly. What an intelligent stone monkey indeed. You're right, the six-eared macaque was indeed prepared for the great tribulation. His tone shifted. But if you continue this mischief, this opportunity will pass you by. Wukong snorted coldly to himself, cursing the old monk's cunning, but outwardly bowed repeatedly. Buddha, please understand. This old monkey won't dare again. The Tathagata nodded with satisfaction and lifted the Buddha light restriction. In that case, come with me to see the Jade Emperor. The two departed from the back mountain one after the other, soaring through the sky. Along the way, Wukong secretly activated his truth-piercing golden eyes, taking in every detail of Lingshan's gates, Buddha halls, and hidden passages. Suddenly, his pupils contracted outside the golden cicada cave. A figure in white robes gazed through the restrictions toward them, the cinnabar mark between his brows vivid and clear. It was Jin Shanzi. The man nodded slightly at him with a smile playing at his lips, his meaning unfathomable. Wukong was secretly alarmed. This Jin Shanzi is indeed no simple character. In a flash, they ascended above Lingshan. The sea of clouds churned as the Jade Emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back before the formation. 100,000 heavenly soldiers with spears and halberds like a forest. Seeing the Tathagata arrive with the monkey, a flicker of surprise passed through his celestial eyes. The Tathagata pressed his palms together. Your Majesty, I have brought the troublesome monkey. The Jade Emperor's gaze was sharp as lightning. You monkey, do you know your crime? Sun Wukong scratched his head, his face full of remorse. Your Majesty, please understand. This old monkey knows he was wrong. The assembled immortals were stunned. This rebellious monkey was actually submitting? The Jade Emperor's ceremonial crown swayed slightly. Oh? Wrong in what way? Wukong wiped his nose in tears. Wrong to have listened to Patriarch Bodhi. He said causing trouble in the underworld was to test me. But who knew he was actually setting me up? The Tathagata's eye twitched as he silently cursed the monkey for adding fuel to the fire. The Jade Emperor glanced at the Tathagata with a half-smile. Buddha, it seems this friend Bodhi has been lax in his discipline. The Tathagata suppressed his anger. Your Majesty, please understand Bodhi has been in seclusion for many years. There may be something suspicious about this matter. Wukong seized the opportunity. Exactly. Maybe someone was impersonating my master. His eyes rolled. Buddha, could it have been the six-eared macaque? Silence. The Tathagata's shout thundered like lightning, shaking Lingshan itself. The Jade Emperor's gaze sharpened. The six-eared macaque? Wukong pretended to be frightened, shrinking his neck and speaking quietly. I was just speaking off the cuff. The Jade Emperor exchanged a glance with Taishang Laojun, a smile playing at his lips. Since the troublesome monkey already knows his error, I shall take him back to the heavenly court for minor punishment and major admonishment. What does the Buddha think? The Tathagata Buddha harbored deep resentment in his heart, yet had no choice but to nod in agreement, saying, Your Majesty's wisdom is supreme. As the Jade Emperor departed with Sun Wukong on their cloud, the Buddha's radiance above Mount Ling slowly returned to tranquility. Before the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Tathagata's golden Buddha eyes blazed with fury, and his 9-grade lotus throne trembled incessantly, forcing the surrounding arhats to retreat in terror. Guanyin clutched her jade vase, hesitating to speak. The Tathagata swept his robes violently, sending a brilliant beam of Buddha light to seal the entire great Thunder Sound Temple, blocking all prying eyes. A blood-red Buddha seal pulsed wildly on his forehead as he spoke in an icy whisper. What audacity from Haoyan! How dare he humiliate our Buddhist sect? The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the hall exchanged bewildered glances. Since the investiture of the god's calamity, they had never witnessed their Buddha lose control to such an extent. Manjusri gripped his sword, its blue blade humming ominously, while Samantabhadra's white eyebrows furrowed deeply. In the past, I dared to draw my sword even against the supreme pure saint. Yet today, I am forced to bow before Haoyan. The Tathagata struck his lotus throne with tremendous force, causing the entire Mount Ling to shake. What utter humiliation! Guanyin lowered her head and spoke softly to console him. Buddha, please calm your anger. That Jade Emperor merely relies on the Tao ancestors. Silence. The Tathagata's fierce rebuke nearly caused the jade vase to slip from her hands. Were it not for the greater prosperity of Buddhism, I would surely battle him today. The hall fell into deathly silence, with only the creaking of the lotus throne echoing. After taking several deep breaths, the Tathagata suppressed his rage, and the blood seal on his forehead gradually dimmed. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "That rebellious monkey, why does he care so much about the six-eared macaque?" Manjusri stepped forward. "Buddha, do you suspect that monkey has already detected our arrangements?" "Impossible." The Tathagata shook his head. The true and false Monkey King tribulation was secretly arranged by a saint. He is merely a tiny golden immortal who doesn't even understand what calamities are. How could he see through it? Samantabhadra pondered. Perhaps as fellow members of the four spiritual primates, they sense each other? The Tathagata's Buddha light flickered as he performed divination calculations, but could only see chaotic heavenly secrets, unable to glimpse anything about Sun Wukong. This monkey is indeed peculiar. Recalling the scene at the back mountain, Guanyin quickly added, "Buddha, he not only knew the six-eared macaque was at Mount Ling, but also mentioned wanting to see Jean Chanzi." "What? How could he know about Jean Chanzi?" The Tathagata suddenly rose, his lotus throne blazing with Buddha light. Jean Chanzi's confinement was a Buddhist secret known only to a few bodhisattvas. The assembled Buddhas were shocked and alarmed. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Tathagata sneered coldly. "This stone-born monkey is more troublesome than we anticipated." He turned to Guanyin. "When that monkey returns to the mountain of flowers and fruit, watch him closely in secret. If there are any more unusual movements," before finishing his words, a wisp of golden karmic fire ignited in his palm, sending chills through Guanyin's heart. "This disciple obeys your command." Guanyin bowed and withdrew. The Tathagata continued his orders. "Manjusri, Samantabhadra, go strengthen the restrictions on Jean Chanzi's cave. Under no circumstances must Sun Wukong meet with Jean Chanzi. Also, accelerate the taming of the six-eared macaques, the Vajra demon subduing circle, if necessary." The two bodhisattvas exchanged glances, acknowledged the orders in unison, and departed. The hall returned to solitude. The Tathagata sat upright on his lotus throne, his gaze piercing through the void toward the heavenly court, as he whispered with a cold laugh, "Hao Yin, do you think that by taking that monkey away, you can sabotage Buddhism's great prosperity? What foolish delusions." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Jade Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back before the dragon chariot, his imperial crown's jade beads gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Golden dragon scales shimmered as the coiled dragon head breathed mist, radiating overwhelming majesty. Taishang Laojun followed half a step behind, one hand tucked in his sleeve, the other holding a horsetail whisk. Two golden-armored divine generals escorted Sun Wukong from behind, their armor plates clanking rhythmically as the golden lion patterns danced with light across their breastplates. Taishang Laojun transmitted his thoughts quietly into the Jade Emperor's mind. "Your Majesty, the Tathagata suffered a setback today and likely won't let this matter rest." The Jade Emperor's lips curved slightly, his gaze profound. "I'd welcome his interference seat would further diminish the Buddhist sect's fortune." Laojun stroked his long beard thoughtfully. "That monkey is quite clever, forcing the Tathagata into such a difficult position." As he spoke, he glanced back to see Sun Wukong looking around, apparently measuring potential escape routes. "However, I sensed something unusual within his body." The Jade Emperor's celestial eye opened briefly, a flash of purple light passing through before closing again. "No matter. As long as he continues disrupting the Buddhist sect, I care little about what he's hiding." Suddenly, a strange laugh rang out as Sun Wukong appeared beside the dragon chariot, scratching his head with a grin. "So where exactly are we headed?" The two generals started in alarm, raising their spears defensively. The Jade Emperor waved them back. "Stand down." He then looked at Sun Wukong with an ambiguous smile. "What's this, you rascal monkey? Don't you want to visit the heavenly court?" Sun Wukong swished his tail. "That's quite unnecessary. I'd rather return to Flower Fruit Mountain. The heavenly court is too stuffy, while Flower Fruit Mountain offers freedom." Inwardly, he calculated. The reincarnation laws and Li Jing's true spirit fragments he'd absorbed were nearly refined, making another breakthrough in cultivation quite feasible. Changing his tone, he bowed respectfully. "Fortunately, your Majesty arrived just in time, or this old monkey would have been in serious trouble." The Jade Emperor and Laojun exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. The Jade Emperor replied, "Help? I merely followed heavenly law. I didn't help you. But if you're willing to continue causing trouble for the Buddhist sect, I wouldn't mind lending a hand a few more times." "That sounds perfect." Sun Wukong grinned, his fangs gleaming white. "This old monkey excels at causing trouble." Laojun shook his head slightly. "This creature appears reckless on the surface, but is actually calculating and strategic." He waved his whisk gently, sending a wisp of clear energy towards Sun Wukong, only to have it devoured by mysterious power surging from within the monkey's body. Laojun's pupils contracted as he transmitted, "Your Majesty, this monkey." The Jade Emperor remained composed, subtly shaking his head to indicate silence. Sun Wukong bowed formally. Jade Emperor, Lao Jun, this old monkey will return to Flower Fruit Mountain first. The Jade Emperor's crown swayed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Go then, and don't disappoint me again. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, mounting his cloud somersault. Though appearing leisurely, he covered 1,000 li with each step. The moment he left the god's sight, his Chaos Demon Ape essence surged powerfully, black energy engulfing the golden light like a tide. Golden light, ground shrinking, he whispered, his form transforming into a golden-black stream of light, instantly crossing hundreds of thousands of li to reach the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. The waterfall hung like a silver ribbon, its thunderous roar deafening. Sun Wukong stood before the cave, his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrating the layers of water to confirm the cave was empty of demons before flashing inside. The stone bed was cool as he sat cross-legged, turning his palm to reveal a wisp of black energy, the fragment of Li Jing's true spirit he had devoured. His golden eyes flowed with light as he prepared to refine it. But suddenly his heart grew alert. His golden eyes pierced through the void, revealing Guanyin Bodhisattva standing on her lotus platform high in the clouds, her jade vase's pure radiance directed toward the heavenly court, clearly monitoring his movements. A hint of mockery flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he murmured to himself. As expected, they've intensified their surveillance of me. However, can you truly see through the concealment of the Chaos Demon Ape essence? With a single thought, Sun Wukong activated his primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence, quietly establishing an invisible barrier within the cave that completely severed all connection between inside and outside. The water droplets on the stone walls instantly froze in place, suspended in midair as if obeying a command. In the space between breaths, not a single trace of energy flowed between the cave dwelling and the outside world. Having eliminated external interference, he no longer concerned himself with Guanyin's secret surveillance. Settling cross-legged on the stone bed, he focused entirely on refining the previously devoured laws of reincarnation and Li Jing's true spirit. Thick black energy surged from between his fingers like fog and tide, while fragments of Li Jing's true spirit flickered with faint light within his palm. Tiny sparks wrapped within the darkness. Sun Wukong drew in a cold breath as true fire circulated, beginning to temper the fragments. Several days passed amid the echoing sounds of water. Li Jing's true spirit had been completely refined, transformed into pure energy that flooded through his limbs and meridians. As the tidal waves of spiritual power repeatedly surged, he clearly sensed the bottleneck of latest-stage Duo Golden Immortal trembling on the verge of collapse, yet still lacking that final breakthrough. Not enough. Sun Wukong growled lowly, his golden pupils suddenly dilating. With a turn of his palm, wisps of the laws of reincarnation emerged from within the black energy. The wheel of the six paths emanated an ancient aura, projecting dark patterns as it rotated, making the stone walls writhe as if alive. His golden eyes of truth pierced through the black mist as he carefully examined the six wheels. The heavenly path, lofty as the firmament. The human path, flourishing like an ocean of humanity. The Azura path, roiling with blood and flames. The animal path, shrouded in ignorance. The hungry ghost path, tormented by insatiable hunger. The hell path, silent in endless agony. Six distinct powers interconnected with each other, forming the complete laws of reincarnation. He took a deep breath, operating his primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence at full power. The black energy whipped into a violent tide, layer upon layer binding the wheel of light. As his intention solidified, the black tide slowly but steadily eroded the wheel, stripping away the power of laws and devouring them into his body. Boom. As the first wisp of reincarnation law was refined, a muffled explosion echoed within his body. The power of laws ignited all his spiritual energy, black energy raging through his meridians as every inch of flesh greedily absorbed it. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, beads of sweat rolling continuously down his forehead. The sheer volume of information within the laws of reincarnation far exceeded expectations, nearly bursting his primordial spirit. In his days, he witnessed countless beings cycling through the six paths, some ascending to immortality, others falling into hell, beasts gaining wisdom, immortals falling to mortality. The visions crashed over him like waves, relentlessly assaulting his consciousness. Mere illusions of reincarnation dare to shake this old monkey's will. He snorted coldly, golden light exploding outward. Deep within his primordial spirit, the primordial Chaos Demon Ape roared toward the heavens, its voice shaking the void. The mirror-like illusions shattered instantly, transforming into pure energy that was swallowed by the black tide. As more laws of reincarnation were refined, his aura climbed steadily higher. The space within Water Curtain Cave distorted slightly, rocks around the stone bed crumbling to dust under the pressure. If not for the concealment of his primordial Chaos Demon Ape essence, This commotion would have long alerted all of Flower Fruit Mountain. The waterfall outside the cave even paused for an instant before resuming its cascade. High above the clouds, Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was monitoring Flower Fruit Mountain, frowned slightly. The willow branch in her jade vase swayed without wind. Growing somewhat puzzled, she immediately calculated with her fingers, but found nothing. Her gaze swept toward Water Curtain Cave, which remained as tranquil as ever, with only the thundering waterfall echoing through the mountains. Perhaps I'm being overly cautious? Guanyin murmured to herself, withdrawing her gaze and redirecting her attention toward the heavenly court. She remained completely unaware that Sun Wukong had already returned. Inside the cave, Sun Wukong had already refined nearly half of the reincarnation laws. Black chi seeped through his pores, condensing into a semi-corporeal armor on his body's surface. The phantom images of the 6 paths of reincarnation wove through the armor, their ghostly radiance repeatedly striking the stone walls, causing fine sand and debris to cascade from the cave ceiling. Each time a wheel of light gently turned, deep and resonant echoes reverberated through heaven and earth, like invisible giant drums beating in the distance. So that's how it is. Wukong's pupils contracted as enlightenment dawned in his heart. Refining reincarnation was not merely about escaping confinement and advancing realms, but rather a key to unlocking the primordial source itself. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared to bind all living beings on the surface, yet they contained the great Tao that pointed directly to the primordial unity. If he could master them completely, perhaps he could glimpse a corner of that supreme threshold. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The remaining unrefined reincarnation laws began trembling violently, and the 6 wheels of light simultaneously burst forth with blinding divine radiance, like 6 blazing suns igniting at once in the darkness. An ancient and vast consciousness awakened from the depths of the laws, like a primordial beast slowly opening its eyes, its gaze piercing through the void. The mark of Empress Hutu? Wukong's heart skipped a beat as he immediately understood the source. The 6 paths of reincarnation were formed by Hutu's transformation with her own body, so her imprint must remain deep within the laws. That consciousness swept across his primordial spirit like a cold wind brushing against a blade, carrying both scrutiny and warning. In an instant, he seemed to find himself in the boundless netherworld, a towering figure standing proudly with feet upon the 9 netherworlds and head touching the firmament, 6 massive wheels rotating around her body, the Dharma form of Empress Hu. A majestic female voice exploded in Wukong's mind like a great bell. Little monkey, what audacity you have, daring to steal the laws of reincarnation. His primordial spirit ached under the suppression. Wukong forcibly bit down, tasting blood, and cupped his hands respectfully. Your Majesty, please see clearly this old monkey had no intention of offense. These laws were drawn by my own primordial source. The female voice paused slightly, carrying a note of surprise. The source of the Chaos Demon Ape? No wonder it could resonate with reincarnation. The consciousness lingered within Wukong's body for several breaths, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, Hutu's voice came again. Very well, the Great Tribulation approaches, and this palace should not interfere too much. These laws are hereby gifted to you. However, her tone suddenly turned cold. Should you dare disturb the order of the 6 paths, you will not be forgiven lightly. As her words faded, the mighty consciousness receded like a tide. The remaining reincarnation laws no longer resisted, actively merging into Wukong's body and transforming into pure energy that washed through his meridians, bones, and flesh. Wukong secretly exhaled turbid chi, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Facing such an existence as Hutu, no matter how wild he was, he dared not act rashly. She had even seen through his Chaos Demon Ape source at a glance, making him realize he had ultimately underestimated the great powers of the primordial world. Fortunately, the outcome exceeded expectations. Not only was he not punished, but he gained tacit approval. These great powers all have their own calculations, he mused, but hesitated no longer, focusing on refining the surging power of laws. As the final strand of reincarnation law merged with his source, his body suddenly thundered, as if lightning had instantly filled his limbs and bones. The Chaos Demon Ape source expanded wildly, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Within the black chi, the phantom images of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the original 7 treasures wonderful tree sapling complemented each other, black and white generating each other, light and darkness resonating together. Break! Wukong shouted softly. The bottleneck of the late Daoyuo Golden Immortal stage shattered in response, and his aura erupted like a volcano, climbing steadily upward. Violent spiritual power surged endlessly within his body. Dark gleams swirled within his golden pupils as the phantom of 3 flowers atop his head flickered in and out of view, each lotus blooming with 7th-grade radiance. Latestage Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the spiritual power surge like tidal waves within his body. The essence of the Chaos Demon Ape had grown several times stronger, with dark currents spiraling around him. The phantoms of the six paths of reincarnation and the seven treasures wonderful tree intertwined within the black chi, each rotation causing the mountain's interior to tremble. With a gesture, the Hunyuan staff leaped into his palm. The dark gold dragon patterns blazed instantly, the staff's shadow sweeping across, tearing hair-thin cracks in the void along its path. Watching those cracks flicker and vanish, the wild joy in Sun Wukong's eyes quickly faded. Still not enough. He sat cross-legged, placing the Hunyuan staff across his knees. His golden fur reflected cold, bright gleams in the dim light. His truth-piercing golden eyes gazed through the cave wall toward Mount Ling, as several names flashed rapidly through his mind: Tathagata, Guanyin, Bodhi, and those two lofty Western saints. Compared to these quasi-saints and saints, a latest-stage Daoyuo golden immortal was still merely an ant. With a thought, he retrieved a palm-sized bronze fragment from his ear. The fragment was covered in rust and corrosion, yet blood-red patterns crawled across it like serpents. This was the fragment of the jade disk of creation he had obtained from the Dragon Palace treasury. The Law of War. Sun Wukong's fingertip lightly touched the patterns, and immediately war drums thundered and battle cries shook the heavens. In a trance, he seemed to be in the primordial chaos. The Chaos Demon Ape, wielding a massive staff, sweeping across heaven and earth, pure battle intent boiling, without divine powers or mystical arts, relying solely on passionate blood to fight heaven and earth. The path of the Chaos Demon Ape is indeed the way of Hunyuan. At this realization, his eyes blazed with brilliant light. The demon ape essence within his body sensed the kindred battle intent and instantly began boiling like water. Pitch-black chi waves surged wildly from his seven orifices, condensing into a blurred demon ape phantom above his head. The phantom's 6 ears trembled lightly as it roared toward the sky, resonating with the battle intent bursting from the fragment. The path was set the way of Hunyuan. In the primordial system, above Daoyuo Golden Immortal lay Quasi-Saint, while the way of Hunyuan corresponded to Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Without primordial purple chi, Quasi-Saints could never enter the saint realm. Zenyuzi, Ancestor Mingi, and other great powers served as cautionary examples, trapped at the peak of Quasi-Saint for countless eons. Sun Wukong was determined not to walk this deadened path. Law of War. Let this old monkey see just how profound you truly are. As his words fell, he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, wholeheartedly comprehending the law of war within the jade disk of creation fragment. Meanwhile, spiritual chi swirled above Flower Fruit Mountain. Having not seen Sun Wukong for several days, Guanyin grew increasingly anxious. She sat upon her white lotus, the pure jade vase floating beside her palm, the willow branch swaying without wind, stirring the sweet dew into rippling circles. That mischievous monkey. Guanyin's willow-like brows furrowed tightly as her slender fingers moved in calculation, secretly divining the heavenly secrets. By all rights, the Jade Emperor should have already released Sun Wukong back to Flower Fruit Mountain. This surveillance mission had been personally ordered by Tathagata, and now with the target's prolonged absence, her sense of crisis continued to escalate. What disturbed her even more was that despite scanning the entire Flower Fruit Mountain with her wisdom eye, she couldn't find even a trace of Monkey Hair's aura. Her expression changed as she murmured to herself. Could it be? The Jade Emperor never released Sun Wukong at all? Once this thought emerged, she could no longer remain calm. Guanyin suddenly rose, her lotus platform transforming into a rainbow as she headed straight for the heavenly court. Outside the southern heavenly gate, auspicious clouds churned, and the celestial palace stood majestically. The 4 heavenly kings guarding the gate quickly stepped forward to pay their respects upon seeing Guanyin's arrival. How does the Bodhisattva find time to visit the heavenly court today? Zhengzhang Heavenly King Mo Liqing asked with cupped hands. The southern heavenly gate gleamed with golden majesty, celestial soldiers arrayed in formation. Guanyin composed her thoughts, her countenance remaining compassionate as ever. This humble monk has urgent matters to discuss with the Jade Emperor. I hope the heavenly king will announce my arrival. Mo Liqing frowned slightly, responding in a low voice. His Majesty is currently in council with Lao Jun at the Hall of Divine Mists, and has instructed that no outside guests be received these days. Oh, not even this humble monk. Guanyin's tone remained gentle, though a cold light flickered in her eyes. Mo Liqing bowed deeper, even more troubled. I beg the Bodhisattva's forgiveness. His Majesty specifically stated especially no members of the Buddhist sect. Before the words had fully left his lips, the willow branch in Guanyin's jade vase swayed without wind, the sweet dew within gently rippling. Mo Liqing's heart jumped, yet he remained respectfully still. After a few breaths, Guanyin withdrew her spiritual energy, her voice slightly cold. Since that is the case, this humble monk shall return another day. Her pure white kasaya billowed as she turned and departed on a cloud. Flying beyond the southern heavenly gate, Guanyin's brows knitted tightly. Why was the Jade Emperor suddenly refusing to see members of the Buddhist sect? Was Sun Wukong still hidden in the heavenly court, or had he already escaped? With no leads whatsoever, she could only return to Mount Lingshan to report to the Buddha. Mount Lingshan came into view, clouds churning like seas. Suddenly, a stumbling figure appeared outside the mountain gate. Buddhist light dim. Kasaya torn it was none other than Dizong Wang Bodhisattva. His Mount Diding's 6 ears drooped listlessly, its breath barely perceptible. Guanin's heart shook as she urged her lotus platform to descend swiftly. Fellow Taoist Dizong. You. Dizong Wang's face was deathly pale, golden blood staining the corners of his mouth as he struggled to maintain his stance with cupped hands. Quickly, take me to see the Buddha. The underworld, something terrible has happened. Guanin dared not delay, helping him onto the lotus platform and rushing straight to Mount Lingshan. Unable to contain herself during the journey, she asked, "What exactly happened?" Dizong Wang drew a deep breath, suppressing his churning spiritual power. The 6 paths of reincarnation, someone has torn a crack in them. Guanin nearly dropped her jade vase. Who dares such audacity? Who else could it be? Dizong Wang smiled bitterly. The stone monkey, Sun Wukong. Guanin was horrified. She had thought Sun Wukong was merely causing havoc in the underworld, but now he had shaken the very foundation of the 6 paths. No wonder the Jade Emperor had urgently visited Mount Lingshan seeking that monkey. If reincarnation failed, the fortunes of all 3 realms would be overturned. As the lotus platform pierced through the sky, Guanin remained deeply troubled. Could the Jade Emperor's sudden seclusion mean he had secretly reached some agreement with the monkey? Surely the underworld wouldn't also take this opportunity to extort the Buddhist sect? The more Guanin pondered, the more alarmed she became. The jade vase in her hands trembled slightly, causing the divine nectar within to ripple in concentric circles. She glanced at Dizong Wang beside her, whose breath was fading, and her heart churned with turmoil. Damage to the 6 paths of reincarnation was no trivial matter. That wretched monkey could actually cause such destruction. Could it be that? As the thought arose, she dared not think further and immediately urged her lotus platform forward. The golden lotus platform tore through the sky, leaving a brilliant golden trail through the thick clouds. Meanwhile, within the great thunderclap temple on Spirit Mountain, bells and chimes rang out. Buddha Tathagata sat upon his 9-grade lotus platform delivering a sermon when the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead suddenly flashed. He abruptly fell silent, his golden Buddha eyes piercing through layers of temple halls to gaze directly toward the mountain gate. In his barely perceptible murmur, the Buddha light of his lotus platform fluctuated. 2 familiar auras were rapidly approaching. One was Guanin, who had been commanded to monitor Sun Wukong, and the other was Dizong Wang, sworn guardian of the underworld. Strange, Tathagata mused silently. Why has Guanin abandoned her post? Since Dizong made his great vow that, until hell is empty, I shall not become Buddha, he has rarely left the underworld. Why does he return to the mountain today? The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the hall noticed that Buddha had stopped his sermon and cast questioning glances his way. Manjusri Bodhisattva stepped forward, grasping his wisdom sword. My Buddha, has something happened? After a moment of contemplation, Tathagata waved his sleeve. Today's sermon ends here. You may all withdraw. After the Arhats and Bodhisattvas bowed and departed, Tathagata calculated with his fingers, but the heavenly secrets seemed shrouded in rolling mist, impenetrable even to him. Again, this happens. Since the birth of the spiritual stone monkey, the heavenly secrets had repeatedly fallen into chaos. The blood light of the Buddha seal on his forehead pulsed as he summoned with his Buddha consciousness, Samantabhadra, come to me at once. Soon after, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva rode his white elephant into the great hall. Seeing Buddha's grave expression, he quickly pressed his palms together. My Buddha, what are your instructions? Tathagata spoke in a low voice. Guanin and Dizong are returning to Spirit Mountain. Go to the mountain gate to receive them and bring them to me immediately. Samantabhadra accepted the command and departed. Tathagata closed his eyes in deep thought, the blood light of the Buddha seal on his forehead flickering bright and dim within the sea of Buddha light, as if deducing deeper layers of cause and effect. Outside Spirit Mountain's gate, clouds and mist churned. Guanin supported Dizong Wang as they descended from the lotus platform. Having just steadied themselves, they saw that Samantabhadra was already waiting beside his white elephant. Guanin almost rushed toward him. Senior brother, quickly take us to see Buddha. Something terrible has happened in the underworld. Seeing Dizong Wang's ashen complexion and weak Buddha breath, Samantabhadra was shocked. Fellow practitioner, what has happened to you? Dizong Wang smiled bitterly. The 6 paths of reincarnation have been damaged. With just that short sentence, Samantabhadra's face turned pale as earth. What? Not daring to delay further, he led the 2 directly to the great Thunderclap Temple. Along the way, Guanin briefly recounted how Sun Wukong had damaged the reincarnation cycle. Hearing this, Samantabhadra's expression changed repeatedly. That wretched monkey actually has such capability? The six paths of reincarnation were formed from Hutu Nyang's own body. Even Saints can hardly shake them. Yet he's merely a Tai golden immortal. Dizong Wang coughed twice, golden Buddha blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his voice low. This matter is suspicious. Though that monkey appears to have Tai cultivation, his explosive power. Before he could finish, the three had arrived before the great Thunderclap Temple. The Vermilion Palace doors opened by themselves, and Tathagata's authoritative voice echoed from within the hall. Enter. Inside the hall, Buddha light was vast and mighty. Tathagata sat upon his lotus platform, his gaze falling upon the disheveled Dizong Wang, his brow furrowed tightly. Dizong, what exactly has happened? Dizong Wang struggled to maintain a respectful posture before Buddha and recounted the entire sequence of events. That monkey had somehow managed to tear a crack in the six paths of reincarnation. The Monkey King kept insisting that Patriarch Bodhi ordered him to do it, and the underworld has already placed the blame squarely on our Buddhist sect. The Tathagata sat upon his 9-grade lotus throne, his face dark as black water. He pressed 2 fingers together, summoning a golden light that quickly scattered the traces of Sun Wukong's energy. Remained chaotic. Guanyin. He suddenly spoke, his voice like evening drums. Weren't you monitoring that monkey? Why have you returned with Xidagarba? Guanyin approached the hall center and pressed her palms together in salutation. This disciple was ordered to watch Sun Wukong, but after the Jade Emperor detained him, he wasn't released for a long time. I went to the Heavenly Court to investigate, but was turned away at the Southern Heavenly Gate. On my return journey, I happened to meet Xidagarba, so we came back together to report. The 6 paths of reincarnation damaged. The Tathagata repeated in a low voice, then suddenly rose to his feet. The lotus throne blazed with Buddha light. The pillars of the great thunder sound temple hummed, and all the candles in the hall extinguished. He wanted to rebuke the monkey, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his golden Buddha face so dark it could drip water. Seeing this, Guanyin quickly stepped forward again. My Buddha sees clearly. That impudent monkey claimed to act on Bodhi's orders, and now the entire underworld. Silence. The roar was like thunder, forcing Guanyin back half a step. The Buddha took a deep breath, the blood-colored mark on his forehead flashing before gradually calming. I should have realized earlier. Why did that old fox the Jade Emperor retreat so easily? He was waiting here to trap our Buddhist sect. Samantabhadra's white brows knitted tightly as his vajra struck the ground heavily. My Buddha, this is no small matter. The 6 paths of reincarnation were formed when Lady Hutu sacrificed herself. If she seeks accountability, Guanyin asked in confusion. But why would the Jade Emperor protect that monkey? The Tathagata sneered and sat back down, his gaze like lightning. Protect? How Ian is clearly using another's knife to kill. The monkey wreaked havoc in the underworld under Bodhi's name. When Lady Hutu seeks justice, the Buddhist sect will bear the brunt. Manjusri suddenly said. Patriarch Bodhi never formally accepted Sun Wukong as a disciple, only taught him some techniques. Would the lady care about that? The Tathagata shook his head, unable to hide his bitterness. In the eyes of those primordial powers, the Buddhist sect is one entity. The hall fell into deathly silence, with only Xidagarba coughing weakly. His energy was withered, and his divine beast truth listener lay at his feet, 6 ears drooping, gently nuzzling its master's palm. The Tathagata's gaze swept over the bodhisattvas, then suddenly asked, How is Jean Chanzi lately? Samantabhadra was startled, then answered, Still chanting sutras in the forbidden area behind the mountain. No unusual activity. Good. The Tathagata nodded, light churning in his eyes. Pass my decree. Once the 1,000 years are up, immediately send him into reincarnation. Guanyin gripped her jade vase, the willow branch suddenly going rigid. My Buddha fears. The journey west tribulation approaches, the Tathagata said quietly. There can be no more mishaps. Before his words had faded, a commotion arose outside the hall. The guardian Vajra warriors reported sternly. Report to Buddha. King Yama and the 10 kings of hell seek an audience outside Spirit Mountain. The Tathagata's face darkened further, the lotus throne beneath him trembling violently, Buddha light roiling. He had expected the underworld to come seeking justice, but hadn't anticipated such speed. Show them in. Moments later, 10 figures emanating dark, chilling energy entered the great thunder sound temple. King Yama, leading the procession, wore dark dragon robes and a flat-topped crown, his face as gloomy as stagnant water. As the hall doors opened, a wave of bone-chilling, deathly energy poured in. Behind him, 9 other Yama kings formed an arc, each wielding underworld treasures wreathed in black mist, their presence so oppressive that even the golden Buddhist light in the great hall dimmed noticeably. At the center of the Buddha platform, Tathagata pressed his palms together, his voice resonating like a great bell. Amitba. Honorable Yamas have traveled far. What brings you here? King Yama snorted coldly, his sleeves billowing as ghostly winds howled. Why does Buddha pretend ignorance? That monkey wreaked havoc upon our 6 paths of reincarnation. Buddhism must give us an explanation. With a sweep of his sleeve, he conjured a dark light that transformed into a luminous screen suspended in the hall's center. Sun Wukong wielding his golden staff, storming into the underworld while invoking Patriarch Bodhi's name, his staff shadows sweeping across the scene as underworld officials' souls scattered into oblivion. The final image froze on the 6 paths of reincarnation, showing a terrifying breach torn through them. Tathagata's face remained impassive, though tumultuous waves churned within his heart. How could a mere Tai golden immortal possibly damage the cycle of reincarnation? After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. Honorable Yama, please understand. This monkey is unruly, and his words may not be truthful. Friend Bodhi has long been in seclusion. How could he have ordered such violence? King Yama laughed in fury. What fine excuses! If Buddhism didn't orchestrate this, how would that wild monkey know to target the very heart of reincarnation? Without waiting for Tathagata's response, he pressed closer. If Buddhism refuses to provide answers today, I shall report this matter to Lady Hutu and request her divine judgment. At the mention of Lady Hutu, the assembled Buddha's expressions shifted subtly. That primordial power who had transformed herself into the cycle of reincarnation was one whom even the Tao ancestor did not dare offend. Tathagata drew a deep breath, Buddhist light surging from his lotus platform. What explanation does Honorable Yama seek? A ghostly gleam flickered in King Yama's eyes as he slowly raised 3 fingers. First, Buddhism must compensate the underworld's losses. 3 do of water from the 8 treasures merit pool. Guanyin exclaimed. Impossible. The 8 treasures merit pool is Buddhism's supreme treasure. 3 do would drain more than half the pool. King Yama's expression remained frigid. Second, Xitigarbha must withdraw from the netherworld immediately and may not set foot in the underworld for 10,000 years. At the side of the hall, Xitigarbha's face turned deathly pale. If his great vow of not achieving Buddhahood until hell is empty were forcibly interrupted, not only would 10,000 years of cultivation be lost, but he would suffer the backlash of a broken vow. Moreover, Buddhism would lose its foothold in the underworld's karmic fortune. During this period, the saint's ancient plans would be thrown into disarray. King Yama's 3rd finger stood rigid as his voice suddenly rose. Third, Buddhism must surrender 1 tribulation's worth of karmic fortune from the journey to the west as compensation. The hall erupted in uproar. Yet Tathagata remained extraordinarily calm, his golden Buddha eyes fixed on King Yama as he suddenly asked, "Are these Honorable Yama's demands, or Lady Hutu's?" King Yama's fingers beneath his sleeves curled slightly. Though the gesture lasted but an instant, it did not escape Tathagata's notice. Understanding dawned in Tathagata's heart. He pressed his palms together and chanted softly, Ba. I can agree to the first 2 conditions, but the journey to the west tribulation is decreed by heaven's way. How can it be altered at will? King Yama sneered. Then there's nothing to discuss. I shall return immediately to report to her ladyship. He turned to leave. Wait. Tathagata suddenly called out, his tone laden with meaning. Has Honorable Yama considered how that monkey could possibly damage the 6 paths of reincarnation? King Yama's steps halted. Tathagata's gaze deepened. For a Tai cultivation to shake the cycle of reincarnation, unless... He deliberately drew out his words. Someone helped him in secret. King Yama spun around abruptly, his eyes blazing with ghostly light. What do you mean by that, Buddha? Tathagata calmly raised his hand to adjust his kasaya, his voice clear yet laden with deeper meaning. I merely remind your majesty not to be used as someone's pawn. Behind that monkey, I fear there is another. Before he could finish, dark clouds suddenly gathered above Mount Lingshan, thunder rolling as a vast pressure descended from the heavens. King Yama's face turned pale with shock. Knew this aura all too well. The will of Empress Hutu. Forgive me, your majesty. He immediately prostrated himself, and the 10 kings of hell thunderously fell to their knees as ghostly winds swirled through the great hall. Upon his lotus throne, Tathagata remained seated, hands pressed together. Your majesty sees clearly this humble monk meant no offense. The pressure lasted only an instant before dissipating, yet it was enough to make Hutu's stance clear. Sensing this, King Yama's heart leaped with wild joy. What had begun as a scheme to trap the Buddhist sect now seemed to have succeeded. He snorted coldly and raised his head to survey the assembled Buddhas. Within 3 days, I want to see the water from the 8 treasures merit pool, and Xitigarbha must leave the underworld for 10,000 years. With those words, he and the 10 kings transformed into ghostly wind and vanished. Regarding the Buddhist sect, he was certain they would not refuse, nor would they dare to refuse. After the underworld delegation departed, Tathagata exhaled deeply, the Buddha light of his lotus throne dimming slightly. He looked toward the weakened Xitigarbha with apologetic tone, fellow Taoist. Xitigarbha shook his head with a bitter smile. Buddha need say no more. This humble monk will return to his hall immediately to pack and withdraw from the underworld within 3 days. Guanyin couldn't help but speak. But your great vow? Xitigarbha waved his hand, his voice calm, yet resolute. No matter. Until hell is empty. this humble monk will return. He struggled to stand, supported by his divine beast Diding, and slowly departed. The great hall fell into deathly silence. After a long while, Samantabhadra inquired in a low voice, "My Buddha, must we truly surrender the water from the 8 treasures merit pool? That is..." Tathagata raised his hand to interrupt. "This matter is beyond remedy." Weariness flickered through his golden Buddha eyes. "Manjusri, go to the Pure Land and report to the saint." Manjusri bowed and accepted the command, departing on the wind. Tathagata then turned to Guanyin. "Where is that monkey now?" Guanyin looked troubled. "This disciple does not know. After the Jade Emperor took him away, he has not appeared again." A cold light flashed into Tathagata's eyes. "Go find him. Search the 3 realms if necessary, but find that rebellious monkey. I want to see who exactly instructed him to act this way." Guanyin dared not delay and immediately rode her lotus throne into the sky. After everyone dispersed, only Tathagata remained seated on his lotus throne, the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead flickering. He gazed toward Flower Fruit Mountain, already harboring suspicions. Haoyin's appearance had been far too convenient. If Sun Wukong were still at Mount Lingshan, he could have simply handed him over and cleared the Buddhist sect completely. But Sun Wukong had not returned to Flower Fruit Mountain and was likely still in the Heavenly Court. Just as Tathagata prepared to personally visit the Heavenly Court, a familiar and powerful aura struck him also at the peak of quasi-saint level. Wudong? What was she doing here? The Holy Mother Wudong descended gracefully before the gates of Mount Ling, clad in pristine white Taoist robes and standing upon a green lotus. The ethereal shadow of the Qingping sword hung at her waist with a faint humming sound, surrounded by pure qi that stood in stark contrast to the overwhelming golden Buddhist light emanating from the mountain gate. Wudong. From atop his lotus throne, Tathagata pressed his palms together and lowered his gaze, his voice resonating like a great bell, yet carrying a hint of wariness. Previously, this remnant of the Jie school had repeatedly caused trouble for Buddhism, even being the first to guide Sun Wukong in cultivation, allowing the stone monkey to bypass the stage of worshipping Patriarch Bodhi entirely. Mount Ling had thus lost a tremendous amount of karmic fortune, naturally leaving Tathagata on guard. Wudong's lips curved slightly, her beautiful eyes gleaming with mockery. "Tathagata, what fine leisure you have, still in the mood to preach and expound the Dharma here." A flicker of light passed through his golden Buddha eyes as Tathagata maintained his steady tone. "Wudong, fellow cultivator, what brings you here?" Wudong raised her hand, a wisp of green light swirling around her fingertip as she spoke indifferently. "I heard Buddhism has been quite lively lately, so I came to take a look." "What? Am I not welcome?" She had originally planned to go directly to Flower Fruit Mountain, but sensing that Sun Wukong was at a crucial moment of enlightenment, she turned toward Mount Ling instead, using her presence to draw Buddhism's attention and buy time for the monkey. As for Tathagata's threats, she paid them no mind. As one of the few remaining direct disciples of the Jie school, she was confident that Buddhism wouldn't dare act rashly against her. Moreover, there were still Zhao Gongming and numerous other Jie school immortals on the investiture of the gods in the heavenly court. They followed orders, but not commands, and their power was no mere reputation. With just one word from her, these allies would surely act. The Buddhas in the hall exchanged glances, all knowing that the old grudges between the Jie school and Buddhism ran deep. Wudong's arrival at this moment was certainly not benevolent, and the timing was extremely delicate. Tathagata smiled lightly. "Fellow cultivator jests. Mount Ling's affairs are complex. I fear we have no leisure to entertain guests." Wudong's gaze swept outside the hall. "Oh, even that thorn Xitigarbha has been expelled from the underworld, yet Buddha still has pressing matters." As her words fell, Tathagata's expression finally changed slightly. Xitigarbha had left the underworld barely half an hour ago, yet the news had already reached Wudong's ears, clearly showing she had been secretly monitoring Buddhism's movements all along. Tathagata snorted coldly. "Your information network is indeed well informed. However, this is Buddhism's internal affair and requires no concern from you, fellow cultivator." The shadow of the Qingping sword trembled lightly with her voice, ripples spreading in layers. Wudong's robes moved without wind as her gaze, clear as water, swept over every Buddha in the Great Thunder Sound Temple before finally settling on Tathagata's golden, radiant Buddha face. Her voice turned cold. "Buddha speaks incorrectly. This humble Taoist has come merely to ask one question: when will Buddhism return my Jie school disciples?" At these words, all the Buddha's expressions changed. During the investiture of the god's calamity years ago, the Jie school had been defeated, and many of its disciples were converted into Buddhism, including the current Tathagata. Guanyin was also among them, though her previous incarnation had been Zihong Taoist of the Chan school, not the Jie school. Buddhist light surged around the lotus throne, yet Tathagata's expression remained unchanged. "Amitba, fellow cultivator speaks too harshly. Those disciples all converted willingly. What is this talk of returning them?" Wudong scoffed lightly, raising her elegant hand as the shadow of the Qingping sword instantly became 3 parts more solid. Willingly? What fine willingness indeed. She pointed with her sword finger, and a beam of green light shot forth from her fingertip, transforming into a scene in the void. In the scene, Qiu Xian was forced into his true form by Manjushri's binding spell. Ling Xian had his collarbones pierced by Samantabhadra's iron chains, and Jingguang Xian writhed in agony within Avalokitesvara's purple-gold bell. Wudong Shengmu's voice rang out like ice from the 9 netherworlds. Is this what Buddha calls voluntary conversion? Shall I also reveal how Jinghua Xian's spiritual consciousness was erased by Sage Zhuanti's 7 treasures wonderful tree? The peaceful Buddhist radiance in the hall seemed pierced by these words. Upon the high platform, Tathagata's expression darkened, the blood-colored Buddhist seal on his brow pulsing erratically with unstable flames. Wudong, do not go too far. What answered him was a string of bone-chilling laughter. Wudong Shengmu raised her hand, and the phantom of Qingping's sword suddenly expanded, its fierce sword energy soaring skyward, pressing down the Buddhist light of the great Thunder Sound Temple by a fraction. Going too far? When the 2 Western sages took advantage of our misfortune, my GS sect disciples were either killed or forcibly converted. Who was going too far then? Her white robes billowed beneath her feet, her voice cold as shattered ice. Today I come here simply to tell the Buddhist sect though GS sect has fallen, its teachings endure. Tathagata drew a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. What exactly do you intend, fellow Taoist? The sword energy receded, though its edge remained unsheathed. Wudong Shengmu smiled enigmatically, flicking the sword phantom with her finger, speaking casually. As I said, I'm merely here to watch the excitement. She feigned sudden recollection, patting her forehead. Oh yes, I heard that the stone monkey wreaked havoc in the underworld. Destroying the 6 paths of reincarnation. Buddha should be careful. Lady Huda's temper is not easily appeased. These words fell like stones into still water, instantly tensing the atmosphere in the hall. Buddhist light blazed into Tathagata's eyes. Is GS sect involved in this matter? Who knows? Wudong Shengmu drawled, her gaze slowly sweeping across the assembled Buddhas before finally settling on Avalokitesvara. Perhaps the monkey is simply unruly, or perhaps someone directed him from the shadows just as during the conferred God's tribulation, when certain parties schemed and plotted. The jade vase in Avalokitesvara's hands trembled slightly, the willow branch at its mouth swaying without wind. Buddhist light circulated, yet could not suppress the faint tinkling of water within the vase. Wudong! Tathagata's Buddhist shout rang out, his 9-grade lotus platform blooming with golden radiance, the pressure of his peak quasi-sage cultivation heavy as mountains. Cease your provocations. Wudong Shengmu flicked her sleeves, black hair lightly rising, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. I merely spoke casually. Why does Buddha become so angry? With that, she lifted her gaze toward the depths of Lingshan, her sight penetrating multiple layers of restrictions to fall upon the faint Buddhist light barrier outside Golden Cicada Cave. Speaking of which, Jean Chanzi has been in seclusion for years. I wonder when he will emerge. I would quite like to discuss Buddhist teachings with him. His understanding of Buddhism is far more profound than Buddhist doctrines. Tathagata's expression finally changed completely. The 9-grade lotus platform beneath him suddenly rose 3 feet, Buddhist light crashing against the palace ceiling like tidal waves. Wudong, do not push your luck. His voice was low. Each word containing fury. Jean Chanzi was crucial to the journey to the West Tribulation and must not be discovered by her in the slightest. Seeing such an intense reaction, Wudong Shengmu's suspicions solidified further. She laughed softly behind her sleeve, imperceptibly withdrawing her gaze. As she turned to leave, she suddenly looked back. Oh, I also heard that the Six-Eared Macaque is at Lingshan as well? The thunderous question instantly exploded through the hall, causing the assembled Buddha's expressions to shift. Even the usually composed Avalokitesvara lost her composure, the jade vase tilting and spilling several drops of sweet dew upon the golden steps. Tathagata could no longer contain his inner fire. Buddhist light blazed anew from his 9-grade lotus platform, pressing the void until it hummed. Wudong, have you come today deliberately to provoke my Buddhist sect? Wudong Shengmu stood at the center of the pressure, her Taoist robes billowing, the phantom of Qingping's sword growing ever more solid. A smile played at her lips, yet it carried bone-deep coldness. Provoke? I merely came to inquire after old acquaintances. Why does Buddha react so strongly? A blue light danced around her fingertips as a sword chi shot skyward, forcibly tearing open a gap in the Tathagata's overwhelming pressure. A green lotus materialized beneath the Holy Mother Wudong's feet, her robes billowing as she coldly demanded. Or perhaps the Buddhist sect has done something shameful that you fear others might discover? Insolence. The Tathagata finally erupted in anger, raising his hand to strike. A golden Buddha palm print blotted out the sky, cascading brilliant Buddhist light as it thundered down toward the Holy Mother Wudong. The Holy Mother Wudong neither dodged nor retreated. The phantom of the Qingping sword solidified in her palm, and with a flick of her wrist, she slashed forward. The blue sword light resembled an inverted Milky Way, colliding heat with the Buddha palm print that covered the heavens. Boom! A deafening explosion swept through the great thunderclap temple. The halls shook violently, pillars hummed, scrolls fell in sheets, and dust rose like fog. When the smoke cleared, the Holy Mother Wudong still stood in place, not even a corner of her robe disturbed. She gently caressed the Qingping sword with her fingertips, looking at the Tathagata with a half-smile. Tathagata, your abilities have weakened compared to before. Those words made the Tathagata's expression darken like water, though his heart churned like crashing waves. He had indeed weakened. The Buddhist sect's fortune had been extorted by the Jade Emperor and the underworld, then further drained by the trials of the scripture journey, and this decline in fortune directly affected him and all Buddhist disciples. As the Tathagata's thoughts churned, the Holy Mother Wudong suddenly sheathed her sword and turned toward the temple exit. That's enough for today. When Jin Chanzi emerges from seclusion, I'll return. The three words Jin Chanzi made the Tathagata's pupils contract. He was certain that Wudong had discovered something. Stop! The Holy Mother Wudong waved her hand dismissively. What? Tathagata, do you wish to invite me to stay for a vegetarian meal? With one step, she had reached the gates of Spirit Mountain. Her clear, cold voice drifted back from the distant sky. Oh, and give my regards to the two saints. Juanti and giant debts of the GS sect will be repaid eventually. Before her words faded, she transformed into a blue light and vanished through the sky. The great thunderclap temple fell into deathly silence. After a long while, Guanyin finally spoke in a trembling voice. My Buddha, the Holy Mother Wudong's visit. The Tathagata raised his hand to interrupt, the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead flickering uncertainly. She was buying time. Puxian asked in confusion. Buying time? Buddhist light blazed in the Tathagata's eyes. That monkey. She must know Sun Wukong's whereabouts. He suddenly rose, the 9-grade lotus throne radiating Buddha light that pierced the sky. Guanyin, Puxian, go to Flower Fruit Mountain immediately. Guanyin cried out. But this disciple just used the wisdom eye to observe, and there was nothing at Flower Fruit Mountain. Foolish! The Tathagata roared, his Buddha sleeves billowing. The Holy Mother Wudong would never come here without reason. Go quickly. We absolutely cannot let that monkey cause any more trouble. Guanyin and Puxian dared not say more, mounting auspicious clouds and heading straight for Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, deep within the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, suspended above a stone platform, black chi roiling around his body while the phantom of 3 flowers above his head flickered between bright and dim. Fragments of the jade disk of creation floated before him, the laws of war transforming into fine threads of light that were devoured by the primordial chaos demon ape essence within him. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the fragment shell, and scenes of the primordial world's creation flashed in his pupils. The chaos demon ape wielding its staff in furious roars, battling heaven and earth, cultivating no divine powers, comprehending no great Tao, carving out a bloody path with pure passion alone. So that's how it is. Wukong murmured softly as black chi churned, and the primordial chaos demon ape essence within him erupted thunderously. The phantoms of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 7 treasures wonderful tree appeared simultaneously, resonating with the laws of war. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from within him as the phantom of the demonic ape soared skyward, its 6 ears trembling violently while it howled at the heavens. The walls of Water Curtain Cave rumbled and shook. The waterfall reversed its flow upward, and the entire Flower Fruit Mountain trembled under this overwhelming pressure. Had it not been for the concealment provided by the Chaos Demon Ape's essence, this disturbance would have already alarmed all 3 realms. After all, this was the phantom of a Chaos Demon God. Still not enough. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the boiling magical power within his body as he continued comprehending the laws of war. He could clearly sense that he was just a hair's breadth away from touching that door. This moment was crucial, couldn't afford the slightest distraction. Suddenly, his heart tightened. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated through the void, and he saw Manjusri and Samantabhadra, the 2 bodhisattvas, transforming into rainbow light and rushing straight toward Flower Fruit Mountain. They came quickly indeed. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes before he swiftly suppressed his restlessness. With breakthrough imminent, he absolutely could not stop. Senior Wudong should be able to delay them for a while. Taking a deep breath, he devoted all his energy to refining the laws of war. Meanwhile, from the direction of Spirit Mountain, a brilliant blue light shot up into the sky, blocking the path of Guanyin and Samantabhadra. Holy Mother Wudong's white robes billowed as the phantom of her Qingping sword stretched across the sky, pointing directly at the 2. Where might you 2 be heading? Guanyin's expression turned cold. Wudong, do not obstruct Buddhist affairs. Holy Mother Wudong smiled lightly. What a coincidence, I was just hoping to catch up with two old friends. Her gaze swept over the wisdom sword in Samantabhadra's hand with a half-smile. I hear the spiritual tusk immortal has been well lately. Samantabhadra's expression shifted slightly, his magical treasure humming, yet he dared not act rashly, being merely at the middle stage of quasi-saint. How could he match Wudong at the peak of quasi-saint? Guanyin stepped forward and said evenly, "Fellow Taoist Wudong, the old scores between Buddhism and the intercepting teaching can be settled another day. Today we truly have urgent matters." Urgent matters? Capturing that monkey. Wudong interrupted with laughter. Dignified Buddhist bodhisattvas, so nervous about a mere tai golden immortal, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Guanyin and Samantabhadra exchanged glances, now even more certain that Sun Wukong was at Flower Fruit Mountain. Samantabhadra snorted coldly. "Wudong, if you don't step aside, don't blame us for being impolite." Her smile vanished instantly as the Qingping sword phantom solidified. "Very well, let's see how much you've improved over the years." She flicked her sword, and blue light descended like an inverted celestial river. Samantabhadra hastily raised his sword to meet it, only to hear a crisp crack as the wisdom sword was forcibly severed. What? Samantabhadra was horrified, quickly summoning various magical treasures as the seven-treasure golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet, barely blocking the remaining force. Wudong pressed her advantage relentlessly, the Qingping sword phantom splitting into countless copies, surrounding the two bodhisattvas layer by layer. Today, it's time to settle old accounts. Each sword locked onto vital points, forcing Guanyin and Samantabhadra to retreat step by step. The two bodhisattvas groaned inwardly. Holy Mother, Wudong's strength far exceeded their estimates, her sword light containing the might of a peak quasi-saint. Had she not been deliberately holding back, both would have been severely injured already. Tathagata naturally sensed this battle immediately from within Spirit Mountain. I knew she would intervene to obstruct them. He had no intention of trying to dissuade anyone, transforming into Buddhist light and heading straight for Flower Fruit Mountain. However, he had barely flown far when a peak quasi-saint's pressure descended from the direction of the heavenly court. "Duobao, where might you be going?" Hearing that familiar voice, Tathagata's heart trembled. Having once been the eldest senior brother of the intercepting teaching, he naturally recognized who it was immediately. He hadn't expected Wudong to have this person intervene. Could she truly not fear arousing Hao Yin's displeasure? Tathagata's face darkened like storm clouds, the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead flickering violently, while the Buddha light from his 9-grade lotus throne wavered between bright and dim. Though his golden Buddha radiance enveloped his entire form, it could barely conceal the chill emanating from him at this moment. He fixed his gaze on the figure before him, his voice deep and menacing. "Zhao Gongming, what brings you here?" His dark Taoist robes billowing in the wind, Zhao Gongming arrived riding a black tiger, the golden whip in his hand gleaming with cold metallic light as an overwhelming aura swept in all directions. A mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Senior brother Duobei, forgive me, I should call you Tathagata Buddha now." The words "senior brother Duobao" pierced his heart like needles, causing Tathagata's golden Buddha countenance to contort slightly. His betrayal of the GS sect to join the Western teachings remained his most painful and forbidden memory. Zhao Gongming lightly tapped his whip against the tiger's back, his expression somewhere between amusement and disdain. "What's this? Now that you've become Buddha, you no longer acknowledge your former sect brothers?" He glanced at the lotus throne with feigned surprise. "Oh my, why does your lotus throne appear dimmer than when I last saw it? Could it be that the Buddhist sect's fortune has encountered some difficulties?" Tathagata's expression changed drastically. The Buddhist sect had indeed suffered repeated setbacks, and their fortune was damaged. Zhao Gongming had struck right at the heart of the matter. However, he quickly composed himself and sneered coldly. "Brother Zhao may be bound by the investiture of the gods, but your information network remains impressive." However, his tone shifted sharply. "As a righteous deity of the heavenly court, aren't you afraid the Jade Emperor will punish you for abandoning your duties?" Zhao Gongming threw back his head and laughed, the sound shaking the sea of clouds. "Ha! Duobao, oh Duobao, you still love wielding chicken feathers as imperial arrows. When I, Zhao Gongming, act, why should I need to explain myself to Hao Yin?" Tathagata felt secretly alarmed. The disciples of the GS sect followed orders, but not proclamations. The Jade Emperor truly could do nothing to them. What made him even more wary was that the cultivation level his opponent now displayed seemed to match his own as the master of Buddhism. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhao Gongming suddenly struck. His golden whip shot forth like a black dragon breaking through the void, aimed directly at Tathagata's face, shattering space into fragments wherever it passed. Tathagata hastily raised his palm, Buddha light condensing into an enormous golden palm print. Boom! The explosive shockwave cleared the clouds for thousands of miles around. Before the aftershocks had even settled, Tathagata roared in fury. "Zhao Gongming, do you truly intend to make an enemy of our Buddhist sect?" Zhao Gongming withdrew his whip and grinned. "Make an enemy? No. No. No, I simply wanted to test how much skill the former senior brother of the GS sect retains today. His gaze burned intensely as he clicked his tongue twice. Tisk, TSK, Duobao, you're regressing with age. These words cut into Tathagata's heart like a blade. In the past, Taoist Duobao had already reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm, yet after joining Buddhism for several cosmic cycles, he had made no further progress. Meanwhile, Zhao Gongming, despite being bound by the investiture of the gods, still maintained his peak fighting strength. His golden Buddha eyes flickered uncertainly, the 9-grade lotus throne trembling slightly. Buddha light rippling in waves that reflected his inner turmoil. Zhao Gongming leisurely stroked his black tiger's mane, spinning his golden whip between his fingers, cold gleams occasionally cutting through the air, while keeping Tathagata constantly in his sights. Battle fluctuations from the direction of Spirit Mountain faintly reached then the aftershocks of combat between the Holy Mother Wudong and Guanyin and Samantabhadra. At this moment, Buddha had no attention to spare for anything else, his entire focus fixed on Zhao Gongming before him. Golden winds swept past as the two faced each other in the sky, 10,000 zhang high, the air thick with oppressive spiritual energy vortexes. Buddha spoke first, his voice low and complex. Alas, what happened in the past is already settled. Why must you? Before he could finish, Zhao Gongming interrupted with a cold laugh. Settled? Duobao, when you betrayed our sect and joined the enemy, did you ever think of this day? Buddha's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, pressing his palms together. Amitba. This humble monk has long severed ties with the past. Now there is only Buddha, no longer Duobao. Zhao Gongming threw back his head and laughed, the sound so powerful it scattered the cloud layers. Severed ties with the past? Then how do you explain that blood-red Buddha seal between your brows? Isn't that the wound left by the immortal slaying sword formation all those years ago? Buddha's fingertips trembled slightly as he unconsciously touched his brow, where the sword scar still ached faintly. His face darkened as he demanded in a deep voice. Zhao Gongming, what exactly do you want by coming here today? His laughter ceased, and Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed with fierce light. Simple. I want you to stay here for 3 hours. Impossible. Buddha refused categorically. The 9-grade lotus platform materialized beneath his feet, Buddha light shooting skyward. I must go to Flower Fruit Mountain to investigate. Zhao Gongming raised an eyebrow. Oh, so that monkey is more important than I thought. Realizing his slip, Buddha immediately fell silent, a flash of annoyance crossing his golden Buddha eyes before he pressed his palms together again. Junior brother Zhao, step aside. We were once fellow disciples. I don't wish to harm you. Harm me. Zhao Gongming seemed to hear a joke, shaking the golden whip in his palm and tracing a sharp trajectory. Duobao, you've stayed in the Buddhist sect too long and forgotten my true strength. Buddha's face turned cold, the lotus platform's Buddha light trembling as the sea of clouds within 10,000 li instantly collapsed. Zhao Gongming, do you really think this seat cannot deal with you? Memories surged during the investiture of the God's War. Zhao Gongming had fought ancient Buddha Dipankara to a standstill. Had it not been for Chao Bao and Xiao Sheng's sneak attack with the treasure-dropping coins, causing the sea-calming pearls and dragon-binding rope to be seized, Dipankara would have nearly perished under the sword. Now the sea-calming pearls had been refined into the 24 heavens, causing Zhao Gongming's cultivation to plummet, yet he remained as aggressive as ever. Zhao Gongming laughed instead of getting angry, lightly tapping the golden whip against his palm. Duobao, you've reminded me well. Dipankara plotted against me back, then today I'll settle accounts with you both. Before his words finished, he suddenly erupted into action. His sleeves billowed as 24 sea-calming pearl phantoms suspended behind him. Though not the genuine articles, they still released heart-stopping pressure. These were replicas he had refined with his life essence over many years. Combined with the golden whip, their might remained formidable. Buddha's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily summoned the 7-treasure golden lotus for protection. Sea-calming pearls? How could you? Did you think that losing the real pearls would leave me at anyone's mercy? Zhao Gongming sneered, striking out simultaneously with the golden whip and 24 pearls like an inverted galaxy, aimed directly at Buddha's face. Buddha dared not be careless. The 9-grade lotus platform's Buddha light blazed forth as he formed hand seals, and a 10th Sanshang golden body rose from the ground. The Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielded Buddhist implements. This was the abundant treasures Tathagata manifestation. Boom. The golden whip collided with the Buddha palm, the terrifying shockwave shattering spiritual energy across 1,000 li. Zhao Gongming's form wavered as he retreated 3 steps, a trace of golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The Tathagata was also suffering, his golden Dharma body swaying slightly as the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead grew increasingly vivid. Zhao Gongming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit as he laughed heartily. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Now this is more like it. Though the Tathagata's expression remained grim, His heart was churning with shock, had assumed that Zhao Gongming's power had greatly diminished after being listed on the investiture of the gods, never expecting him to fight on equal terms. What made him even more wary was the faint chaotic aura emanating from the shadows of the 24 sea-calming pearls, clearly indicating that Zhao Gongming had gained tremendous fortune over the years. We were once fellow disciples. Why must we fight to the death? How about the Tathagata's tone suddenly softened? Silence, Zhao Gongming roared, cutting him off. When you betrayed our sect and joined the enemy, did you ever think of our brotherhood? He raised his golden whip, pointing its tip directly at the Tathagata's forehead. Today, I will shatter that hypocritical mask of yours. As his words fell, Zhao Gongming bit his tongue tip fiercely, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the golden whip. The whip thunderously transformed into a 10-foot golden dragon, its scales blazing with light, and its roar shaking the heavens. The 24 sea-calming pearl shadows circled the dragon's body like stars surrounding the moon, their imposing presence overwhelming. The Tathagata's eyelids twitched at the sight, no longer able to hold back. The 9-grade lotus platform suddenly split apart, transforming into 9 10-foot golden lotuses that protected his body. His hands rapidly formed seals as Sanskrit chants rolled forth, and the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead cracked open, slowly seeping a drop of golden Buddha blood. Amitba. The Buddha's name echoed as that drop of Buddha blood condensed into a blood-colored demon-subduing pestle, carrying the 9 golden lotuses as it crashed head-on toward the golden dragon. Boom. 2 terrifying forces collided head-on in midair, space shattering like a mirror as vast patches of pitch-black void were exposed. The aftershocks swept across 1,000 li, instantly leveling several mountain peaks below as rubble and dust swirled like tornadoes. When the smoke cleared, Zhao Gongming knelt on one knee. All 24 sea-calming pearl shadows completely shattered. The Tathagata's aura was also weakened. His 9-grade lotus platform's light dimmed, his golden kasaya torn to shreds, golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Gongming looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. Huh? Exhilarating. This is what I call a proper battle. The Tathagata suppressed the churning golden blood, secretly horrified that last strike had actually forced him to use a forbidden Buddhist technique that cost 1,000 years of cultivation. Zhao Gongming, the Tathagata said in a deep voice, why do you obstruct me today? Zhao Gongming slowly rose, wiping the blood from his lips. As I said, 3 hours. A flash of insight gleamed in the Tathagata's eyes. Is it for that monkey? Zhao Gongming sneered without reply, only raising his whip to point from afar. Duobao, you're becoming more foolish with age. Is a mere Tai golden immortal monkey worth such a grand mobilization? Hearing these words, the Tathagata's doubts deepened. Sun Wukong was merely a Tai, hardly worth his personal intervention, yet Zhao Gongming's attitude clearly pointed to hidden circumstances. Meanwhile, during Zhao Gongming and the Tathagata's fierce battle, the Holy Mother Wudong had already quietly dealt with Guanyin and Samantabhadra. With a gentle wave of her hand, the shadow of the Qingping sword split into countless silk ribbons, binding the 2 bodhisattvas in the high clouds. Guanyin's pure vase fell from the clouds, and Samantabhadra's Vajra pestle also dimmed. You two had better remain quiet. The Holy Mother Wudong smiled faintly, her eyes mocking, lest this poor Taoist accidentally lets you follow in Lingya Immortal's footsteps. At the mention of Lingya Immortal, Samantabhadra's face changed drastically, his eyes beneath white brows widening like saucers. Back when he captured the Lingya Immortal as his mount, he employed quite a few cruel methods. The Holy Mother Wudong no longer paid attention to the two before her, her gaze piercing through the layers of restrictions on Mount Ling and falling directly upon the deepest part of the great Thunderclap Temple. There, 2 mighty auras as powerful as primordial beasts flickered in and out of existence, their pressure causing even the floating clouds atop the mountain to twist slightly. She whispered softly, Dipankara, Methreya. The phantom of the Qingping sword at her side trembled lightly, as if it might materialize at any moment. Those 2, who stood alongside Tathagata as the 3 Buddhas of past, present, and future, had both reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Once they appeared, even she would struggle to handle them. She probed again, sensing Sun Wukong's chi steadily rising. His breakthrough was imminent. During this crucial period, she had to firmly hold the situation together. Suddenly, Buddhist light blazed forth from the depths of Mount Ling, and an ancient, desolate aura burst through the 9 heavens, causing the earth to tremble lightly. Ancient Buddha, Dipankara. The Holy Mother Wudong's expression shifted slightly as the Qingping sword immediately transformed into 10,000 zhang of azure light, tightly protecting her entire form. An old monk wearing a mottled kasaya approached through the air, each step causing golden lotuses to bloom, their shadows swaying gracefully. The old monk held a bronze, ancient lamp in his right hand, its flame no larger than a grain of rice, yet seemingly capable of illuminating 3,000 worlds. Little friend Wudong, it has been many years. Ancient Buddha Dipankara's voice was hoarse, as if transmitted across endless ages. His clouded eyes fell upon the Holy Mother Wudong with a hint of kindness, as if viewing a mischievous junior. The Holy Mother Wudong dared not be careless, her sword light becoming even more solid. Dipankara, will you also obstruct me? Dipankara shook his head gently, the ancient lamp's flame flickering slightly. This old monk comes only to mediate. With that, he cast his gaze toward Tathagata and Zhao Gongming, who were locked in fierce battle in the distance, and sighed deeply. Fellow disciples harming each other, how tragic. Fellow disciples? The Holy Mother Wudong snorted coldly. When he betrayed our sect and joined the enemy, did he ever consider such fellowship? Dipankara did not answer, merely swaying the ancient lamp gently. The weak flame reflected the glorious scene of 10,000 immortals paying homage to the GS sect in bygone days, then instantly transformed into the bloody shadows of the investiture of the gods' war. The past is like smoke, why cling to it? What fine words about the past being like smoke. The Holy Mother Wudong's eyes gleamed coldly. Dipankara, when you stole senior brother Zhao's sea-calming divine pearls, why didn't you say such things then? Dipankara's expression remained unchanged. Only the ancient lamp in his hand paused slightly. Within the flame, the phantoms of the 24 heavens rotated precisely the divine power he had refined from the 24 sea-calming divine pearls. As the two confronted each other, hearty yet chilling laughter suddenly echoed from the depths of Mount Ling. Ha ha, how lively! A corpulent monk arrived on auspicious clouds, his kasaya half open, chest heaving, the cloth bag in his hand rustling as if it could devour heaven and earth. It was none other than Maitreya, the future Buddha. Fellow Taoist Wudong, you seem well. He spoke with a smile, though his eyes held no trace of mirth. The Holy Mother Wudong's heart tightened as the Qingping sword's phantom instantly split into countless forms, enveloping her so tightly that not even water could seep through. Maitreya, do you also wish to join this commotion? Maitreya patted his round, bulging belly, his voice relaxed. Not at all, not at all. This poor monk has merely come to watch the show. He first glanced at the bound Guanyin and Samantabhadra, then looked toward Tathagata and Zhao Gongming battling in the distance, finally settling his gaze on the Holy Mother Wudong, his smile deepening. However, fellow Taoist, acting so brazenly before our Mount Ling isn't that going a bit too far? As Maitreya's words fell, the cloth bag in his hand suddenly swelled, and a terrifying suction force swept toward the Holy Mother Wudong. The bag billowed in the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal 100-jong giant, its mouth dark and bottomless, as if it could devour heaven and earth. The colorful clouds above Mount Lingshan churned under this immense force, their radiant light twisted and distorted, as though the entire Buddhist realm might be sucked into that black hole-like opening at any moment. Yet the Holy Mother Wudong remained unmoved. Her pristine white Taoist robe fluttered fiercely in the howling wind, golden threads woven into the fabric stretching into sword-like forms that encircled her body. Beside her, the phantom of the Qingping sword floated silently, dark light flowing along its spine. The woman's lips curved slightly as she raised her eyes mockingly. Maitreya, do you truly dare to capture me? As her words hit the ground, Maitreya's habitually smiling round face suddenly stiffened. The bag's suction faltered, and its swollen form contracted somewhat. Indeed, the karmic consequences of harming the sole remaining direct disciple of the Jie sect would be too grave. Should anything truly happen to her on Mount Lingshan, Zhao Gongming and others listed on the investiture of the gods would never stand idle. And should the Jie sect's incense truly be extinguished, who could guarantee that Master Tongtian, having consumed the saint-destroying pill, would not fly into a rage? Considering this, Maitreya threw back his head in laughter, flicking his wrist to instantly shrink the bag back into his palm. Huh? Fellow Taoist jest, this poor monk was merely playing. Though his words carried laughter, his eyes were cold as a serpent's, greed slithering over the Holy Mother Wudong's form before finally settling on the Qingping sword phantom at her waist, that proof of enlightenment treasure of Master Tongtian, which even as mere illusion still commanded his wariness. As tensions reached their peak, the ancient Buddha Dipankara beside them raised his hand with a gentle wave. The flame within the bronze ancient lamp trembled, its ripples spreading outward, instantly dispelling the bag's residual suction. A hoarse voice emerged from deep within the lamplight. Amitba, friend Wudong has come from afar. As our guest we must not forget our manners. The Holy Mother Wudong turned to study this former vice leader of the Chan sect. Dipankara wore tattered kasaya robes, oil-stained prayer beads swaying at his sleeves. His clouded eyes appeared dim, yet seemed as profound as deep wells. She knew his foundations ran unfathomably deep. Even wielding the Qingping sword phantom, she might not gain any advantage. Fellow Taoist Dipankara shows proper understanding, she said, raising her pale hand to draw the Qingping sword phantom back into her sleeve, adding sarcastically, unlike certain others who, after a few days as future Buddha, forget their own worth. Maitreya's smile grew even more brilliant. the cold light in his eyes intensifying. The cloth bag in his palm swelled without wind, emitting a faint humming that seemed to echo its master's irritation. Dipankara coughed lightly, the ancient lamp's flame rising 3 inches higher, its scorching waves suppressing the conflict. He asked slowly, "Friend Wudong, what exactly brings you here?" Under the lamplight's illumination, Dipankara's gaze was as penetrating as a mirror, seeming capable of seeing through all illusions. The Holy Mother Wudong's heart tightened, and she spoke directly. "I have come to ask when Buddhism will return my Jie sect disciples." Her gaze swept toward the restrained figures of Guanyin, Puxian, and others nearby, her tone growing heavier, especially those who were forcibly converted. The ancient Buddha Dipankara raised his lamp, and within the flames appeared the brutal scenes from the investiture period. 10,000 immortals either perished or converted, bloodlight pervading everywhere, Buddhist chants interweaving with Taoist incantations. A sigh emerged from deep within his chest. The past is like smoke. Those disciples, all converted willingly, what is this talk of returning them? The Holy Mother Wudong scoffed, sword light breaking through her sleeve, as the Qingping sword phantom spiraled forth once more. Willingly? What fine willingness indeed. She pointed her sword lightly, and a beam of azure light shot from her fingertip. Clear images of several Jie sect disciples being converted appeared in the void. The voice of Holy Mother Wudong was bone-chillingly cold. Is this what Senior Randang calls voluntary? Should I also manifest the scene where Jingguaxian had his spiritual wisdom stripped away by Junti's 7 treasures wonderful tree? Ancient Buddha Randang's expression finally shifted. The flame in his ancient lamp flickered violently, its golden light casting his wrinkled face in alternating brightness and shadow. The methods Junti had used to forcibly convert Jingguaxian were indeed dispercepula deeply buried scandal of Buddhism that he could not refute. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Everyone turned toward the sound to see the center of Tathagata and Zhao Gongming's battle explode with blinding golden radiance, the shockwave sweeping away clouds for thousands of miles. Holy Mother Wudong chuckled softly, her gaze penetrating layers of void to observe the battle. Tathagata had manifested his Tintasanshang golden body, with several Buddhist treasures surrounding him, yet Zhao Gongming's storm-like assault had cracked his golden form. Clearly, Tathagata was losing ground. Ancient Buddha Randang's fingers tightened slightly around his lamp, the vessel trembling as he clearly wished to provide support. Holy Mother Wudong blocked his path with her sword. "Fellow Taoist should remain here. I still wish to discuss the Tao with you both." She activated the Qingping sword, its shadows transforming into countless rays of light that sealed off all escape routes for Randang and Methreya with perfect precision. A cold gleam flashed in Methreya's eyes as his bulging cloth bag suddenly opened wide. "Wudong, don't go too far." Holy Mother Wudong laughed heartily. "Going too far? When your Western sect took advantage of chaos for profit, did you ever speak those words?" Her laughter ceased abruptly, her robes billowing without wind as the overwhelming pressure of a peak quasi-saint descended in waves. "If you want to fight, then fight." Before her words finished, the Qingping sword's phantom surged dramatically, sending an azure sword light that spanned heaven and earth straight toward Methreya's face. The blade contained the true essence of sect leader Tongtian's sword Tao, carving fine cracks in space wherever it passed. Methreya hastily raised his cloth bag in defense. With a sharp tearing sound, the Qinkuan bag that supposedly could contain heaven and earth was sliced open by a single sword strike, causing a waterfall of precious materials and exotic treasures to pour forth. "My Qinkuan bag." Methreya's fat face twitched as he could no longer maintain his smile. This bag had been personally bestowed by Saint Junti, and now it was destroyed in an instant, causing him heartbreaking pain. Ancient Buddha Randang held back no longer. Flames roared from his ancient lamp, condensing into a Buddhist fire karma dragon with menacing scales and golden pupils flickering with Buddhist light, charging straight at Holy Mother Wudong. Holy Mother Wudong didn't move a step. The Qingping sword traced an arc, its light cascading like a waterfall as it split in two to cleave the fire dragon apart. Golden karmic flames scattered but couldn't approach her by even an inch. She sneered. "Randang, is this all you're capable of? You weren't this weak when you were in the Chan sect." Ancient Buddha Randang remained silent, rapidly forming hand seals. The severed fire dragon instantly transformed into countless golden sparks, weaving into a net of fire that surrounded Holy Mother Wudong in layers within moments. "Petty tricks." Holy Mother Wudong snorted coldly. The Qingping sword shadow again became a torrential downpour, each sword light precisely piercing through a spark. In the blink of an eye, the fire net was riddled with holes and collapsed into nothingness. Just as she broke through the net, Methreya suddenly struck. He suddenly shook the tattered pouch in his hand, and countless golden sands poured out like a torrential downpour. Each grain was as heavy as a mountain. This was the Buddhist secret technique known as Sumru golden sand, its thunderous roar resembling an avalanche. Wudong Holy Mother was caught completely off guard. instantly engulfed by the golden sand. Her pristine white Taoist robe immediately became as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the flowing phantom of the Qingping sword grew sluggish. Huh! She unleashed the pure qi within her body to break through the golden sand, only to discover that these grains seemed alive, tightening their grip the more she struggled. Dipankara, ancient Buddha, seized the opportunity, raising his hand to wave the lamp. Golden runes poured from the flame, transforming into chains that wound toward Wudong Holy Mother, the Buddhist art of conversion that could subdue even a quasi-saint once it took hold. In this moment of crisis, Wudong Holy Mother bit her tongue tip and sprayed a mouthful of vital blood onto the Qingping sword phantom. The phantom suddenly solidified, its blade revealing intricate Tao patterns. Strike! Sword light swept across heaven and earth, instantly shattering the Sumeru golden sand into powder and severing all the golden chains. Dipankara and Maitreya both retreated in shock. They hadn't expected her to forcibly channel a trace of the Qingping sword's true power. Now it's my turn. Wudong Holy Mother's long hair flowed as she gripped her sword and stepped forward. The sword light fell like an inverted galaxy, striking directly at Dipankara. He hastily raised his lamp, the flame forming a golden light shield. Clang! Both sword light and shield shattered, the explosive aftermath cracking the surrounding space with spiderweb fractures. Maitreya seized the moment to draw out a string of 108 prayer beads, each carved with an Arhut's golden form. As he chanted, the beads manifested 108 Arhut phantoms that arranged themselves in formation, trapping Wudong Holy Mother at the center. She surveyed the circle with indifferent tone. The Arhut demon subduing formation? Mere phantoms dare to block me. The Qingping sword phantom swept across, instantly destroying over 10 Arhats. However, these Arhats reformed after being shattered, seemingly endless. Dipankara retreated several steps, reciting ancient sutras. As the ancient lamp's flame flickered, a blurred Buddha image began forming in the firelight. Even before fully manifesting, it emanated soul-stirring pressure. Wudong Holy Mother's heart tightened, knowing he was summoning some great power. Not daring to delay, she urged her sword to transform into rain, wildly striking the Arhats and tearing the formation to pieces. Just as she was about to break through, Dipankara suddenly shouted, "I invoke the saint's decree." The lamp flame shook violently, and the Buddha image suddenly became clear, a miniature manifestation of Saint Jane. The manifestation opened its eyes, shooting a golden ray directly at Wudong Holy Mother's brow. At this critical moment, a streak of azure light swept from the horizon, blocking her path. Golden light and azure light collided with earth-shaking thunder. Junior brother. Wudong Holy Mother looked up in delighted surprise. Zhao Gongming arrived riding a black tiger through the air, lightning crackling from the golden whip in his hand. Behind him, the Tathagata's golden form was dim and lightless, clearly having suffered a great defeat. Zhao Gongming pointed his whip in fury. "Dipankara, how dare you harm my senior sister?" Dipankara's expression shifted slightly, not expecting Zhao Gongming to escape the Tathagata. The flame of the ancient lamp in his hand flickered between brightness and darkness, while the Dharma body of Jain Saint gradually blurred. Black winds swept through the broken Buddha light as Maitreya roared furiously, his damaged cloth bag instantly swelling to mountain size. "Zhao Gongming, do not be so arrogant." Zhao Gongming stood with his hands behind his back and snorted coldly. 24 sea calming divine pearls materialized around him, circling his body like a river of stars. "Maitreya, what are you to dare speak my name directly?" Before his words faded, all 24 pearl shadows shot out simultaneously, transforming into falling meteors that sent Maitreya flying back 1,000 jong, crashing through several golden stupas while golden blood sprayed across the sky. Seeing this, ancient Buddha Dipankara frowned and withdrew his ancient lamp with a light sigh. "So be it." He turned to Holy Mother Wudong. "What exactly do you intend by coming to Lingshan, fellow Taoist?" At this moment, Holy Mother Wudong caught traces of supreme clarity aura coming from the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain and immediately understood that Sun Wukong had achieved his breakthrough. She exchanged glances with Zhao Gongming and nodded slightly, the wrinkles on her plain white Taoist robe instantly smoothing out. "The 3 hours are up. Farewell." 2 streams of azure light shot through the sky, one heading straight for Flower Fruit Mountain, the other veering toward the heavenly court, leaving behind only the devastated Lingshan and the stunned Buddhist assembly. Broken golden statues and collapsed glazed halls tilted askew in the clouds, while Sanskrit chants had long since shattered into fragments. Inside the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, the waterfall roared like thunder. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling black qi. Within the black qi, phantom images of the 6 paths of reincarnation intertwined with a sapling of the 7 treasures wonderful tree, while a heaven-piercing battle intent surged like a writhing flood dragon. Success. He suddenly opened his golden pupils, battle intent blazing like torches. With a flip of his palm, A strand of dark golden light danced at his fingertips, precisely the 10% of the law of battle he had just comprehended. A mere 10%, yet it made his blood boil. This 10% law of battle has increased my strength more than tenfold. As the law nourished him in return, his cultivation soared, and he directly broke through to the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong bared his teeth in a grin. I just entered latest stage Daluo not long ago, and now another breakthrough, how exhilarating. With a thought, the primordial staff appeared in his palm. Dragon patterns flowed across the dark golden staff, resonating with the law of battle, its deep hum echoing through the cave. He swung lightly, and wherever the staff shadow passed, space shattered like a broken mirror, revealing pitch-black void. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Excellent. This strike was several times stronger than before. Only after being baptized by the Chaos Demon Ape's essence could the primordial staff harmonize with him so perfectly. Before his joy could fade, his brow suddenly twitched. His truth-seeing golden eyes pierced through the water curtain to gaze directly at the sky. A streak of azure light was rapidly approaching Flower Fruit Mountain. It was Holy Mother Wudong. Another azure streak veered toward the heavenly court, none other than Zhao Gongming. Sun Wukong's mind raced, and he immediately understood Holy Mother Wudong feared she couldn't handle the Buddhist forces alone, so she had requested Zhao Gongming's assistance. Senior arrives at the perfect time. He leaped out of the cave, suppressing his aura to mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, the golden light of the tight band on his head flickering faintly as he disguised himself as being bound by Buddhism. The azure light landed on the mountain peak as Holy Mother Wudong stepped on a green lotus, her robes flowing in the wind. Sun Wukong cupped his hands. Thanks to Senior's assistance, this old monkey was able to break through peacefully. Holy Mother Wudong's delicate hand swept lightly as the phantom of the Qingping sword appeared beside her, a trace of appreciation flashing through her beautiful eyes. Not bad. To actually comprehend 10% of the law of battle. Just as Sun Wukong was about to speak, he saw her suddenly turn toward the west, her elegant brows tightly knitted. The air suddenly grew heavy as she uttered two words. They're coming. The Holy Mother Wudong hesitated no more and vanished into Mount Huagua. Before departing, she cast a meaningful glance back, the phantom of the Qingping sword trembling gently against her sleeve, as if silently urging Sun Wukong to be cautious. Sun Wukong watched her leave, a sly smile curving his lips. With a thought, he activated his chaotic demon ape essence, precisely suppressing his aura from the peak of Daluo Golden Immortal to the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The show was about to begin. He hefted the Hunyuan staff onto his shoulder and leaped out of the water curtain cave. Waterfall droplets shattered and splashed onto his golden fur, refracting tiny points of light in the sunlight. Through his truth-piercing golden eyes, he clearly saw Guanyin, and Puxian Bodhisattva was racing toward him on clouds. Guanyin held her jade vase, her willow leaf eyebrows tightly furrowed. Puxian stood upon his white elephant's back, his expression grim. The Buddhist light around both was dim and fractured, clearly showing they had recently endured fierce battle. Sun Wukong scratched his head, golden light dancing in his eyes. They came quite fast. It seems the time Senior Wudong bought didn't make these two suffer much. With this thought, he deliberately pretended not to see them, shouldering his Hunyuan staff and swaggering up the mountain peak while humming a tune. Old Sun has great powers. With one iron staff I sweep all directions. Above the clouds, Guanyin suddenly halted her lotus platform, the willow branch in her jade vase swaying without wind. She pointed at that golden figure. Senior brother Puxian, look, that monkey has indeed returned. Puxian followed her pointing finger, his eyes beneath white brows blazing with light. What a monkey head, daring to toy with our Buddhist sect. Yet Guanyin frowned slightly. Strange, when did he return? I just observed with my wisdom eye but saw no trace of him. Puxian snorted coldly. This monkey is cunning and must have used concealment methods. Come, let's go down and investigate. The two descended from their clouds, landing atop Mount Huagua. Mountain winds howled, making Guanyin's plain white kasaya and Puxian's golden kasaya flutter loudly. Sun Wukong had his back to them, the Hunyuan staff lightly tapping the stone surface on his shoulder, seemingly deaf to the commotion behind him. Insolent monkey. Puxian roared, striking his Vajra staff once. Rocks exploded in response as he continued. Seeing the Bodhisattvas, why don't you pay respects? Only then did Sun Wukong slowly turn around, feigning surprise with wide eyes. Oh, if it isn't Guanyin Bodhisattva and Puxian Bodhisattva. Old Sun just came from Lingshan not long ago. What wind brings you two to this desolate mountain wilderness? Though his words sounded respectful, his posture was slouched and casual, the Hunyuan staff spinning in his palm with an air of nonchalance. Guanyin suppressed her anger, tilting her jade vase slightly. Sun Wukong, do you know your crimes? Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks, looking completely bewildered. Know my crimes? What crimes does old Sun have? I merely took a stroll through the underworld and helped Master Bodhi retrieve something. Outrageous. You still dare mention Master Bodhi? Puxian's anger flared, his white beard flying as he raged. Do you know how much merit the Buddhist sect has lost because of your wild words? Sun Wukong's eyes flashed, but he maintained his aggrieved expression. Bodhisattva, every word old Sun spoke was true. Master Bodhi indeed asked me to retrieve from the underworld. Silence. Guanyin shouted furiously, her anger no longer containable. The willow branch in her jade vase suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a green whip that lashed through the air towards Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Sun Wukong rejoiced in Wardlithis was exactly what he wanted, to provoke them into action, and now Guanyin had made the first move. However, Sun Wukong had no intention of dodging or blocking the attack. Instead, he put on an act of being caught off guard, taking the full brunt of the strike. Crack! The azure whip struck his chest with tremendous force, the sharp sound echoing through the air. He flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into the cliff face behind him. The stone wall crumbled, debris tumbling down in a cascade. But Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the crimson droplets staining his golden fur in a startling display. As he hit the ground, he curled up into a ball, his aura rapidly weakening, even the golden light of his circlet dimming considerably. His golden pupils trembling, he spoke in a weak voice. Bodhisattva, why? This old monkey merely spoke the truth. Guanyin held her jade vase, the willow branch in her sleeve quivering slightly as alarm stirred in her heart. That casual strike of hers had only carried the power of a mid-stage Tai golden immortal, yet under normal circumstances, this monkey would never be so vulnerable. After all, he had just easily defeated Yang Jian, Neza, and the others. Samantabhadra stood nearby, his white eyebrows deeply furrowed, his Vajra staff sinking slightly. What trick is this mischievous monkey playing? Sun Wukong leaned against the shattered rock wall, spitting up blood twice more. Secretly, he channeled his chaotic demon ape essence, deliberately disrupting his internal spiritual power to make his injuries appear genuine. He spoke hoarsely. Honored Bodhisattvas, though this old monkey may be unruly, I have never spoken a single false word. Patriarch Subodhi truly did instruct me to retrieve the laws of reincarnation from the underworld. Still dare to spout nonsense. Samantabhadra roared in fury, his Vajra staff striking the ground with tremendous force, sending a golden beam straight towards Sun Wukong's forehead. Sun Wukong neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the golden light to strike his forehead. Amid his agonized screams, he fell backward, his circlet cracking with a sharp crack, brilliant golden light bursting forth. His fur stood on end as he clutched his head and rolled about. Ah, it's killing this old monkey. Bodhisattva, have mercy. I'll never dare again. The circlet actually showed cracks, deepening Guanyin's suspicion. How could something personally bestowed by the Tathagata be so easily damaged? She raised her hand, releasing Buddha light that swept over Sun Wukong's entire body. She observed his cultivation had indeed stopped at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal, with chaotic meridians and damaged primordial spirit was truly severely injured. She murmured softly. How strange. Why has this monkey become so fragile? Samantabhadra snorted coldly. Putting on an act. Let me test him once more. With these words, his Vajra staff expanded into a towering pillar reaching the heavens, carrying overwhelming pressure as it crashed down from above. This strike was powerful enough to severely wound a Daluo Golden Immortal. A cold glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he chuckled inwardly. Buddhism still needs me to complete the journey to the West Tribulation. Guanyin will never stand by and watch. Indeed, at the critical moment, the willow branch from Guanyin's jade vase transformed into an azure dragon, coiling around the Vajra staff. She urgently intervened. Senior brother, wait. If something truly happens to this monkey, how will our Buddhist sect explain it? Though Samantabhadra withdrew some of his force, he didn't completely stop his attack. Boom. The Vajra staff crashed down 3 feet from Sun Wukong, splitting the earth into an unfathomably deep chasm. The shockwave sent Sun Wukong flying several zhang away, adding several more injuries to his body. Sun Wukong lay sprawled on the ground, his breathing growing weaker by the moment. Cough, cough. Bodhisattva, spare me. I know I was wrong. The Monkey King collapsed, his breath barely perceptible, his golden fur stained with dust and blood, looking utterly wretched. Secretly, he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The cracked golden circlet around his head seeped faint golden light, making him appear gravely wounded and near death. How can this unruly monkey be so easily defeated? Samantabhadra withdrew his Vajra pestle, his white eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Guanyin raised her hand, sending a gentle Buddhist light to scan Sun Wukong's entire body. She whispered, his meridians are in chaos. His primordial spirit Damageta is indeed severely injured. But, given his previous strength, he shouldn't be this fragile. At that moment, Sun Wukong's truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the cloud layers, clearly capturing the scene high above Buddha Tathagata, Maitreya, and Dipankara, three venerable beings hidden in the clouds, silently observing. Hee, the show begins now, he chuckled inwardly, deliberately making his aura more chaotic. Fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as his body swayed and collapsed with a thud. His eyes closed tightly, appearing to have fainted. Guanyin and Samantabhadra were greatly alarmed. The Vajra pestle slipped from Samantabhadra's hand as his eyes widened beneath his white beard. How? How is this possible? The willow branch in Guanyin's jade vase swayed without wind, and sweet dew scattered across the ground. She bent down to examine him, shocked to discover that the monkey's meridians were completely severed and his primordial spirit scattered, with only a thread of life remaining. Her voice trembled. Senior brother, you struck too hard. If this monkey dies, the journey to obtain the scriptures. Before she could finish, a cold snort exploded like thunder. Humph! Mount Huagua trembled, waterfalls flowed backward, and the monkey tribe wailed in distress. Amitba. Tathagata's golden form manifested, and Tinthasansang Buddhist light covered the mountain peak. The blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead flickered as his 9-grade lotus throne slowly rotated, golden lotuses blooming wherever it passed. Guanyin and Samantabhadra immediately prostrated themselves. We pay our respects to our Buddha. Tathagata's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over the barely breathing Sun Wukong. His voice was ice-cold. Samantabhadra, do you know your crime? Sweat beaded on Samantabhadra's forehead as he explained in panic. Buddha, please see clearly this disciple. This disciple only. Only what? This monkey is crucial to the cosmic tribulation. If anything happens to him, can you bear the responsibility? Suddenly, hearty laughter echoed from the clouds. Ha ha ha. Maitreya descended on auspicious clouds, his plump face wearing its perpetual smile, though a cold glint flashed in its depths. Dipankara Buddha followed closely, holding his ancient bronze lamp. The flame danced, illuminating his wrinkled face as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Tathagata, this matter is suspicious. The ancient lamp's flame suddenly grew 3 times higher. This monkey, there's something strange about him. Upon hearing this, Tathagata performed divination calculations, but still received only chaotic heavenly secrets. A brilliant light flashed in his golden Buddha eyes. Maitreya patted his belly, his tattered cloth bag swelling without wind. The most important thing now is to save him first. We cannot let this affect our subsequent plans. Dipankara lowered his eyes in contemplation, the lamp flame reflecting his enlightened expression. After a brief pause, he nodded, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. Amitba, fellow Taoist, Maitreya speaks truly. This monkey bears the merit of mending the heavens and is crucial to the cosmic tribulation, so nothing must go wrong with him. Upon the 9th-grade lotus throne, the Tathagata sat in meditation, surrounded by Buddha's radiance, his golden face emanating natural authority without anger. He lowered his gaze, glancing over Puxian who knelt prostrate on the ground, the crimson Buddha seal between his brows flickering slightly. Puxian, do you know your fault? Bodhisattva Puxian's white whiskers trembled lightly, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground, his voice hoarse and low. This disciple knows his fault and willingly accepts punishment. The Vajra pestle at his fingertips had long lost its luster, withering in the dust alongside its master. To the side, Guanyin hesitated to speak, the willow branch in her jade vase swaying gently without wind, several drops of sweet dew escaping. She knew that although she had tried to intervene, she had also tacitly allowed Puxian strike, and now that the situation was set, she could only bow her head in submission. Since it is so, the Tathagata's voice rang like great bronze bells, reverberating from the lotus throne with such force that even distant Flower Fruit Mountain trembled slightly. Puxian nearly ruined our Buddhist sect's grand plan. He shall be confined for 10,000 years to reflect on his transgressions. As these words fell, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were shocked. 10,000 years was nearly eternal to mortals, and though merely a snap of fingers to Bodhisattvas with endless lifespans, it meant Puxian could not appear throughout the entire cosmic tribulation. What truly made them change color was that the Tathagata would actually rebuke a personally transmitted great bodhisattva for the sake of a mere monkey. In the distance, ancient Buddha Dipankara half closed his eyes, the flame of the ancient lamp in his hands flickering bright and dim. He understood that the Tathagata's action both appeased the various forces secretly watching from the heavens and took the opportunity to discipline Puxian, whose edge had been showing increasingly of late. Maitreya still smiled as he patted his belly, his cloth bag opening and moving without wind, making soft rustling sounds, though a flash of understanding passed through his eyes. The Tathagata spoke again, Guanyin. Guanyin bowed and stepped forward, her jade vase tilting slightly. This disciple is here. The Tathagata raised his finger and pointed lightly, a drop of golden Buddha blood seeping from the crimson Buddha seal between his brows, suspended in the air. Use this to heal his wounds. Guanyin received the Buddha blood with both hands, her palms burning hot. This drop of Buddha blood contained 1,000 years of the Tathagata's cultivation, incomparably precious. She dared not delay, immediately merging it into the sweet dew of her jade vase, lightly dipping the willow branch and sprinkling it towards Sun Wukong. As the golden radiance of sweet dew touched his body, Sun Wukong was wildly delighted within, but showed not the slightest sign outwardly. He secretly activated his chaotic demon ape origin, a wisp of black chi rising like a spiritual serpent, wrapping layer upon layer around that vast spiritual power. This was the essence of the Tathagata's 1,000 years of cultivation, and if he could refine it completely, his origin would surely advance another step. This old monk is quite generous. Yet on his face he maintained the appearance of being barely alive, his breath becoming increasingly chaotic, his golden monkey fur losing its luster, his heartbeat so weak it was barely audible. Guanyin waved her willow branch again, sweet dew falling like continuous fine rain. But she instantly changed color. The monkey's injuries had not healed in the slightest. How is this possible? Her voice trembled, the willow branch shaking again, without wind. Looking up toward the Tathagata, filled with disbelief. My Buddha, this Buddha blood. The Tathagata's golden Buddha face grew solemn, the crimson Buddha seal between his brows flashing violently. The Buddha light of the lotus throne also flickering bright and dim accordingly. Something is wrong. This drop of Buddha blood was sufficient to save a dying Dayuo golden immortal. How could it have no effect on a mere Tai golden immortal? Ancient Buddha Dipankara's eyes grew profound, the flame of his ancient lamp suddenly blazing. He stepped forward, the bronze ancient lamp shining towards Sun Wukong, countless mysterious runes floating in the flames. His hoarse voice seemed to come from ancient times. Let this old monk take a look. Randang raised his hand, and the flame runes in his lamp flickered as he attempted to probe Sun Wukong's internal condition. Sun Wukong's heart tightened. This ancient being who had lived through countless eons was no ordinary opponent. In a flash of thought, he quietly activated his Chaos Demon Ape essence, disguising the dark energy surrounding the Buddha's blood as signs of severe injury, and deliberately released a trace of the Buddha's blood aura. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, with golden threads flickering within the very essence of Buddha's blood. Buddha's blood, rejected by him? Guanyin gasped, nearly dropping her jade vase. Not only was Guanyin shocked, but Tathagata, Maitreya, and Randang all changed color simultaneously. The Buddha's blood contained only 1,000 years of cultivation and no power of conversion logically. No living being should reject it. Yet Sun Wukong not only failed to absorb it, but his injuries showed no signs of improvement. Maitreya frowned and murmured. Could this be related to this spirit stone monkey being formed from the heaven-mending stone? Tathagata's golden face stirred slightly, the blood-red Buddha seal at his brow flickering uncertainly, as he said gravely. The heaven-mending stone was refined by the sage Nuwa, and contains immeasurable merit. It could indeed repel external forces. Ancient Buddha Randang raised his hand, the flame of his bronze ancient lamp flickering bright and dim, his clouded eyes narrowing. Umitba, this old monk observed something unusual within this monkey's body. It's not merely the heaven-mending stone. As his words fell, the lamp flame blazed up, and a fire dragon emerged from the lamp, striking directly at Sun Wukong's brow. This was Randang's probing technique condensed from his own Buddhist power. As crisis approached, the Chaos Demon Ape essence within Sun Wukong frantically warned. This bald monk's methods were extraordinary. If the fire dragon invaded his primordial spirit, his disguise would be exposed. Lightning quick, he channeled that 10% of the law of war, forming an invisible barrier within his meridians. Roar! The moment the fire dragon touched his brow, it let out a mournful cry, shattered into scattered sparks by the overwhelming battle intent. Randang's expression changed drastically, his ancient lamp cracking with fine lines. For the first time, he showed alarm, muttering, such powerful battle intent. Tathagata stood upon his 9-grade lotus platform, Buddha light blazing. Friend Randang, what have you discovered? Randang took a deep breath and shook his head. Battle intent flows within the monkey's bottomy fire dragon was actually shattered. No wonder he could wreak havoc in the underworld. This one must have had other encounters. Maitreya's plump face stiffened in its smile, the tattered bag in his sleeve rustling without wind. Battle intent? Strange indeed. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise and suspicion in the other's eyes. Logically, the Holy Mother Wudong had only taught Jiejiao techniques, and she was not skilled in battle intent. Guanyin, confused by their discussion, couldn't help asking, My Buddha, what should we do now? This monkey's injuries. Tathagata pondered for a moment, then pointed, sending a golden light into Sun Wukong's body. Let me take a look. As the golden light entered his body, Sun Wukong felt vast Buddhist power rampaging through his meridians. He gritted his teeth secretly, his Chaos Demon Ape essence spinning rapidly, layer by layer enveloping and devouring this Buddhist power while feigning the illusion of completely severed meridians. The Tathagata frowned deeply and said, "Strange, this monkey's meridians are indeed severely damaged, yet my Buddha power enters his body like an ox sinking into the sea." The air in the hall grew stagnant. Mithriya suddenly raised his tattered cloth bag with a beaming smile, the bag's opening swelling without wind. "Tathagata, since Buddha blood is useless, why not try this?" His other hand reached into his robes and produced a thumb-sized golden lotus seed, its surface flowing with Buddhist inscriptions and emanating powerful fluctuations. The moment the golden light appeared, the willow branch in Guanin's jade vase trembled violently, and she exclaimed in shock, "A golden lotus seed from the 8 treasures merit pool." The Tathagata's golden Buddha eyes lit up. The entire 8 treasures merit pool only produced 3 such objects every 10,000 years, and Mithriya's offering now clearly showed his intention to bind his fate with Sun Wukong's. Yet with Sun Wukong's critical injuries and no other remedy at hand, if they didn't use this treasure, only that final method remained, but that technique's consumption was too great, something he would never employ unless absolutely necessary. At the platform's edge, the ancient Buddha of burning lamp narrowed his turbid eyes as the flame in his ancient lamp suddenly flared 3 inches higher. "Mithriya, you." He had already discerned Mithriya's intentions, yet seeing the other had seized the initiative, he had lost his chance to share in Sun Wukong's fortune. Mithriya continued smiling with narrowed eyes, his plump face folding into several creases. "This object contains the purest primordial power, untainted by karma, most suitable for the luminous stone monkey." With that, he flicked his finger, and the golden lotus seed floated up, slowly descending towards Sun Wukong. The seed bloomed with soft golden radiance in midair, bright as a small sun, illuminating every detail atop Flower Fruit Mountain. Though Sun Wukong kept his eyes closed feigning death, he heard every word clearly, and the Chaos Demon Ape essence within him stirred restlessly at this aura. "Good stuff," he swallowed secretly. The golden lotus seed lightly touched his chest and instantly shattered into myriad points of golden light, seeping into his flesh like dense rain. In that instant, a warm current washed through his limbs and bones, so comfortable he nearly moaned aloud. The Chaos Demon Ape essence pounced like a starving beast, interweaving with the golden light to form a black and gold Taiji diagram within his body. Guanyin took the opportunity to examine him and exclaimed with joy, "It's working. His aura is stabilizing." The Tathagata's 9-grade lotus platform blazed with Buddha light as he intoned, "Amitba, we've finally preserved this key to the Kulpa." The ancient Buddha of burning lamp gazed at the monkey, his lamp's flame flickering erratically, but the images it cast were scrambled by an invisible force. His heart grew cold. There was definitely something anomalous within Sun Wukong. "Buddha, burning lamp," began hoarsely. Before he could finish, Sun Wukong suddenly coughed violently, spraying golden blood that splattered across Mithriya's kasaya. Mithriya's smile froze. Clearly sensed the golden lotus seed's power being rapidly devoured, but it was too late to stop it. Guanyin hurried forward, gently brushing with her willow branch. "Sun Wukong, are you feeling better?" Sun Wukong weakly opened his eyes, his golden pupils dim and lifeless. He struggled to get up, but collapsed back to the ground. While the Buddha's attention was diverted, he secretly activated his Chaos Demon Ape essence, causing his internal energy to surge and wane alternately. Wisps of black energy, like serpents, swiftly coiled around the remaining Buddhist essence of the golden lotus seed, wrapping it tightly layer by layer before burying it deep in his dantian. The Tathagata's golden Buddha face darkened slightly as he flicked his fingertip, sending a beam of Buddha light piercing through the air to probe Sun Wukong's body once more. This time, he clearly sensed the golden lotus seed's aura rapidly diminishing, as if being devoured by an invisible beast, and thought with alarm, "Strange indeed. Does the heaven-mending stone possess such properties?" Beside him, Mithriya's mouth twitched. That golden lotus seed was a precious treasure he had secretly kept for years. Suppressing his heartache, he still smiled cheerfully. "Buddha, this monkey's injuries are too severe. I fear one golden lotus is insufficient." He then glanced toward Dipankara, signaling him to act. The ancient Buddha Dipankara snorted coldly, the flame in his bronze ancient lamp flickering several times. He understood Mithriya was dragging him into this, but indeed another push was needed at this moment. Finally sighing, he drew a finger-length golden flame from the lamp's wick. "This is the primordial lamp flame I have refined for 1,000 years. It can stabilize the primordial spirit." The flame drifted leisurely towards Sun Wukong, but before it could approach, it trembled violently from his invisible battle intent. Dipankara's expression changed as he quickly formed hand seals to steady the flame. Sun Wukong's heart jumped. He hadn't expected this lamp flame to trigger his law of battle. He hastily restrained himself, revealing only traces of battle intent to avoid exposing his trump card. On the surface, he feigned panic. "This fire. Dipankara patiently explained. Fear not. This fire is gentle and will not harm you. The flame landed on Sun Wukong's forehead and instantly penetrated within. The Chaos Demon Ape essence rejoiced at the sight of prey, immediately releasing a wisp of black energy to envelop it. Sun Wukong felt a cool sensation in his primordial spirit, his understanding of the peak golden immortal realm advancing further, and he secretly rejoiced. Excellent. This old monk's lamp flame actually contains primordial Tao essence. He deliberately made his aura appear more vigorous, staggered to his feet, and bowed to the three Buddhas. Many thanks to the Buddhas for saving my life. The Tathagata nodded lightly but harbored doubts. This monkey recovered far too quickly, and that faint battle intent made him uneasy. Rest well and recover. When healed, fortune awaits you. With that, his gaze deepened, the 9-grade lotus platform blazed with Buddha light, and he turned to leave. How could Sun Wukong miss this final opportunity to extort more? He suddenly clutched his chest and cried out in agony. Aya, Buddha, wait. My chest. Before finishing his words, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing all over, with traces of golden blood seeping from his mouth. He precisely controlled his injuries to appear critical without being abandoned. The Tathagata had no choice but to halt his lotus platform. Guanyin flashed forward, her delicate hand reaching towards Sun Wukong's chest, only to be suddenly repelled by a rebounding force. She exclaimed in shock. The Buddhist golden lotus and primordial lamp flame within this monkey are actually conflicting with each other. This is bad. Guanyin's face changed dramatically. The golden lotus and lamp flame are incompatible and are battling within his body. Hearing this, the Tathagata's expression darkened as he formed hand seals with both hands, sending a golden light into Sun Wukong's body to try harmonizing the two forces. The Chaos Demon Ape essence seized this opportunity to cause chaos, its black energy churning and making the two forces even more turbulent. Sun Wukong groaned in agony, every hair on his body standing on end as golden light and dark energy intertwined across his form, creating a terrifying sight. Outside the cave, the ancient Buddha Dipankara's sleeves fluttered slightly, his expression grave as innate lamp flame, supremely rigid and yang in nature, was naturally incompatible with the golden lotus from Maitreya's 8 treasures merit pool. Under the backlash of these two forces, Sun Wukong's vital energy was on the verge of going berserk. Maitreya's foolish grin vanished as his plump hands clutched desperately at his damaged cloth bag, cursing silently. If this attempt failed, not only would they gain no fortune, but even his precious treasure would be lost. How would they salvage this situation? After a moment of contemplation, Tathagata suddenly raised his finger to point at his forehead. A blood-red Buddha seal blazed to life, and a drop of brilliant golden blood broke free from the seal purer than before, containing 3,000 years of his cultivation. Seeing this, Guanyin cried out in alarm. Buddha, you must not. This is your primordial Buddha blood. Tathagata sighed softly. The cosmic tribulation takes precedence. With these words, the drop of Buddha blood floated towards Sun Wukong on rays of Buddha light, but just as it was about to enter his forehead, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Tathagata's pupils contracted sharply. Could it be that even the heaven-mending stone rejected his primordial Buddha blood? Though his heart churned like a stormy sea, his face betrayed nothing as he suddenly intensified his Buddha power, forcing the blood into Sun Wukong's body. The chaotic demon ape essence did not completely envelop the Buddha blood as before, instead allowing part of its power to flow through his limbs and bones. Warmth instantly flooded his entire body, and Sun Wukong felt his cultivation advance another step. Now just a hair's breadth from the quasi-saint realm. What a windfall. He rejoiced inwardly while continuing to suppress his groans, feigning unbearable agony. With the harmonizing effect of Tathagata's primordial Buddha blood, the violent energy within gradually subsided. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, swayed as he stood up, and bowed deeply to Tathagata. I thank the Buddha for saving my life. Tathagata's golden Buddha eyes were profound, as if seeking to pierce through all illusions. Conduct yourself well. With these words, the 9-grade lotus platform beneath his feet blazed with 10,000 rays of Buddha light, carrying his figure straight into the heavens. Dipankara and Maitreya followed closely behind, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Guanyin was the last to leave, the willow branch in her pure vase swaying gently. Rest and heal your wounds in peace. With these words, she too hastily departed, fearing entanglement with Sun Wukong. Though she considered her cultivation superior to this mischievous monkey's, she was well aware of his extraordinary talent for causing trouble. In truth, she had not fled far but remained hidden high in the sky, secretly monitoring him. Only after everyone had vanished did Sun Wukong slowly straighten his back, resuming his normal appearance before flashing back to the water-curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. Inside the cave, he withdrew his divine consciousness and concealed his aura, allowing Guanyin to see only that he was sleeping soundly. After confirming all was well, He opened his mouth and exhaled, causing a mass of dark energy carrying the remnant essence of the golden lotus seed to slowly emerge. Quite a harvest. Sun Wukong counted on his fingers. Tathagata's Buddha blood and essence, Maitreya's golden lotus seed, Dipankara's innate lamp flame. This performance was worth it. His truth-piercing golden eyes gazed through the layers of clouds directly towards Spirit Mountain, a glint of cunning flashing in their depths. Those bald monks of the Buddhist sect aren't full Stevie? Probably grown suspicious. After all, my recent behavior was rather excessive. If Tathagata goes to ask the Western saints, my death-feigning trick might be exposed. Sun Wukong murmured to himself with a smile playing at his lips. After all, the heaven-mending stone wouldn't actually reject Buddha blood or anything of the sort. Everything was merely speculation on Tathagata's part. Sun Wukong dared not hesitate and sat cross-legged on the stone bed to begin his cultivation. With a slight movement of his mind, the chaotic demon ape's origin power silently activated. An invisible barrier spread from the cave walls, sealing the entire water curtain cave like a water screen, completely cutting off all external spiritual energy. This way, even if there were fluctuations during the refinement process, it would be impossible to alert Guanyin hiding in the clouds above. First, I'll refine this Buddha blood. He opened his mouth and spat out a mass of pitch-black demonic energy that lifted 2 drops of Buddha blood, suspending them before his eyes. One drop contained 1,000 years of cultivation, the other 3,000 years. They glowed with brilliant golden light, surging with Buddha power like miniature suns illuminating the cave. Sun Wukong activated his truth-piercing golden eyes to examine them carefully. 4,000 years of painstaking cultivation essence remained concentrated without dispersing, indeed free of any restrictions. The old monk was quite honest. In his urgency to help him recover, he naturally had no time to leave any back doors. He grinned, dark energy churning in his palms as he tightly wrapped the Buddha blood. The chaotic demon ape's origin power greedily devoured it, and the golden blood pearls quickly melted, transforming into a scorching torrent that flooded through his limbs and bones. In an instant, his internal energy surged upward, loosening the bottleneck at the peak of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm was just 1 step away from the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. Excellent. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, his golden eyes blazing. The Buddha blood not only replenished his cultivation, but also brought with it Tathagata's 1,000 years of insights. Though most were filtered out by the demon ape's origin power, much remained valuable, with scrolls of Buddhist wisdom unfolding in his mind. His gaze shifted to the side, where the golden lotus seed wrapped in dark energy grew increasingly radiant. The seed's golden patterns flowed, emanating pure origin essence that was even more tempting than the Buddha blood, a supreme treasure nurtured in the 8 treasure merit pool. Once refined, breaking through to the Hunyuan realm would be within reach. He rubbed his hands together and activated his origin power once more. The dark energy surged like a tide, layer by layer engulfing the seed. Suddenly, something went wrong. The moment it made contact, a sinister aura invaded his consciousness. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply, and his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated deep, revealing a lotus-shaped mark hidden within the seed completely contrary to orthodox Buddhist teachings. Maitreya's hidden trick? His heart grew cold as he quickly ceased his technique, carefully controlling the demonic energy to forcibly separate the mark from the seed's origin essence. Hiss! The mark detached and immediately condensed into a phantom, round belly, large ears, and a genial smile. It was none other than Maitreya Buddha. Little monkey, didn't expect this, did you? The phantom spoke with a smile, his voice thundering directly in Sun Wukong's mind. I knew long ago that you were no ordinary being, so I left a strand of divine consciousness within the golden lotus seed. Instantly, every hair on Sun Wukong's body stood on end, and the chaotic demon ape's origin power screamed warnings. Behind that smile lurked the infamous smiling tiger known throughout the primordial world. That bald donkey Maitreya. Sun Wukong bared his teeth and grimaced as the primordial staff instantly materialized in his hand. What do you want? Across from him, the rotund phantom of Maitreya sat serenely in the void, his plump hand gently patting his belly. Easy, easy. I've come here merely to make a deal with you. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he spoke at a measured pace. You bear the merit of mending the heavens and have mastered the power of battle intent. Your future knows no bounds. Why make an enemy of Buddhism? Bullshit. Sun Wukong roared, pointing his primordial staff directly at his opponent. This old monkey despises you hypocritical bald donkeys the most. If you want to fight, then fight. Spare me your fake sincerity. The Maitreya phantom's smile remained unchanged, though it now carried a chill. Stubborn fool. Do you really think you can deceive the eyes of the saints? If not for the approaching calamity and the chaos and heavenly secrets, would the 2 Western saints have allowed you to roam free until now? At these words, Sun Wukong's heart trembled. This strand of divine consciousness was no ordinary thing. It could see right through to the truth that no one else was behind the scenes, that he was operating alone. Taking advantage of his silence, Mithriya spoke again. I know you have connections with the Holy Mother Wudong, but since the Jie sect has been destroyed, what can she offer you? Better to serve under me. When I control Buddhism, I'll grant you the status of Buddha. Golden light flowed around Sun Wukong as he sneered inwardly. This fat monk's recruitment was false. Turning him into Buddhism's enforcer was the real goal, no different from his original fate as the victorious fighting Buddha. Haha. He scratched his head, feigning interest. That does sound appealing, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly erupted into action. Battle intent transformed into dark golden flames as the primordial staff, wrapped in the laws of war, came crashing down from above. Boom. The staff's shadow fell like a mountain, causing the void itself to collapse. Yet the Mithriya phantom burst like a bubble, instantly reforming nearby. Useless. Mithriya shook his head lightly, his voice tinged with mockery. This consciousness shares the same origin as the golden lotus seed. Unless you abandon refining it, you cannot harm me. Sun Wukong narrowed his golden eyes, silently cursing the old monk's deep scheming. Baldy, what exactly do you want? Mithriya smiled, even more brilliantly. Simple. Assist me during the journey to the West Calamity, and when I replace Tathagata, I won't treat you poorly. With a wave of his hand, images appeared on the golden lotus seed, a future spiritual mountain where Mithriya sat on a lotus throne with 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, while Sun Wukong stood at his side, wearing a Buddha's golden crown, majestic and imposing. How about it? Rather than being Tathagata's chess piece, why not cooperate with me? Sun Wukong showed hesitation on his face, but his heart grew colder. He was buying time, searching for a way to break free. Secretly activating his chaotic demon ape origin, his divine consciousness probed, trying to find a weakness. Mithriya seemed to see through his calculations. Don't waste your effort. This strand of consciousness contains 1,000 years of my cultivation. Unless you break through to quasi-saint level, you cannot do anything to me. Though meant as boasting, this statement revealed crucial information. This consciousness was only at the early quasi-saint level. I see. A cunning glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he fully activated the laws of war. Dark golden battle intent blazed as dragon patterns came alive on the primordial staff, humming softly. The Mithriya phantom continued smiling. It's useless. Your fighting spirit is strong, but in the end, before he could finish his words, his smile suddenly froze. Sun Wukong's head was crowned with 3 ethereal flower shadows, radiating 7th-grade divine brilliance in layers. His already formidable peak, Duo golden immortal aura, surged like a tidal wave, nearly touching the threshold of quasi-saint realm. Mithriya's phantom pupils contracted sharply, the fat on his round face trembling uncontrollably. You actually possess peak Duo golden immortal cultivation? Sun Wukong grinned, his white fangs flashing. Thanks for the reminder. As his words fell, he released all restraints, and the primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape within him erupted completely. Black chi rolled forth like a raging sea, instantly devouring every last trace of essence from the golden lotus seed. No! Mithriya's phantom roared, his massive form rapidly twisting and disintegrating. Sun Wukong, you will regret this. As the law of war crushed the final wisp of divine consciousness, the golden lotus seed was completely refined, its pure essence flowing like sweet dew into Sun Wukong's limbs and bones. He exhaled deeply, the golden light in his eyes gradually receding. Though this encounter was fraught with danger, the gains were immense. The golden lotus seed had become part of his foundation. Mithriya's hidden scheme had been forced out, and his own realm had perfectly stabilized at peak Duo golden immortal, needing only the right opportunity to break through to primordial golden immortal. However, this bald monk was truly cunning. Sun Wukong raised his hand to stroke his chin, secretly weighing the situation. Mithriya, as the future Buddha, was scheming for Tathagata's position. The internal strife within Buddhism ran far deeper than imagined. The 3 Buddhas of past, present, and future should hold equal status, yet he harbored such obsession. Could there be hidden secrets behind this? While deep in thought, his sharp, truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the water curtain and locked onto the sky above. Guanin's Mount's lotus platform still lurked behind the clouds, clearly having been monitoring Flower Fruit Mountain all along. Hee, since you love watching shows, I'll give you one. A cunning glint flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes as he suddenly clutched his head and collapsed, feigning a relapse of old injuries. Ouch! This is killing me. His wails echoed throughout the cave as he secretly watched the lotus platform. Sure enough, the white lotus swayed gently, seeming to want to descend, yet hesitating. He intensified his performance. Bodhisattva, save me. That golden lotus seed. There's something wrong with it. Before he finished speaking, Guanin could no longer restrain herself and descended on her lotus platform to the entrance of Water Curtain Cave. Troublesome monkey, what mischief are you up to now? Guanyin stood with her sleeves flowing. Sun Wukong curled up on the ground, deliberately letting a few drops of golden blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Bodhisattva, that golden lotus seed. Cough cough. There's a problem. Guanyin's expression changed drastically, the willow branch in her pure vase swaying without wind. She stepped forward and placed her jade hand on Sun Wukong's chest, only to be repelled by a powerful rebounding force. This is Maitreya Buddha's aura? Guanyin gasped, staring in disbelief at Sun Wukong's chest. Why does the golden lotus seed carry Maitreya's mark? Unless he deliberately left a contingency? At this thought, her heart filled with growing dread. Sun Wukong secretly chuckled while his face showed increasing pain. Bodhisattva, save me. Simultaneously, he manipulated his Chaos Demon Ape essence to create the illusion of conflict between the golden lotus seed and Maitreya's divine consciousness within his body, leading Guanyin to believe that Maitreya had tampered with the golden lotus seed. Guanyin indeed fell for the trap, her jade-like complexion turning pale. How could Maitreya Buddha? She swallowed back the words that had reached her lips, clearly realizing this matter involved internal Buddhist power struggles that shouldn't be publicized. Amid the thundering waterfall, Sun Wukong knelt on one knee, wiping golden blood from his lips with his sleeve. His voice was weak yet deliberately lowered. Bodhisattva, that fat monk said he wants me to help him replace Buddha Tathagata. What? The jade vase in Guanyin's hand nearly fell, her fingertips trembling with shock. She had never imagined Maitreya would dare so brazenly undermine Tathagata. You insolent monkey, are you telling the truth? Absolutely true. Sun Wukong nodded, then coughed violently, golden blood splattering on the rocks. He also said Tathagata is nothing but a puppet. Before he finished speaking, Guanyin had already turned to mount her cloud, the lotus platform glowing with golden light. This matter is of grave importance. I must report to Tathagata immediately. Wait, Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong suddenly reached out, his face earnest. Could you please not let Tathagata know it was I who informed on him? That fat monk threatened that if I dare speak a word, he'll destroy both my body and soul, completely sabotaging the journey to the west and leaving Tathagata with nothing to gain. Guanyin took a deep breath, restraining her shock, and solemnly promised, rest assured, I know what to do. With that, the lotus platform soared into the sky, transforming into a white streak heading straight for Mount Ling. After the lotus platform's light disappeared, only the sound of the waterfall echoed before Water Curtain Cave. Sun Wukong sprang up with a carp leap, shook off non-existent dust, and grinned, golden light flickering in his eyes. Hee hee, the show begins. Buddhism had always been full of undercurrents, and this spark of his was just waiting to start a prairie fire. However, he also knew that neither Tathagata nor Maitreya were fools. How long his instigation could last remained unknown. Even if there were real grievances, they could hardly engage in open warfare, as the two Western saints were above them. With the Great Tribulation approaching, the saints' priority was to quickly achieve the mixed origin golden immortal realm, and they would never allow internal strife. Thinking of this, he wasted no more time. Sitting cross-legged, he took out the last wisp of primordial lamp flame. The dim yellow flame was palm-sized but wrapped in primordial Tao essence. He circulated his chaotic demon ape origin, drawing the flame into his consciousness. A cool sensation instantly permeated his primordial spirit, and the patterns of the great Tao clearly emerged in the depths of his soul. In a trance, he seemed to be in the primordial chaos before heaven and earth separated. Before chaos was divided, all mysteries absorbed into his heart. So that's how it is. He murmured softly, his aura surging around him, already approaching the limit of the peak great principle golden immortal realm, only a hair's breadth away from mixed origin golden immortal. Suddenly, spiritual energy fluctuated outside the cave. Sun Wukong's heart tensed, and his truth-discerning golden eyes saw through the waterfall to spot a familiar graceful figure. Senior Wudong? He put away the flame and lifted the restrictions. The Holy Mother Wudong floated in, her plain white Taoist robe untouched by dust. Her gaze lingered on Sun Wukong, and she said in surprise, You are about to break through? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and grinned. Just a little bit more. The Holy Mother flicked her finger, and a blue light barrier quietly spread. She asked in a low voice, Guanyin left in such haste earlier. Were you stirring things up behind the scenes? Sun Wukong explained the whole story in detail. After listening, the Holy Mother shook her head with a smile. You monkey, you're incredibly bold. Though her words were reproachful, her eyes held approval. Maitreya is indeed ambitious. Your move was quite effective, even if unintentional. Before she finished speaking, 10,000 zhang of Buddha light erupted from Mount Ling. Tathagata's golden body phantom shot into the sky, while opposite him, Maitreya's cloth bag opened, covering the heavens like a black curtain. The chi of both sides confronted each other, seeming ready to explode at any moment. They're fighting? So quickly. Sun Wukong was stunned, not expecting his instigation to take effect so immediately. The Holy Mother Wudong's expression grew grave. This is bad. If the two Western saints intervene, the situation will spiral out of control. She turned and transformed into blue light. Focus on your breakthrough. I'll go investigate. As the blue light departed, Sun Wukong watched for a moment, then turned toward the back of Mount Ling. Brilliant light bursting from his eyes, the Buddhist internal chaos was the perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Six-Eared Macaque. He murmured, his truth-discerning golden eyes pointing directly at Golden Cicada Cave. With Buddhism and chaos, this was the perfect time to devour the Six-Eared Macaque's origin. Once he swallowed that essence, the origins of all four chaotic monkeys would belong to him, and then he could condense the body of the chaotic demon ape. However, before heading to Mount Ling, he must first achieve the realm of primordial golden immortal. Breaking through to this realm would dramatically increase both his strength and the concealing power of the Chaos Demon Ape's origin, making his infiltration of Mount Ling to devour the Six-Eared Macaque much more secure. With this thought, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with golden light as his truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated layers of void, gazing directly toward the netherworld Blood Sea. The Blood Sea churned violently, with towering columns of malevolent energy shooting skyward like black Polarsa, place universally recognized as forbidden ground in the primordial world, yet it had become the perfect location for his advancement. Empress Hutu had transformed her body into the 6 paths of reincarnation, leaving residual reincarnation energy lingering in the depths of the Blood Sea. Even if the Buddhist sect detected something, they wouldn't dare venture in recklessly. Sun Wukong grinned coldly, his sharp fangs gleaming with an icy light in the blood-red glow, while his golden fur reflected a dark crimson sheen. The Chaos Demon Ape's origin can conceal my presence. If things go badly, I can always retreat into the deep sea, at least I have an escape route. With his plan set, he hesitated no longer. The demon ape origin within his body roared to life, black energy surging through his meridians as his bones cracked in succession. Golden light exploded beneath his feet as dozens of earth-shrinking techniques layered upon each other, creating streaks of golden shadows that tore across the sky, carrying him from Flower Fruit Mountain to the outskirts of the Blood Sea in an instant. Crimson waves crashed against the shore, reeking winds assaulted his face, and countless tormented souls bobbed and wailed within the surging waters. Sun Wukong stood at the shoreline, his golden eyes blazing with barely contained excitement. Those bald Buddhist monks would never dream that old Sun would choose this place for his breakthrough. Black energy seeped from his body, forming a protective barrier that blocked out the rolling miasma. His truth-piercing golden eyes once again penetrated the blood waves, revealing the faint outline of the 6 paths of reincarnation deep within the remnants of Empress Hutu's self-sacrifice, suppressing this realm of ultimate Yin. Having received her tacit permission to absorb the laws of reincarnation, he expected no obstacles to his breakthrough. Sun Wukong murmured to himself before seeking out a secluded spot. The primordial staff materialized in the air, and with one strike, its shadow fell like a mountain, blasting a deep hole through the earth's veins on a desolate island at the Blood Sea's edge. Sun Wukong flashed inside, then raised his hand to establish layer upon layer of restrictions, sealing off all fluctuations. Blood mist swirled at the bottom of the cavern as he sat cross-legged and drew a deep breath. Black energy churned while the phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation intertwined with the sapling of the 7 treasures tree, and the laws of battle prowled like black dragons. Sun Wukong mentally cataloged his resources: 10% of the law of war, Buddha's blood, golden lotus seeds, primordial lamp flames, each item enough to drive Quasi-Saints mad with desire, plus fragments of the jade disk of creation in his possession. Golden light burst from his eyes. Let's begin. At his thought, the Chaos Demon Ape's origin erupted with full force, black energy pouring from his 7 orifices like raging torrents, condensing above his head into the blurred phantom of a demonic ape. The phantom shadow's 6 ears trembled as it roared toward the heavens, emanating an ancient aura that chilled the soul. Boom! With a thunderous crash, rolling sound waves exploded from within Sun Wukong's body, his aura surging like a raging tide. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, the path of primordial unity differs completely from the path of quasi-saints. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated layers of void, as if seeking to dissect the very fabric of the great Tao inch by inch. While quasi-saint realm cultivators could sever their good corpses using innate spiritual treasures, the path of primordial unity relied solely on personal enlightenment. As he sank deep into contemplation, sudden changes erupted. An ancient and eerie humming exploded from within his body as fragments of the jade disk of creation silently materialized, hovering before him. The rust-stained blood-colored patterns on the fragment's surface writhed like living creatures, casting an ominous red glow throughout the cavern. Streams of blood sea malevolent energy were drawn forth, transforming into thin crimson threads that danced around the fragment. Boom! The blood light blazed intensely, instantly transforming the cavern into a churning blood hell. Sun Wukong felt as though his primordial spirit was sliced by sharp blades, and through the excruciating pain, his vision suddenly shifted. Chaos roiled around him as he found himself seemingly transported to the primordial wilderness. A colossal demon ape that reached from earth to heaven dominated the chaos, its 6 ears vibrating in unison as its massive staff swept across the void, causing chaos itself to tremble wherever it passed. Sun Wukong's mind reeled in shock. The Chaos Demon Ape. This is the origin within my very being. In the next instant, the demon ape engaged in earth-shattering combat with a humanoid figure. That figure bore the jade disc of creation atop his head, wielded the Pangu axe in his hands, stood upon the 36-petaled Chaos Green Lotus, while the Chaos Bell thundered beside him. It was unmistakably Pangu. So the Chaos Demon Ape had once opposed Pangu's creation of the heavens. Sun Wukong gasped in shock, realizing that the jade disc fragment had somehow preserved this ancient memory within itself. Suddenly, the demon ape whipped around, its 6 ears trembling as its golden pupils pierced through time and space to gaze directly at Sun Wukong. Battle! The furious roar exploded within his consciousness, nearly shattering his primordial spirit. Pangu's axe descended, and the demon ape's blood splattered across the chaos as a wisp of black energy was absorbed by the jade disc that was the law of battle mastered by the demon ape. Crack! The fragment's rust fell away piece by piece, revealing crystalline jade beneath. The blood-colored patterns reorganized themselves, ultimately condensing into an ancient character. Battle. So that's it. Sun Wukong experienced a flash of enlightenment, understanding that the fragment contained the sealed law of battle, which explained its resonance with his own origin. Boom. Vast battle intent flooded his primordial spirit as the Chaos Demon Ape origin greedily devoured it, causing the black energy within his body to surge violently, expanding threefold in an instant. Sun Wukong's monkey fur stood on end, his golden eyes blazed brilliantly, and he could clearly sense his connection to the great Tao growing ever stronger as the bottleneck to the primordial golden immortal realm began to loosen. Still not enough. He gritted his teeth and activated the demon ape origin. The black energy rolled like furious waves, activating everything previously absorbed: Tathagata Buddha's blood, the golden lotus seed, and the innate lamp flame. The phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the sapling of the 7 treasures wonderful tree intertwined within the black energy, creating a miraculous resonance with the battle character law. Condense. With his low shout, the phantom of 3 flowers appeared above his crown. The petals of what had been a 7th-grade lotus began falling away and regenerating, ultimately transforming into an 8th-grade lotus. Before Sun Wukong could even feel excited, a thunderous roar erupted from within his body. The Chaos Demon Ape's origin completely exploded, with torrential black chi surging forth as a demon ape phantom rose from the ground, its 6 ears rustling as it let out an earth-shaking howl toward the heavens, its form rapidly merging with Sun Wukong's true body. Just as the phantom was about to fully integrate, an immense and unparalleled force of rejection suddenly descended. Boom! The entire space of the netherworld blood sea violently shook, with waves surging straight to the 9th heaven before freezing midair into sinister blood pillars that painted the world a demonic red. Sun Wukong felt as if he were carrying the entire primordial world on his shoulders, his chest so constricted he could barely breathe. This is the aura of the heavenly Tao. His golden pupils contracted sharply as his truth-piercing golden eyes saw through layers of void, witnessing countless golden chains extending from the depths of chaos, wrapping around the Chaos Demon Ape phantom and forcibly trying to tear it from his body. Crack! The void split open, and the primordial Tao foundation that had just condensed within Sun Wukong's body showed countless fissures, causing his nearly attainable primordial golden immortal realm to begin regressing. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in his heart as every hair on Sun Wukong's body stood on end. He clearly sensed that this rejection wasn't the work of some mighty being, but the primordial world's heavenly Tao itself driving him out. Could it be that the heavenly Tao wouldn't allow primordial beings to walk the path of primordial unity? Before his thoughts could finish forming, the Chaos Demon Ape's origin issued violent warnings, its black chi rolling like angry tides, yet still unable to resist the erosion of the heavenly Tao's power. Roar! The demon ape phantom raised its head in fury, its 6 ears trembling wildly, its battle intent like heavenly fire, but the golden chains tightened ever more, gradually pulling the phantom away from Sun Wukong. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, golden blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. If the phantom were truly stripped away, failing the breakthrough would be a minor matter. A terrifying backlash would be enough to severely wound him, let alone allow him to devour the 6-eared macaque. Moreover, with Lingshan Mountain in chaos, if he retreated now, once the Buddhist sect recovered, there would be no second chance. No. I absolutely refuse to accept this. The golden light in Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly blazed as the law of war within his body operated at full power, dark golden battle intent burning around him like flames. Sensing its master's life and death crisis, the primordial staff hummed as it flew out, circling above his head. The heavenly Tao forbids it? Then this old monkey will defy heaven. He suddenly bit through his tongue tip, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto the fragment of the jade disk of creation. The character, War, on the fragment burst with blood-red light, resonating with the demon ape phantom from afar. The fragment trembled violently, its surface spreading with dense blood veins that wove into a blood net, briefly blocking the heavenly Tao's chains. Sun Wukong seized this momentary opportunity, fully activating the Chaos Demon Ape's origin. Black chi surged, condensing into dark battle armor on his body's surface, with phantoms of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 7 treasures wonderful tree flowing across the armor. Merge with me. A thunderous shout shattered the blood sea as he endured the overwhelming rejection, desperately pulling the demon ape phantom into his body. The distance between them finally began to slowly shrink. Crack. A sudden change occurred as the heavenly Tao's chains abruptly expanded, viciously striking the jade disk of creation fragment and sending it flying. Without support, the demon ape phantom was once again dragged away. Puff. Sun Wukong suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood as his aura instantly weakened. The golden light in his eyes dimmed, and the 8th grade lotus phantom began to wither. Could it be that the primordial unity path truly wouldn't work? Was he really unable to escape these schemes? Were all his efforts truly in vain? These questions surged through Sun Wukong's heart as despair spread like a rising tide. At this critical moment, a long sigh suddenly echoed from the depths of the netherworld blood sea. Alas! This sigh seemed to traverse endless ages, carrying desolation and compassion. The churning waves of the blood sea instantly froze. Countless vengeful souls prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Then, a gentle yet blazing light rose from the depths, breaking through layers of crimson blood waves and falling directly upon Sun Wukong. Lady Hudu. Sun Wukong's heart shook violently. Within the light, a woman's phantom appeared faintly. She stood upon the 9 netherworlds with the firmament above her head, 6 great wheels of reincarnation slowly rotating around her, casting brilliant rays across the blood sea. Where the light passed, the heavenly Tao chains binding Sun Wukong actually loosened slightly. Little monkey. Lady Hutu's voice resonated directly in Sun Wukong's mind. The primordial unity path is inherently incompatible with the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, but you bear the merit of mending the heavens and possess the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape. There may yet be a thread of hope. Before her words faded, the phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation roared forth, circling around Sun Wukong. Each wheel of light surged with vast reincarnation power, forcibly severing the heavenly Tao's perception. This is... Sun Wukong was both shocked and delighted, realizing that Lady Hutu was actually willing to help him. Break through quickly. Within the underworld, the heavenly Tao cannot interfere, but outside it, I can only shield you for a moment. The opportunity was fleeting. Sun Wukong dared not hesitate and fully activated the Chaos Demon Ape essence. In an instant, black chi surged like raging waves, desperately pulling at the Chaos Demon Ape phantom that threatened to dissipate. Roar! The demon ape howled at the heavens, its 6 ears trembling as sound waves stirred the blood sea, rolling millions of malevolent energies into whirlpools that were continuously devoured and refined into pure energy. Crack! A crisp sound exploded as the phantom completely merged with his true form. Every hair on Sun Wukong's body stood on end. The golden light in his eyes suddenly blazed, and the 8th grade lotus phantom above his head bloomed like fire. Boom! A vast aura erupted from within him, causing the netherworld blood sea to churn and boil as deep rumbling sounds continued endlessly. The shackles of his realm shattered. Primordial unity golden immortal, achieved. Sun Wukong rejoiced wildly, feeling the tremendous power so different from before. Though primordial unity golden immortal was of the same rank as quasi-saint, it was an entirely different path. Quasi-saints needed to borrow innate spiritual treasures to sever the 3 corpses, while primordial unity golden immortals used themselves as the foundation, borrowing nothing external. Now, with the Chaos Demon Ape essence fully awakened, his every gesture contained the might to split heaven and earth. However, sudden change occurred. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly gathered above the netherworld blood sea, and a purple lightning bolt silently descended. The lightning seemed unremarkable, yet it carried heavenly Tao power sufficient to make even saints pale. Divine punishment. Every hair on Sun Wukong's body bristled as the Chaos Demon Ape essence frantically warned him. He knew this was the heavenly Tao's retribution for detecting his breakthrough. Above, purple lightning coiled like a dragon, tearing through the thick, ominous clouds over the netherworld blood sea. carrying the terrifying might of heaven's way as it thundered down. Sun Wukong's monkey fur stood on end, each strand bristling, while his truth-piercing golden eyes reflected the increasingly massive thunder dragon. Deep within his meridians, the primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape roared, as if ready to burst forth from his body at any moment. The primordial staff in his palm trembled so violently it seemed about to slip from his grasp. He bared his teeth and cursed. Damn heaven! Old Sun just broke through, and you already want to strike me down. The heavenly power contained within this lightning was so formidable that even saints wouldn't dare claim immunity, let alone himself as a newly ascended primordial golden immortal. Before the purple lightning even fell, its pressure had already evaporated 3 zhang of the blood sea, sending scalding crimson mist billowing upward. Countless vengeful souls turned to ash in the brilliant light, unable even to scream. The protective formations around the desolate island crumbled like paper torn by sharp blades, shattering in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong gritted his molars as the law of war circulated frantically within him, dark golden battle armor materializing over his flesh. Upon the armor, phantom images of the 6 paths of reincarnation flowed endlessly. As the thunder dragon pressed down to within 3 zhang of his head, a strange humming sound echoed from the void, and time seemed to freeze. The purple lightning suddenly stilled, the violent heavenly power receding like a tide, its world-destroying momentum instantly diminished by 99%. What finally struck Sun Wukong was merely a tribulation at the peak level of a Daluo golden immortal. Boom! Lightning exploded in brilliant flashes. He staggered half a step, yet not a single hair was singed. Sun Wukong stood frozen in place, his golden eyes wide with disbelief. Huh? That's it. Shock and confusion churned in his heart. How could such a mighty heavenly tribulation stop at the peak of Daluo level, with power not even matching that of an early primordial stage? Had heaven grown lazy? Just as his confusion arose, a melodious laugh echoed from the depths of the blood sea. Little monkey, you are the protagonist of this great tribulation. How could heaven truly strike you down? However, this place is not safe for long stays. The heavenly fluctuations have already drawn attention from all quarters. The voice was gentle, yet carried undeniable authority. The phantom images of the 6 paths of reincarnation gradually faded, and the churning blood waves returned to their original fury. Sun Wukong bowed deeply toward the depths of the blood sea. Many thanks for your assistance, your majesty. He understood that Empress Hutu must have expended considerable power to conceal the heavenly secrets. For him, this debt of gratitude would need to be repaid in the future. His truth-piercing golden eyes penetrated the layers of blood waves, locking onto the direction of Spirit Mountain. Now that he stood at the realm of primordial golden immortal, with the Chaos Demon Ape essence concealing his aura, it was time to confront that 6-eared macaque. Sun Wukong grinned wickedly. Hee. Old Buddha Tathagata probably never imagined that old Sun would return so quickly. As his words faded, his form flickered, and the golden light of earth shrinking tore through the blood waves as he raced towards Spirit Mountain. Along the way, the Chaos Demon Ape essence completely sealed his aura to avoid premature detection. At Spirit Mountain, the Buddhist bells of the Great Thunderclap Temple tolled low. Tathagata sat upon his 9-grade golden lotus, his expression so dark it could drip water. The atmosphere in the hall was deathly silent, with Guanyin, Manjusri, and other bodhisattvas lowering their eyes and holding their breath, even deliberately softening their breathing. Earlier, the dispute between Tathagata and Maitreya had nearly come to blows if not for ancient Buddha Dipankara intervening. Half of Spirit Mountain might have been destroyed. Guanyin tentatively whispered, Buddha, regarding that monkey's matter. Tathagata snorted coldly, the blood-red Buddha seal on his forehead flickering. That insolent monkey sows discord. His heart deserves punishment. When this great tribulation ends, he will surely get his comeuppance. Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed dramatically, his golden Buddha eyes piercing through the hall to focus beyond the mountain gate. This aura. Guanyin quickly formed mudras with her fingers, but could divine nothing. She looked up respectfully. My Buddha, is there some disturbance? Tathagata did not respond. Beneath his lotus seat, Buddha light surged in layers as he clearly sensed the vast power emanating from the direction of the netherworld blood sea. That power was far more terrifying than that of the 2 saints of the West, clearly belonging to an even greater existence. And the only force stronger than a saint is the power of the heavenly Tao. Standing before the grand hall of Mount Ling, Tathagata furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath, strange. Why would the power of the heavenly Tao manifest in the blood sea of the netherworld? His doubts lingered, and though his divine sense was still extended outward, he failed to notice another presence quietly approaching. At this moment, behind Mount Ling, Sun Wukong skimmed along the mountainside, descending swiftly. The primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape enveloped him like a shadowy curtain, sealing his aura completely, even momentarily obscuring the divine senses of saints. In the distance, an ancient stone cave emerged from the Mist Jinshan cave. Sun Wukong's truth-seeking golden eyes pierced through layer upon layer of restrictions, revealing every detail of the cave's outline. The stone tablet before the cave bore the three characters Jinshan Cave, their sharpness restrained, with traces of Buddhist light flowing across its surface. What delighted him even more was the noticeable reduction of guards around the cave compared to before, evidence of the turmoil within the Buddhist sect, which had drawn away even those tasked with watching over Lure Mu. Heaven is on my side, he murmured, before transforming into a streak of light and darting toward the cave entrance. Before he could draw near, a golden light descended from the clouds, accompanied by a thunderous shout that exploded like rolling thunder. Who dares trespass in the forbidden grounds of Mount Ling? The newcomer was none other than Manjushri Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flickered, and the primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape roared to life within him. Black mist surged like a tide, blending his figure into the shadows. With a surge of primal energy, his originally radiant golden fur darkened into strands of shadowy mist, rendering his aura unfamiliar and obscure. Manjushri alone thinks to stop me? He sneered inwardly, his truth-seeking golden eyes piercing through Manjushri's protective Buddhist light, instantly discerning that his opponent was merely at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Amid the chaos on Mount Ling and the Bodhisattva's distracted state, Sun Wukong knew this was the perfect opportunity to break through. Manjushri furrowed his brow as the wisdom sword hummed beside him, while the azure lion beneath him crouched low and let out a guttural growl. Though he couldn't detect Sun Wukong's true form, the overwhelming battle intent made his scalp tingle. What manner of demon dares trespass in the forbidden grounds of Mount Ling? His sword pointed directly at the shadow. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a grin as his figure moved like a phantom, his palm gathering the power of the law of battle, with dark golden flames flickering in his grasp. Without hesitation, he struck a single, devastating punch. Boom. The force of his fist tore through the air, hurtling toward Manjushri's face. Manjushri hastily raised his sword to defend, but the sound of cracking echoed as the wisdom sword shattered inch by inch. The residual force slammed into his chest, sending both him and his azure lion flying thousands of feet away, collapsing several side halls in the process. Spurt. Golden blood splattered in the air as Manjushri fell into the rubble. He struggled to rise, only to find his meridians sealed by battle intent, rendering his Buddhist power immobile. Sun Wukong didn't spare him a glance, transforming into a bolt of lightning and speeding toward Jinshan Cave. The Buddhist light barrier at the cave entrance melted away like paper under the primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Ape. A black streak tore through the barrier as he stepped inside. The interior of the cave was damp, with water seeping from the stone walls. Only a faint glimmer of light shone from deep within. Activating his truth-seeking golden eyes once more, Sun Wukong immediately locked onto his target. Atop a stone platform, Lure Mu was bound by 9 golden chains. Each chain was inscribed with Buddhist scriptures, radiating a sacred and oppressive aura. Indeed, the handiwork of a saint. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, but his steps did not falter. He clearly sensed that the Six-Eared Macaque's aura was utterly depleted, obviously suppressed by Buddhist secret techniques for a long time. Deep within the mountain's belly, the damp stone walls emanated coldness, while faint golden light flickered on the Buddha-patterned stone platform, an intangible suppressive force permeating all directions. What surprised him even more was the white-robed monk sitting beside the platform, Jin Chanzi. As if sensing the gaze, Jin Chanzi slowly raised his head. The vermilion mark between his brows was deep red, his eyes clear yet unfathomably deep, like 2 silent wells. You've come. His voice was gentle, yet carried an eerie calmness. Sun Wukong's fur instantly bristled, his Chaos Demon Ape essence frantically warning him. This monk had been waiting for him here, all along. You knew I would come? He narrowed his eyes, the Hunyuan staff materializing silently, its black shaft emanating cold light. With turmoil in Spirit Mountain and Heaven's might manifesting, how could you miss such an opportunity? Moreover, you and I share karmic bonds. Jin Chanzi chuckled softly, prayer beads spinning between his fingertips. Sun Wukong's golden eyes focused, his truth-breaking golden pupils piercing through, immediately seeing that this was merely a divine thought Jin Chanzi had left here. Realizing it wasn't his true body, his heart relaxed slightly. He grinned and scratched his head. So that's how it is. You're quite clever, monk, knowing I'd come. The phantom pressed his palms together, the vermilion mark between his brows glowing with an eerie red radiance. Amitba. This humble monk shares deep karmic ties with the benefactor, so naturally I should lend you a helping hand. He glanced meaningfully at the stone platform, where the chained Six-Eared Macaque trembled slightly at the intersection of flesh and golden light. This monkey's fate with Buddhism has ended. Feel free to take him, benefactor. As the words fell, golden light blazed in Sun Wukong's eyes, the Hunyuan staff spinning in his palm. Hee hee. You're an interesting monk. Aren't you afraid old Tathagata will settle accounts with you? Blood-colored Buddhist light suddenly rose from the phantom, Jean Chanzi's voice turning cold as stone. Settle accounts? When I return from reincarnation, I'll settle accounts properly with Tathagata. With that, the divine thought shattered into countless points of light, wrapped in a strand of blood-colored resentment, dissipating into the cave's long winds. Sun Wukong's expression sharpened. His truth-breaking golden pupils caught that trace of blood kite's resentment was overwhelming, completely at odds with orthodox Buddhist energy, confirming that Jean Chanzi had indeed entered the cycle of reincarnation. Rubbing his chin, he murmured, "Interesting. So this monk left a backup plan before leaving." With that, his gaze turned to the stone platform. The six-eared macaque was firmly bound by 9 golden chains. The chains were inscribed with Buddhist Sanskrit, their golden radiance moving like swimming dragons, strands of sacred might vibrating through the void. Each chain's end pierced through his 6 ears, continuously draining his innate divine abilities. Sun Wukong recognized at a glance that the chains contained the Tao rhythm of Saint Juanti's 7 treasures wonderful tree. He hadn't achieved Hunyuan Golden Immortal himself. He probably couldn't even approach. On the stone platform, the 6-eared macaque slowly raised his head, his features 70% similar to Sun Wukong's, yet covered in exhaustion. Deep within his golden pupils still burned unyielding fighting spirit. "You've finally come." His voice was hoarse, yet revealed undisguised anticipation. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You knew this old monkey would come." The chains rattled, 6-eared trembling slightly. He raised his heavy arm, pointing at his chain-pierced ears. "I heard your voice." Before being discovered by the Buddhist sect, Sun Wukong's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing these words, whether in this cave or even within the western paradise of the two saints. The 6-eared macaque's innate divine abilities were terrifyingly powerful, capable of precisely capturing even the subtlest movements within the western paradise and locking onto him from afar back, when he hadn't even been born yet. Seeing his confusion, the 6-eared macaque smiled bitterly, his voice hoarse. "These 6 ears of mine can hear throughout the 3 realms, but they've also brought me endless calamity. If not for this, the Buddhist sect wouldn't have." Before he could finish, the 9 chains around the stone platform suddenly blazed with golden light, and sacred power swept forth like a tide, causing the 6-eared macaque to cry out in pain. "Humph!" Sun Wukong snorted coldly and swung his primordial staff in a sweeping arc. The dark golden staff shadow crashed down like a mountain. Clang! A deafening crash erupted, sparking brilliant flames, yet it only left a shallow white mark on the chains. The 6-eared macaque gasped as he explained, "It's useless. These are formed from Saint Juanti's 7 treasures wonderful tree." "Unless what?" Sun Wukong narrowed his golden eyes. The 6-eared macaque suddenly revealed a cunning smile identical to Sun Wukong's. "Unless we join forces." Sun Wukong sneered inwardly. His purpose here wasn't to rescue anyone, but to devour the 6-eared macaque's essence. It didn't matter if the chains couldn't be broken, as long as he could succeed. On the surface, he scratched his head and played dumb. He joined forces? How exactly? Seeing an opportunity, the 6-eared macaque quickly lowered his voice. "Help me sever these chains, and I'll teach you all my divine abilities." The truth-piercing golden eyes quietly activated, taking in every detail of the 6-eared macaque's energy. His essence was deteriorating, yet still contained astonishing power, especially those 6 ears, which were the foundation of one of the 4 chaotic monkeys. Sun Wukong shouldered his primordial staff and paced around the stone platform. "Fair enough, but how can this old monkey be sure you won't betray me?" The 6-eared macaque said urgently. "I can swear a heavenly Tao oath." At that moment, spiritual energy fluctuated outside the cave. Buddhist light shot skyward from Mount Ling, and the saints' overwhelming pressure made the cave walls hum. Clearly, the Western saints had detected the disturbance in the chains. The 6-eared macaque trembled violently, crying out in panic. "No good. They're coming." Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with fierce light, and he hesitated no longer. His right palm shot out, and the chaotic demon ape essence surged forth, rolling black energy instantly enveloping the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque was horrified. "You didn't come to save me." Black energy poured into his 7 orifices as Sun Wukong said coldly. "Now you know too late." The 6-eared macaque screamed in agony, his 6 ears trembling as he tried to break free using his divine abilities, but the golden light from the 9 chains suppressed him completely. Under the sacred pressure, his entire body convulsed as the black energy madly devoured his essence. Sun Wukong, may you die a horrible death." Enough noise. Sun Wukong intensified his primordial power, accelerating the devouring. The 6-eared macaque's form visibly withered, his 6 ears dimmed, while the chaotic demon ape essence within Sun Wukong rapidly expanded, the phantom of 6 ears appearing within the black energy. Halfway through the devouring process, a majestic sacred voice thundered from Mount Ling. "What demon dares to interfere with our Western affairs?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.